The game Apocalypse has integrated into Blue Star, ushering humanity into an era of universal class transitions. Suchen arrives, equipped with the external plugin 1 yuan instant kill. By expending a mere copper coin, one can acquire anything they desire. Should one's innate talents prove inadequate, the 1 yuan instant kill grants an SSS level talent. If skill effects are weak, 1 yuan maximizes skill levels. If equipment bonuses are insufficient, 1 yuan enhances them to 999 layers. With minimal expenditure, one can obtain the finest treasures. Armed with this capability, Suchen ascends to the pinnacle of success. Elven Queen, with beauty and grace, sweetly I implore, dear Su God, please take me along. Demon Lord of Hell, please spare me, Lord Su. Hell shall be emptied by your hand. Venture to the divine realm instead. The Lord of the divine realm remains silent, frantically securing the gates and sealing the divine realm. Chapter 1. 1 yuan instant kill successfully loaded. Year 435 of the Apocalypse era. The Xia Hong City, Class 3 of Senior High 4. At 7 in the morning, Suchen entered the classroom precisely on time. Instantly, numerous pairs of eyes turned towards him. As the charismatic figure of the class, he is undeniably radiant. Though all are merely over 200 months old, he possesses a visage that rivals the legendary. The cosmic super invincible handsome figure. Besides his extraordinary beauty, his towering stature of 2 meters, with a physique reminiscent of a bear's strength, each muscle seemingly forged from steel, is equally striking. Ignoring the gazes of his peers, Suchen strides directly to his seat at the back of the classroom. Gazing out the window at the scenery, he slowly exhales. Everyone claims high school is filled with memories. Yet, when presented with the chance to return, few would wish to go back. Unfortunately, Suchen had no choice. A year prior, he succumbed to a sudden death from gaming late into the night, reincarnating into the body of a second-year student. At that moment, tears streamed down his face, and he vehemently wished to avoid school. The days of rising before dawn and retiring after dusk were experiences he wished not to relive. Most importantly, he possesses memories of the future. With a casual endeavor, could he not earn 100 or so small goals? Is that not enticing? Why endure hardship? However, mere half a day of truancy, and the iron fist of reality swiftly brought him back. Suchen wandered the streets, soon discovering that something seemed amiss. He had not been reborn. Rather, he had traversed worlds. The planet he currently inhabits is not Earth, but Blue Star? More terrifying still, the inhabitants of Blue Star do not engage in online gaming. For the entirety of Blue Star is a colossal online game. Transactions here occur using gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Every human over the age of 18 may partake in the class transition ceremony to become a professional. They then venture beyond the city to defeat wild monsters, explore dungeons, and conquer secret realms, to gain experience, equipment, skills, items, and more. Thus they grow stronger. Of course, one may also opt not to participate in the awakening ceremony. Yet, contemporary humanity is not the sovereign of Blue Star. Their circumstances could even be described as a struggle for survival. Should one decline the awakening ceremony, officials will assign them a spouse. Subsequently, they must continually bear children. In summary, aspiring to languish in this world is but a fool's dream. Fortunately, the offspring born in this manner may be entrusted to the officials for centralized upbringing. Suchen's predecessor originated from such a circumstance, originally intending to forego the awakening ceremony. Waiting for the officials to provide a spouse, they planned to spend their life within the city. But Suchen has traversed here. He fervently desires to become a professional. It is not that he harbors grand ambitions to fulfill. The primary reason is that he fears death, a rather profound fear of death. Having experienced it once, Suchen harbors a deep-seated dread of facing mortality again. In this world, lacking strength renders even breathing perilous. The city walls are tall and sturdy, yet that does not guarantee absolute safety. Just days prior, reports emerged of a city overrun by a tide of monsters, with no survivors left. Fear, in a certain sense, is more effective than any stimulant. It is precisely due to his dread of death that Suchen has relentlessly trained since the day he comprehended his reality. His physical attributes are commendable. Thus he boasts the robust and powerful physique he possesses now. Naturally, the awakening of any talent or profession is not influenced by human intervention. At most, it may slightly enhance initial attributes. However, should he awaken a melee profession, such as warrior or knight, Suchen's physique would confer substantial advantages. And these two are precisely the professions he aspires to. Without any other reason, these professions can bolster defense and health. Although these two roles require one to charge to the front lines during combat, there is no alternative. There exist merely 6 primary combat classes. Apart from the warrior and knight, there are also the mage, priest, archer, and assassin, all of whom are rather fragile. Awakening these classes may lead to a swifter demise. Su-chan silently beseeched the deities, hoping to awaken as a high-tier warrior or knight. At 9 o'clock in the morning, as the bell signaling the commencement of the first class echoed, a series of crisp, rapid sounds resonated from outside the classroom. Soon after, their homeroom teacher, Shun Xioning, entered the classroom. Shun Xioning placed a silver briefcase on the desk and cast a glance at the students below. Half of the classroom seats remained unoccupied, a reflection of those who had chosen to forego awakening a class in favor of following predetermined paths. She sighed inwardly, shaking her head in lament for these students. However, they were all adults over 18, capable of making their own choices. Even as their homeroom teacher, she could not impose her will upon their thoughts. Nevertheless, she found solace in the fact that a few students she had taken a liking to had not disappointed her. Her gaze lingered on a select few: Xia Lingyun, Wang Yilong, Du Tai, and Su Chun. These four were the top-performing students in their class. Particularly Su Chun, whose theoretical scores were rather unimpressive, yet his formidable fists had bested nearly half of the school's population, maintaining an undefeated record. If these four were to obtain a commendable talent or class, their class would have a promising chance in the forthcoming vocational entrance examinations. If even one of them could secure admission to a prestigious vocational academy, she would be able to garner praise from the principal. Shun Xioning mused quietly, steeling herself as she announced, "We will now proceed with the class awakening. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw?" After a brief pause and seeing no response, she continued, "Very well, no one wishes to withdraw. We shall proceed in the order of student numbers and names. Those called will come forth in turn to touch the awakening crystal. Regardless of whether the results of your class awakening meet your expectations, maintain a positive attitude and ensure you successfully navigate the assessment dungeon. Furthermore, even if the class is well suited to you and is of a high tier, do not become arrogant. The difficulty of the assessment dungeon is self-selected, so aim to choose something below ordinary. Do not sacrifice the opportunity to become a vocational practitioner for the sake of trivial rewards." After this admonition, Shun Xioning opened the briefcase that rested on the desk. Inside lay a transparent crystal ball. The class awakening would occur within a special space known as the Extraordinary Sanctuary. That transparent crystal ball served as the key to the Extraordinary Sanctuary. By making direct contact, one could be transported inside. Shun Xioning retrieved the attendance roster and began to call names. Number 1, Tian Qing. Number 7, Zhang Feiyu. Number 12, Number 34, Su Chun. With half of the classroom unoccupied, it did not take long to reach Su Chen's name. Suppressing his excitement and exhilaration, he stepped forward. "Good luck." Shun Xioning gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, whispering softly. Su Chen nodded and placed his hands upon the teleportation crystal. In the next moment, as if the heavens had spun, his robust form vanished from sight. Ding! Detecting that you meet the criteria. Initiating data processing. Data processing successful. Ding! Personal attribute panel loading. Loading successful. Ding! Item backpack loading. Loading successful. Ding! 1 yuan instant kill plugin loading dash. Loading failed. Loading successful. Uploading data to the main system. Error, asterisk. Upload successful. Ding! Welcome to the Extraordinary Sanctuary. Su Chen opened his eyes, finding himself transformed from the classroom to a magnificent palace adorned in gold and splendor. The palace walls and ceiling were embellished with exquisite murals, vividly lifelike and captivating. However, at this moment, Su Chen had no time to admire the artwork. What had he just heard? The 1 yuan instant kill had successfully loaded. Was this not the very cause of his transmigration? Su Chen clenched his fists, unable to conceal the excitement etched upon his face. On the night of his transmigration, he had been engrossed in a single-player online game. Due to the exorbitant prices of items in the game's shop, grinding for currency had become painfully tedious. In a bid to prolong his gaming experience, he had installed a 1 yuan instant kill plugin. To his astonishment, once the plugin was activated, what had once been a torturous game transformed into an exhilarating experience. The gameplay was so enthralling that he found himself burning the midnight oil. The essence of the plugin was to adjust the prices of all items in the shop to the lowest possible currency unit. For vocational practitioners seeking to grow, finances are undeniably a significant concern. After all, learning skills, enhancing equipment, and utilizing potions are all not without cost. Yet now, with the plugin in hand, Su Chen could acquire everything he desired at the minimal expense. Contemplating this, Su Chen felt a thrilling rush that sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 2. The one-click acquisition of dual SSS talents. As Su Chen reveled in the extraordinary plugin he had acquired, a brilliant beam of light suddenly descended upon the grand hall. A woman with an air of icy arrogance emerged from within the light. She cast a fleeting glance at Su Chen and spoke indifferently. "Adventurer, I am your guiding angel, Laia. Please step forward to awaken your talents and profession." Her formulaic introduction struck a jarring note, feeling rather stiff. Su Chen furrowed his brow. The demeanor of this guiding angel was far from amiable. However, he decided to prioritize the awakening of his talents and profession. He approached Laia and stood a short distance before her. Laia conjured a golden staff and coldly inquired, "Shall we commence the awakening?" "Yes." Suchen nodded in affirmation. Laia raised the golden staff and tapped it lightly against his forehead. In the next instant, a powerful golden light enveloped Suchen entirely. Ding. Awakening your talent. Your talent is magic return, F. Ding. Awakening your profession. Your profession is summoner, common. 2 notifications echoed in Suchen's ears. As the radiance dissipated, it revealed his bewildered expression. Talents were categorized into various tiers, starting from F and ascending through E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and culminating in SSS. An F talent represented the lowest echelon. He hurriedly checked the details of his talent. Magic return. F upon using a skill, returns 1 point of magic. Suchen's lips twitched. A return of 1. Wasn't he that tantamount to having nothing? He then scrutinized his profession, feeling as though he might spew blood. Professions were ranked as basic, common, excellent, elite, epic, legendary, and mythical. The higher the tier, the greater the attribute bonuses and more potent the skill effects. At the same level, a mythical profession's attributes averaged tenfold those of a basic profession. The common profession was the second tier, which was somewhat reassuring, as it was not the lowest. Yet the crux of the matter was that his profession was a summoner. Not a warrior or knight, but a fragile mage. He could endure that. The real issue was, why a summoner? Summoners were notorious for their immense magic consumption. And the creatures they could summon in the early stages were all of lowly rank, pathetically weak. Suchen glanced at his skill bar, which contained but a single entry. Summon Goblin. Consumes 50 points of magic to summon a common goblin. A goblin, a wretched creature that even an ordinary unawakened person could easily kick around. He needed to expend 50 points of magic to summon one. It was worth noting that he had merely 200 points of magic at level 1. Turning back to his talent, magic return. What a cruel jest. Suchen felt a wave of malice wash over him, as if he were being mocked. Were it not for the plugin, despair would surely have consumed him. Never mind. I'll just choose a simple dungeon to complete the assessment. I'll deal with everything else afterward, Suchen thought, feeling dejected. At that moment, Laia spoke coldly. You have one opportunity to purchase a talent from the talent mall. Would you like me to open the talent mall interface for you? Suchen was taken aback. Talent mall? What on earth was that? He had never heard of it before. However, a thought struck him, and his eyes widened. If it was a mall, did it not imply that his plugin would have a purpose? The talent mall for purchasing talents. This was astounding. Suddenly, Suchen felt a surge of excitement and urged, quickly, open it for me. Laia let out a cold laugh and explained, only adventurers who awaken an F-level talent have the chance to purchase talents in the talent mall. It is rare for anyone to trigger the conditions to open the mall. You might be the first in 20 years. Suchen narrowed his eyes. Sensing the mockery in her tone, Laia fell silent, and with a flick of her staff, a panel swiftly appeared before Suchen. He glanced over it. The mall showcased a dazzling array of talents, each more peculiar than the last. Talents ranging from F to A were available, alongside items for upgrading talents from E to SSS. All were priced exorbitantly in gold coins, with the cheapest F-level talent costing no less than 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins might be the monthly expenses for a family of 4. The priciest A-level talent started at a staggering 1,000,000 gold coins. Suchen fished out the 2 silver coins in his pocket, his entire fortune. Fortunately, the plugin was indeed functioning. In the mall, all item prices were struck through and replaced with a single copper coin. He grinned widely, scrolling through the interface. After a while, Suchen furrowed his brow and inquired, why are there no S-level talents or above? Laia was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. S-level talents are valued at no less than 10 million gold coins. Can you afford that? Suchen shot her a glare. Whether I can afford it is none of your concern. Just show me the S and SSS level talents. I don't need to see the others. Suchen's tone was slightly brusque, inciting Laia's ire. It was the first time a professional had dared to speak to her in such a manner. Truly, these muscle-bound men were insufferably crude. Although she was a guiding angel, she was essentially working for the main system and had no authority to refuse Suchen's request. Nevertheless, she was keen to see how this brash man would manage to afford the SSS level talents, all priced at over 1 billion. If he ultimately failed to purchase, she would not hesitate to unleash her sharp tongue. With a wave of her staff, Laia conjured a shimmering screen before Suchen, revealing a selection of over a dozen SSS level talents. He immediately began to examine them, and soon he found himself drooling. Each talent possessed extraordinarily formidable abilities. What was he to do? Was he truly limited to purchasing just one? Could he not be afforded a bit more opportunity? Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Suchen excitedly asked, is there any way to buy more than one? Laia, momentarily stunned by his question, quickly responded with a cold laugh, you can only purchase one talent. However, if you have excess funds and nothing else to spend them on, you might consider purchasing a talent upgrade item. Such items can also be bought only once. But if you manage to purchase an SSS level talent upgrade item, it could elevate your F level talent to SSS. Thus, you would possess 2 SSS level talents. Lia's words dripped with derision, yet Su-chan perceived it as a rather astute suggestion. He perused the SSS level talents, meticulously selecting one that best suited the summoner profession, and subsequently purchased the SSS level talent upgrade item. Upon completing the transaction, he felt a slight weight in his pocket. 1 silver coin had vanished, but he had gained 8 copper coins instead. At that moment, Lia's expression shifted from cold indifference to sheer astonishment. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Su-chan had actually managed to make a purchase. Moreover, he had bought both a talent and an upgrade item. He truly aimed to start with 2 SSS level talents. How could he possibly possess such capability? Realizing this, Lia clenched her teeth, a mix of indignation and embarrassment flashing in her eyes. Whether Su-chan could buy a talent had initially been of no concern to her. However, after their recent altercation, Su-chan's successful acquisition felt like a slap in her face, especially as he made no effort to conceal this fact, merely watching her quietly. While he refrained from verbal mockery, the disdain in his gaze spoke volumes. Lia's face darkened, and after a moment of silence, she finally spoke. You have completed the awakening of your talent and profession. Please select a difficulty level for the assessment dungeon from the options below. I recommend that you choose wisely, as higher difficulty levels yield better rewards. Su-chan chuckled coldly. This woman harbored ill intentions. She sought to entice him into selecting a higher difficulty dungeon. What a pipe dream. Regardless of whether he had SSS level talents, he would prioritize stability. Glancing at the 4 options before him: simple, normal, difficult, hell. He raised his hand and tapped on the normal difficulty. Lia narrowed her eyes, a glint of malice flickering within them. She suddenly smiled at Su-chan and raised her golden staff. Su-chan sensed something amiss in her gaze. Wait, you. Before he could react, he was enveloped by a beam of golden light. Moments later, he heard a notification sound. Ding. You have entered the hell-level dungeon, Blood Moon Castle. After teleporting Su-chan away, Lia wore a triumphant smile. You dared to offend me. In the depths of this hellish dungeon, prepare to forsake your profession and talents, reducing you to an ordinary human. Let's see how you revel then. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3, The Hell-Level Dungeon, Blood Moon Castle. Under a gloomy sky, a blood moon hung high. The eerie crimson light cascaded down, bathing a grove of trees. Within the forest, a narrow path stretched forward, leading to a pitch-black castle. On either side of the path, ominous crows cawed incessantly, creating a cacophony. Su-chan's expression was icy, his teeth clenched in frustration. He never imagined that a mere guidance angel could wield the power to alter his choices. Very well, let me not encounter you again, or else. Taking a few deep breaths, Su-chan examined the current dungeon information. Dungeon name, Blood Moon Castle. Dungeon difficulty, Hell. Level restriction, LV1. Player limit, 1. Completion requirement, defeat the Vampire Baron, 2 blood servants, and 50 blood slaves. Upon reading the completion requirements, Su-chan furrowed his brow, uncertain of the strength of these monsters. However, given that they resided within a hell-level dungeon, even the weakest among them would not be easy to handle. Damn that angel. Su-chan cursed under his breath and opened his inventory, using the newly acquired talent enhancement item. Subsequently, he opened his personal attribute panel to review his information. Name, Su-chan. Profession, Summoner, Ordinary. Level, 1000. Health, 100. Mana, 200. Strength, 15. Constitution, 17. Agility, 13. Mentality, 24. Talent, Mana Return, SSS. Skill Evolution, SSS. Skill, Summon Goblin, LV1. Mana Return, SSS. When using skills, returns 100 mana and reduces the cooldown time of that skill by 99. Skill Evolution, SSS. For every 10 levels a skill increases, its effects will evolve or enhance in a favorable direction. Summon Goblin, LV1 consumes 50 mana to summon a normal goblin, lasting for 5 minutes. After reviewing his talent information, Su-chan's earlier frustration dissipated entirely. The effect of the SSS level mana return could only be described as monstrous. Returning all mana while also shortening cooldown times was akin to granting Su-chan an infinite power boost. For a magic-oriented profession, this was nothing short of perfection. The significant drawback of a summoner, the high mana consumption of spells, was entirely resolved. The other SSS talent, Skill Evolution, may not be the strongest among the array of talents, but it proved to be the most beneficial for a summoner. Regardless of how many levels Summon Goblin was raised, it would only ever summon a standard goblin. Yet, goblins were feeble creatures, easily defeated even by an ordinary person. Utilizing them in battle was nothing short of a jest, even with overwhelming numbers. One area of effect skill could eliminate them en masse. The fantasy of ants defeating an elephant was merely the folly of a lowly race. With the acquisition of Skill Evolution, Su-chan's abilities could transform as his level increased. This would ensure that Summon Goblin would not merely result in summoning goblins. The precise effects remained unknown, but Su-chan was confident that it would not disappoint him. Satisfied, he closed the attribute panel and donned the novice equipment from his inventory. He was not in a hurry to explore the dungeon. What he needed to do first was to enhance or evolve his skills. The monsters within a hell-level dungeon were no trifling matter. He pointed his novice staff at the ground and activated the summon goblin skill. As mana was consumed, a complex magical array materialized on the ground. Shortly thereafter, a goblin crawled out from the formation. With green skin, pointed ears, and a small, frail stature, it appeared grotesque. It wore only a scrap of cloth and wielded a wooden stick. Suchin examined its attributes. Monster, Goblin. Grade, Ordinary. Level, 1. Health, 120-120. Mana, 40-40. Strength, 8. Constitution, 6. Agility, 6. Mentality, 3. Skill, Heavy Strike. This was almost worse than wielding the staff himself. Suchun was at a loss for words. He had anticipated the goblin to be weak, but not this feeble. If he were merely a summoner, he might very well faint on the spot. Without further ado, he continued summoning. Ding. You have summoned a goblin, gaining 10 experience for the summon goblin skill. Ding. You have summoned. Ding. Your summon goblin skill has leveled up. Current level, LV2. Ding. You have summoned. Time passed, and soon, goblins swarmed around Suchun, filling the landscape. Ding. Your summon goblin skill has leveled up. Current level, LV10. Ding. You have triggered the talent skill evolution. The effects of summon goblin have been enhanced. Suchen's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened his attribute panel to check the skill details. Summon goblin. Consumes 50 mana to summon a great goblin, lasting for 10 minutes. A great goblin? What makes it different? Suchun waved his staff, activating the skill. Soon, a goblin emerged from the formation. This goblin had a deeper shade of green, stood at 1.6 meters tall, and bore a hunched back. However, its physique displayed clear muscle definition. It wore a leather vest and trousers, wielding an iron-spiked club. In comparison to the previous ordinary goblin, this one appeared to Suchun as formidable as Lu Bu himself. He hastily checked the Great Goblin's information. Monster, Great Goblin. Grade, Ordinary. Level, 1. Health, 300-300. Mana, 120-120. Strength, 34. Constitution, 30. Agility, 27. Mentality, 18. Skill, Heavy Strike. Skill upgrades would enhance the attributes of summoned creatures. Previously, leveling up 10 times only provided an average increase of 10 points for ordinary goblins. Now, this great goblin's attributes had doubled. Suchun was naturally elated. Breathing a sigh of relief, he was grateful that the talent skill evolution had proven worthwhile. This was merely the beginning. If he continued summoning, the goblins he conjured would undoubtedly become even more formidable. However, time was of the essence. Suchun desired to attain a high score for his completion evaluation. The time taken to complete the dungeon was also a criterion for evaluation. He commanded the multitude of goblins surrounding him to advance towards the Blood Moon Castle, all the while summoning more as he walked. Before long, he encountered the first batch of monsters, for humanoid, decaying corpses blocking the path. Suchun cast a detection spell on them. Monster, Blood Slave. Grade, Ordinary. Level, 3. Health, 500-500. Mana, 240-240. Strength, 28. Constitution, 37. Agility, 14. Mentality, 8. Skills, Bite, Corrosive Claws. After reviewing their information, Suchun felt a sense of foresight. Such a terrifying creature. Even the ordinary goblins may struggle to breach its defenses. Only the great goblins could be deemed its equals. With a swift motion of his hand, a cacophony of shrieks erupted as more than 100 ordinary goblins brandished their wooden clubs and surged toward the 4 blood slaves. Among them were the recently summoned dozen great goblins, who seized the opportunity to launch their assault. Surrounded, the 4 blood slaves let out a ferocious roar. Brandishing their sharp claws, with a single swipe, they could slay a goblin, yet even the ordinary goblins, in their desperate strikes, managed to inflict 7 or 8 points of damage. Conversely, a single powerful blow from a great goblin could deduct a staggering 200 health points. Damage numbers soared, continuously flickering on the screen. Before long, Suchun received a notification. Ding. You have slain a level 3 blood slave, gaining 30 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 5 blood slave, gaining 50 experience points. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, LV2. Health and mana increased by 50 points, strength, constitution, and agility by 3 points, and spirit by 5 points. Chapter 4. Elemental Reactions Among Goblins. Upon receiving the system's upgrade notification, Suchun felt a twinge of helplessness. The summoner's rank was too low, and leveling up granted only a modest increase in attributes. He couldn't help but sigh. However, attributes could be compensated for through equipment, as long as he successfully navigated the hellish dungeon and received a high rating. The rewards would undoubtedly allow him to catch up to, or even surpass those with higher-tier professions. Moreover, equipment could be enhanced. Once he exited the dungeon, leveraging his ability to annihilate foes in mere seconds, he could effortlessly strengthen his gear to boost his attribute bonuses. With this thought, Suchun felt considerably reassured. He commanded the goblins onward. Before long, Suchun arrived at the ancient castle's entrance. The monsters along the way had been plentiful, numbering 28 blood slaves in total. After vanquishing them, Su Chen's level ascended to 3. All the ordinary goblins he had initially summoned had perished, leaving him surrounded solely by great goblins. With over 50 great goblins in tow, Su Chen pushed open the castle doors. In the castle courtyard, several blood slaves lingered. With a battle cry, the great goblins charged forward. Bang! Bang! The summoning of goblins elevated his level by 4. The attributes of the great goblins were already quite impressive. In scarcely 10 seconds, Su Chen received notifications of the blood slave's demise. Continuing onward to the main door, he pushed it open. Upon entering, he found himself in a dimly lit hall devoid of furniture, save for 2 dark coffins positioned in the center. A few blood slaves roamed nearby. As Su Chen stepped inside, the lids of the coffins erupted, and 2 shadows leaped forth. Upon landing, he discerned that they were a man and a woman, clad in attire slightly superior to that of the blood slaves, their bodies largely intact but with pallid complexions and elongated fangs protruding from their upper lips. Retaining little semblance of humanity, Su Chen employed his appraisal skill on them. Monster, Blood Servant. Rank, Elite. Level, 10. Health, 3,500-3,500. Mana, 700-700. Strength, 76. Constitution, 62. Agility, 99. Spirit, 47. Skills, Bite, Poisonous Claw, Bloodthirsty Fangs. To dare invade the castle and disturb our master's slumber, seeking death. The male blood servant bellowed furiously. Instantly, the 2 shadows lunged at Su Chen. Alarmed, Su Chen swiftly retreated, positioning the great goblins as a shield in front of him. After all, these were elite creatures, and the great goblins stood little chance against them. A casual swipe could easily dispatch a great goblin. However, with their overwhelming numbers, over 50, the goblins formed a barrier, preventing the 2 blood servants from advancing. The great goblins, too, retaliated. Even in death, they could inflict 70 or 80 points of damage with a final strike. Su Chen remained vigilant, standing at the rear while continuously summoning goblins. The 2 blood servants thrashed about in the goblin horde, attempting to break free. Yet their rate of slaughter could not keep pace with Su Chen's summoning speed. After a brief struggle, the number of goblins not only remained unchanged but increased. This only exacerbated the frustration of the 2 elite monsters. However, unlike the ordinary blood slaves, they possessed a skill called Bloodthirsty Fangs, which allowed them to restore their health through blood consumption. Relying solely on the great goblins to take them down proved challenging. Su Chen remained unperturbed. Although prolonged engagement would result in a lower completion rating, if he could clear the dungeon without sustaining injuries and fulfill the completion tasks flawlessly, even a low rating would not fall below an S. He diligently leveled up his skills. The 2 sides continued their standoff. Not long after, Su Chen heard the notification sound. Ding. Your skill summon goblin has leveled up. Current level, 20. Ding. Your talent skill has triggered a mutation, enhancing the skill's effects. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had achieved another upgrade. He opened his skill panel. Summon Goblin, LV20. Consumes 50 mana, summons a special goblin, 50 great goblins. 50 ice flame corrosive goblins, lasting for 20 minutes. Elemental goblins? Su Chen eagerly activated the skill once more. Fortune smiled upon him as the first summon was indeed an ice goblin. He glanced at the ice goblin's attributes. Compared to the great goblin, it possessed slightly lower strength but boasted a higher spirit attribute by 30 or 40 points. Additionally, it came with a unique skill, Ice Spike Toss. Ice Spike Toss hurls an ice spike at a target, inflicting 150 magic damage based on spirit attributes and imposing a 30 slow effect on the target. Excellent. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, commanding the ice goblin to join the assault against the 2 blood servants, ensuring it remained at the rear to cast Ice Spike Toss. As the ice spikes were not a lock-on skill, it took 3 attempts before the 3rd strike hit, dealing 214 points of damage. It dawned on Su Chen that while the blood servants likely boasted high physical resistance, their magical resistance was evidently lacking. He continued summoning. After a series of ice goblins, he finally summoned a fire goblin. The fire goblin's additional skill was Firestone Toss, also inflicting 150 magic damage based on spirit attributes, alongside a burning effect. He ordered it to join the fray, and soon the fire goblin hurled a flaming stone at the slowed female blood servant, who had barely a sliver of health remaining. The attack obliterated her health bar completely. 524. Ding. You have slain a level 10 elite monster, blood servant, gaining 1,000 experience points. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Such damage seemed outrageous. Perhaps, he harbored a conjecture in his mind but refrained from jumping to conclusions without verification. Su Chen commanded the ice goblin to cease its assault and waited a moment before permitting the fire goblin to attack. The firestone struck true, dealing 251 points of damage. This was a reasonable amount. He then allowed the ice goblin back into the battle. 1 ice spike hit, dealing normal damage, but without the slowing effect. However, another ice spike followed by a firestone toss resulted in 601 points of damage. Now Su Chen was certain. The summoned creatures could synergize, creating elemental reactions. With proper coordination, they could inflict damage greater than the sum of their parts. With one hand casting summoning skills and the other directing the goblin horde, he multitasked effectively. Soon, with the high elemental reaction damage, the male blood servant let out a final, defiant roar before collapsing to the ground. Ding! You have slain a level 10 elite monster, the blood servant, and earned 1,000 experience points. Suchin ceased his summoning actions and approached to collect the loot dropped by the 2 elite monsters. The previous blood slaves had only dropped inconsequential materials and a few copper coins. However, these 2 were elite monsters, and they ought to yield something of value. He bent down to touch the 2 spheres of light. Indeed, he found something splendid. Item, Venomous Claw. Learning requirement, Assassin class, agility greater than 50 points. Description, a second-tier assassin skill, which sharpens and poisons the nails, inflicting minor poison damage in addition to effective attacks on the target. Equipment, Iron Claw. Quality, normal. Attribute bonus, strength 45, agility 66. Equipment requirement, agility greater than 50 points. While he could not utilize either item, their inherent worth was considerable. For every 10 levels gained, a breakthrough quest must be completed to continue leveling up. Therefore, humanity delineates each decade distinctly. Level 110 signifies the first class change, 120 the second, and so forth. Skill books are exceedingly rare. Second-tier skills can fetch over 300 gold coins in the market. Moreover, the grading of equipment is categorized as normal, quality, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Although the Iron Claw is merely normal equipment, its 2 attribute bonuses still command over 100 gold coins. Suchan gleefully stowed them into his inventory and cast his gaze towards the second floor of the castle. If elite monsters dropped such treasures, the leader should undoubtedly be even more rewarding. Suchan licked his lips and chuckled softly. However, he did not rush upstairs. Elite monsters were already somewhat tricky. A leader would be even more formidable. He continued to summon, planning to gather 100 elemental goblins before ascending. Chapter 5, The Frustrated Vampire Baron. Ding. Your skill summon goblin has leveled up, current level, LV 30. Ding. You have triggered the talent skill evolution, enhancing the skill effect. Summon goblin, LV 30 consumes 50 mana to summon 2 special goblins, 50 big goblins, 50 frostfire goblins, lasting for 30 minutes. Within the grand hall of the castle, Suchin stood amidst a throng of goblins. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment for not triggering a further skill evolution to summon new goblins, the ability to summon 2 at once was still commendable. Furthermore, he already had 153 big goblins and 100 frostfire goblins by his side. The average attributes of these goblins were quite impressive, comparable to newly promoted second-tier professionals at level 10. Armed with this newfound strength, Suchan felt emboldened. He pointed his staff towards the second floor, and his army surged forth, effortlessly dispatching the blood slaves in the corridor and the secondary chambers. Upon fulfilling the requirement of defeating 50 blood slaves, Suchan arrived at the room located at the end of the corridor. He opened the door to reveal a spacious chamber, approximately 100 square meters in size, meticulously furnished and lavishly decorated. However, on the bed lay a casket crafted from gold, adorned with exquisite engravings, rather eerie. Creak, creak, creak. The coffin lid slowly opened. I smell the delicious scent of fresh blood. A hoarse, aged voice emanated from within. An elderly man rose from the casket, gazing at Suchan. He was clad in a tailcoat, his silvery hair impeccably groomed. His demeanor suggested he was prepared to attend some aristocratic gala. Yet, his gaze was repugnant, filled with insatiable hunger. Suchan silently stepped back, allowing the multitude of goblins behind him to flood into the room before launching an attack. Seizing the opportunity, he employed the skill Detect. Monster, Vampire Baron Chuck. Tier, Bronze Leader. Level, 10. Health, 1060-1060. Mana, 750-750. Strength, 242. Constitution, 278. Agility, 301. Mentality, 299. Talent, Berserk, D. Skills, Blood Slash, Blood Shadow Evasion, Blood Sucking. Blood Burst, Berserk, D. When health decreases, agility attributes receive a certain enhancement. Suchan inhaled sharply, feeling a chill run down his spine. He mentally cursed that damned guiding angel, Xia. That wretched creature truly feared he would perish. Monsters are classified into ordinary, elite, and leader tiers. However, even among leaders, there exists a disparity. The tiers of leaders are categorized as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, epic, legendary, demigod, and god. In typical assessment dungeons, encountering a black iron tier leader is already excessive. Yet, in this Blood Moon Castle, they had the audacity to present a bronze tier, with 10,000 health points and triple-digit attributes. Any novice-class player would have already surrendered. Fortunately, he was Suchan. As the horde of goblins surged into the room, Chuck was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, chuckling, pathetic weaklings. No matter how many of you there are, what can you accomplish? Just ants attempting to shake a tree, utterly delusional. With that, he abruptly halted, Soaring out of the casket, brandishing an unexpectedly long, slender sword, he dove into the throng of goblins. Blood slash. A sweeping strike decimated a multitude of big goblins, their heads rolling. Su-chan was taken aback, hastily activating his summoning skill. However, he soon regained his calm. For he had not only big goblins at his disposal, but also 100 elemental goblins. The Frostfire goblins unleashed their power, raining ice shards upon Chuck. With no avenue for evasion, Chuck could only take the blows. Following the ice barrage came the firestones. Massive elemental damage erupted. Simultaneously, the big goblins did not remain idle. They charged forward, swinging their spiked clubs with reckless abandon. Bang! 24. Bang! 27. Bang! Chuck was dazed. His previously disdainful demeanor was utterly transformed. Creatures like goblins, he could crush by the dozen with a single foot. Utilizing a weapon had already brought him some shame. Now, he was being overpowered. Anger surged within him. Yet, he could only succumb to impotent rage. He could slay 10 or so goblins with a single strike. But he was faced with over 100. Behind him loomed another 100 elemental goblins, capable of slowing him down and inflicting substantial elemental damage. As Chuck swung his sword for the second time, another 10 big goblins charged in. Ah, damn you, wretched spawn, die! Blood slash, blood slash, blood slash. Chuck bellowed, the crimson light emanating from his weapon as he unleashed a flurry of blood-colored strikes. He pressed forward, attempting to break through the encirclement. Chuck understood that the key to victory did not lie with the humans before him, but rather with the summoner behind them. If he could slay that human, victory would be his. With that thought, he activated Blood Burst. Blood Shadow Evasion. A crimson mist enveloped him, and he moved like lightning. Forcefully breaking through the big goblin's perimeter, he advanced towards Su-chan. Yet, that was the extent of his progress. The room was already cramped, and breaking into the corridor only made the space more confined. Faced with the relentless elemental assaults from the elemental goblins, evasion was impossible. After numerous failed charges, Chuck, in despair, collapsed to the ground, his health depleted. He could utilize the skill blood-sucking to restore life, but that would merely prolong his humiliation. He surrendered, begrudgingly casting a glance in Su-chan's direction. It was clearly a battle meant for two, yet an insurmountable wall of humanity stood between them. Contemplating this, Chuck could not help but feel a twinge of grievance. A grotesque goblin, resembling an ominous elder, advanced menacingly. A spiked club struck him squarely in the face, obliterating his health bar entirely. Ding! You have slain a level 10 bronze leader, earning 5,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has increased, current level, LV5. Ding! Your level has increased, current level, LV6. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Hell Level Assessment Dungeon. Evaluation in progress. Ding! Congratulations. Your performance in clearing the dungeon has been rated SSS. Ding! As a reward for completing the Hell Level Dungeon, you receive 100 free attribute points and 1,000 gold coins. Ding! Due to your SSS rating, you have received the reward, Blood Eye, Epic Weapon. Ding! As the first adventurer to clear the Hell Level Assessment Dungeon, you are granted an additional reward, Teleportation, First Transition Skill. A barrage of notifications bombarded Su-chan's ears. He let out a long sigh. The previous leader had charged at the wall of goblins multiple times, each assault leaving him on edge. Now, at last, he could relax. He hastily checked his rewards. The free attribute points and gold coins were a no-brainer. Adding 100 points to his spirit attribute was the optimal choice for a mage. The gold coins were stored in his backpack. Su-chan then swiftly retrieved the Blood Eye to examine it. Equipment, Blood Eye. Grade, Epic. Attribute bonuses, Spirit 50. Mana Regeneration 5, Life Steal 10. Skill, Blood Flying Eye. Equipment requirement, Spirit attribute greater than 100 points. Blood Flying Eye. Consumes 10 health points and 100 mana to condense a flying eye, which can replace your own eyes and explore objects within a radius of 500 meters. What a remarkable item. Su-chan rejoiced. Mages dread close combat, and with this, he could cast spells from 500 meters away. Even more astonishing was the fact that he was also a summoner. He could cast spells and control his summons from afar, striking at his foes. Even if he couldn't win, evading detection would be far easier. Moreover, thinking of escape, Su-chan excitedly pulled out a skill book from his backpack. Item, Teleportation. Learning requirement, Spirit greater than 10 points. Description, a universal first transition skill that allows instantaneous movement to a designated location within a visible range, with a range of 10 meters per spirit attribute point. Haha. After reading the skill description for teleportation, Su-chan resolutely decided to learn it. With the Blood Eye and teleportation in his possession, it was nearly impossible for him to encounter any mishaps. Furthermore, with the mana return talent, Su-chan could teleport infinitely. Want to kill him? Unless he was incapacitated, it was utterly impossible. He thought to himself that the hard work he put into clearing the Hell Level Dungeon had not been in vain. However, the thought of that detestable guiding angel filled him with a burning desire for vengeance. Humph, just wait for me to clean your neck, Su-chan declared darkly. After claiming his rewards, it was time to exit the dungeon. He concentrated and summoned the exit option, just as he was about to select it. Suddenly, the entire ancient castle trembled violently, and a beam of blood light shot up into the sky. Before Su Chun, a complex magical array suddenly materialized. Within the array, a blood-red silhouette gradually took form. He sensed trouble and hurriedly attempted to click on exit. Ding! Unknown boss detected in the current dungeon. Exit prohibited. Damn it. Ahaha. In the apocalyptic master system space, Lia burst into raucous laughter. Yet, her laughter was tinged with both relief and fear. She had been closely monitoring Su Chen's movements. After all, he possessed dual SSS level talents. Even a hell-level difficulty dungeon was not entirely devoid of a chance for clearance. However, the outcome was one she had dreaded. Su Chun had indeed cleared it successfully. Lia felt a surge of anxiety, while the master system was exceedingly secure. No matter how powerful Su Chun became, he could not possibly discover her location. Yet, as the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. She did not hesitate to expend the entirety of her hard-earned merit points accumulated over 100,000 years to resurrect an ancient powerhouse, summoning it into the dungeon where Su Chun resided. With its presence, Su Chun had no chance of survival. Nevertheless, one thing troubled Lia immensely. The resurrection array had a stipulation. Anyone who approached the array and could afford the price demanded by the being resurrected could become its master. This thought made Lia somewhat anxious, but she quickly reassured herself that such a formidable entity would not be interested in gold or silver. No matter how wealthy Su Chun was, he would ultimately meet his demise. With that thought, Lia confidently closed the surveillance panel and proceeded to awaken the next human. In her efforts to target Su Chun, she had become utterly impoverished and needed to work diligently. Before leaving, she even adjusted her facial expression, determined not to offend another adventurer and live in constant trepidation. Chapter 6. One-shot slaying the Blood Clan little girl. Within the Blood Moon Castle, Su Chun wore a grave expression. He instructed the goblins to envelop the shadow within the intricate array. His heart was uneasy, suspecting that the accursed guiding angel was up to mischief again. The aura emanating from the shadow was overwhelmingly potent. The blood-colored silhouette within the array began to solidify, resembling a little girl clad in a tightly fitted dress, with two braids that were longer than her height. Yet, the aura radiating from the array instilled a primal fear in the goblins around Su Chun, a terror that stemmed from the depths of their souls, a fear of higher beings. Su Chun felt nothing particularly extraordinary, but his unease intensified. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, he suddenly heard a notification sound in his ear. Ding! Detecting the resurrection of the Blood Clan ancestor, Angelina. Would you like to use 999 billion health points, strike through, 1 drop of health to sign a master pet contract with her? Su Chun was momentarily stunned for 3 seconds before his eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes, 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 he exclaimed repeatedly. Immediately after, his health point limit decreased by a drop. Ding! Contract successfully signed. Ding! Loading pet panel. Pet panel loaded successfully. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the pet, Blood Clan ancestor, Angelina. As the system's voice faded, the silhouette within the magical array solidified. She landed gracefully in a pair of impeccably polished black shoes, producing a crisp sound as she touched the ground. As her black skirt billowed, it revealed her exquisitely slender legs, enveloped in white thigh-high stockings, an epitome of perfection. She lifted her head, her skin luminous and radiant, her features intricately sculpted, evoking the image of a porcelain doll. Within her oversized eye sockets gleamed a pair of ruby-red pupils, shimmering with an enchanting and bewitching glow. Father. Upon landing, the little girl sprinted over with quick, clicking footsteps. She threw her arms around Su Chen's leg. Su Chen was taken aback. He had never even had a girl fry in the high school curriculum. There exists a course dedicated to the classification of monsters. Su Chen recalls that within the demon realm, there exists a faction known as the Blood Clan. Creatures such as blood slaves, blood servants, and vampires all belong to this particular lineage. However, these three are merely the most rudimentary forms of life. Ascending the hierarchy, one finds blood spirits, blood demons, blood magi, and ultimately, the blood ancestors. The blood ancestors represent the very origin of the Blood Clan, and, logically, should be regarded as the pinnacle of these creatures. Thus, when Su Chun learned that he had formed a contract with a blood ancestor, he was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly grasped that a blood ancestor is the origin of origins, the progenitor of progenitors. He had endeavored to elevate his expectations regarding Angelina's attributes, but was astonished to discover that despite the rule that a pet's level cannot exceed that of its owner, Angelina was only at level 6. Nevertheless, her panel boasted nearly 1,000,000 health points and all attributes exceeding 3 digits. Ha ha ha, Halia, if it truly is you orchestrating such mischief, I must express my gratitude. Thank you for presenting me with such a formidable bodyguard. You truly are a benevolent soul. Su Chun chuckled inwardly. At that moment, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding! You have successfully defeated the hidden boss, Blood Ancestor Angelina. Congratulations, you have received a special reward. Talent Mystery Gift Pack X1. Max level mystery skill scroll X1. More rewards? This was beyond Su Chen's expectations. However, since the system was willing to offer them, he accepted without hesitation. He opened his inventory and unwrapped the talent mystery gift pack. Ding! You have opened the mystery gift pack. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent. Unity of Multitudes, SS. Unity of Multitudes, SS. For every additional unit on our side, health and mana increase by 50, and all attributes increase by 10. Su Chen's mind momentarily shut down. This talent was utterly grotesque. As a summoner, possessing this would render others powerless. An additional unit grants 50 health and mana, along with a 10-point increase in all attributes. Thus, with 10 units, that amounts to 500 and 100. With 100, it becomes 5,000 and 1,000. With 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000. Although summoners are considered weak professions in the early stages, should one successfully progress to the 8th or even 9th transition, they would undoubtedly become a weapon of war. With a mere wave of the hand, an ocean of beings would flood forth. In any war, a high-level summoner would summon millions of monsters. And now, with the unity of multitudes, Su Chen contemplated how, should an assassin attempt to ambush him, he would genuinely feel pity for them. In the classroom of Class 3 at Yunhua No. 7 High School, many students had already completed their vocational assessments and returned to discuss their results with great enthusiasm. Some were shamelessly seeking favor, hoping to be mentored by those who had achieved higher-level professions, as the vocational examinations for advanced practitioners were merely a month away. Every level gained before the examinations could propel 1,000s of ranks ahead of their peers. The more one advanced, the greater their chances of entering prestigious vocational academies. These academies, in contemporary times, were not merely institutions for knowledge transfer, as the means by which practitioners acquired power did not solely rely on academia. The academies served primarily as platforms for resource exchange. The more elite the academy, the richer the resources available for trade. Spending 4 years in a top-tier academy, even without any accomplishments, would grant one a combat power several times higher than those who failed to gain admission or who enrolled in mediocre or inferior institutions. With such substantial benefits at stake, what did face matter? Shen Xiaoning, beaming with excitement, noted that among the 4 students she had high hopes for, 3 had achieved commendable results. Xia Lingyun's talent was the most exceptional among them, rated S-class, as an epic-tier frost witch. With a favorable family background and top-tier vocational talent, her chances of entering a prestigious academy were considerable, with even the illustrious Daxiao Academy within reach. However, due to her rather aloof demeanor, few gathered around her in the classroom. Only her 2 close friends murmured requests to her side. But they were met with her indifferent rejection. Wang Yilong and Du Tai both possessed A-class talents, and both were also of epic-tier professions. Wang Yilong was a thunderfire swordsman, while Du Tai was a radiant paladin. Most students flocked around the two, with Wang Yilong being from a well-off family, ensuring better assistance for those who teamed up with him. Thus, those surrounding him were predominantly students with decent talents. He maintained a detached demeanor, carefully selecting suitable members for his team. In contrast, Du Tai, like most of his peers, was raised by the state. He was encircled by students with less impressive vocational talents, all pleading for him to take them under his wing. Du Tai, possessing a kind temperament, greeted all with a warm smile and welcomed everyone. Soon, he had assembled a team of over 10 members. Shen Xiaoning observed this scene without intervening. They were no longer mere students, but practitioners responsible for their own futures. She glanced at her watch, her brow furrowing slightly, wondering why Su Chun had not yet emerged. The other 3 had all secured promising professions, and her anticipation for Su Chun's results grew. Yet, his assessment had taken an unusually long time. Even if he had failed and met his demise at the hands of a monster, he should have returned by now. Just as Shen Xiaoning pondered this, the teleportation orb suddenly illuminated. Su Chun's robust figure abruptly materialized before everyone. Instantly, all eyes were fixated upon him. Shen Xiaoning's expression brightened as she inquired, "Su Chen, you're out. How did it go?" Su Chun's countenance remained indifferent, revealing no signs of joy or sorrow as he replied, "It was all right." What does all right mean? The crowd directed their probing spells at him. Practitioners using probing spells on one another can only glean information that the other party is willing to reveal, unless employing a more advanced probing spell. Su Chen concealed most of his details, revealing only his name and profession. Name, Su Chen. Profession, summoner, ordinary. A profound silence enveloped the classroom. No one anticipated that the formidable individual who had dominated the school for an entire year with iron fists would awaken as a mere summoner. After a prolonged moment, an uproarious laughter shattered the classroom's tranquility. "Su Chen, you finally met your match, haha." The one who pushed through the crowd to unleash that derisive laughter was none other than Wang Yilong. He approached Su Chen, his eyes gleaming with mockery. However, after a brief moment of laughter, his throat felt as though it had been gripped by an unseen force, rendering him speechless. This was due to Su Chun's expression, which bore no semblance of someone being mocked. He exhibited no embarrassment, no resentment, no rage. Rather, he regarded Wang Yilong as one might observe a jester. gazing at him with a hint of amusement. Wang Yilong felt a slight flush creeping to his nose. He shook his head and donned a fierce visage, raising 3 fingers. 3 years. A full 3 years. Do you know how I have spent these 3 years? I have spent a fortune hiring special instructors, consulting esteemed masters, and honing my physique. And yet, you, this despicable wretch, have used your fists to pummel me for 3 whole years. As Wang Yilong spoke, emotions surged within him, and the corners of his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. He reminisced about those 3 years of high school, where his memories were filled with eager anticipation for the duel stage, only to be vanquished by Su Chen time and again. And he was not alone in this recollection. In the classroom, pairs of eyes gleamed with the predatory glint of wolves. This included the proud Xia Lingyun and the gentle Du Tai. Both had faced defeat at Su Chen's hands on numerous occasions. Once, Su Chen had been an invincible deity of war, but today, he had fallen from grace, revealing his vulnerabilities. The white-clad sword god, Li Fenglu, once proclaimed, "As long as the monster dares to show its wounds, I shall kill it before your eyes." Now, everyone harbored this very sentiment. They did not believe that the long night was upon them, for the torches were firmly in their grasp. Today, as parting leaves one uncertain of when they shall meet again. If only it were possible, they yearned to settle the grievances of the past 3 years today. "What do you intend to do?" Su Chen, with his hands tucked into his pockets, appeared oblivious to the malice in his classmate's eyes as he calmly inquired. Wang Yilong wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, emerging from his reverie, and glared at Su Chen with a fierce intensity. "It's quite simple. Let us have another match. Once it's over, we shall erase our past grudges. Otherwise, you are well aware of my family's circumstances. With our resources, targeting you would be a trivial endeavor. Su Chen, I trust you wouldn't want to be deprived of even the experience from monsters afterward." Su Chen cast him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, "Are you perhaps a spy sent from a rival nation? How familiar your threats sound." He turned his gaze to the others and smiled. "Do you all wish to engage me in another contest?" Apart from a few classmates who had awakened basic professions, many nodded in agreement. After all, it was common knowledge that summoners were the most ineffectual profession in the early stages. Even if Su Chen were to grow into a formidable practitioner in the future, at present, he was undoubtedly more inept than those who had awakened basic professions. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. With a sigh, Su Chen reflected on their long-standing camaraderie, surprised at the depth of their resentment towards him. Wang Yilong and his group glared at him with gritted teeth, reminding him of the times he had mercilessly beaten them, without a thought for their feelings as classmates. Su Chen adopted a stoic expression, resigned to the fact that if they sought a fight, he would oblige. However, with so many of them, he wondered how long it would take for each to face him one by one. "How about this? For those wishing to fight, each of you will give me 10 gold coins as a medical fee. I will take you all on at once. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, some hesitated. To part with 10 gold coins merely to strike him was gratifying, but what of their lives afterward? Before they could voice their concerns, Wang Yilong burst into laughter. "Su Chen, you're afraid. You think to scare them off with money, but I won't let you have your way. Spread the word. Gather everyone from the senior year at the competition grounds. Today, I, Wang Yilong, will cover the expenses for everyone participating." At these words, the class erupted in excitement, many cheering, "Young Master Wang is generous. Young Master Wang is mighty." Shin Xiaoning furrowed her brows, intent on putting a stop to this farce. The school encouraged students to engage in practical combat. If they couldn't even fight amongst themselves, how could they face monsters outside? However, a situation where one faced many was no longer a contest, but an act of bullying. Yet, before she could speak, she caught a glimpse of Su Chen's expression. He wore a distressed countenance, a bitter smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if confronted by an insurmountable challenge. As a homeroom teacher, Shin Xiaoning keenly sensed that something was amiss in his gaze. Beneath that bitterness lay a glimmer of hope. What was he hiding? Could it be that he truly believed he could triumph over them all? Startled by her own thoughts, she knew well that Su Chen had offended many throughout Manhwaaudiobook's senior year. His notorious reputation as a bully wasn't unfounded. It had been earned through countless fistfights in the competition arena. Of course, such renown was confined to the arena. Outside, he remained a law-abiding citizen. Therefore, Wang Yilong's proclamation meant Su Chen would face at least 300 practitioners. Even if they had only recently awakened, they were not foes Su Chen could easily handle, especially since he had just awakened himself. With a heart full of worry, Shin Xiaoning ultimately chose not to intervene. Instead, she decided to follow the crowd to the competition grounds to witness the spectacle. The competition arena was vast, akin to a sports hall from Su Chen's past life. Practitioners competed within its confines. A notable advantage was the ability to determine whether one could concede and the threshold for defeat. Su Chen chose to heed Wang Yilong's advice. Wang Yilong grinned menacingly, opting for a no-concession rule, a defeat threshold of 10 health points. And he disabled the injury data display. When injury data was enabled, a practitioner would only lose health without suffering serious injuries. Conversely, disabling it meant that the blows received would leave real bruises. Of course, even with data disabled, there would be no crippling or fatal injuries. To allow time for the news to spread, Wang Yilong made everyone wait for half an hour. When Su Chun requested an expedited start, his plea was ignored, and he fell silent. Soon, many who had been previously defeated by Su Chun arrived upon hearing the news. Class 7 was the elite class of Yanhua High, boasting the most exceptional student qualifications. Thus, the other participants who came were mostly of elite rank. Yet, no one cared about that, after all. Who would regard a newly awakened summoner as a worthy adversary? Shortly thereafter, Wang Yilong tallied the numbers and handed Su Chun over 3,000 gold coins. The two sides then entered the arena, taking their respective positions. On the western side of the arena stood Su Chun alone, seemingly weak and helpless. Conversely, the eastern side was thronged, exuding an overwhelming presence. Both sides were composed of newly awakened practitioners, lacking any flashy weapons or armor, only novice gear and weapons. However, as the barrier screen illuminating the arena activated, Su Chun quietly produced the blood eye. Instantly, the crowd on Wang Yilong's side erupted in commotion, visibly unsettled. How could he possess equipment when they were all mere newly awakened practitioners? Silence. What are you afraid of? Wang Yilong bellowed, silencing the crowd. What if he is a summoner with equipment? Our novice weapons are no trifles. Only then did the team realize that Su Chun's profession was indeed that of a summoner, even if he were a legendary profession. Facing over 300 opponents would still leave him at their mercy. After reassuring his side, Wang Yilong turned to Su Chun and provocatively suggested, Su Chun, as a summoner, why not cast your spell first and summon a goblin? Ha! Laughter erupted from the crowd. Everyone knew that a summoner's first skill was to summon a goblin. Such a worthless creature could be easily dispatched even by unawakened individuals. Su Chun chuckled. Are you all that confident? If so, I shall comply with your wishes. With that, he began to activate his skill. Outside the barrier, a number of curious teachers and younger students filled the stands. A figure took a seat beside Xia. Upon glancing over, she recognized it as Xia Lingyun. Why didn't you participate in the competition? Xia Lingyun replied coolly, I disdain to join them in their bullying. Afterward, I intend to seek him out for a duel myself. Xia shook her head. You might be waiting quite some time, with so many attacking him. Regardless of how strong his heart is, he cannot escape the shadows of such an experience. He may not accept your challenge afterward. Xia Lingyun remained silent. Suddenly, her eyes widened, lips slightly parted in shock as if she had seen a ghost. Xia, startled by her reaction, quickly turned to the competition stage. Soon, she too wore an expression of astonishment akin to Xia Lingyun's. How fast? Why is Su Chun able to move so quickly? Chapter 8. He faces a crowd alone. Who do you think will win? Come on, are you serious? How can anyone win against 327 people? I admit that Senior Su Chun is powerful. He is my idol, but he is just a human, not a deity. Besides, the rumor has it that Senior Su Chun's awakened profession is that of a summoner. You understand, right? The early stage summoner is utterly useless. So what is the point of this battle? It's meaningless. It's merely an outlet for the senior's emotions. After all, over these 3 years, I'm in the second year, and I've been fortunate enough to witness Senior Su Chun's battles. They were utterly beaten. Well, is there truly no chance for Senior Su Chun to win at all? It is exceedingly difficult. Unless the blue star were to be annihilated today, with everyone ascending together, there might be a semblance of equilibrium. Why have you fallen silent? Do not disturb me. I feel as though I have glimpsed the divine. The clamor from the audience abruptly ceased the moment the battle commenced, for in the blink of an eye, Su Chun had inscribed 10 summoning circles. 20 goblins emerged from the arcane circles. These were not the ordinary, easily vanquished goblins that even a common person could dispatch with a mere kick. The green-skinned creatures were tall, muscular, brandishing spiked clubs, and there were not just green-skinned ones. Blue and red goblins also appeared, exuding elemental energies, evidently capable of casting spells. Is this truly a goblin? A pale-faced individual opposite Su Chun queried, astounded. These creatures bore no resemblance to the goblins depicted in their textbooks. The disparity was akin to that of a 4-year-old child, whose speech is yet to crystallize. Compared to a seasoned societal leader adorned with tattoos and a bald head, some had already begun to sweat profusely, gasping in disbelief. Others stood frozen in fear, paralyzed and unsure of what to do. They had anticipated a mere slaughter of weaklings, yet suddenly, the fish on the opposing side had transformed into a colossal mythical beast. Who could withstand such a turn of events? Stay calm, everyone. We are over 300 strong. No matter how many creatures he summons, can he truly surpass us? We merely need to remain steady and leverage our numerical advantage to crush him. Victory will ultimately be ours, Wang Yilong declared, raising his arm in a rallying cry. However, the speed at which Su Chun summoned goblins was so rapid that none could keep up. Almost every second saw a new magical array being inscribed. In fact, as 2 goblins emerged from one location, another summoning circle was already being etched elsewhere. After half a minute, Su Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, relaxed his muscles, and gazed upon the 400 goblins at his side, murmuring to himself, this should suffice. Despite his innate ability to return magical energy, allowing for skill cooldowns. The speed at which goblins could emerge from the summoning circles made it impossible to summon a large number in such a short span. The current capability stemmed from the ultimate skill he had acquired upon contracting with Angelina, which included a skill for rapid casting. Rapid casting, LV99, accelerates spell construction speed by 1,000 times, allows for overlapping spell construction, and ignores any casting interruptions. This effectively transformed Su Chun into a mage of boundless firepower. Enough, this is sufficient. It's time to commence the ruthless slaughter. Su Chun raised his gaze, revealing a cruel smile. Wang Yilong, who had previously been speaking, now stood agape, unable to fathom that Su Chun could indeed summon a number greater than theirs. As he beheld the verdant, azure, and crimson goblin army before him, anxiety welled within, yet he mustered the courage to assert, "Do not panic. Regardless of their differences, they are still goblins. To deal with goblins, it merely requires a hand. We are all professionals, and our attributes will undoubtedly overwhelm them. If we coordinate effectively, we shall prevail." Before he could finish, his sycophant beside him covered his mouth. "Young Master Wang, cease your words. Use your detection spell to ascertain their attributes." Wang Yilong angrily pushed him away. Did he not realize how uplifting he was being? How dare he interrupt him? Once this was over, he would surely be punished for sowing discord. Turning back to the goblins, although irate, Wang Yilong resolutely cast a detection spell. Level 6, Common Goblin, Strength 123, Constitution 98, Agility 72, Intelligence 46. Wang Yilong's breath caught in his throat. Hastily, he switched to another detection spell, convinced he had chosen the elite goblins. Surely none could compare. He was correct, for after a thorough examination, he discovered that the goblin he had initially assessed was, astonishingly, the weakest. Su Chun had no time to waste on their trivialities. For a professional to enhance their combat prowess, they required rare materials, and the Vocational Academy was an ideal platform. With his one-hit kill plugin, he would undoubtedly thrive within the academy. Therefore, he needed to elevate his level swiftly within this month. He could not afford to be delayed by them. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the goblin army to charge forth, wielding their spiked clubs and advancing rapidly toward their adversaries. I concede. Let me surrender. Who the hell disabled the surrender option? Help. And why has damage calculation been disabled? Mother, please, stop. Oh, the pain. Damn it. I will fight you. Just don't hit my face. The battle unfolded as the audience had anticipated, though the identities had reversed. Su Chun, now the lone dominant force, faced off against Wang Yilong's coalition of over 300, who were crying out in despair. However, those who had previously witnessed Su Chun in one-on-one competitions were not unfamiliar with this scene, as it had occurred before. The only difference was that in the past, Su Chun had single-handedly reduced an opponent to tears, whereas now, he was mercilessly overpowering a multitude, drawing out their lamentations. But wait, the situation had changed. As members of Wang Yilong's faction were systematically expelled from the arena, the audience, observing from a third-person perspective, noticed several figures stealthily maneuvering around the goblin army, heading toward the unguarded Su Chun. Indeed, Wang Yilong's assassins, having regained their composure, were now preparing to strike. It is well known that mages are vulnerable to assassins, especially a summoner with no defensive capabilities in the early stages. Thus, when an elite assassin proposed to target Su Chun, Wang Yilong immediately acquiesced. They positioned themselves to shield the remaining assassins, granting them the space to activate their stealth skills. Observing the goblin army still engaged in their assault, with no signs of counteraction, over 30 assassins were rapidly closing in on Su Chun's location. Wang Yilong could not suppress his laughter. His sycophantic follower, previously dazed from the chaos, was oblivious to their strategy. Seeing Wang Yilong laugh, he mistakenly assumed he had been struck senseless and urgently inquired, "Young Master Wang, what is so amusing?" Wang Yilong laughed heartily in response. "I find it comical that Su Chun, with his brawn over brains, has neglected to keep any summoned creatures nearby for defense. Now, he is vulnerable to our assassin's ambush. Let us see how he resists this." His words echoed through the arena via the nearby microphone, audible to nearly all present, including the audience. Su Chun heard them as well. Meanwhile, the elite assassin leading the ambush had exited stealth mode. Raising his dagger, he sneered, "Forgive me, Su God. The grievances of the past shall be repaid today." Yet, as he lunged forward, he struck nothing but air. The elite assassin paused in confusion, only to be met with a fierce gust of wind from his side. Bang! The elite assassin's body was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. His health plummeted below 10 points, and he was promptly carried out of the arena. The previously raucous venue fell into a profound silence, and the smiles of Wang Yilong's faction froze on their faces. Su Chun flicked his wrist, his expression impassive, and turned to regard the other stunned assassins beside him, remarking, "I had no intention of intervening, but since you have delivered yourselves to me, I cannot be blamed. Now, the hunting begins." As his voice faded, his figure vanished from sight. The assassins charging toward him felt an overwhelming dread enveloping their hearts. Chapter 9, live broadcast by Yunhua Television Station. The 400 goblins not only provided a numerical advantage, they also granted Su Chun a substantial boost of 4,000 points across all attributes. What does this signify? Grasping the dagger. He was an assassin on the verge of transcending his third tier. Shouldering a shield, he became a knight teetering on the brink of his third tier as well. Of course, he could also assume the roles of a warrior, archer, or mage, anything he desired, as long as he possessed equipment devoid of class restrictions. Coupled with the ability to teleport without limit, Su Chun instantaneously transformed into a merciless harbinger of death. The hunt commenced. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared beside a bewildered assassin. No, Su God, you must be joking. Don't make a move. The terrified assassin attempted to flee, only to be seized by Su Chun, his face clamped down upon as he forcefully slammed his head into the ground. 1. Su Chun stated impassively. The adversary beneath his palm, reduced to a mere 10 health points, was swiftly dismissed. The others stood paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word. Wasn't it said that summoners were a useless class in the early stages? He was alone, and we had the numerical advantage. Their weapons were nothing remarkable. Even novice weapons could be formidable. Mages were most vulnerable to assassins, and Su Chun was devoid of intellect and strategy? Why did everything seem to contradict that notion? The assassins approaching Su Chun were now in a state of utter panic, screaming as they fled back. They even threw themselves into the path of a Goblin-S spiked club or collided with the Goblin-S skills, hoping to expedite their exit from the battlefield. However, under Su Chun's boundless teleportation capabilities, such attempts at escape were utterly futile. 2, 3, 4. Outside the barrier, spectators bore witness to this brutal spectacle. A golden light flickered incessantly, weaving through the crowd. The fate of each individual touched by the golden light was sealed in the next instant. They were sent out of the arena. Those who remained untouched were not faring any better. They were being besieged by goblins, howling in distress. This scene was destined to leave an indelible mark in the annals of Manhwa No. 1 High School's history. Whether it was over 300 individuals being besieged by a single person or the nearly invincible figure of the summoner, it was all remarkable. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Manhwa No. 1 High School. Quick, someone is coming out. Are you ready? A portly youth, shouldering a camera, asked. Before the lens stood a well-dressed young woman. She adjusted her attire and nodded. The portly youth signaled with his hand. 3, 2, 1. The woman began. Hello, dear viewers. I am Yang Mei from Yunhua Television. I am currently positioned at the entrance of Yunhua No. 1 High School. Today marks the day of career awakening, with countless students participating to become professionals. Soon, the newly awakened young professionals will emerge, and you must be eager to know how they feel at this moment. Next, I will randomly select a few students for interviews. Following her brief introduction, Yang Mei turned to the crowd emerging from the depths of the school. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. Yet upon a second look, she and the nearby cameraman couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was utterly horrifying. Each individual bore vibrant bruises. Some looked like swollen pigs, while others limped painfully. They resembled not newly awakened professionals, but rather guards returning from a fierce city defense battle. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of Yunhua Television, the chat exploded with comments. What the hell? Did these kids get attacked? How could they be hurt like this? Why don't they have damage data? Are they really this brave? My heavens, I just saw my baby. What on earth is going on at No. 1 High School? How could they let bandits invade the school? Yang Mei exchanged a glance with the plump cameraman. They both understood that something significant had occurred. A major news story was unfolding. Both were exhilarated. Initially believing it to be an ordinary interview, Yang Mei hurriedly stopped a lightly injured boy, whose only affliction was a slight bruise around his eyes. Excuse me, could you please wait? We are from Yunhua Television. Can you tell us what you encountered? The boy, temperamentally short-fused, retorted. What did I encounter? Can't you see? I was beaten up, damn it. Yang Mei dared not detain the irate youth and instead sought out another potential interviewee. After a brief interval, with snippets of dialogue from a dozen or so individuals, they began to piece together the situation. No. 1 High School had not suffered a terrorist attack. Their injuries were inflicted by students themselves, and all at the hands of the same individual. The live chat erupted once more. Are you joking? I roughly counted. And at least 200 people walked out like this, all beaten by the same person? I refuse to believe it. This must be an elaborate setup by the school to mock us. Highly unlikely. With steely resolve, Yang Mei scanned the crowd. Soon, her gaze fell upon a girl who bore no visible injuries, her expression somewhat dazed. Excuse me, could you please wait? May I ask what transpired at the school today? Just as the girl was about to flee, Yang Mei grasped her arm to prevent her escape. Faced with the microphone thrust toward her, she opened her mouth. Usually socially anxious, she felt she had nothing to say, but perhaps the magnitude of the shock had emboldened her, as she soon began recounting the events that unfolded in the trial arena. In conclusion, she patted her chest, exclaiming, Su Chun, or rather Su God, is simply too powerful. Thankfully, he only hit me once. I didn't participate this time. Let me go. I must leave, or else if he catches up to me, it will be the end. With that, the girl forcefully pushed Yang Mei's hand away and hurried off. Having absorbed her account, Yang Mei, the cameraman, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were left in a state of shock. Most were ordinary citizens, but they were not entirely ignorant of the affairs of professionals. A summoner? Wasn't he that a class that only began to realize its potential at the 8th or 9th tier? How could the description from that girl sound so outrageous? Not only could he summon hundreds of exceptionally strong goblins in less than half a minute, but the summoner himself also pursued and eliminated others like a remorseless killer? The live chat continued. I can tell a lie when I see one. My uncle is a professional, and he told me that for children from ordinary families, awakening as a summoner is tantamount to being rendered useless. That girl doesn't seem like a liar. I noticed that when she mentioned Su-chan. The others passing by wore expressions of sheer terror, quickening their pace. This is absurdly outrageous. If I weren't a summoner myself, I might actually believe it. The greatest buzz in the city today revolved around various schools. News of strange happenings at number 1 high school spread. Students had been beaten. Most people flocked to the live broadcast to witness the spectacle. The viewership of Yunhua Television's live stream steadily climbed. At this moment, Yang Mei received a call. Hello. Leader? What do you mean 30,000 viewers? Interview Su-chan? Alright, I will definitely track him down. Rest assured. I have already gathered details about his appearance and will not let the television station down. After hanging up, Yang Mei nervously scanned her surroundings. She had learned from another student what Su-chan looked like, 2 meters tall, muscular, with a fierce gaze akin to that of a demon. Keeping an eye out for such a figure was bound to yield results. She and the cameraman awaited with bated breath. Over 30,000 people throughout Yunhua City were also anticipating the appearance of this formidable man. However, as the crowd thinned, none matching the description emerged from the school gates. This was because Su-chan had already been invited to the principal's office for a visit. Chapter 10. The Summer School Flower sends a duo Q invitation. In the principal's office, Principal Jiang Donghai of number 1 high school was in high spirits. He stood behind his desk, gazing at the imposing young man before him. With an excited tug at his dwindling hair, he nervously inquired, Su-chan, could you enlighten the principal on how you accomplished this? Su-chan, with his legs crossed and an air of nonchalance, responded, what exactly is the principal inquiring about? Is it how I managed to summon such a multitude of goblins in a short span? Or is it about my ability to continuously teleport and engage others in combat? Jiang Donghai nodded vigorously. I am eager to know as well. Su-chan smiled faintly, leaning forward and lowering his voice, feigning mystery. I can only tell you that it is all due to innate talent. Jiang Donghai immediately guessed as much. After all, there was no other explanation for Su-chan's extraordinary abilities. This was precisely the direction Su-chan wished to guide the public's speculation. If they were to discover that he possessed enhancements within him, he would undoubtedly face immediate restrictions. It was all a matter of talent. Su-chan had no cheats. Could you share with the principal the grade of your talent? Jiang Donghai asked anxiously, raising 2 trembling fingers. Su-chan pondered for a moment, and then held up 3 fingers. Jiang Donghai's complexion visibly flushed with excitement. He leaped up, exclaiming, oh, my knee hit the table. Yet the pain could not diminish the joy radiating from his face. He gestured for Su-chan to remain, then hurriedly exited the office. Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Once the door closed, Su-chan could vaguely hear Jiang Donghai exclaiming something about 3 S's and how someone at Yizhong could finally challenge the prestigious Daxia Academy. Su-chan's expression turned peculiar. He had assumed the principal possessed some extraordinary ability to discern that he harbored 2 SSS talents. Thus, he raised 3 fingers to convey that his third talent was equally formidable. It seemed the principal's imagination was lacking. Or perhaps he was too timid to speculate beyond the obvious. After patiently waiting for about 10 minutes, the principal returned to the office. Upon entering, he directly handed Su-chan a card. Here are 100,000 gold coins. Take it and spend as you wish. If that is insufficient, just give me a call. I will cover all your expenses until you reach the 3rd transfer. Jiang Donghai's words, if directed towards other students nurtured by the institution, would surely elicit overwhelming joy. However, for Su-chan, there was little happiness to be found. 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, which in turn was 1,000 copper coins. With the over 3,000 gold coins obtained from Wang Yilong, coupled with the rewards from dungeons, even with the ability to instantly eliminate foes, he felt he could hardly spend it all. To him, money was merely a string of numbers. Thus, he calmly replied, thank you, principal. This took Jiang Donghai by surprise. As he was well aware of Su-chan's background, he had none. To maintain such composure despite his circumstances was no wonder he possessed SSS-level talent. He was indeed a person of great potential. Jiang Donghai silently marveled. He then retrieved a pair of radiant wings from his item pouch. Su-chan accepted them, his eyes lighting up with delight. Equipment, sky wings. Rarity, rare. Attribute bonuses, agility 55, constitution 44. Skill, flight. Equipment requirements, agility greater than 10, constitution greater than 10. Principal, is this for me? Su-chan asked, gently caressing the wings. Jiang Donghai nodded. Of course, Su-chan. You know the school is eager for you to challenge Daxia Academy. This would greatly benefit both you and the institution. However, The school is not a profit-driven organization and cannot offer you the same as other factions. Please do not disdain this gift. Suchin quickly reassured him. Principal, what are you saying? Even without these wings, I would strive to gain admission to Daxiao Academy. As a high school student for 3 years, I am committed to bringing glory back to Yizhong. It is our duty. Suchin hoped to utter some grand sentiments to inspire Jiang Donghai to bestow more gold coins. Alas, the school was indeed impoverished. Jiang Donghai merely grasped his arm gratefully, shaking it. Good. You are a fine student. Yizhong will surely take pride in you. For this month, focus on leveling up. If you encounter any difficulties, contact me. Here is my number. Reach out whenever you need. Seeing that no further gold coins would be forthcoming, Suchin nodded. Then, Principal, I shall take my leave. There is only a month remaining until the vocational entrance examination, and time is indeed of the essence. Just before he exited, Jiang Donghai suddenly said, Oh, by the way, do you need a high-level professional to assist you in leveling up? If so, I can arrange that for you. Suchin contemplated for a moment and then shook his head. No need. I can manage on my own. He had too many secrets. Having a seasoned professional by his side would surely expose him. It wasn't a matter of doubting the principal, but rather the risk of someone he was introduced to harboring ill intentions. Until he possessed sufficient strength, it was best to avoid such risks. Jiang Donghai wished to insist, but upon recalling Suchin's performance in the trial grounds, he refrained from pressing further. As he exited the office building, a voice called out from nearby. Suchin. Wait a moment. Suchin halted his steps and turned to see a tall girl standing in the shade. Her beauty was of a striking caliber. Though her modest bosom was not to Suchin's taste, he merely glanced at her and thought, Xia Lingyun, is that you? You haven't left yet? Oh, by the way, you didn't compete earlier. Were you hoping to challenge me to a duel? The girl was indeed Xia Lingyun. Hearing Suchin's teasing remark, she briefly averted her gaze. Originally, she had considered that, but after witnessing Suchin's prowess, she thought better of it. Being defeated would be quite embarrassing, and this fellow showed no mercy. Xia Lingyun stepped closer, locking eyes with Suchin. No, I am here to invite you to team up for leveling. Upon hearing this, Suchin, disinterested, replied, Sorry. I have no intention of teaming up with anyone. You should find someone else. Just as he was about to depart, Xia Lingyun called out from behind. You are aware that dungeons have a cooldown mechanism, right? Suchin paused. He certainly knew this. After successfully completing a dungeon, one could not challenge it again for a short period. The cooldown duration varied by dungeon. Some were 1 hour, others a day, or even half a month. I have a way to increase the number of times we can challenge dungeons each day by at least 5. Xia Lingyun declared with pride. Suchin contemplated her words. You must be referring to an invitation letter, correct? There were 2 methods to enter a dungeon. One could find the dungeon portal and enter directly, or utilize an invitation letter for direct transmission. The cooldown times for these 2 methods were calculated separately. Seeing that he had guessed correctly, Xia Lingyun did not deny it and nodded. Exactly. I possess an invitation letter for the Wind Howling Valley. The Wind Howling Valley was a dungeon near Yunhua City with a level restriction of LV10. Suchin had considered it as a target for leveling even before his awakening. He pondered for a moment. Bringing Xia Lingyun along would mean sharing experience points, but being able to run the dungeon several times would yield greater rewards. Moreover, he would not spend too long in the Wind Howling Valley. I must state that if we team up, I retain priority over all loot drops. Additionally, I am already level 6 and will not linger in the Wind Howling Valley for too long. Xia Lingyun was taken aback, momentarily considering how they had only just awakened, and how he had already reached level 6. However, she recalled that Suchin had spent a considerable amount of time in the assessment dungeon. Her breathing suddenly quickened. Could it be that this fellow has chosen a hellish difficulty level for the assessment instance? It is certain that not only has he chosen it, but he has also successfully cleared it. Truly a monster. Xia Lingyun chuckled bitterly to herself. She had already endeavored to overestimate Suchin. Yet he still had a hidden trump card. No problem. Upon hearing his response, Suchin nodded and said, All right, come to my house tomorrow. I will send you the address shortly. Xia Lingyun nodded in agreement and, noticing him walking towards the school gate, offered a cautionary reminder. There are reporters lurking by the school gate. If you find it troublesome, it would be best to avoid that route. Suchin furrowed his brow. Reporters? What do they want with me? He was not afraid of fame, but he had matters to attend to and did not wish to be hindered. Thanks for the reminder, he replied gratefully, donning the recently acquired sky wings. With a flap of his wings, he soared into the sky, leaving Xia Lingyun in a state of astonishment. In truth, Suchin had underestimated the value of flying equipment. Such gear, when compared to short-distance teleportation equipment, often resides in a higher tier of worth. Rare flying equipment, when brought to market, could fetch prices rivaling those of epic-level gear. Suchin was oblivious to this fact, and even if he were aware, it would not matter much to him. After all, money had become merely a string of numbers in his eyes. With over 140,000 gold coins, he found himself at a loss as to how to spend it. Chapter 11, Level 99 Summoned Goblin Squad. Within the city, the usage of occupational abilities was regulated. After flying beyond the school walls, Suchin reluctantly landed. He did not return home. Instead, he took the No. 9 bus to the Daxia trading post. the official venue for trading materials and equipment established by Daxia. While rare materials and expensive equipment were absent from this place, ordinary supplies were abundant and ample. His purpose for visiting was twofold: to sell off unnecessary items from his backpack and to purchase some enhancements to bolster his strength. After taking a number and waiting for a while, Su Chen approached the counter when his number was called. Upon selling the items dropped by the blood slaves and the 2 blood servants, he added over 100 gold coins to his account. He then addressed the charming young lady at the counter. Could you please assist me in placing all the first-tier skill experience books, equipment enhancement scrolls, and equipment protection scrolls onto the trading panel? The clerk was momentarily taken aback. While first-tier skill experience books were not worth much, the basic quality, which provided 200 experience points, cost 2 silver coins, and the advanced quality, which offered 1,000 experience points, required 1 gold coin. Their warehouse was stocked with several thousand copies of just the advanced quality. To acquire them all would entail spending several thousand gold coins. Adding in the basic and intermediate qualities, the total expenditure would exceed 10,000. Spending such a substantial sum to enhance first-tier skills seemed utterly irrational. Moreover, the enhancement and protection scrolls available at the trading post were only of basic quality, and their prices were no trifling matter. A single basic enhancement scroll cost 20 gold coins, while a basic protection scroll was slightly cheaper at 15 gold coins. To purchase all of them would amount to tens of thousands of gold coins in total. The clerk, with a face full of skepticism, repeatedly confirmed the order. Ultimately, under Su Chen's unwavering demeanor, she retrieved the supplies from the trading post's warehouse, watching incredulously as he settled the bill and departed. It took her a long while after he left to comprehend the absurdity of someone willing to spend such excessive sums. For those with ambition typically did not linger too long in first-tier skills. Generally, after raising a first-tier skill to around level 20, one would move on to second-tier skills. Buying so many experience books was purely wasteful. As for the basic enhancement and protection scrolls, they were hardly sought after. A basic enhancement scroll had only a 50 success rate for enhancing a common weapon by 1 level, while a protection scroll could only marginally increase that probability. Both probabilities diminished with the upgrade of items and increased enhancement levels. If this applied to common weapons, one could only imagine the futility with higher quality or even excellent weapons. Thus, the pile of enhancement and protection scrolls was essentially relegated to the rejected items in the warehouse. Little did they expect that today would see a benevolent fool spend nearly 100,000 to acquire them all. It was within reason, but utterly incomprehensible. The clerk pondered for a long time, but could not fathom why Su Chen would require so many experience books and enhancement scrolls. She could never have guessed that he intended to use them for himself. Upon returning home, Su Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, continuously utilizing the skill experience books. Ding. You have used an advanced first-tier experience book. Skill Summon Goblin Experience, 1,000. Ding. You have used another one. Ding. Your Skill Summon Goblin has leveled up. Current level, LV 31. After pouring a substantial number of first-tier experience books into it, Su Chen's Summon Goblin skill reached an unprecedented level. One that may never be matched again. Summon Goblin, LV 99 consumes 50 mana points to summon a Goblin Squad, 1 Goblin Royal Guard Commander for Goblin Royal Shamans, 30 Goblin Guards, 10 Goblin Archers, 10 Goblin Wolf Riders, 25 Goblin Frost Shamans, 25 Goblin Flame Shamans. Upon reviewing the skill information, Su Chen was astounded. You call this a squad? A total of 105 individuals, encompassing melee to ranged, physical to magical, and even cavalry, possessed everything a formidable force should entail. Coupled with Su Chen's SSS level mana return and rapid casting skills, he could effortlessly summon an army of 10,000 within a minute. The mere thought of such a scene brought him uncontainable joy. Without pausing, he proceeded to invest the remaining skill experience books into teleportation. Teleportation, LV 60 after casting, appears at a designated location within a visible range, which is 150 times the mental attribute in meters. Each teleportation creates a spatial shockwave at the location, causing 200 points of mental attribute spatial damage to all creatures within the area, lasting 3 times. Wow! Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. With the teleportation skill raised to level 60, the distance he could teleport was 15 times his mental attribute. With the added amplification from Unity of All, this distance would easily exceed a kilometer. Moreover, he could inflict spatial shockwave damage upon arriving at his destination. This ability, initially designed for movement, had been transformed into a damage-dealing skill. The terrifying effects of an SSS-level skill transformation were indeed remarkable. Su Chen secretly reveled in his foresight. Unfortunately, the range of the blood eye was only 500 meters, but he knew this was merely temporary. He retrieved the enhancement scrolls, protection scrolls, and blood eye. Ding. Current equipment being enhanced is of epic grade. Enhancement probability is 0.5. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Please note that failure will result in the equipment being destroyed. Upon assessing the situation, Su Chen couldn't help but smirk. 0.5? That's rather low, isn't it? Nonetheless, he hadn't held high expectations for the success rate of basic enhancement scrolls. He pulled out the protection scrolls and began using them repeatedly. Ding. You have used a basic enhancement protection scroll. Enhancement probability increased by 1. Ding. You have used another one. After investing hundreds of enhancement scrolls, the probability finally reached 100. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully enhanced the equipment. You now possess Blood Eye 1 Epic Weapon. Su-Chin glanced at the effects after enhancing the skill. Equipment, Blood Eye 1. Grade, Epic. Attribute bonus, Mental 60, Mana Recovery 6, Magic Life Steal 15. Skill, Blood's Flying Eye, range 600 meters. Equipment requirement, Mental Fire attribute greater than 100 points. Not bad. The range had increased by an additional 100 meters. Onward. Su-Chin retrieved a plethora of protective scrolls and enhancement scrolls, investing them into his equipment. Half an hour later, equipment, Blood Eye 10. Attribute bonuses, Spirit 150. Mana Recovery 15, Magic Life Steal 60. Skill, Blood Flight Eye, range 1500 meters. A distance of 1500 meters was not the limit of the Blood Eye, nor was it the limit of Su-Chin's wallet. However, he had exhausted his protective scrolls, and the success rate of the primary enhancement scrolls displayed 0000, utterly incapable of any improvement. To continue enhancing, he would need to procure intermediate or even advanced enhancement scrolls. Yanhua City was merely a small town where such items existed, albeit only in small quantities at the auction house, and their availability was unstable. Su-Chin pondered, contemplating a visit to a larger city at an opportune time. Satisfied, he stored the Blood Eye away. With a thought, he summoned Angelina. Due to their contract, Angelina was quite attached to him. As soon as she landed, she scampered over, calling out, "Father." Su-Chin affectionately patted her head and inquired, "Angelina, why is your health still only at 1 point? How will you replenish it?" He could not allow Angelina, the progenitor of the Blood Clan, to remain at such a low health level. Although she was currently weak, her potential was immense, and she would undoubtedly become a competent bodyguard for him in the future. Therefore, Su-Chin needed her to recover swiftly to shield him in times of danger. Upon hearing this, Angelina licked her lips, her crimson eyes shimmering. "Father, I only need to drink a little blood. Would you help Angelina?" Su-Chin was taken aback, but quickly responded, "Just a bit of blood, is it? That can be arranged." Angelina's expression brightened as she revealed her sharp fangs, leaning towards Su-Chin's neck while saying, "Thank you, Father. I won't hold back. No worries." Su-Chin replied, placing a hand on her forehead. He then raised his hand to activate a skill. Soon, a fully armed goblin squad appeared in the room. Over 100 goblins, along with cavalry, filled the space to capacity. Angelina was left speechless. She stared at the goblins before her and instantly understood Su-Chin's intention. "Feed. These are all your food. If it's not enough, just let me know," Su-Chin generously stated. Angelina's lips twitched, her mood slightly dampened as she replied, "Oh." Clearly, she desired Su-Chin's blood far more than that of these lowly goblins. However, children should not be picky eaters. She could only use her skill to swiftly siphon blood from each goblin. After observing for a while, Su-Chin found it rather monotonous. He contemplated for a moment before taking out his phone, initially intending to contact Xia Lingyun directly. He searched for quite some time, but could not find her personal contact information. He resorted to messaging her in their class group, sending his address. Shortly after, Xia Lingyun replied, "Received." Both felt there was no issue, yet the classmates in the group erupted. Chapter 12, Hell Level Dungeon, Wind Howling Valley. What the heck? I missed the group for just one day, what happened? Xia, the school beauty, no. I oppose this marriage. They are a match made in heaven. Why should you, a fairy, oppose? In the class group, the masses were unable to contain their emotions. Clearly, they had misunderstood something. However, as the sun began to set, sending an address at this hour was indeed difficult not to arouse suspicion. Within minutes, the group messages rapidly accumulated to 99. Some were defensive, some were heartbroken, some teased, and others played along with the memes. As for the two directly involved, one stood staring at his phone, a perplexed expression on his cool face. What are they talking about? I can't make sense of it. Xia Lingyun furrowed her brows at the barrage of messages. After a while, seeing that Su-Chin had not sent any further messages and unable to comprehend the ongoing discussions, she decided to put her phone away and began preparing for the dungeon expedition the following day. Su-Chin took a shower. Upon returning, he was startled by the 999 messages in the group chat. He quickly opened the chat, barely glancing at it, and directly asked, "I just want to take a shower, what happened?" As soon as he spoke, the previously tumultuous group fell silent for a moment. Then, in unison, they exclaimed, "Beast! Beast! 1. Beast! 2. In the midst of the chaos, someone sent a message, "May you have 100 years of harmony." This disrupted the flow, leading to a flurry of 100 years of harmony 1. 100 years of harmony 2. Su-Chin was left utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. He followed suit and sent a message wishing for 100 years of harmony before heading off to sleep. The next day, as dawn broke and the sky revealed a pale hue, a thunderous sound erupted, nearly striking him down as he stood amidst a throng of monsters in his dream. He anxiously gazed at the sky, wondering if pretending to be a fool would truly invite divine retribution. Bang! Bang! Bang. The sound persisted, but without any lightning. Su-chun awoke to the sound of knocking at the door. Angelina, who had been sleeping soundly while tightly hugging his waist, pushed the door open. Su-chun got up to answer the door, finding Xia Lingyun, fully armed and adorned with shimmering accessories, dressed in a deep blue robe, standing outside. She wore a serious expression as she said, "Su-chun, are you ready?" Su-chun's mouth twitched as he glanced at the time. Only 5:30. Not to be rude. But what time is it, sister? Xia Lingyun frowned. It's 5:30. The sun is already up. What's the matter? Just wait a moment. As he prepared to close the door to change his clothes, Angelina jogged over, clinging to his leg. Father. The little girl then glared at Xia Lingyun, as if fearing Su-chun would be taken away. Xia Lingyun glanced between Su-chun and Angelina, fell silent for 2 seconds, then pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this the Enforcement Bureau? I want to report. Su-chun snatched the phone away, hastily hanging up. After briefly explaining the situation to Xia Lingyun, she was astonished and used a detection spell on Angelina. She was taken aback. And demigod-level pet. What had Su-chun experienced in the assessment dungeon? She could hardly fathom it. Su-chun had no intention of elaborating further. After changing his clothes, he took Xia Lingyun to their usual breakfast spot downstairs for a meal. When the clock struck 6, the three figures found a vacant space in a nearby park. Ding. Do you accept Su-chun's invitation to form a party? A notification sounded in Xia Lingyun's ear. Yes. Ding. You have joined Su-chun's party. After successfully forming a party, Xia Lingyun handed Su-chun a letter of invitation. Upon receiving it, he was immediately notified. Ding. Dungeon invitation detected. Do you wish to enter the Wind Howling Valley dungeon? Yes. Ding. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, hell. Xia Lingyun received the same notification. But only the party leader had the authority to choose. She recalled the information on Wind Howling Valley. Even a level 5 or above individual who had not yet transcended their first class would find it somewhat challenging to tackle the normal difficulty alone. With the two of them, plus a demigod-level leader and Su-chun's astonishing combat prowess, choosing the hard difficulty seemed reasonable. As for the hell difficulty, it was rumored that no one had successfully cleared it to date. Just as she was about to suggest an alternative, Su-chun made his choice without giving her any time to intervene. Ding. Confirm dungeon difficulty as hell level. Entering the dungeon, please wait. In a flash of light, the three figures vanished. Dungeon name, Wind Howling Valley. Dungeon difficulty, hell level. Level restriction, LV10. Party size restriction, for players. Quest requirements, defeat 100 regular monsters. 1 elite monster, tri-headed howling hound, and 1 bronze level boss, Tempest God Eagle. Closing the dungeon details page, Xia Lingyun found herself momentarily dazed. Turning her head to glance at Su-chun, she couldn't help but stomp her foot, reproaching him. Su-chun, what on earth are you doing? Do you not realize that no one has ever succeeded in clearing the hellish difficulty of Wind Howling Valley? We have just awakened our professions, and choosing this level of difficulty seems rather presumptuous. Su-chun maintained a calm demeanor. He understood Xia Lingyun's frustration. If he were in her position, he would also struggle to comprehend such a choice. For two newly awakened professionals to challenge hellish-level monsters was akin to squandering an opportunity. However, geniuses are often misunderstood. And he, equipped with plugins, was no exception. Without uttering a word, Su-chun retrieved his blood eye and activated the skill to summon goblins. In the next instant, a neatly arranged squad of goblins materialized before them. The foremost goblin stood an impressive 2.5 meters tall, with muscles as solid as fortress walls. Clad in golden armor, wielding 2 short-handled battle axes. Behind him marched 30 goblins, fully armed, donned in steel armor, helmets on their heads, and steel spears in hand, forming an elite guard. Following them were 10 goblins mounted on giant gray wolves, brandishing curved blades and carrying short bows, alongside another 10 goblins. Equipped with longbows and short daggers, clad in light armor, their physiques robust. Bringing up the rear was a group of elemental-infused goblins, adorned with life, holy light, shadow, and thunder, respectively, while 25 bore frost and another 25 flames. These goblins bore the same stature as ordinary goblins, yet their attire featured intricate, mysterious patterns, adorned with various bone and tooth ornaments hanging from their necks, earlobes, and foreheads, all while grasping staves imbued with potent magical energy. The sudden appearance of this formidable squad left Xia Lingyun momentarily speechless. What skill is this? How is it different from yesterday? Her mind was filled with questions. Though Su-chun had summoned 2 goblins at once yesterday, the sheer number and strength of those summoned today, coupled with their elemental abilities, redefined her understanding of a summoner. Moreover, Su-chun's actions did not cease. He set down 4 additional summoning circles. Meanwhile, he addressed Xia Lingyun. The failure of others to clear this dungeon is their own issue. Stay close to me, and I shall demonstrate what it means to summon monsters at rocket speed. As he spoke, a brilliant light emanated from his staff, and a winged eye soared forth, heading into the valley ahead of them. The valley unfolded before Su-chun's eyes, narrow at first, then widening after several dozen steps, revealing a vast space filled with jagged rocks and abundant vegetation. where monsters concealed themselves adeptly. The deeper they ventured, the more they could feel a fierce storm raging, with visible gusts swirling around them. Without hesitation, Su-chun commanded his 400 goblins to advance. He and Angelina followed closely behind. Xia Lingyun found herself with no choice but to keep pace with them into the valley. Chapter 13. The Bronze Boss Crushed Underfoot. Ding. You have entered Wind Howling Valley. Currently experiencing wind erosion, speed reduced by 30 points, armor decreased by 10. As they stepped into the valley, both Su-chun and Xia Lingyun heard the alert. Xia Lingyun felt a twinge of anxiety, but Su-chun remained unfazed. After all, they need not engage in combat themselves. The summoned creatures would handle everything. After walking for a few minutes, they encountered the first wave of monsters, several giant wolves with azure fur. Xia Lingyun cast a detection spell on the leading Goblin Elite Commander. Monster, Goblin Elite Commander, Grade, Elite, Level, 6, Health, 2500, Magic, 700, Strength, 225, Vitality, 270, Agility, 120, Mentality, 80, Skills, Heavy Chop, Charge, Whirlwind Sweep. After reading the information, she swallowed hard. Now she understood the source of Su-chun's confidence. With 2500 health, 3 attributes exceeding double digits, and possessing 3 skills. Such a configuration was exceptional even among second-tier professionals, and Su-chun commanded 4 of them. Moreover, this was not even his limit. Xia Lingyun suspected he had even more summoning potential. The reality was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Even if Su-chun refrained from summoning, he could defeat this group of monsters with a mere kick. With a sweeping gesture, he ordered the entire army to strike. Before the azure fur wolves could react, arrows, ice shards, fireballs, and lasers rained down upon them. In an instant, they were obliterated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The items dropped by these ordinary monsters were discarded by Su-chun, but Xia Lingyun gleefully collected them. She hardly needed the money. For her, the thrill of gathering drops was more rewarding than the monetary gain. The Goblin Elite Commanders, seeing that the monsters perished before they could even engage, were infuriated. They roared and charged forward with their respective squads. Moments later, a flurry of notifications echoed in their ears. Ding! You have killed a LV7 ordinary monster, Swiftwind Wolf. Granting 700 experience, held difficulty multiplied by 4. Ding! You have killed a LV8 ordinary monster, Azure Feather Sparrow, granting 800 experience. Ding! You have killed a LV8 ordinary monster, Gale Wild Boar, granting 800 experience. As they ambled slowly behind the goblin squad, Xia Lingyun busied herself picking up treasures. She found it effortless, merely bending down to gather the dropped items. In contrast, Su-chun had much to consider. His blood eye soared above the valley, surveying the terrain and monster distribution while orchestrating the 4 goblin squads for efficient hunting. In truth, there was little efficiency to be had. Locate a monster gathering spot, unleash a volley of arrows, cast a wave of magic skills, and then let the goblin commanders and elite guards mop up the aftermath. The goblin wolf cavalry pursued any fleeing monsters. The battles ended in a relaxed and pleasurable manner. As they continued, Xia Lingyun began to feel something amiss. Throughout most of the day, she had yet to encounter a single monster. She had prepared numerous items and had skills at the ready, all of which remained unused. Winning effortlessly was delightful, but it dampened her enthusiasm. They did not feel like they were conquering a dungeon. Rather, it felt like a leisurely spring outing. What's wrong? Su-chun noticed her expression and asked casually. Xia Lingyun opened her mouth, exhaling. It's nothing, just that attacking the dungeon feels a bit too easy. I don't even need to lift a finger, and my level is rising on its own. At this rate, I might end up as a complete novice with no combat experience. Su-chun chuckled softly. Didn't you just worry that the hell difficulty was too high for us to handle? Xia Lingyun's cheeks flushed. Well, who knew you would be so extraordinary? Su-chun shook his head with a light smile. Enough of that. You need not concern yourself too much. Don't be ungrateful. I estimate that in about 2 days, you'll reach level 10. After I leave, feel free to pursue whatever combat experience you desire. Upon hearing this, Xia Lingyun paused, her tone tinged with reluctance. Only 2 days? Indeed, Su-chun replied nonchalantly. Xia Lingyun bit her lip, remaining silent. She quickened her pace to run ahead. After covering a distance of 100 meters, she turned around and declared firmly, "Don't get too cocky. I will catch up to you very soon." With that, she continued to sprint ahead. Su-chun was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. "Catch up to me? Perhaps in the next life, for I am not one to be easily overtaken." Ha ha ha. The group advanced swiftly. Half an hour later, the first checkpoint was achieved, and the leading goblin squad arrived at the edge of a water pool. A powerful gust of wind elemental energy enveloped the area surrounding the pool. As one of the goblin guards approached, a fierce gust swept through. Su-chun's mind instantly echoed with the notification of the goblin guard's demise. He hastily adjusted his blood eye to observe. A wind wolf with azure fur and 3 heads, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, stood beside the water. The central head was gnawing on the corpse of the goblin guard, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, painting the ground crimson. The eyes of the two side heads glinted with ferocity and a thirst for slaughter. Has a worthy adversary finally arrived? Suchin thought with excitement. He acknowledged that the hell-level dungeon was indeed somewhat challenging. The difficulty lay in the fact that a moment of carelessness could lead one to succumb to sleep. From a distance of 1,000 meters, Suchin utilized his blood eye to cast a probing spell on the three-headed wind wolf. Monster, three-headed howling wind hound. Grade, elite. Level, LV 10. Health, 8,000. Mana, 5,000. Strength, 233. Constitution, 240. Speed, 305. Spirit, 424. Skills, Canine Wind Dash, Howling Gale, Malevolent Pursuit, Gale Cannon. Indeed, this elite monster within the hell-level dungeon possesses considerable strength. Suchin grinned and commanded the 4 goblin squads to encircle it. The 4 goblin commanders charged to the forefront. When they were merely 2 meters away from the three-headed howling hound, they all leaped simultaneously, swinging 8 short axes downwards. However, the axes sliced through thin air. The three-headed howling hound was enveloped in swirling white wind. Its speed surged suddenly. Canine Wind Dash. It transformed into a blue blur, dashing into the ranks of the goblin shamans. Clearly, the three-headed hound knew who posed the greatest threat within that group. The goblin shamans were thrown into disarray. Unable to organize a counterattack in time, the three-headed howling hound had already sprinted behind them, its 3 mouths agape. Gale Cannon. The wind elemental energy rapidly coalesced within the mouths of the hound. Within 2 seconds, 3 basketball-sized azure orbs had formed. The hound unleashed the orbs, which crashed into the shamans and archers who had no time to flee. The orbs exploded, unleashing a terrifying wind blade that became a merciless meat grinder, claiming the lives of the vulnerable goblin shamans. Suchin furrowed his brow slightly, but did not dwell on it. If they died, he would simply summon them again. After all, he had infinite firepower. Let it kill. Just as Suchin picked up his staff to summon more goblins, an unexpected figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Icebound for 1,000 miles, Xia Hong raised her staff high, conjuring a sphere of icy blue light before slamming it to the ground. The blue light spread outward from her center, with her back facing the three-headed howling hound. The beast had no time to evade and was swept by the blue light. A layer of ice crystals encased its massive body. 157. Negative status. Frozen. Xia Hong did not cease her assault and invoked another skill. Profound Ice Spikes. The staff struck the ground once more. Underneath the three-headed wind wolf, a magical array suddenly formed, and a gigantic ice spike shot up, piercing its abdomen. 1002. Negative status. Slowed. Xia Hong panted slightly. Using these 2 spells had taken a toll on her. However, the damage dealt was merely 1/8 of what she had hoped. Gritting her teeth, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, her contribution was greater than she had imagined. Suchin continued to set up the summoning array. Simultaneously, he took advantage of the three-headed howling hound being slowed by the frost elemental energy to quickly prevent the remaining goblin shamans from casting spells, thereby extending the effect while dealing elemental reaction damage. Meanwhile, over 100 goblin guards and 4 commanders rushed to encircle and hunt down the three-headed howling hound. Each goblin guard's attack could only inflict around 100 points of damage. The shamans dealt a bit more, roughly 200 per hit, with elemental reactions causing 800 points. The goblin commanders, using heavy strikes, could inflict 500 to 600 points of damage, with so many damage points erupting simultaneously. The health bar of the three-headed howling hound plummeted rapidly, and it let out a mournful howl. Suchin assumed this was the creature's death wail. However, the next second, a shadow darted past his blood eye, rushing downward. By the time Suchin reacted, 2 massive wind blades swept through like guillotine blades, clearing away the goblin commanders along with other goblin warriors and shamans, alleviating the dire fate of the three-headed howling hound. Yet, the shadow did not linger. Heading straight for Xia Hong. Xia Hong's eyes widened, her pupils reflecting a pair of enormous eagle claws glistening with cold light. Her heart almost stopped from the fright. As the claws approached, she felt a sharpness against her skin. But in the next moment, Xia Hong felt a strong arm wrapping around her waist. Suddenly, her body was lifted into the air, creating a vertical space between her original position and where she now hovered, ripples spreading like waves. The shadow that had attacked her was caught in the middle, subjected to 6 consecutive ripples. 19,999, 19,998, 19,999. Each hit dealt nearly 20,000 damage, sustained over 6 strikes. The health bar of the shadow plummeted upon its appearance. At that moment, Xia Hong realized she had been saved by Suchin. He held her tightly, his expression icy. Suchin gazed down at the shadow, which turned out to be a gigantic white eagle with a wingspan of 10 meters. With a determined look in his eyes, he delivered a kick downward. 29,999. Ding. You have slain a LV-10 bronze leader, Gale God Eagle. Experience gained, 10,000. Xia Hong was left in a daze. The bronze leader was thus killed by Suchin with a single kick. Chapter 14. First clear of the hell-level wind howling valley. Suchin was genuinely drenched in cold sweat, for he had narrowly avoided tarnishing his flawless life record. had he hesitated for even a moment. Allowing Xia Lingyun to perish beneath those eagle claws, years later, when he had achieved success, he would still be unable to face himself, filled with regret. Are you all right? Suchen asked anxiously. He was certain he had acted swiftly, performing 2 consecutive teleportations, nearly pushing his reflexes to their limits. Yet he could not guarantee Xia Lingyun was unscathed. Xia Lingyun, regaining her senses, began to sob softly, and moments later, she burst into tears. Her tears soaked Suchen's clothing. He scratched his head, unsure how to handle the situation. When it came to fighting monsters, he could do so without batting an eye, decisively and efficiently. However, when it came to comforting a weeping woman, he would rather face off against a divine-level leader right then and there. After a long while, Xia Lingyun finally calmed down, wiped her tears, and looked up at Suchen. She found him standing there, motionless like a wooden post, which struck her as somewhat amusing. Unable to contain herself, she chuckled softly. Hearing the sound, Suchen lowered his head, meeting her tear-filled gaze. The youthful beauty, though not of the robust type that he typically favored, possessed a delicate and exquisite visage that stirred his heart nonetheless. Ahem, are you all right? Suchen turned his head away, not daring to look too long, and asked. Xia Lingyun bit her lip, her voice still tinged with a hint of sobs. I'm fine, I'm sorry for scaring you. I shouldn't have charged so far ahead. Xia Lingyun was acutely aware of her own recklessness. In a bid to assert her presence, she had rashly rushed to the front lines. Otherwise, given Suchen's summoning abilities, this dungeon would not have been fraught with such peril. It seemed that Suchen had been jolted into realization by her actions, as he suddenly snapped his fingers and delivered a sharp rap to her head. Ouch! Xia Lingyun exclaimed, clutching her forehead, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. With a sense of grievance, she protested, You hit me. Suchen retorted fiercely. Shouldn't you be reprimanded? What should have been a smooth journey through the dungeon turned into a harrowing escapade because of your antics. You are alive today solely because I possess the ability to save you. Had it not been for me, you would have perished long ago, do you understand? Xia Lingyun sulked, muttering, If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have entered the hell-level dungeon in the first place. Suchen glared at her. You still dare to retort? You're asking for it. He then delivered another unexpected rap to her head, leaving the campus bell to don a mask of agony. Suchen moved towards the corpse of the Hurricane Eagle, a brass-level boss, which was on par with the assessment dungeon's check. He surmised that the spoils of this encounter would not disappoint. He reached out to touch a glowing orb beside the corpse, and in the next moment, he retrieved a small tome. Item, Ride the Wind. Learning requirements, Mage or Priest class, Spirit greater than 200 points. Description, a second-tier Mage Priest skill that, when activated, grants all allies within a 100 by 100 meter radius a wind magic enhancement, increasing their movement speed by 20. This was indeed a valuable find. Suchen mused to himself, recognizing that enhancement skills always held significant market value. It was akin to the scenario where no one wishes to play a support role, yet everyone desires a proficient support. An effective enhancement skill, once it appeared in the auction house, was likely to become a prized item. Of course, a second-tier skill might not reach such heights, but the prospect of increasing the movement speed of all allies within 100 square meters by 20 was already quite impressive. It was also suitable for Suchen's summoner profession, allowing his summoned creatures to move more swiftly. The orb of loot had not yet dissipated, indicating there were more treasures to uncover. Suchen reached into it again, retrieving a pair of shoes. Equipment, Boots of the Spirit Wind. Quality, Premium. Attribute bonus, Agility 25. Evasion 1. Skill, Lightfoot. Equipment requirement, Agility greater than 10. While premium equipment was noteworthy, its value paled in comparison to the second-tier skill, Ride the Wind. Suchen contemplated and glanced toward a nearby glowing orb next to the corpse of a three-headed wind howler. He hastened over and extracted a necklace. Though it was merely quality equipment, its enhancements far inferior to the boots of the Spirit Wind. Nevertheless, he had acquired a quality item and a premium one, along with a range of materials from this journey, which collectively could rival the worth of the skill book. Returning to Xia Lingyun's side, he extended the 2 pieces of equipment toward her. Guarding her forehead warily, fearing another surprise attack from Suchen, she inquired, What is this for? Dividing the spoils. Suchen replied calmly. Xia Lingyun paused, her gaze landing on the skill book in his other hand. Typically, a chivalrous gentleman would reserve the superior items for the lady. But Suchen was not one to indulge in such gallantry. He was callous even towards a beauty like her. What else might he not do? Thus, Xia Lingyun pointed at the book and declared, I want this. Suchen decisively countered, No, we had an agreement. I get to choose first. Xia Lingyun had anticipated this outcome. Even if Suchen had offered it to her, she wouldn't have accepted it. She merely wished to gauge his attitude. And now she had her answer. Suchen was unwilling to yield. Ultimately, in a huff, she accepted the equipment, initially intending to stash it away in her inventory. She was pleasantly surprised to find the shoes had commendable attributes and decided to equip them. Meanwhile, Suchen learned the skill, Ride the Wind. The pair then scoured the area once more, ensuring they had not overlooked any treasures before opting to exit the dungeon. As both of them simultaneously initiated their exit, a voice echoed in their ears. Ding! You and your team have successfully cleared the hell-level Wind Howling Valley dungeon for the first time, earning a reward, 100 free attribute points. Ding! You have broken the record, achieving the fastest completion time of 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 6 seconds, topping the hell-level Wind Howling Valley leaderboard. At a small gathering of adventurers in front of the Wind Howling Valley dungeon, it was just past 8 in the morning. A fair number of adventurers had already assembled, and many were entering and exiting the glowing portal. Hey, ISNT that Wang Yilong, the wealthy heir? I heard you over 300 challenged a single person and lost. Is that true? Let me see. Why is your face so battered? Aren't you embarrassed to show your face? Wang Yilong and his companions had just stepped into the gathering when they heard an irksome voice. Turning to see a long-haired youth named Lu Guang, he felt a wave of irritation. They had known each other since childhood due to their family's connections. Yet their relationship had always been contentious. Lu Guang, don't gloat too much. You're just lucky. If you could have enrolled in the first high school, you would have gotten your fair share of beatings too. Wang Yilong retorted without any shame. Having come to terms with the fact that over 300 people could not defeat Su Chen alone, he had accepted it. In his mind, Su Chen was simply a freak of nature. No one could overcome him. Haha, still putting on a brave front, huh? The inept never wished to admit their own shortcomings. I must say, your cohort has truly brought honor to your school. Over 300 could not best a single person. If it were our school, I wouldn't even dare to step outside the next day. Lu Guang jeered mercilessly. Wang Yilong smirked. Enjoy your triumph while it lasts. With that freak, Su Chen around, this year's top scorer in the city and the district will undoubtedly be from our first high school. We'll be in the news, on the papers, broadcast nationwide. And you? Will anyone even catch a glimpse of you in the papers? Lu Guang paused, then burst into laughter. Wang Yilong, have you lost your mind? The district top scorer? I think that Su Chen has put you under some sort of delusion. You elevate him so high, merely seeking excuses to rationalize your own incompetence. With the college entrance examination still a month away, why don't you invite him to challenge the record at Wind Howling Valley? Simple, normal, or hard? Let him choose. Let him assemble any team he likes. If he can complete it in the top 10 of the leaderboard, I'll kneel and call him father right here. Wang Yilong's expression darkened. The Wind Howling Valley dungeon had existed for quite some time, and records had long been pushed to their limits by countless predecessors. The difference among the top 10 was often mere milliseconds. Breaking through such records was immensely challenging. No matter how formidable Su Chen might be, it was improbable. With a flat expression, he replied, everyone is quite busy. Who has the time to entertain you? Lu Guang sneered. Still putting on a brave front, huh? You must know deep down that he is worthless. It's just that you all are even more so, huh? Just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly exclaimed. The leaderboard has been updated. Wow, there's a new champion. Lu Guang's smile faltered. He had just wagered on breaking the record, and now someone had actually done it? How coincidental. However, it was unlikely to be Su Chen, as he had only awakened his profession the day before. He couldn't possibly be that formidable. Wang Yilong and his companions, curious about who had broken the record, approached the dungeon portal. There, a leaderboard displayed all the records. The operations for simple, normal, and hard modes remained unchanged. Who the hell is spreading rumors? No one has broken the record. The individual manipulating the leaderboard cursed. Wait. The portal is shimmering with golden light. That's a sign that someone has indeed broken the record. However, the 3 difficulties remain unchanged. Could it be that someone has conquered the hellish difficulty? Impossible. The boss within is of brass level, capable of flight and ranged attacks. Not to mention the boss. Even that 3-headed hound is beyond the capabilities of any practitioner below level 10. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, someone had already adjusted the leaderboard to hellish difficulty. On the previously blank screen, a string of information appeared. Conquering team, Su Chen squad, members, Su Chen, Xia Lingyun, completion time, 1:23:06, ranking, 1. A moment of silence fell over the scene, followed by exclamations of disbelief. Wang Yilong stared at the screen for a few seconds, his mind suddenly jolted awake. Lu Guang, a man of his word, come here and acknowledge your superior. Chapter 15, the one who must be pursued by Xia Lingyun. What were they arguing about? Uncertain. Never mind. I have no time to join the fray. I must press on. At this moment, no one noticed the 2 individuals who had sparked a sensation in the camp by conquering the hellish difficulty of Wind Howling Valley. They were utterly indifferent to the glory they had achieved, re-entering the dungeon. Su Chen was oblivious to their astonishment, and even if he were aware, he would not pay it much mind. At most, he would offer a slight smile and continue with his endeavors. He was resolute in his belief that to become a top-tier powerhouse, one must possess a singular focus, an unwavering heart that forges ahead. Reflecting on past glories? That could wait until he was invincible or nearing his final rest. Time passed quietly, and before long, the next day arrived. As Su Chen had previously calculated, he was but a hair's breadth away from level 10, with less than 10 experience points to go. Dusk. Wind Howling Valley. The evening glow bathed the entire valley in a hue reminiscent of fresh blood. A piercing eagle's cry echoed through the heavens. A colossal white eagle, spanning 10 meters across its wings, soared once around the sky before diving down with ferocity. Its wings flapped vigorously, unleashing a barrage of formidable wind blades. However, the target of its assault, a throng of goblin warriors, was well prepared. The diminutive goblin shamans stood at the forefront, collectively conjuring defensive spells. Ice shield, fire shield. 500 elemental shields formed a barrier, effectively dissipating the oncoming wind blades. Just as the white eagle was about to descend, only a few dozen meters from the ground, the goblin archers behind the shamans launched their counterattack. Twang, twang, twang. The longbows sang as they released a volley of piercing arrows, merging into a rain of projectiles. The white eagle was instantly riddled with arrows, letting out a mournful cry as it flapped its wings, struggling to halt its descent. It was reluctant to engage again, yearning to flee. Yet, it was too close to the ground, barely 10 meters away, and burdened by numerous arrows, its wings severely injured. Though it would not plummet directly to the earth, its movements were inevitably hindered. Just as the majestic eagle attempted to turn around, several dozen larger goblins leaped into action. They grasped the eagle's talons, feathers, and wings, dragging it down to the ground. Following swiftly, thousands of goblin warriors armed with spears surged forth, operating like an assembly line, each delivering a thrust before quickly retreating to allow the next wave. Within less than 10 seconds of the brass-level boss, the Gale Eagle, appearing, it was overwhelmed and brought crashing down by the sheer number of inferior goblins, utterly obliterated. Ding! You have slain a LV-10 brass-level boss, Gale Eagle, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has risen to level 10, health and mana 50, strength, agility, stamina 3, spirit 5. Ding! You have reached level 10, please promptly accept and complete the second transition breakthrough task. A continuous stream of notifications rang in Su Chen's ears. Yet he paid them little heed, as it was all anticipated. He approached to collect the Gale Eagle's drops, 2 pieces of quality equipment. Perhaps due to the frequency of his runs, aside from the initial drop rewards, the remainder were merely subpar quality gear. In truth, quality gear was already considered quite precious in the market, with most practitioners never managing to amass a complete set in their lifetime. Only those like him, equipped with plugins, and individuals like Xia Lingyun, who had backing, would scoff at such quality. After the customary division of spoils, Xia Lingyun, who had remained silent all day, suddenly spoke up. You'll be leaving once you reach level 10, won't you? Su Chen looked at her, puzzled. Is there a problem? Now that I'm level 10. Continuing to grind this dungeon offers virtually no benefit, Xia Lingyun replied, lowering her gaze. Eventually, she shook her head and said, It's nothing, I was just asking. By the way, I've heard that reporters have come to the camp. If you prefer to avoid interviews when you go out, just teleport away. Su Chen was actually quite interested in the interview. However, glancing at the time, he realized it was running short. If he delayed any further, the Mage Guild would close, and he would have to wait until tomorrow to accept the breakthrough task. He nodded, understood, thank you for the reminder. Wait. Just as he was about to exit the dungeon, Xia Lingyun suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Su Chen asked, perplexed. I will catch up to you soon. With that, Xia Lingyun quickly exited the dungeon. Her words left Su Chen momentarily speechless, and when he regained his composure, he couldn't help but chuckle. Haha. It seems I am quite charming after all. But if she wishes to catch up to me, it won't be that easy. He genuinely liked Xia Lingyun. Though she lacked a broad mind, she was composed in the face of adversity, stable in her emotions, and striking in appearance. If she had directly expressed her feelings, Su Chen might have impulsively agreed. Yet, after a few seconds of silence, he smiled and sighed. Now is not the time for romance. My professional journey has only just begun, and I cannot allow distractions to deter me. However, if there is love, the future will surely bring us together again. I wish you the best. I will be waiting for you in the days to come. Su Chen murmured to himself as he exited the dungeon. In the camp before the portal of Wind Howling Valley, Yang Mei, a reporter from Yunhua City Television, and her photographer anxiously surveyed their surroundings. As ordinary people, they were filled with trepidation regarding the wilderness, fearing that a monster might suddenly emerge from the surrounding thickets and consume them. Nonetheless, considering the commotion stirred by Su Chen, they harbored no regrets. Su Chen was simply astounding. Within 2 days, he had filled the previously barren leaderboard for the hellish difficulty challenge in Wind Howling Valley. The top 10 slots were all occupied by Su Chen's squad. Securing an interview with him, coupled with the attention he had garnered at school 2 days prior, would guarantee a meteoric rise for their television station. Yet, after waiting in the camp for half the day, they had yet to catch a glimpse of Su Chen's familiar visage. Had they missed him again? Yang Mei sighed in frustration. The photographer patted her shoulder, sharing in her disappointment. At that moment, a chilling voice cut through the air. Are you reporters from the television station? They turned to see an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, though she emanated an aura that was somewhat frigid, exuding an unbearable chill. Yes, may I ask if you know Su Chen? Yang Mei stammered, her teeth chattering. Xia Lingyun then realized that she had inadvertently left one of her area of effect skills active. Upon deactivating it, the chilling aura dissipated. I am Xia Lingyun. Xiaolingyun. Yang Mei paused for a moment, then quickly connected the dots, realizing she was one of Su Qin's squad members. Her eyes brightened as she hastily greeted her. Hello. May I ask where Su Qin is now? He has left, Xiaolingyun replied. Ah, could you possibly grant us an interview? Yang Mei inquired tentatively. Xiaolingyun nodded affirmatively, saying, certainly. Yang Mei let out a sigh of relief and immediately inquired, could you tell us about Su Qin? What kind of person is he? Xiaolingyun seemed to have prepared her words in advance, and without hesitation, she replied, he possesses immense strength, exemplary character, and a heart full of compassion. He is indeed someone I, Xiaolingyun, aspire to pursue. Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback. Little did she know that shortly after this interview aired, countless students from No. 1 high school, alongside a heartbroken father, would be left shattered. Chapter 16. Special Mission in the Mystical Realm of Wan Fun Mountain. At 5:59 in the afternoon. With merely a minute remaining before the Mage Guild closed its doors, the receptionist mage, Yi Qian, glanced at her watch, counting down the seconds. 30, 29, 28, 3, 2, 1. Off work. Yi Qian joyfully rose, grabbing her small bag. However, just as she was about to leave, a tall and imposing figure entered through the door. Yi Qian's expression stiffened momentarily, but her eyes soon brightened as she addressed him. Sir, this is the Mage Guild. You seem to have taken a wrong turn. Su Qin looked at her in confusion, replying, but I'm a summoner here to undertake a breakthrough mission. Shouldn't I come to the Mage Guild? Yi Qian narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him with suspicion. She took in his muscular arms and broad back, which resembled a man clad in armor. Swallowing hard, she incredulously asked, you are a summoner? Su Qin presented his profession to affirm his identity, stating, absolutely. It's the truth. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he thought to himself about how people had a tendency to judge based on appearances. Just earlier, he had nearly been dragged into the Night Guild by the receptionist there. And now he was on the verge of being expelled from the Mage Guild. Yi Qian performed a detection spell, confirming that he was indeed a summoner. With a disgruntled demeanor, she set down her handbag and led him to the location for undertaking breakthrough missions. Before them appeared a floating orb. Yi Qian instructed, place your hand upon it. The celestial system will customize your breakthrough mission based on your profession. The missions are categorized as easy, normal, hard, hell, and special. You may choose according to your own capabilities from these 5 difficulty levels. Su Qin queried, I understand the distinctions from easy to hell, but what does special entail? Anticipating his question, Yi Qian swiftly responded without hesitation, completing missions from easy to hell will only yield attribute bonuses. An easy mission doubles your attributes, normal quadruples them. Hard increases them 6-fold, and hell offers a 6-fold increase. However, a special mission can lead to a transformation of your profession. Su Qin's eyes lit up at her words. Are you saying I can awaken my profession again? No. Yi Qian shook her head, clarifying, this is not an awakening, but an enhancement. Completing a special mission can elevate the rank of your profession. The base level can be upgraded to normal, and from normal to excellent. Additionally, rewards include skills, attribute points, equipment, and more. She paused for a moment, her tone becoming more serious. However, I must emphasize that hell-level breakthrough missions are quite challenging, and as far as I know, currently, only 2 individuals in the Great Xia have completed 3 of them. It is akin to ascending to the heavens. Should you fail a breakthrough mission, you must wait 7 days to attempt it again, so I advise you to think carefully. Su Qin comprehended her intentions. His expression grew more animated. Although being a summoner was commendable, it remained an ordinary profession. Even though he had maxed out the summoning of goblins, he still required a swarm strategy to defeat a mere bronze leader. It was far too weak. Furthermore, the profession directly influenced the attribute point bonuses. While he possessed the ability to summon numerous entities without concern for attribute points, what if he were ambushed and had no time to set up his summoning formation? Thus, elevating his profession rank was of the utmost urgency. As for whether he could complete the mission, nonsense. If someone had accomplished it before, it proved that it was indeed feasible. With his exceptional talent and the aid of plugins, how could he fall short of others? With these thoughts in mind, Su Qin placed his hand upon the crystal. Beep. Detecting that your level has reached 10, loading breakthrough mission. Beep. Your second transition breakthrough mission is as follows. Easy mission, eliminate 100 level 10 monsters. Normal mission, solo kill 3 black iron level leaders. Hard mission, solo kill 1 bronze level leader. Hell mission, clear a level 10 hell difficulty dungeon once. Special mission, explore the mystical realm of Wan Fun Mountain and successfully obtain the crown of the Bone King. Beep. You have successfully accepted the special mission. Please complete it within 3 days, or it will be deemed a failure. Without hesitation, Su Qin accepted the special mission. Satisfied, he withdrew his hand, expressed his gratitude to Yi Qian, and departed from the Mage Guild. After he left, Yi Qian, driven by curiosity, accessed the mission records. After reading, she was left in a daze for a long moment, then burst into laughter. How audacious, she thought. This person truly is something. It took him at least a year to reach level 10, and yet he dares to undertake a special mission. Yi Qian chuckled softly, shaking her head. She assumed Su Chun must be a veteran from at least a year ago, as the awakening day had only just passed 2 days prior. Surely, no one could ascend to level 10 so swiftly. It was simply inconceivable. She left work in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the chance to tease Su Chun when she saw him again in 7 days, using it as a means to compensate for her overtime hours. Upon exiting the guild, Su Chun did not return home. Instead, he made a beeline for the trading post. In the past few days, despite Xia Lingyun's astonished reactions, he had been fervently grinding his skill levels. Relying solely on the accumulation of attempts was far too sluggish. The blink skill still required 20 more levels to reach maturity, and his second transition skill, riding the wind, was barely at level 15. He needed a copious amount of experience books to elevate his skill levels, both for the first and second transitions. Upon entering the trading post, he took a number and waited. Soon, Su Chun approached the counter, where the same beautiful staff member from before greeted him. "Hello, how may I assist you?" "It's you," she exclaimed in surprise, recognizing him. Su Chun replied, "Please bring me all the first and second transition skill experience books." The staff member smirked slightly, thinking to herself how boastful he sounded. However, having processed Su Chun's previous transaction, she did not doubt his strength. Yet, she regretfully informed him, "I'm sorry, sir, but we currently have no stock of first transition skill experience books. For second transition skills, we only have basic and intermediate qualities available. Would that suffice?" Su Chun was taken aback. He could understand the lack of first transition books, but how could there be no advanced second transition ones? Where have the advanced second transition experience books gone? Surely, they haven't all been purchased? Why not? Haven't you done something similar? The staff member internally scoffed before explaining. Today, Tianjiang Pavilion held a large auction. They purchased all the advanced experience books to use as additions for a second transition skill. If you're interested, you might want to check out Tianjiang Pavilion. Su Chen's eyes brightened. An auction? Wouldn't that require spending money? Spending money was his favorite pastime. He was not one to feel at ease without spending. "All right, please retrieve the basic and intermediate second transition experience books for me." Su Chen responded with a nod. The staff member quickly complied with his request. Su Chen promptly settled the bill and completed the transaction. Exiting the trading post, he hurried towards Tianjiang Pavilion, eager not to miss an opportunity to spend. Chapter 17. 8 million for a second transition skill. Tianjiang Pavilion, named after the great river that courses through Yunhua City, serves as the largest auction house in the area, bustling with a steady flow of visitors daily. Su Chen arrived just as the event was commencing. He followed the procession forward, entering the venue. A young server, clad in revealing attire and possessing a sultry figure, promptly approached him. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" Su Chun surveyed his surroundings before responding candidly. "I wish to participate in the auction." The server was unperturbed. After all, what else could one do here apart from attending the auction? She guided Su Chun as she spoke. "You've arrived at the perfect time. Today marks the grand auction held every 6 months. With over 100 items up for bid, there is surely something you desire. However, to enter the venue, a seating fee must be paid. The cost for a standard hall seat is 5,000. Su Chen interrupted her, exuding confidence. "Spare me the details. Arrange for the most luxurious private box." The server's eyes brightened at his response. She promptly led him to the front desk, conversing briefly with the attendant. A payment interface then appeared before Su Chen, which he dismissed without a glance, directly opting to pay. Soon, he found himself lounging on the sumptuous sofa of the private box, with the transparent glass affording him a view of the entire venue. An array of fruits and fine wines was laid out before him, and he indulged without restraint as he awaited the commencement of the event. Before long, a woman donned in a stunning crimson gown, possessing a graceful figure and striking features, took to the stage. Her golden hair was elegantly styled and adorned with numerous jeweled pins, exuding a sense of sophistication. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, captivating all who beheld her. Her voice resonated through the speakers. "Distinguished guests, I am tonight's lead auctioneer, Wenqing. Welcome to this illustrious gathering. Without further ado, I hope that each of you secures your coveted items today." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wenqing commenced the auction. The first item up for bid was nothing short of sensational, a weapon of legendary quality. However, it bore damage and was a sword, which led Su Chun to abstain from bidding. He savored the exquisite fruits, choosing to remain prudent. Equipped with an installed plugin, he had the capacity to acquire all items. Yet such ostentation would surely attract undue attention. Su Chun deemed it wiser to obtain merely what he desired. Time flew by, and in a mere half hour, a skill book was presented on stage. Wenqing announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a second-tier skill book, though it holds only a second-tier rank. Its utility transcends mere classification. Purchasing this item grants you an additional 799 advanced experience books for the second tier." She continued, "You now have 2 minutes to examine its information." Upon the appearance of his target, Su Chen straightened in his seat. While his primary interest lay with the experience books, he couldn't help but feel intrigued by the skill itself. He cast a probing spell from afar. Item: True Vision Eye Skill. Learning requirement: all professions. Description: a second-tier skill that, once learned, allows one to uncover information about more concealed matters. In simpler terms, it is an upgraded version of the probing spell. For the average practitioner, its significance may not be substantial. However, certain items and equipment may be sealed or possess incomplete information, which typical probing spells cannot fully unveil. This gave rise to a profession, equipment appraisers. With this skill, the most straightforward advantage is that when encountering sealed equipment, one can independently detect information without the need for an appraiser. Furthermore, it can be utilized in venues akin to gambling stones for profit, provided one remains undetected. Its utility is considerable, hence the fierce competition among bidders. Ladies and gentlemen, time is up. I hereby announce that the second-tier skill, True Vision Eye, begins bidding at a starting price of 100,000 gold coins. After 2 minutes, the auctioneer, Wenqing, declared. Su Chun refrained from immediate bidding, observing the proceedings. 110,000, 120,000, 150,000. The price surged, with numerous bidders participating. Yet, as the price surpassed 500,000, the number of bidders dwindled. When the figure exceeded 1,000,000, only 3 remained in contention. After all, a second-tier skill book typically caps at 1,000,000. Beyond that, one would incur losses unless there was an absolute necessity or an excess of funds. 235,000 gold coins. This bid silenced the room. Wenqing smiled. Feeling quite satisfied, selling a second-tier skill book for such a price was already a triumph. She lifted the auction hammer, stating, 235,000 once. After pausing for effect, 235,000. Before her words could settle, a languid voice emerged from the 7th premium box, 2,000,000. Wenqing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting towards the source of the voice. Within the 9th box, Su Chun was momentarily stunned. He had intended to place his bid, only to be preempted. Yet, regardless of the amount she called, he remained unfazed. For something he deemed essential, he would not be denied. 2,000,000 going once. Wenqing had witnessed many high-stakes events, so even as the bid for a second-tier skill reached 2,000,000, her demeanor remained composed. However, before her voice could conclude, the 9th box interjected once more, 3,000,000. A collective gasp filled the room, and Wenqing's composure faltered as astonishment crossed her face. The other attendees were equally stunned, their breaths caught in disbelief. The singular thought echoed in their minds. 3,000,000 for a skill book? Is this individual made of money? 3. Before Wenqing could finish her pronouncement, the 7th box interjected, 4,000,000. This time, the voice exuded irritation, clearly incensed that someone dared to outbid her. Yet, before her words could dissipate, Su Chun declared, 8,000,000. The entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Even Wenqing, who had maintained a poised smile, was rendered speechless, unable to fathom such an extravagant bid for a second-tier skill. 8 million could procure low-tier legendary quality equipment. Are you out of your mind, spending 8,000,000 on a second-tier skill? The voice from the 7th box exclaimed in exasperation. Su Chun, unfazed, continued to relish his fruits, merely retorting, if you lack funds, refrain from bidding. Chapter 18, The Extraordinary Item, the Death Coin. In the 7th premium box, a girl clad in a white robe, petite and delicate, stood before the one-way glass wall, her forehead pressed against the surface, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the 7th box. Luo Xiaoyu, the daughter of the wealthiest man in the southern region, had never anticipated being mocked for her lack of funds. Her monthly allowance was counted in the tens of millions, an amount too vast to fathom. In that moment, she felt a surge of blood rush to her head, compelled to continue bidding. This was no longer about the item. It had become a matter of pride. However, as her hand hovered over the bidding button, she hesitated. Luo Xiaoyu was not foolish. She realized that if she bid again and her opponent did not follow suit, she would suffer a significant loss. Spending 8,000,000 gold coins on a second-tier skill book would surely become a source of ridicule. Contemplating this, she withdrew her hand, her expression turning cold. Observing that the 7th box had ceased bidding, the auctioneer Wenqing, ever perceptive, quickly called out 3 times before announcing the successful transaction. With the apocalypse system in place, auction transactions were rendered significantly more convenient. Wenqing placed the item and its accompanying gifts in the transaction panel, set the price, and sent a transaction request to the 9th box. Soon, the transaction was completed. Gazing at those 4 words, even Wenqing found it hard to believe her eyes. She had already prepared for the possibility that the person was here to cause trouble. To her astonishment, someone truly spent 8 million gold coins to purchase a second-tier skill book. Ha ha ha, spending 8 million to acquire a mere second-tier skill. What a remarkable genius you are. Upon witnessing the transaction's completion, Luo Xiaoyu couldn't help but mock. Su Chun, while engrossed in learning the skill, responded nonchalantly, "You fool. You spent 8 million. Fool." The simplicity of those 2 words dealt a critical blow to Luo Xiaoyu. Clutching her chest, she sank onto the sofa, her body trembling with rage. Observing the escalating tensions between the two, Wenqing hastily interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. How about we take a look at our next treasure?" Following that, Su Chun paid little attention to the auction items. He retrieved all the skill books, initially intending to max out the Ride the Wind skill first. However, curiosity piqued regarding what form the True Vision skill would take after 9 evolutions. Thus, without hesitation, he cast all experience books into True Vision. "Ride the Wind, I was here first. Ding. Your skill True Vision has been upgraded to LV10. Ding. You have triggered the talent skill evolution, enhancing the skill's effects. Ding. Your skill. Ding. You have triggered the talent skill evolution, augmenting the skill's effects." After a series of 9 notifications, Su Chen opened the skill information. True Vision, LV99 consumes 500 mana, allowing your eyes to penetrate all information, unveiling all illusions. Su Chen pondered, "Is that all? It sounds impressive, yet it seems to say nothing at all." As he stroked his chin, a sudden thought struck him. It appeared that the private room was safeguarded by a barrier against external probing. He wondered if this skill could. He glanced towards the 7th private room. Oh, so it's just a little girl. Not as adorable as my Angelina. Between their private rooms lay another, separated by 2 walls. Yet, when Su Chun attempted to glimpse the inside of the 7th room, all obstructions vanished from sight. A petite loli sitting on a sofa came into view. His thoughts stirred, and all her information was displayed without reservation. Name, Luo Xiaoyu. Level, 10, 9999. Profession, Purifier, Legendary. Life, 5000 5000. Mana, 1200 1200. Strength, 106. Constitution, 152. Agility, 151. Spirit, 406. Talent, Holy Light Purification SS. Equipment, Radiant Holy Crown. Legendary. Radiant Holy Robe, Legendary. Radiant Holy. Wealth, 565492230. Relationships, Luo Mingchuan, Father, Lu Shui, Mother. Pet, 2-winged Angel, Diamond. Achievements. Gazing at this panel, Su Chen felt a newfound affirmation of the capabilities of True Vision. At this moment, it seemed that even Luo Xiaoyu herself knew less about her than he did. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the finale treasure. A coin of unknown material was presented before the audience. One side was pitch black, while the other gleamed pure white. The black side bore the image of a laughing demon, while the white side showcased a smiling angel. Esteemed guests, this item is known as the Life Gamble Coin. Its worth is for you to discern. With that, Wenqing stepped aside. Su Chun, captivated by its name, raised his gaze. Item, Life Gamble Coin, Artifact. Description, upon use, the coin will take the entire life of the user and the target. After 10 seconds, the effect triggers. The demon will claim the life of one side, while the other will be protected by the angel, ensuring survival. Wow, a one-hit kill artifact. Does this defy the heavens? My goodness, they dare to sell such a thing. Tianzhong Pavilion must be insane. If someone exceptionally lucky possesses this, could they not eliminate a level 1 against a 9th tier, or even a Divine Realm powerhouse? The crowd below buzzed with astonishment, overwhelmed by the final auction item. Clearly, such an artifact surpassed their comprehension. Su Chen's eye sparkled. With life as the price to trigger the ability, it should indeed allow for a one-hit kill. Sacrificing a bit of life to take an entire life from another. Even with bad luck, he would have countless opportunities to try, if he could acquire this. As long as he had ample time to react, there would be no opponent he couldn't defeat. After the crowd's subdued reactions, Wenqing slowly began. Due to the immeasurable value of this item, the starting bid is 1 gold coin. Please place your bids. No sooner had the words left her lips than a voice from the 7th private room rang out. 10 million gold coins. Su Chen paused, then defiantly countered. 20 million gold coins. Luo Xiaoyu gasped, shooting an angry glare in Su Chen's direction, gritting her teeth. 30 million. 60 million. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Chen announced. Luo Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically. She had only a little over 56 million gold coins in total. The price Su Chen had called exceeded her limits. Yet, she gritted her teeth and shouted, 70 million. I can sell my equipment if necessary. He cannot possibly possess such wealth. Luo Xiaoyu thought to herself. The next moment, 140 million. Su Chen's voice echoed. There was no competition. He was openly flaunting his financial superiority before everyone present. Luo Xiaoyu's face paled. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 19. Luo Xiaoyu at Su Chen's mercy. After the auction concluded, considering the early departure required the following day, Su Chen decided to head home for some rest. However, just as he exited Tianzhong Pavilion, a petite and delicate figure dashed in front of him, blocking his path. Luo Xiaoyu, breathless, her face flushed with a rosy hue, resembled a delightful confection dusted with icing. She looked up to meet Su Chen's gaze, her voice trembling. Why, you're the one from private room 9, right? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, fixating on her. He had just gleaned all of Luo Xiaoyu's information through True Vision. Although she was the daughter of the wealthiest family in the southern region, her family wielded considerable influence throughout. She was not favored. In her family, there was also an adopted younger sister of the same age. Even with her awakening of a legendary profession and the fortunate acquisition of a mysterious inheritance, her parents still neglected her, providing only financial support while allowing her to grow wild. In contrast, they lavished more attention on her ordinary occupation sister. Well, it's hard to assess. Suchun did not care whether she received her parents' affection. What mattered was that he knew if he bullied her, she couldn't leverage her family's authority to trouble him. This was crucial. Is there a problem? Suchun asked, hands in pockets, looking down at her. For Luo Xiaoyu, who stood less than 1.6 meters tall. The over 2 meter tall, robust Suchun seemed like a giant. She clenched her fists in anxiety, but still mustered the courage to ask. See, could you lend me that life gamble coin just once? I really need it, I beg you. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, presenting a pitiful appearance. Suchun understood that due to her parents' favoritism, her true character was one of a cold and twisted nature. She could expressionlessly sever a wild rabbit's head with a kitchen knife or laugh uproariously while clashing with a wolf. Madness, obsession, and pathology were her true essence. Thus, Suchun felt not an ounce of sympathy. He played along for a moment. Luo Xiaoyu's expression gradually froze. Her gaze transformed into something extraordinarily terrifying, akin to that of a venomous snake, coldly fixated on Suchun. A smirk played at the corner of Suchun's mouth. I am not fond of theatrics before me. You wish to borrow a coin, do you? Promise me a favor, and I shall lend it to you. Luo Xiaoyu had ventured to Yunhua City specifically to acquire the fateful coin, for she had accepted a hellishly difficult breakthrough task that required her to complete it alone. The task demanded the slaying of a level 15 dark gold ranked boss. Her profession leaned toward support, although her pet was diamond ranked. The vast difference in realms rendered it incapable of assisting her. Thus, she was in desperate need of alternative methods. The fateful coin was the most suitable option she had discovered after extensive searching, as her angelic pet possessed a resurrection skill. By using the coin, even in failure, she could be revived. However, to her dismay, Suchun had intervened, seizing the opportunity with unfathomable wealth. Through the eye of true sight, Suchun comprehended all of Luo Xiaoyu's information. Therefore, he harbored no fear that she would refuse his request. His own breakthrough task involved exploring the Wanfanshan secret realm to obtain the Skeleton King's crown. He had previously researched information about Wanfanshan, but found no mention of it on the professional forums. This suggested that it might still be an undiscovered realm, rich with untapped treasures. Yet, opportunity and risk were intertwined. With infinite teleportation at his disposal, he felt secure in his life. However, what if fate turned against him? The very name Wanfanshan sounded ominous. Evidently linked to the undead and dark elements, branches of elements notorious for their treachery and malice. If he were to encounter a creature endowed with special abilities lurking within the secret realm, he could unwittingly fall victim to its schemes. Despite possessing the unique talent of Return of the Multitudes that allowed him to rapidly accumulate attributes, he understood that it was better to be cautious. Suchun planned to seek methods to dispel undead and dark spells, but now, an individual seeking his assistance had approached him, sparing him considerable trouble. Luo Xiaoyu felt the intensity of his scrutinizing gaze, akin to being targeted by a ravenous wolf, sending chills down her spine. She clenched the button of her chest tightly, biting her lip in silence. No, please, she whispered. No. Suchun was taken aback, not expecting her to refuse. Then forget it, I shall not lend you the item. He replied decisively, intent on moving forward. Yet, as he passed by Luo Xiaoyu, she abruptly grasped his pant leg. Don't look for a hotel or anything here, she implored in a voice as faint as a whisper. Suchun was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting as he brushed her hand away. How could she mistake him for that kind of person? Clear those filthy thoughts from your mind. I merely seek your help to explore a secret realm, Suchun explained. Exasperated. Although Luo Xiaoyu was a professional and an 18-year-old adult, her appearance resembled that of a young girl, akin to a loli. While it was true that Angelina was likely an ancient creature, thousands of years old, Suchun had no desire for anyone to misconstrue him as a pervert. Luo Xiaoyu paused, perplexed. Aren't you the one who intends to bully me? Suchun smirked disdainfully, a smile that instantly incited Luo Xiaoyu's fury. She swung her fists and struck Suchun's knee. He halted her. Enough, I have no time to waste here. If you wish to borrow an item, first assist me in exploring the secret realm. Luo Xiaoyu huffed, glaring at him indignantly before finally nodding in agreement. All right. Seeing her acquiescence, Suchun left his address for her and prepared to leave. However, to his surprise, Luo Xiaoyu followed closely behind him. What are you doing? Suchun questioned, perplexed. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Xiaoyu stammered. I have no place to stay. Why not just go to a hotel? Suchun suggested, incredulous. Luo Xiaoyu vigorously shook her head. No way. Staying in such places means encountering bad people. Her tone was grave, as though she had experienced something similar. Recalling her information, Suchun remembered a scene from a television series Luo Xiaoyu had watched in her youth, which involved a coercive situation occurring in a hotel. This had left a significant psychological scar on her young, fragile mind, leading her to associate hotels with such behavior. So you wish to come home with me? Suchin inquired, bemused. From now on, we are teammates exploring the secret realm together. It should be fine for me to return home with you, right? Besides, didn't you say you wouldn't bully me? Suchin scratched his head, resigned. All right then. Before long, the two arrived at his modest abode. Luo Xiaoyu stared in disbelief at the room, barely 30 square meters in size. You live here? Suchin shrugged. What of it? Luo Xiaoyu was baffled as to why a wealthy individual capable of spending 14 million on items would reside in such a place. She glanced at the lone bed and asked, where do I sleep? Suchan retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe and tossed it onto the nearby sofa. Make do for the night. You. Luo Xiaoyu was incensed, unable to believe that Suchan lacked any semblance of chivalry, relegating her to the sofa. Ultimately, with no choice, she had to accept her fate. However, when it came time to turn off the lights, a disagreement arose. Don't turn off the lights, Luo Xiaoyu insisted. How am I supposed to sleep if the lights are on? Suchin frowned. Luo Xiaoyu fidgeted. I am afraid of the dark. Suchin's eyes narrowed. What if someone were to keep you company while you slept? Luo Xiaoyu quickly crossed her arms over her chest. What do you mean? Realizing that this girl, with her chaotic thoughts, had misconstrued his intentions, Suchin chose not to explain. Instead, he summoned Angelina. Let her sleep with you. Upon seeing Angelina, Luo Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. After the lights were successfully extinguished, Suchan heard the sound of murmurs from the sofa. Little sister, who are you? Why was that guy able to summon you? Your skin is so fair and smooth, and those little fangs of yours are adorable. Luo Xiaoyu clung to Angelina like a lovesick fool, giggling. Angelina lowered her voice, her tone icy. I am of the bloodline. Bloodline? Luo Xiaoyu's voice faltered, abruptly ceasing. After a brief pause, a piercing scream echoed throughout the building. Chapter 20. The Undead Army Hidden Beneath the Ground. The following day, at dawn, Suchin departed Yunhua City with Luo Xiaoyu. It's all your fault. Sob, 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 she lamented. After being startled by Angelina the previous day, she had been unable to close her eyes all night. Now, with dark circles under her eyes, she appeared even more delicate. Suchin disregarded her complaints, gripping her hand as he continuously teleported towards the designated task point. While this method was quite convenient, the repeated use of teleportation was becoming exhausting. He pondered the idea of acquiring a mountable pet or summon. Otherwise, relying solely on teleportation made him feel like a mere mode of transportation. Before long, they entered a fog-laden mountain range. Suchin activated the Eye of True Sight to survey their surroundings, diligently avoiding areas where monsters congregated. He was not lacking in experience. There were plenty of monsters to gain experience from within the secret realm. Soon, they arrived at the base of an unnamed peak, guided by the task marker. After summoning a group of goblins to clear the obstructing vines, they peered into the cave. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with a swirling vortex quietly rotating. Truly well concealed, Suchin remarked with a sense of wonder. Luo Xiaoyu harbored a certain trepidation towards the darkness, retreating a few steps as she questioned, do we truly need to enter? Have you brought sufficient illumination, or should we procure some more? Illumination? Suchin's expression was one of confusion, for he possessed the Eye of True Sight. Mere darkness posed no challenge for him. Observing his demeanor, Luo Xiaoyu's countenance stiffened. You haven't forgotten to prepare any light sources, have you? Suchin fell silent. Luo Xiaoyu turned to leave. If that's the case, I shan't go. Farewell. With that, she attempted to depart, but in the next moment, Suchin seized the collar of her garment and leaped into the cavern. Upon solid ground, Suchin opened his eyes to behold a majestic mountain, yet instead of vegetation, it was adorned with numerous grave mounds, presenting a rather eerie sight. However, this was merely to Suchin. For an ordinary person, the atmosphere might be less disconcerting, as a thick fog enveloped the mountain, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Suchin probed his ear, casting a disapproving glance at his chest. Luo Xiaoyu clung to him like an octopus, shrieking at the top of her lungs. With a sigh, Suchin remarked, could you refrain from screaming? Even the ghosts would be terrified to death by you. Ghosts? There are ghosts. Her volume only escalated in response to his words. Noticing this, Suchin mentally muted her voice, choosing to ignore her. He first summoned the goblins 10 times. Once 1,050 goblins stood in orderly formation. He unleashed the blood eye to survey their surroundings. It is noteworthy that the Eye of True Sight could be used in conjunction with the blood eye, making it far more convenient to sneak a peek at hidden secrets in the future. How delightful. However, being a person of integrity, Suchin would never misuse such a gift. Were this ability to fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, countless innocent women would surely suffer. He commanded the goblins to lead the way. Soon after, as the goblin captain passed the first row of grave mounds, a decayed hand suddenly emerged from the earth, seizing the captain's ankle with a fierce grip. The hand bore sharp nails, seeping with a deep green venom. The claw plunged deep into the goblin captain's flesh. 1800. Not only that, the robust goblin captain's form swiftly withered in the next instant. as though its vitality had been instantly siphoned away, green damage numbers symbolizing poisoning rising from its head. 400. 400. With 2 successive hits, the goblin captain perished on the spot. Su Chun, witnessing this through the blood eye, was slightly taken aback. Even a goblin captain with a staggering constitution of 270 had lost a staggering 1800 health in one fell swoop, followed by additional poison damage of 400. This claw's damage was rather explosive. Su Chun hastily examined the details of the claw. Spell: Corrupted Venomous Claw, second transition. Description: a claw emerges from the ground, carrying corrosive poison, inflicting formidable piercing damage while applying a decaying toxin. Spell: Su Chun was taken aback, and then a thought struck him. He quickly employed the Eye of True Sight to investigate the grave mounds. Indeed, beneath each mound, or rather every inch of the mountain's soil, lay one or even several skeletons. Among them were skeletal warriors wielding long swords and numerous skeletal mages brandishing staffs. Their information vividly imprinted itself in Su Chen's mind. Monster: Skeleton Warrior. Level: LV 15. Rank: Common. Health: 3000. Magic: 1500. Strength: 300. Constitution: 320. Speed: 280. Mentality: 120. Skills: Quick Slash, Leaping Cleave. Monster: Skeleton Mage. Level: LV 15. Rank: Common. Health: 1200. Magic: 2500. Strength: 145. Constitution: 125. Speed: 270. Mentality: 410. Skills: Corrupted Venomous Claw, Sharp Bone Spear. Goodness. After perusing their basic information, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Each ordinary skeleton warrior possessed the capability to rival a goblin captain. Truly, goblins were the shame of monsters. He mused silently. Yet, fortunately, despite the considerable disparity, it was not to the extent that they could not inflict damage at all. Moreover, as a summoner, he could remain safely behind, continuously summoning reinforcements. Even if the mountain of graves held countless skeletons, there would inevitably come a time when they could be eradicated. His magical energy was far from being depleted. With that thought, Su Chun relentlessly continued to establish dozens more summoning arrays. Meanwhile, as the corrupted venomous claw emerged, it was as if a firecracker's fuse had been ignited. A multitude of skeletal warriors and mages began to burrow from the earth, rushing towards the 1,000 goblins. The goblin formation braced itself, and moments later, the two sides collided, swiftly inflicting casualties. Ding. You have slain a LV 15 common monster, gaining 150 experience. Ding. One of your LV 10 elite goblin captains has perished. Ding. One of your LV 19 common goblins has died. Ding. You. A cacophony of notifications erupted around Su Chen's ears. He remained impassive, continuously summoning and directing his army towards the front lines. Luo Xiaoyu remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. She stared in a daze at the goblins emerging from the summoning arrays. The sheer volume of astonishing events overwhelmed her, rendering her momentarily speechless, her mind in a state of paralysis. Soon, Luo Xiaoyu regained her senses and curiously inquired, "How can you cast spells so rapidly? And what is happening? Where are those goblins headed?" Su Chen paid her no heed, absorbed in his own incantations. Within the impenetrable fog that eluded Luo Xiaoyu's perception, the battle raged on. Despite the sheer number of goblins he summoned, they were outnumbered by the skeletal army. Furthermore, the quality of the skeletons far surpassed that of the goblins. It took 10 goblin captains to barely match a single ordinary skeleton warrior. Of course, goblin shamans could still inflict considerable damage against the skeletons, as the skeletons, while possessing high constitution, largely lacked physical resistance. They were considerably vulnerable to magical elemental attacks. Nevertheless, the overall situation found Su Chen at a disadvantage. If this continued, the skeleton horde would inevitably close in on him, at which point he would have no choice but to retreat from the secret realm. Furrowing his brow, he pondered methods to break through this predicament. The blood eye soared through the clouds, ceaselessly exploring the land. Suddenly, Su Chen's spirit jolted. He discovered a colossal grave mound, beneath which lay a treasure chest. Inside the chest were a skill book and a quantity of gold coins. Item: self-detonation. Learning requirement: Mage, with a mental attribute exceeding 400 points. Description: second transition skill. Upon casting, summoned creatures will self-detonate upon reaching 0 health, inflicting 150 damage based on the summoner's mental attribute to all enemies within a 44 square meter radius. Self-detonation. Precisely what I need. Su Chen assessed. As long as he could obtain this skill book, even if the goblins perished, they could self-detonate to inflict damage. This would significantly alleviate the pressure of clearing the skeletons. Yet the treasure chest lay buried beneath the grave mound. Even with his ability to teleport, retrieving it would prove challenging. He would need to send his summoned creatures to excavate the treasure first. With that in mind, Su Chen summoned Angelina. Relying solely on the goblins to carve a path through the chaos would be no small feat, however. With the addition of the demigod-level Angelina, the task became considerably simpler. Yet, For the sake of caution, Su Chan addressed Luo Xiaoyu, saying, "Don't just stand there. Summon your angelic pet." Chapter 21. An art only appreciated by Su Chan. "Oh, okay." Luo Xiaoyu quickly acquiesced, raising her hand slightly. In the next moment, a radiant figure coalesced beside Su Chan, glowing with golden light. Su Chan glanced sideways. Taking in her long, straight legs, her slender waist, and her unparalleled, divine visage. Brandishing a golden-red longsword, she spoke with an air of haughty pride, "Master, what is thy command?" Luo Xiaoyu pointed towards Su Chan and said, "Listen to his orders." The golden-haired angel cast a sidelong glance at Su Chan, her brow slightly furrowed. As if reluctant. However, bound by the command of her master, she had no power to resist. At that moment, Luo Xiaoyu suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Wait, I never mentioned to anyone that I have an angel. How could you possibly know?" She fixed an intense gaze on Su Chan, as if she were ready to extract flesh from him. Su Chan calmly replied, "The eye of true sight revealed it." "What of it?" Luo Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. She thought it plausible. But did this fellow possess no sense of shame? How could he so brazenly invade the privacy of others and act as if it were justified? Could he not even pretend? Even a lie would suffice. After some contemplation, Luo Xiaoyu felt helpless and could only sulk silently. Su Chan paid no heed to her attitude. He proceeded to summon a horde of goblins, commanding a substantial squadron to remain behind while the rest charged to the front lines. Once the number of wolf-riding goblins reached 500, he positioned Angelina and the angel alongside them, bestowing upon them a wind-riding enhancement. "Go forth and retrieve the treasure for me," he instructed, transmitting the location of the treasure chest into Angelina's mind, urging the angel to follow suit. Meanwhile, he guided the wolf-riding goblins forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wolf cavalry surged forward with remarkable speed. A throng of riders charged ahead, stirring up fierce winds and dispersing the mist. The skeletons along the way barely had time to rise from the earth before the wolf riders leapt over them. The path was clear, and soon, the two pets and 500 wolf riders arrived at the burial mound housing the treasure chest. Su Chan commanded half of the wolf riders to excavate the earth, while the angel and Angelina defended against the encroaching skeletons. As a being of light, the angel naturally excelled against the skeletons. She fought with gusto, her wings flaring as she wielded her golden-red longsword, causing large swathes of skeletons to fall. Luo Xiaoyu listened to the incessant notifications ringing in her ears, utterly stunned. She had not anticipated that so many monsters lurked within the mist. And all of them were skeletons. With this realization, she clung even tighter to Su Chan. Su Chan remained unfazed by her actions. He was now multitasking, controlling the goblins on the front lines to launch an offensive while also urging the digging goblin wolf riders to hasten their efforts in unearthing the treasure. Fortunately, Angelina did not let him down. Although at level 10, her demigod status rendered her combat prowess far superior to that of the skeletons. At this moment, she unleashed her full power. Her skill, blood burning, was an area effect ability. She charged into the horde of skeletons, her body shimmering with crimson light before erupting forth. Blood burning. A torrent of red light surged outward, causing the health of the skeletons above to diminish drastically. Then, the angel descended from the heavens, swinging her sword to eradicate their remaining health. The two pets, the angel and the demon, coordinated seamlessly, forming an impenetrable, invisible barrier that thwarted the skeletons' attempts to disrupt the wolf cavalry's excavation efforts. However, this was the extent of their capabilities. Skeletons continued to emerge from the earth, and their killing efficiency soon faltered in the face of the ever-increasing skeletal army. Their defense could only retreat step by step. The remaining half of the wolf riders surged forward, establishing a new defensive line for skeletons that could be easily dispatched by even the elite commander. The attributes of the skeleton wolf riders were utterly insignificant. The wolf cavalry fell swiftly. Fortunately, just before the line collapsed, a wolf rider unearthed the treasure chest. Su Chan immediately took control of it, tucking it under his arm as he mounted the great wolf. The other wolf riders, along with the two pets, cleared a path for him. Angelina led the charge at the forefront, forging a path with her physical presence, while the angel held the rear, blocking the skeletons that surged from the sides. Ultimately, at the cost of over 400 wolf riders, and with Angelina's health reduced by a tenth, and the angel gravely injured, the team successfully returned. Seeing the angel in such a disheveled state, Luo Xiaoyu panicked and quickly leaped down from Su Chan, rushing to heal her. Meanwhile, Su Chan opted for a more pragmatic approach, instructing Angelina to drain the remaining wolf rider's health to recuperate her own injuries. If that were insufficient, he commanded her to venture to the front lines to extract blood from the skeletons. Su Chan opened the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the second-tier spell Self-Destruct, and 53 gold coins. Without hesitation, Su Chan learned the skill. Self-Destruct. When a summoned creature's life is depleted, it consumes 200 mana points to self-destruct, dealing 150 mental attribute damage to all enemies within a radius of 44 square meters. Self-Destruct is a passively triggered skill, meaning that as long as Su Chun has sufficient mana, it will activate whenever a summoned creature dies. For other summoners, this would be a cause for considerable distress, as each activation consumes 200 mana points. Even second-tier summoners would find it challenging to maintain such mana reserves. However, this concern was irrelevant to Su Chun, who possessed mana regeneration. He could only hear the incessant notifications in his ears, indicating the experience gained from self-destruct. Ding. You successfully triggered the self-destruct skill, gaining 200 skill experience. Ding. Success. Ding. Your self-destruct skill level has increased. Current level is LV10. Ding. You have triggered the talent skill evolution. The skill effect has undergone a transformation. Self-destruct, LV10 upon the death of a summoned creature. It deals 200 mental attribute damage to monsters within a 44-meter radius and applies a burning effect, lasting for 5 seconds, dealing 20 mental attribute damage per second. Through the Blood Eye, Su Chun commanded a goblin commander to charge into the horde of skeletons. The goblin commander was swiftly dispatched by bone spears, clawed feet, and the blades of skeletal warriors. In its final moments, its skin turned red, and its body swelled. The next instant, boom, a torrent of crimson flames erupted, engulfing the surrounding skeletons. The bones shrouded in flames began to ignite, with damage numbers appearing every second. Moreover, as more goblins self-destructed, the burning effect could stack. The skill level of self-destruct continued to rise. Simultaneously, self-destruct was enhanced by the skill evolution, its power continually increasing. The skeletal army began to falter. Art is explosive. A dazzling artistry unfolded within the mist. Alas, only Su Chun could appreciate it. The blood-red flames devoured the skeleton's living space, turning the tide of battle. The goblin army began their charge towards the summit. As the goblins advanced their line to the halfway point of the mountain, Su Chun followed closely behind, ascending the mountain. Chapter 22, A Life or Death Gamble with the Golden Lich. As he walked through the mist, Su Chun felt somewhat speechless. He turned to glance at Luo Xiaoyu, who was tightly clutching his arm, her eyes nervously scanning their surroundings. There are no monsters left. You needn't hold on so tightly, Su Chun reminded her. I refuse to believe that, Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed, her voice trembling. It's so dark here. How could there possibly be no monsters? It's all your fault. Who explores a secret realm without preparing any lighting tools? Boo-hoo. As a child, whenever she made a mistake, more accurately, whenever her sister conspired against her, she would be confined to a dark room. Thus, she harbored a profound fear of the dark. The current environment felt to her like being thrown into a cavern teeming with insects, an intolerable discomfort. Nonetheless, as she clutched Su Chun's arm tighter, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. His hand was heavy, warm, and strong, providing an overwhelming sense of security. She longed to keep it by her side forever. Luo Xiaoyu cast a furtive glance at Su Chun, pondering, but he likely would not agree. At that moment, the goblin army had surged halfway up the mountain. An unusual grave obstructed their path. The other graves were merely small mounds of earth, but this particular grave was different. It was connected to the mountain, crafted from stone, with statues flanking the tombstone, exuding an exquisite and ornate aura. Su Chun activated his blood-flying eye to peer underground, and a distorted humanoid creature came into view. Monster, Lich, Grade, Golden Leader, Level, 15 Health, 12,000,000, Mana, 30,000,000, Strength, 1042, Vitality, 988, Speed, 1022, Mentality, 2055, Skills, Dark Hand, Dark Cage. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Soul Withering. Su Chun was taken aback. Had they already encountered a leader? They still had half the distance to the mountain's peak. Wait, could there be an even more terrifying leader ahead? Su Chun felt a wave of exasperation. No wonder so few completed special-level tasks. Without cheats, it was inconceivable for anyone to succeed. A level 15 golden leader with 12 million health as a mere roadblock was beyond imagination. Nevertheless, regardless of its strength, there was no leader before Su Chun that he could not overcome. He took out the life-risking coin, tossed it into the air, and caught it swiftly. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes lit up upon seeing him produce the coin. Are you planning to give it to me? Su Chun shot her a glance. Dream on. With that, he scooped up Luo Xiaoyu and teleported in front of the special grave. The lich below instantly sensed the intrusion and floated out of the tomb. Who dares to disturb my tranquility? A piercing wail accompanied by a chilling wind erupted. Cloaked in darkness, its body exuded an eerie, ethereal quality, easily mistaken for the legendary specter. Indeed, the lich's appearance was no different from that of a ghost. Ghost! Luo Xiaoyu's eyes widened in terror, and she let out a scream before fainting. Su Chun sighed in exasperation, already regretting bringing her along. She was nothing but a burden. Without hesitation, he brandished the life-risking coin towards the lich. Would you like to consume 1 point of life value limit to activate the life-risking coin? Current remaining uses, 1010. Su Chun grinned. As expected, everything that required consumption could trigger a one-hit kill. Immediately, he affirmed yes. The coin soared into the air, spinning rapidly. siphoning a surge of green energy from both the lich and himself. The lich was frozen in place, unable to attack, and Su Chun was equally immobilized. Both watched the coin intently. Before long, ding. You have been chosen by the demon. You lose 1 point of life value limit. Ugh. Su Chun was speechless. His luck was abysmally poor. Even a 50 chance could fail. Meanwhile, the lich cackled. Hee, such an interesting item. I'm rather impressed. But it seems my luck is far superior. Farewell. Its hollow eyes glowed with a faint blue light, mockingly scrutinizing Su Chun. However, in the next instant, its smile froze as Su Chun tossed the coin into the air once more. The coin spun, extracting life from both parties. The lich gasped in shock. No. This can't be. You failed. Su Chun's expression remained calm. But the next moment, ding. You have been chosen by the demon. You lose 1 point of life value limit. The lich was momentarily stunned. It erupted into maniacal laughter. Just as it was about to speak, Su Chun threw the coin skyward again. How is this possible? The lich shrieked in terror, while Su Chun maintained his usual calm demeanor. After all, even if he failed, it merely deducted 1 point from his life value limit. This time, the lich was not so fortunate. Ding. You have been chosen by the angel. You gain 1 point of life value limit. Upon hearing this announcement, Su Chun smiled slightly and turned to the lich, saying, farewell. The lich shrieked in panic. This is unfair. This is utterly unfair. Futile. The next moment, its health points reached 0. Ding. You have slain a level 15 golden leader lich and gained 150,000 experience points. Upon receiving the experience glow, Su Chun approached the radiant orb left by the lich's demise and reached out to touch it. Item, lich's staff. Quality, fine. Attribute boost, 300 points to mentality. 20 to mana recovery, 10 to dark undead magic power, 15 to dark undead magic mana consumption. Equipment requirement, mentality greater than 250 points. A golden leader yields this? Su Chun regarded it with disdain. His blood eye was an epic level piece of equipment, enhanced to epic status, making him unimpressed by the lich's staff. While it could fetch a decent price, he had no need for it, destined to gather dust in his storage. Fortunately, the luminous orb of loot had not dissipated. He continued to explore. Item, summon skeleton warrior. Learning requirement, class summoner, 300 points to mentality. Description, second tier skill. After learning, you can consume 200 points of mana to summon a regular skeleton warrior. Su Chun's eye sparkled. Finally, he had access to another summoning option. The goblins were simply too weak. Even the strongest elite among them, the goblin guard captain, was of little use. In contrast, even a regular skeleton warrior would boast superior attributes compared to the goblin guard captain. It was a pity that the skill description clearly stated it could only summon skeleton warriors. If it included skeleton mages, the skill would elevate its status in Su Chun's eyes. Another disappointment was that he currently lacked a second-tier experience book, preventing him from maxing out its level immediately. The luminous orb of loot had yet to fully disperse. Su Chun reached out again. Item, Lich's Veil. Tier, Epic. Attribute boost, 255 points to vitality. 10 to magic resistance, 20 to dark resistance, 20 to undead resistance. Reduces curse effects by 5, skill cooldown by 5. Skill, Ethereal Shield. Equipment requirement, mentality greater than 200 points. Ethereal Shield, immunity to 1 negative status skill, cooldown effect 24 hours. Without further ado, Su Chun equipped the Lich's Veil immediately. His primary concern had been the potential for monsters to ambush him from the shadows, which was why he had brought along Luo Xiaoyu. This burden, now equipped with this contraption and the ability to teleport, even the most insidious adversary would find themselves with ample time to react. During his last attempt to gather the luminous drops, Su Chun only managed to collect a few hundred gold coins. His desire for wealth had long since diminished, leaving him indifferent to material riches. Casually tossing the coins into his bag, he hoisted Luo Xiaoyu onto his back and pressed onward toward the mountain summit. Chapter 23. The Death-Seeking Skeletal King, Groth. The latter half of the Wanfeng Mountain proved to be far more traversable than Su Chun had anticipated. After passing the Golden Lich Leader, the skeletal creatures beneath the ground became noticeably sparse. Having traversed 3/4 of the way, not a single one remained in sight. The only potential hindrances they faced were the oppressive darkness and the chilling gusts of wind. Clearly, neither could deter Su Chun from advancing. Soon, they reached the mountain's peak, which was surprisingly barren, as if a colossal hand had wrenched the summit away. Contrary to Su Chun's expectations, there were no formidable leaders present, not even a grave. In fact, the absence of a diamond-tier guardian was even more ominous, for there lay a teleportation array. This secret realm, a teleportation point within the dungeon, subtly indicated that they were about to confront a creature of tremendous might. Even such an expansive platform could not unleash its full potential. They would need to venture to a new location. Luo Xiaoyu, still in a state of unconsciousness, remained oblivious. However, the hairs on Su Chun's body began to stand on end. He was reluctant to take risks. Yet, having come this far into the secret realm, retreat was not an option. He could not allow his previous efforts to be in vain. Gritting his teeth, Su Chun bravely stepped forward into the teleportation array. Darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent. The ground sloped steeply, marred by indentations, as if clawed by some unseen force. Upon their arrival, Suchin stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance due to the forward pull of gravity. He could not discern what lay ahead, which only heightened his trepidation. Before him stretched an abyss of darkness, akin to an unfathomable chasm. A single misstep could lead to their irrevocable doom. Damn it, I should have brought some light sources. Su Chun cursed inwardly. The darkness here was not akin to that of Wanfeng Mountain, which was merely shrouded in mist and night. There was an absence of any light, as if enclosed in a box crafted from pure black fabric. Even his true vision eye failed to reveal clarity. Not even a single living creature was in sight. Yet, that was not the worst of it. The true calamity was the system notifications that echoed in his mind. Ding. The concentration of necromantic elements in your current location is excessively high. You will lose 1 health point per second. Ding. The concentration of dark elements in your location is overwhelming. Curse resistance is at 50. You are cursed. Speed at 70. Vision at 99. Calmness at 30. A barrage of notifications assailed Su Chen's mind, provoking a storm of negative emotions, irritation, unease, terror, all swirling chaotically, just as a fire ignited within him, threatening to engulf his entire being. A crisp and trembling voice resonated in his ears. Purity's blessing, illumination. Suddenly, the area was illuminated. The light emanated from Luo Xiaoyu, who had awoken unbeknownst to him. Just as he had imagined, they were on a slope. Luo Xiaoyu cast a wary glance at Su Chun. Seeing him unscathed and breathing heavily, she seized his arm. Purity's blessing, clarity. In an instant, it felt as though a bucket of cool water had been poured over him from head to toe, sweeping away all his agitation and fear. Su Chun felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. Are you all right? Luo Xiaoyu inquired anxiously. Her gaze swept around, her hand clutching a silver-white staff, trembling slightly. Clearly, she was still shaken. At that moment, she was suppressing her own fear to converse with Su Chun. Su Chun exhaled a couple of times and gently patted her head. Rest assured, I am fine. After a moment's thought, he added, I will protect you. You will be safe. His tone was resolute. The warmth emanating from his large hand was something Luo Xiaoyu had never experienced before. She stiffened momentarily but soon relaxed, nodding gently. Though the fear had not entirely dissipated, their mutual support prevented them from being paralyzed by terror. Su Chun summoned a goblin. However, the surrounding aura of the undead was no laughing matter. The goblin could not endure for even a minute before perishing completely. Fortunately, the skeletal warriors were unharmed. Not only were they unaffected, but they thrived, their speed increasing. Su Chun directed several skeletal warriors to explore both upward and downward. The profound darkness rendered even his blood eye ineffective, revealing only a void. Thus, he sought to ascertain the location of the leader. Soon, the skeletal warriors returned with their findings. The higher they ventured, the more intense the chilling winds became, capable of lifting the skeletal warriors off the ground. In simple terms, the upward path was impassable. They had no choice but to descend. However, the skeletal warriors exploring below reported that they did not venture far before encountering a chasm. One of the skeletal warriors fell into the abyss. 10 minutes elapsed. Yet Su Chun received no notifications of its demise, indicating the chasm's depth. Contemplating the situation, Su Chun resolved to descend. He tested both the sky wing and his teleportation abilities to ensure both were viable escape options. Assured of their reliability, he and Luo Xiaoyu proceeded downward. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the chasm. Su Chun activated his true vision eye, sweeping from the left to the right of the abyss. On the left side, he found nothing but darkness. However, as his gaze shifted to the right, a monster panel suddenly materialized before him. Monster, Skeletal King Groth. Status, sealed. Grade, Deity, First Tier Undead God. Level, 15. Health, Magic, Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit. Skills. Description: once an exceptionally formidable new skeletal king, Groth, who distinguished himself during the Third Life and Death War. He has slain several divine beings of the Life faction. His immense power led to his ambush and capture by the goddess of life, Liv, as an undead entity. He is immortal and unyielding, thus sealed here by Liv. For him, death may not be painful but rather a release. Su Chun felt a chill run down his spine. He had previously thought that a hellish task was already arduous. Luo Xiaoyu's hellish task involved defeating a level 15 dark gold tier demon leader alone. He had assumed that a special grade task would be somewhat more challenging than a hellish one, perhaps akin to diamond tier. Surely, they could not be facing an epic or even legendary creature. To his dismay, it was neither epic nor legendary, nor even a demigod. Instead, they were confronted by a veritable deity. By the heavens! Su Chun nearly swore aloud, his back drenched in cold sweat. Luo Xiaoyu sensed his panic and looked at him quizzically. Just as she was about to inquire, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Boom. Then came the sound of bones that had long been dormant suddenly cracking. A ball of ghostly blue flames ignited in midair. its radiance expanding and gradually illuminating the once impenetrable darkness that enveloped the surroundings. What was revealed to Su Chun and Luo Xiaoyu was a skeletal frame intricately adorned with complex golden vine patterns, tightly bound in place. The bones of the skeleton gleamed as white as jade, subtly shimmering with a spectrum of colors. It revealed only its upper half, yet loomed like a small mountain. Imposing and magnificent. After a prolonged slumber, the time has come for unwelcome intruders to breach my sealed domain. These two species are none other than humans. How delightful. Humans are notoriously cunning. Undoubtedly, they possess methods to ensure my demise. The skeletal king, Groth, clicked his 2 rows of pristine white teeth, producing a murmuring sound. He raised his bony hand and brought it crashing down before Su Chun. The fierce gust of wind generated nearly swept both Su and Luo away. Humans shall grant me my death. Otherwise, I shall send you to your graves. Chapter 24. The Gift of the Skeletal King Groth. Fear did not overwhelm Su Chun. He felt as though he had returned to the moment he first comprehended the nature of the blue star. The pressure within him was immense, yet his mind raced rapidly. Analyzing the current predicament, beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, tangling his hair. Noticing his lack of movement, Groth, with the flame of his soul flickering within his skull, expressed disappointment. It seems you are incapable. Indeed, I cannot expect anything from mere ants. As he spoke, he lifted his hand to press down upon the 2. Wait. I have a solution. Just as Groth's hand was about to descend upon Su Chun's head, Luo Xiaoyu dove into his embrace, eyes tightly shut. Su Chun spoke. Oh, Groth's senses did not miss this. He paused his arm, setting it aside, and calmly commanded, show me. Su Chun exhaled the tension weighing on his chest and produced the fateful coin, briefly explaining its purpose. Upon hearing this, Groth's soul flame flickered. In my prime, even without defense, your little trinket would not harm me in the slightest. The authority of the divine would shield me from the forces of the rules. Fortunately, I have since been drained of much of my divine power by that wretched live, and my divinity has languished within me for far too long. Come now, use it. In my life. Groth's words revealed an unabashed thirst for death. Luo Xiaoyu clutched Su Chun's garment tightly, her eyes wide with alarm. Eager to dissuade him. After all, the likelihood of failure in using the coin was significant, at least 50. Despite Groth's wickedness, she did not wish to witness his demise. However, refraining from using the coin would equally lead to death. Su Chun gently patted her head, signaling her to remain calm. He then activated the fateful coin. The coin soared through the air, drawing a measure of his vitality. After an exhaustive half-hour, it also drained Groth's life force. Only then did they enter a wagering mode. Alas, Su Chun failed. He was chosen by the demon. Groth sighed, refraining from further aggression towards Su Chun and Luo. What a pity, your luck has run dry. You cannot bring about my death. Female human child, it is your turn. Luo Xiaoyu shut her eyes tightly. Su Chun, she murmured, biting her lip, suppressing her heartache. When she opened her eyes again, they sparkled with determination. She appeared to have cast aside her former fears of darkness, death, and specters, becoming cold and merciless, her gaze fierce. Luo Xiaoyu reached out to catch the coin that was slowly descending from above. Just as she was about to grasp it, a powerful hand intercepted her. Allow me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Luo Xiaoyu froze, and even Groth, the god, felt a flicker of interest within his soul fire. Groth speculated that the coin might harbor rules constructed by a deity. Otherwise, how could it disregard all else and judge life and death impartially? Yet, Su Chun had failed and yet lived. Groth cast a meaningful glance at Su Chun, nodding slightly. Very well, you may proceed. Luo Xiaoyu finally grasped the situation. Su Chun had not perished. She leaped into his arms, tears streaming uncontrollably. How are you still alive? Su Chun's lips twitched, almost asking if she wished for his demise. But seeing her in such distress, he chuckled softly, stroking her head with pride. I have my own trump cards. There is no need for you to fret. He exchanged no further words with Luo Xiaoyu and tossed the coin once more. A half-hour later, beep. You have been chosen by the demon, losing 1 point of life limit. Again, beep. You have been chosen by the demon, losing. Again. 5 consecutive failures, each with a 50% chance. He had not encountered a single opportunity for survival. This seemed to foreshadow a tragic end. With only 2 attempts remaining, Su Chun could not help but lament inwardly. Could it be that I am destined to perish here today? Absolutely not. He took a deep breath and cast the coin into the air. At that moment, Groth suddenly exclaimed, wait. Su Chun hurriedly halted his action and caught the coin. What is it? Groth's white glow flickered, and the iridescent sheen upon his bones faded. I possess a passive skill that can guard against external rule influences. It may have led to the failures of the first 5 attempts, Groth explained calmly. Su Chun was taken aback, his face reddening as he contemplated the fate of Groth's family. Yet, upon noticing the massive hand beside him, which was twice the size of his own, he could only express his thoughts inwardly. No worries, there are still chances to try. Groth remained noncommittal. The coin was once again cast into the air. Activate. The gazes of both men and the skeletal figure were fixated on the coin. After half an hour, their life forces drained, the coin spun rapidly. 10 seconds passed. An angel revealed a smile to Su-chun. Beep. You have been chosen by the angel, gaining 1 point of life limit. Ha! A roar of laughter echoed through the darkness. It was not from Su or Luo, but from Groth, who, as if liberated, howled at the sky. Live, you wretched woman. You never anticipated I would escape so swiftly. When next we meet, I shall sever that vile head of yours and use it as a drinking vessel. As his voice faded, his soul fire dimmed, and his bones turned to ash, scattering into the air. The vines that had ensnared his skeletal form withered away in an instant. Beep. You have slain a LV-15 divine, first-tier undead god. Leader, the skeletal King Groth, gaining 1,500,000 experience. Beep. You have fulfilled the skeletal King Groth's final wish, receiving the reward, Gift of the Skeletal King. Gift of the Skeletal King. Special skill by silently uttering the name of the Skeletal King in your heart. You may summon him once. The number of summons is limited to 33 times. Phew, I am alive. Su-chun exhaled, glancing at Luo Xiaoyu. She appeared dazed, her eyes hollow, as if struggling to comprehend the events. Yet, her grip on his arm remained strong, refusing to let go. It was perilous, not only for her, but for Su-chun as well. The dangers encountered during this expedition to the mountain of 10,000 tombs far exceeded his expectations. It is no wonder that special tier tasks can elevate one's profession. Few are capable of completion. This is no task for ordinary beings. The multitude of skeletal monsters at the mountain's base, the golden leader lich within the mountain, and the divine skeletal king at the summit. This was hardly a challenge suitable for novice adventurers. Were it not for his fortunate acquisition of a fateful coin, Su-chun would undoubtedly have met his end here today. Even his limitless teleportation would have been of no use. Yet, given the chance to choose again, Su-chun would still opt for the special task. Though he fears death, he refuses to allow that fear to hinder his path to strength. For he understands all too well that true power is the vital assurance of living freely. To live without freedom would be far more despairing and agonizing than death itself. He must prevail, to win at every turn, until the very end. Luo Xiaoyu remained in a trance, clutching him as if he were a lifeline, unwilling to let go. With no other choice, Su-chun lifted her into his arms and hurried toward the luminous orb that had fallen after the skeletal king's demise. His steps quickened. This is indeed a formidable being of the divine realm. One can only speculate what treasures it may yield. Chapter 25. The Exceptional Grade Leader Summoner. Equipment: Bone King Warblade. Grade: Low-grade artifact, 99 damage. Attribute bonuses: Strength 1000, Agility 500, Armor Penetration 10, Lifesteal 5. Skills: Soul Plunder, Dark Erosion. Equipment requirement: Strength greater than 100. Soul Plunder. Enemies slain with this skill will have their souls transformed into a necromantic mark, providing a damage bonus for the next use of the skill. Current necromantic marks: 0, Dark Erosion, reduces enemy defense by 50 and inflicts a 70 deceleration effect, lasting for 30 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Item: Ghostly Divine Extermination / Learning requirement: Warrior, strength exceeding 500, 000. Description: A 6th tier warrior skill that condenses ghostly energy to deliver a downward slash upon the ground. Unleashing sword energy that continuously erupts from the earth, dealing knockback effects and sustained damage to foes. Equipment: Bone King Crown. Grade: Low-grade artifact, 99 damage. Attribute bonuses: Spirit 1000, Mana consumption -20, Dark spell damage to undead 80. Skills: Undying of the Fallen, Immortal Soul of the Army. Equipment requirement: Spirit greater than 100. Undying of the Fallen. Consumes 500 mana to allow summoned undead creatures to continue fighting for 30 seconds after their health is depleted. Skill duration is 30 minutes. Immortal Soul of the Army. Consumes 500 mana to enhance all attributes of summoned undead creatures by 150. Skill duration is 30 minutes. Item: Special Life Seed. Usage requirement: Planting skill greater than level 8. Description: A mysterious seed left behind by the vines used by the goddess of life to seal the Bone King, which may yield great surprises after careful cultivation. 2 pieces of equipment, a skill book, and a mysterious seed. This is the entirety of what emerged from the luminous orb upon the demise of the Bone King. After examining the items, Su-chun realized that only the crown held any utility for him, and it was indeed an artifact. However, both the blade and the crown were in a state of disrepair. The method of restoration remained unknown, leaving him with no choice but to utilize them temporarily until superior equipment could be acquired. As he retrieved the crown, a prompt echoed in his mind from the system. Ding. You have been detected as having obtained the crown of the Bone King, completing the breakthrough quest. Explore the 10,000 Tombs Mountain. Ding. Congratulations on completing the breakthrough quest. Rewards: Professional Rank Upgrade Stone, Intermediate Skill Awakening Scroll, Advanced Second Transition Skill Experience Book X 999, Gold Coins X 111, Free attribute points x 500. All attributes 500. Overwhelmed by the myriad of rewards, Su Chun felt a rush of exhilaration. The bounty was astonishing. It was certainly worth the risk he had taken venturing into the 10,000 Tombs mountain. With a grin, he suggested, "Shall we make our exit from this place?" Noticing Su Chun lost in thought and sporting an inexplicable smile, Luo Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine and hastily nudged him. Su Chun wiped the corner of his mouth and nodded. At that moment, a teleportation array appeared before them. They stepped into it, and upon regaining their senses, found themselves outside the cave. Glancing back, they saw the swirling vortex had vanished. Such is the nature of secret realms, unlike dungeons that can be revisited. Once a secret realm has been successfully explored, it disappears entirely. Su Chun observed the change in the sky, where there had once been bright daylight. Now the stars filled the darkened expanse. Traveling at night posed significant dangers, with monsters lurking in the shadows. Thus, Su Chun resolved to rest in the woods for the night before setting off the next day. Luo Xiaoyu, seemingly well-versed in such matters, expertly gathered firewood and lit a campfire. She also produced a tent and swiftly erected it. Her competence was commendable. Once the tent was set up, without a word, Luo Xiaoyu quickly slipped inside, pulling the zipper tight, as if fearing Su Chun might invade her space. Su Chun could only shake his head in bemusement. While he wasn't particularly chivalrous, he certainly had no intention of seizing a woman's belongings. Seated cross-legged upon a stone, Su Chun focused his thoughts and produced the professional rank upgrade stone. Item: Professional rank upgrade stone. Description: Upon use, it elevates one's profession to the next rank. Su Chun marveled at this remarkable item. Should word of its existence spread, it would not be long before powerful figures arrived, eager to either coerce or entice him. Elevating one's profession by a rank was no trivial matter. The leap from ordinary to legendary was not merely a simple transition. It would be wise to utilize it promptly. Su Chun silently commanded, "Use." Ding. You have used a professional rank upgrade stone. Please select from the following 3 upgrade paths. 1. Necromancer. Gain the ability to communicate with the undead, summoning them for battle. 2. Leader Summoner. All summoned beings will transform into leader-grade monsters. 3. Elemental Summoner. When summoning elemental beings, a reduction in mana consumption is granted. Su Chun contemplated the options, unable to make a swift decision. The Necromancer path appeared most advantageous given his possession of the Bone King crown, which not only allowed summoned undead to continue fighting post-mortem, but also granted a 150-point boost to all attributes. The Leader Summoner path, transforming all summoned creatures into leaders, also held great promise. Currently, he could only summon elite goblin guards and skeletal warriors, but if they could all become leader-grade monsters, the potential was vast. Leader monsters have a significant rank range from black iron to divine, and even a divine goblin would be of immense value. The Elemental Summoner path was the first choice he dismissed. While elemental beings were powerful and naturally endowed spellcasters, which could greatly enhance mage class professions, transitioning to an elemental summoner would only afford him a reduction in mana consumption, an enhancement he found least beneficial. Having eliminated one option, Su Chun's gaze shifted between the remaining 2. Ultimately, he chose the second option, Leader Summoner. The Necromancer path, while currently superior, relied heavily on the severely damaged Bone King crown, which would inevitably need replacing. He did not wish to be constrained by it, sacrificing potential attributes for the sake of equipment skills. The Leader Summoner, capable of transforming all summoned entities into leaders, undoubtedly promised a far more expansive future. Ding. You have successfully transitioned to Leader Summoner. Exceptional. Ding. You have acquired the exclusive skill of Leader Summoner. Exceptional Leader Summon. Leader Summon. LV1, an exclusive skill for Leader Summoners. Passively activated. Under its influence, all summoned creatures will transform into a minimum of black iron grade leader monsters. Exclusive skills could be somewhat troublesome, Su Chun mused. Skills marked with tiers, such as first, second, or third transitions, could be upgraded using skill books. However, exclusive skills lacked such resources and could only be enhanced through repeated casting. However, after perusing the skill introduction, Su Chun could not suppress his elation. At the first level, he could already summon minions of black iron rank, and with the elevation of his level, it was reasonable to assume that the quality of his summoned creatures would also improve. He eagerly anticipated witnessing the transformations of his summons. With this thought in mind, Su Chun retrieved the Blood Eye and activated the skill to summon goblins, alongside summoning skeleton warriors. Chapter 26. Approaching 3,000 in mental attributes. In the darkness of the night, deep within the forest, 2 summoning circles were etched into the ground. Soon, 9 goblins and 1 skeleton warrior emerged from the summoning circles. The skeleton warrior appeared rather ordinary, indistinguishable from those he had previously encountered in the Wanfeng Mountain. However, the 9 goblins were markedly different. They bore the stature of normal humans, draped in hides, adorned with an array of peculiar bone and tooth accessories, and clutching smooth, rounded branches. Su Chun was taken aback. Where is my goblin squad? How is it that only 9 remain? He hastily checked the skill information. Summon Goblin, LV99 consumes 50 mana, summons 9 Goblin High Priests. Lasting for 10 minutes. The complete Goblin squad was no more. The number had plummeted from 105 to a mere 9. It must have been influenced by the leader summoning skill. Su-chan stroked his chin, a thought sparking in his mind. He directed his true sight towards the Goblin High Priests and the Skeleton Warrior. Monster, Goblin, High Priest. Rank, Black Iron. Level, 13. Health, 5,000. Mana, 4,000. Strength, 400. Vitality, 350. Agility, 350. Mentality, 600. Skills, Thunderstorm, Earthquake, Hurricane, Inferno. Monster, Skeleton Warrior. Rank, Black Iron. Level, 13. Health, 3,000. Mana, 2,000. Strength, 350. Vitality, 400. Agility, 350. Mentality, 150. Skills, Heavy Cleave, Leap Strike, Phantom Slash, Bone Armor. A glimmer shone in Su-chen's eyes. Truly a leader. How formidable they were. Even the goblins boasted 5,000 health and 4,000 mana. All 4 attributes were of exceptional quality. Additionally, both creatures possessed 4 skills each. Though the Skeleton Warrior bore resemblance to the ordinary skeletons encountered in Wanfeng Mountain, its skill level stood at LV4, with 9 opportunities for evolution remaining. How astonishing. He was now terrifyingly powerful. Su-chen exhaled deeply. Were it not for the enveloping darkness, he might have been unable to resist the urge to howl at the heavens. After enhancing his professional rank, Su-chen retrieved the second reward, the primary skill Awakening Scroll. Compared to directly learning from skill books, the skills awakened by the scroll would be more suitable for the profession held by the practitioner. Of initial quality, it could awaken skills from the first to the third rank. As Su-chen was at the second rank, the awakened skills would also be of the second rank. He tore open the scroll, and a burst of light erupted from it, enveloping Su-chen's form. After a brief moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. You have successfully awakened the second rank summoner skill Rage. Rage, LV1 consumes 1,000 mana, induces a state of rage in summoned creatures, enhancing all attributes by 150. Another attribute enhancing skill? Quite commendable, Su-chen mused. He contemplated the effects of the LV1 Rage skill, combined with the enhancement from the Skeleton Crown. The attributes of the Skeleton Warrior could potentially triple. Turning his gaze back to the attributes panel of the Skeleton Warrior, he realized that, with such enhancements, it hardly resembled a Black Iron leader anymore. Perhaps it could even rival a Silver leader. Moreover, the limits of his Skeleton Warrior extended beyond this. With a thought, Su-chen produced the recently acquired 999 second-rank skill experience books. In an instant, he poured them all into the skill to summon Skeleton Warriors. Ding. Your skill Summon Skeleton Warrior has gained 2,000 experience points, leveling up to LV5. Ding. Your skill. Ding. You have triggered the innate skill evolution. The effects of your skill Summon Skeleton Warrior have been transformed. Ding. Your skill. Ding. You have triggered the innate skill evolution. The effects of your skill Summon Skeleton Warrior have been enhanced. After the notifications concluded, Su-chen glanced at the skill effects. Summon Skeleton Warrior, LV99 consumes 200 mana. Summons 9 Royal Elite Skeleton Warriors, lasting for 10 minutes. Once more, Su-chen activated the Summon Skeleton Warrior skill. Before long, 9 Skeleton Warriors crawled forth from the ground. Their size and skeletal structure were twice that of ordinary Skeleton Warriors, towering 3 to 4 meters tall, resembling small giants. Clad in pitch-black light armor, from helmets to boots. They were fully equipped, their soul flames vibrant and crimson, continuously emanating from their skulls. The 9 Skeleton Warriors stepped forward in unison, exuding an intimidating aura. Excellent. Su-chen could not help but nod, inwardly praising his choice. He then opened his attributes panel. Su-chen recalled that among the rewards, there were 500 free attribute points. Simultaneously, his original attributes had surged 5-fold. Name, Su-chen. Profession, Leader Summoner, Excellent. Level, 13, 2756. Health, 2,750 2,750. Mana, 3,250 3,250. Strength, 205. Vitality, 435. Agility, 475. Mentality, 2,495. Talent, Mana Return, SSS. Skill Evolution, SSS. Unity of Multitudes, SS. Skills, Summon Goblin, first rank, LV99. Teleport, first rank, LV99. Rapid Casting, first rank, LV99. Wind Riding, second rank, LV23. Self-Destruct, second rank, LV14. Summon Skeleton Warrior, second rank, LV99. Rage, second rank, LV1. Pet, Bloodline Ancestor Angelina, Demigod. Equipment, Blood Eye 10, Epic. Skeleton Crown, Divine, Damaged 99. Free Attribute Points, 500. As he scanned the panel, Su-chen was taken aback by his own prowess. While most attributes were satisfactory, his mentality was astonishingly high. He allocated the 500 free attribute points to his mentality, and in an instant, his mentality approached 3,000. Such a figure could already rival that of a third-rank practitioner. However, the benefits of mentality for a mage typically manifested in mana recovery and skill damage. Currently, the only damage related to his mentality was from self-destruct. Suchen mused that perhaps he should learn some mage skills. As a summoner, he was naturally inclined towards mage-type skills. Nevertheless, the mage skills he could acquire must be of a lower rank than his current level. In other words, as a second-rank practitioner, he could only learn first-rank mage skills. Yet with such high mentality and the enhancement from Unity of Multitudes, even first-rank skills could potentially serve as forbidden spells. Moreover, they could be cast infinitely, rapidly, and instantaneously. After pondering for a while, Suchen ultimately dismissed the idea. There was no need for him to engage directly in battle when he had summoned creatures to charge forth. Why not embrace the role of a lazy strategist? With that thought, Suchen closed the attributes panel and opened his item inventory to organize his belongings. This expedition yielded a considerable array of equipment. Though most of it proved to be of little use to him, he was not in want of gold, and thus, the items were destined to gather dust in his warehouse. As Suchen busied himself with organizing his inventory, an abrupt, ferocious howl pierced the darkness. A towering figure, reaching over 10 meters, pushed through the trees and advanced towards Suchen's camp. In the wilderness, camping presented such perils. The monsters were undeterred by the flickering campfire. Should they discover a human encampment, the absence of adequate defensive strength would inevitably lead to complete annihilation. Nowadays, camping in the wild was a privilege reserved for the strong. However, this particular monster was rather unfortunate, for it encountered Suchen, who had just experienced a significant surge in power. Suchen rose, a smile gracing his lips, as he beheld the creature and brandished his blood eye, setting about to establish a series of summoning arrays. What a fortuitous encounter. Chapter 27. I will await you at the Dashao Academy. After summoning 4 waves of goblins and skeleton warriors, the ominous shadow drew nearer to the camp. It stood over 10 meters tall, walking upright on its powerful legs, its corpulent body covered in thick black fur, a colossal bear. Observing that only Suchen and a handful of goblins and skeletal warriors stood before it, the bear's face lit up with a gleeful expression, as it eagerly charged towards Suchen. Noticing this, Suchen smirked. The bear appeared to regard him as a mere meal. Without hesitation, he cast a true vision spell upon it. Monster, Savage Bear. Rank, Silver. Level, 26. Health, 350, 000, 350, 000. Mana, 5, 0005, 000. Strength, 1, 600. Vitality, 2, 000. Agility, 1, 100. Mentality, 1, 100. Skills, Brute Strength, Thick Hide. A third-tier silver-ranked boss, its strength was indeed formidable. Alas, it had crossed paths with me. Suchen chuckled softly, gesturing for his summoned beings to commence their assault while bestowing upon them enhancements. Fury, Gale's Embrace. Over 50 elite skeleton warriors surged forth with astonishing speed, brandishing their great swords and launching a frenzied assault upon the savage bear. 1200, 1179, 1322. Their formation created a barricade, halting the bear's advance. The savage bear, visibly agitated, swiped its paws at the cluster of skeleton warriors, expecting to easily crush them. Yet, to its surprise, the skeletal warriors merely staggered back a few steps before regaining their ground and resuming their attack. Realizing the situation was amiss, the savage bear attempted to flee. However, in the next instant, tumultuous dark clouds gathered ominously above its head. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the forest, and subsequently, blinding bolts of lightning struck down upon the savage bear with ferocity. 1666, 1777, 1888. After a barrage from 50 goblin high priests, the bear's health was reduced to half. The skeletal warriors pressed forward to deliver the final blows. Soon, the savage bear was left with but a sliver of health, and in a panic, it howled desperately, seeking an escape from the encirclement of skeleton warriors. In the blink of an eye, one skeletal warrior leaped into the air, wielding a jet-black blade enveloped in dark flames. With a swift strike, swish, the bear's health was drained to nothing, and a piercing shriek erupted from its maw as a cloud of white, bear-shaped mist was drawn forth and absorbed into the black blade. Ding! You have slain a LV-26 silver-ranked boss, earning 26,000 experience points. The skeletal warriors parted to allow Suchen passage. Approaching the fallen bear, he examined the Bone King Warblade. Soul mark, 78. Impressive indeed, Suchen mused. He had previously contemplated whether the skeletal warriors wielding the Bone King Warblade could also trigger the soul plunder, thereby accumulating the skill's soul marks. Now, it was evident that it was entirely feasible. Thus, he had acquired an additional trump card. Any skill capable of amplifying damage held immense value for cultivation. As long as sufficient monsters were slain, even skills with initially weak damage could ultimately become lethal against even deities. Besides, who would expect a skeletal warrior to wield a divine artifact? He chuckled softly to himself, gathering the spoils from the fallen bear, a pristine bear pelt, a quality bracelet enhancing strength, and a quality belt augmenting health, all of which he stowed away in his inventory. Returning to the camp, Suchin settled into a meditative position, continuously activating Gale's embrace and fury to level up his skills. After a night of relentless practice, as dawn broke, Suchin, accompanied by Luo Xiaoyu, utilized rapid teleportation to return to Yanhua City. Here, this is for you. Upon entering the city, Suchin handed Luo Xiaoyu the life-risking coin, which still held one chance of use left. Luo Xiaoyu's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if struggling to comprehend the gesture. You just give this to me like that? Suchin inquired in confusion. What else? We agreed on this beforehand. Although Luo Xiaoyu had not contributed significantly during the exploration of the secret realm, having only aided him in dispelling environmental hazards atop the Wanfeng mountain, their prior agreement dictated that the coin would be hers once she accompanied him. Suchin had no intention of breaching that promise. Luo Xiaoyu stared at the coin in her hand, biting her lip in contemplation. Moments later, she initiated a trade request. Upon inspection, Suchin found she had set the price of 56 million gold coins at a mere copper coin. This was not a case of a 1 yuan kill being in effect. Rather, it was how Luo Xiaoyu had originally configured it. Don't overthink it. This is just, why did you accept it? Luo Xiaoyu questioned, looking bewildered. Suchin rolled his eyes. You offered it to me, so why wouldn't I accept? Are you regretting it now? But Luo Xiaoyu stammered, her cheeks flushing. After a moment, she exhaled, gazing at Suchin with a wistful expression. What are your plans moving forward? Plans? Suchin glanced at his level. Despite having wreaked havoc within the Wanfeng Mountain secret realm, vanquishing numerous skeletal warriors, skeletal mages, and even a golden tier lich, not to mention a deity, his level had only reached 13. He could surmise that the difficulty of leveling up would only increase from here. After some contemplation, he declared, I will undoubtedly seek out a dungeon to continue leveling up. The college entrance examination is just over 10 days away. I need to work even harder. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. What academy do you wish to enroll in? Without hesitation, Suchin replied, naturally, the Daxia Academy. Why do you ask? Nothing. Luo Xiaoyu's face paled, and she hastily lowered her head. In a hushed tone, she murmured, the Daxia Academy is incredibly difficult to get into. Only students ranking within the top 30 of the entire region are accepted. Although she possessed a legendary class, her abilities leaned toward support. Setting her sights on the Daxia Academy felt somewhat daunting. At that moment, a broad hand rested atop her head. What are you thinking? You don't mean to say you wish to attend the same academy as me, do you? Haha. Then you'll have to work even harder with your current strength. It's quite the challenge. Suchin unabashedly teased her. You. Luo Xiaoyu swatted his hand away, defiantly lifting her chin. Who said I can't do it? I will definitely succeed. In a month's time, I will be at the Daxia Academy waiting for you. You'd better not break your promise. With that, she resolutely turned and hurried towards the teleportation array leading to the city. Suchin watched her retreating figure until it vanished at the end of the path. Considering her family background, he contemplated encouraging this temporary ally. However, recalling her stubborn personality, he realized that this was the only way to ignite her fighting spirit. Good luck. I will await you at the Daxia Academy. Suchin murmured to himself before returning home. After a sleepless night, he knew he needed to rest well. Within the Mage Guild, Yiqian propped her chin on her hand, lost in a state of ennui. During this period, the Mage Guild experiences an unusually tranquil phase. The Awakeners from the previous year have successfully completed their breakthrough tasks. Meanwhile, this year's Awakeners, with the exception of a few prodigies, find themselves still grappling within the dungeons. Consequently, their daily routine consists of idly daydreaming. Suddenly, Yiqian recalls the individual who accepted the breakthrough task the day before yesterday. He must have attempted it by now. She wonders how he fared. Accepting a special task certainly required a bold heart. With a mischievous grin, Yiqian engages the system. The internal network of the Mage Guild can track the task completion status of other adventurers. She is eager to discover whether he has failed or simply refrained from attempting it. There are no other possibilities. After opening the system log and conducting a brief search, Yiqian's expression solidifies, her pupils dilating in astonishment. Completed. Someone has accomplished the special task. Unable to contain her excitement, she leaps to her feet and exclaims. Her outburst captures the attention of dozens within the guild. Someone instinctively inquires, who is it that managed to complete the special task? At this moment, Yiqian hastily glances at the name. Suchin, the one who single-handedly took on 300 on Awakening Day at number 1 high school? Suchin, the one who repeatedly shattered the infernal difficulty records in Wenhao Valley? Suchin, the one who won the heart of the campus beauty, Xia Hong, causing the president of the Wild Dragon Guild, President Xia, to weep publicly? The crowd buzzes with chatter, and soon the news from the Mage Guild spreads like wildfire. Before long, the Yanhua City television station broadcasts a headline. Shocking. This year's Awakener from number 1 high school, Suchin, has achieved something remarkable at the Mage Guild, prompting staff members to scream in astonishment. Chapter 28. The Gifted Wind Sisters. Suchin awakens at 3 in the afternoon, having indulged in a deep slumber. His stomach growls with hunger. After a quick wash, he descends to the noodle shop downstairs. The elongated establishment is nearly empty, save for the proprietress, who is bent over, wiping down tables with her back to the entrance. "Xiaowan, we have a customer," Suchin calls out as he enters. The proprietress, clad in a beige dress that accentuates her voluptuous curves, has her smooth, lustrous hair elegantly pinned up with a golden hairpin, revealing her long, graceful swan neck. Though in her 30s, her skin retains the youthful radiance of a girl of 18, brimming with collagen. Truly, she embodies the charm of a mature woman, retaining her allure. As Suchin takes a seat, he admires her for a moment, but quickly averts his gaze when Wenwan turns around. "How impolite. You should be addressing me as Aunt Wan." Wenwan approaches him, her slender fingers playfully poised to pinch his cheek. Suchin chuckles, dodging her attempt. "No teasing now. Aunt Wan, I'm genuinely hungry." Wenwan rolls her eyes and retreats to the kitchen. Suchin pulls out his phone to search for information on nearby dungeons. Dungeon, Ghostly Forest, level restriction, LV10, LV20, difficulty, 3 stars. Dungeon, Giant Insect Plains, level restriction, LV10, LV20, difficulty, 2 stars. Dungeon. Before long, his noodles arrive. As he slurps them up, his brow furrows slightly. The difficulty of the level 10 to 20 dungeons is rather paltry. The lower the difficulty, the less experience the monsters yield. Grinding in these dungeons for experience seems like a torturous endeavor. He wonders how long it will take to reach level 20. With the college entrance examination looming in just over 10 days, he has set a modest goal of reaching level 21st. However, it appears the challenge will be substantial. Not far from Yinhua City, there is a dungeon rated 5 stars in difficulty, but its level restriction is LV20, LV30, which he cannot access. With a sigh, Suchin reflects on this. "Oh, isn't this little Chinzi? Why the long face?" A teasing voice interrupts his thoughts. Suchan turns to see a girl entering the shop, resembling Wenwan as if she were a youthful replica, albeit with a touch more innocence and vitality. "Wenxing, what brings you back?" Suchin exclaims in delight. Wenxing is Wenwan's younger sister, a year his senior. The two sisters reside next door, fostering a close relationship with him. Unlike Suchin, who was raised by society, they initially had parents who later passed away. To care for her younger sister, Wenwan relinquished her opportunity to become a professional. Wenxing has proven to be quite commendable, having awakened a legendary class profession and being admitted to the prestigious Shumu Academy, renowned alongside the Daxia Academy. Of course, it's the holidays. "Do you think I can't come back during break?" Wenxing sits across from Suchin, appraising him from head to toe. "Wow, you seem to have grown quite a bit since I last saw you." Suchin grins. "What can I say? Hard work and sweat." Wenxing rolls her eyes. "Oh please, you hardly qualify to talk about hard work and sweat when you can lie around for 23 hours a day." Suchin retorts with a wide-eyed stare. "You're the one lying around for 23 hours. No, you are." The playful banter continues. Before long, Wenwan emerges with a cup of water, handing it to Suchin while gently knocking on Wenxing's head. "You two are grown up now, yet you still bicker like children." "Sister, it was little Chinzi who started it." Wenxing complains. Suchin feigns a look of being wronged, earning laughter from both sisters. After a while, Wenxing settles down, resting her hand on Suchin's shoulder. "I'm done teasing. I'm back for a few days, so tell me, who has been bullying you? I'll stand up for you." She adds with a hint of concern, "You haven't bumped your head again, have you?" 2.5 years ago, Suchin was quite the introvert. Though the sisters interacted frequently, they were not particularly close. It was only after that incident involving a bump on his head that he transformed into a more open and amiable person, which fostered their closeness. Suchin playfully blocks her attempt to poke his abs, chuckling. "It's nothing serious, just that the monsters in the dungeons are yielding rather low experience." "Oh, I almost forgot. Sister told me you became a professional too." Wenxing's eyes light up as she leans in closer. "What profession are you?" "Summoner," Suchin replies. "Summoner? That profession is a bit." Wenxing's expression shifts, showing a hint of sympathy. She pats Suchin on the shoulder, sighing, "It's all right. The early levels are just a bit low. Summoners gain strength later on, so don't worry. Once you get into Longcheng Academy, we can level up together, and you'll surely progress faster." She glances at her sister, recalling that she promised to spend time with her, worried that her sudden change of plans might upset her sister. She is relieved when Wenwan gives her an approving look and nods slightly. At that moment, Suchin chimes in, "I'm level 13 now." "Oh, level 13? That's quite." Wenxing pauses, spilling her water in shock upon hearing his words. Her eyes widen as she stares at Suchin. "What did you say? You're level 13? Suchin nods, bewildered by her intense reaction. How could she not react strongly? Only 5 days have passed since Awakening Day, and the majority of adventurers should still be struggling in low-level dungeons. Even a month from now, on the day of the college entrance examination, the professionals capable of completing the second transformation breakthrough task are indeed rare, destined to enter esteemed academies. Reaching level 13 is sufficient to vie for a position at the prestigious Daxia Academy. Even Suchin, who entered an advanced institution a year earlier, possessing a legendary vocation and highly regarded by her mentors, has only attained level 25. With a gaze reminiscent of observing a monster, Wenxin looked at Su Chun and inquired, "Is your profession truly that of a summoner?" Su Chun retorted, "What would I gain from deceiving you?" Wenxin seized his arm and urged him outward. "I refuse to believe that a summoner could level up so swiftly. Follow me. Sister, we need not prepare dinner for just the two of us." Wenwan propped her chin on her polished hand, observing the departing figures of the two, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 29. The Third Transformation Hell Level Fallen Castle. The giant insect plane dungeon lies to the southwest of Yunhua City. After leaving the noodle shop, Su and Wen hastened their pace and, after half an hour, arrived at the gathering place where the portal to the giant insect plane dungeon was located. The level restrictions of the dungeon are calculated based on the average level of the team. This means that as long as the average level between you and me does not exceed the range of level 10 to level 20, I can accompany you into the dungeon. Upon entering the gathering area, Wenxin addressed the question posed by Su Chun, surprised by his lack of understanding. Did he really clear previous levels all alone, without assistance from higher-level professionals? Wenxin found it hard to believe. Even she, with her legendary vocation, required guidance from seniors to tackle dungeons at the outset. Otherwise, she could barely defeat the weakest dungeon monsters and was left to seek out goblin camps in the wild. Such endeavors were not only slow but also yielded meager experience. Little did she know, Su Chun not only lacked guidance, but was also leading others in battles. After a moment of reflection, Su Chun's eyes lit up. "So, if the average level of our party reaches level 20, we can challenge the third transformation dungeon." Wenxin's lips twitched as she stared at him. "Do you even hear yourself? You've never tackled a second transformation dungeon and you're already contemplating the third? Moreover, even if we could, I wouldn't take you along. I would struggle to clear a simple, difficulty third transformation dungeon on my own. Bringing you along would only make it harder." Su Chun laughed heartily, hands clasped behind his back. "Shao Xian, you underestimate my abilities. Be sure to keep your jaw intact. You might just be astonished." Wenxin suddenly hooked her arm around his neck. You really think you're something special just because I said a couple of words to you?" Before she could continue, a voice rang out from nearby. "Wenxin, is that really you?" Wenxin looked up to see two strikingly similar, yet distinctly characterized women approaching, one exuding a cold aura while the other radiated warmth. As they drew closer, Su Chun recognized one of them as Xia Lingyun. "What brings you here?" he asked, puzzled. Xia Lingyun's gaze swept over him and Wenxin, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Su Chun awkwardly scratched his head. At that moment, Wenxin chimed in with an unusual tone. "Xiao Chun, who is she?" "This is Su Chun, right?" Before he could respond, the other woman who had accompanied Xia Lingyun spoke up, noting her as another open-hearted beauty, while perhaps not as striking as the Wen sisters. Su Chun quickly took her outstretched arm. "I am Su Chun, pleased to meet you." The beauty chuckled softly, introducing herself. "I am Lingyun's cousin, Xia Yun, and also a senior to your companion, Wenxin." Su Chun glanced at Wenxin, who was still glaring at Xia Lingyun, and awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh, what a small world." "Haha." Xia Yun smiled warmly. "By the way, you two are here to clear a dungeon, right? How about we team up? We could use someone to balance our levels." Hearing this, Xia Lingyun quickly stopped glaring at Wenxin and eagerly nodded. Yes, I would love to enter a dungeon with Su Chun." However, Wenxin pulled Su Chun aside. Exasperated. "What do you mean yes? Senior sister, you're already level 32. With the two of us joining, our average level would exceed 20. How could we possibly manage?" Xia Yun paused, curiously regarding Su Chun. "So, Su Chun, what level are you at now?" 13. Su Chun replied hastily. Xia Yun's previously warm smile shattered, and she stared at Su Chun in disbelief. After a moment, she glanced at Xia Lingyun and sighed. "Indeed, I must be getting old. Each generation seems more monstrous than the last. I thought Lingyun reaching level 11 in 5 days was extraordinary, yet here we have someone even more exceptional. But I suppose only someone of such caliber would be worthy of Lingyun's affections." Heh. She chuckled teasingly. The icy demeanor of Xia Lingyun dissipated as she stomped her foot. Displeased. "Yunjia, what's wrong? Can't I speak the truth?" The two sisters began to chase each other, playfully sparring. Wenxin, gritting her teeth, leaned closer to Su Chun. "Look at the trouble you've caused. How did you manage to charm that young lady? You better confess." Su Chun scratched his head and sighed. "What can I say? Sometimes being too handsome is a burden." Wenxin felt her teeth grind in frustration. But given Su Chun's flawless visage, she found it difficult to fault him. After all, he was merely stating a fact. Judging by her equipment, Xia Yun appeared to be a warrior. With ease, she captured Xia Lingyun and smiled at the two. "Since our levels don't align, we one T impose. Time is of the essence. We must find others to balance our levels." Before she could finish, Su Chun interjected, "Why is that a problem?" "What?" The three women were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his meaning. Su Chun calculated aloud. Shao Xian is level 25, Yunjie is level 32, Lingyun is level 11. And I'm level 13. Our average level exceeds 20. Does that not perfectly qualify us for the third transformation dungeon? Upon realizing this, Xia Lingyun's eyes sparkled. "It's true. We're just right. Just right, my foot." Wenxin retorted, seizing Su Chen's arm. I've told you, even for us third transformation professionals, handling the dungeon is no easy feat. Bringing you two along, even with senior sister Xia, would be challenging. Why can't you grasp that? Xia Yun remained silent, her gaze lowered as if pondering something. Su Chen reassured her, Xiao Xian, trust me this once. My abilities will undoubtedly surpass your expectations. You need not lift a finger. I can single-handedly guide the three of you through the hell-level third transformation dungeon. Grant me this opportunity to prove myself. Wenxin shot him an incredulous look. You're becoming more outrageous by the minute. What do you mean by hell level? How about we give Su Chen a chance? Xia Yun suddenly interjected. She scrutinized Su Chen, her laughter ringing lightly. You might not know it, but Su Chen is quite the figure in Yanhua City. I'm genuinely curious about his abilities. Let us go with his plan. Wenxin was taken aback. Senior sister, why are you indulging in this folly? You know the difficulty of the third transformation dungeon. It's decided then. Su Chen quickly extended a party invitation to Xia Lingyun and Xia Yun. Upon their acceptance, the trio redirected their course toward the gathering area of the third transformation dungeon. Observing this, even Wenxin, despite her reservations, had no choice but to hasten her steps to keep up. Adjacent to the giant insect plane stood a third transformation dungeon. Before long, the four arrived before the portal. Stepping through it, as the team leader, Su Chen selected the difficulty level without hesitation, opting for hell level. Ding! Entering the third transformation hell level dungeon, Fallen Castle. Please prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this notification, the expressions of Xia Yun and Wenxin shifted to alarm. Chapter 30. Everything depends on talent and effort. The setting sun, resembling a pool of blood, casts its slanting rays upon the expansive arch bridge. This bridge, aged and in disrepair, bears the marks of time, yet from its well-preserved sections, one can still glimpse the vestiges of its former glory. Similarly, the ancient and towering castle at the opposite end of the bridge stands as a testament to a bygone era. The four adventurers who entered the dungeon find themselves standing on a small patch of ground before the arch bridge, surrounded by an eerie silence devoid of monsters. Warmth gazes at the dungeon information before her. Dungeon name, The Fallen Castle. Dungeon difficulty, Hell level. Level restriction, LV20, LV30. Party size restriction, for players. Completion requirement, defeat the fallen King Clem. After reading it repeatedly, Warmth dismisses the information. With a fervent grip, she seizes Su Chen and shakes him vigorously. Su Chen, what on earth are you doing? The sharp sound of explosions startles the crows resting upon the branches. Even Xia Yun, who had supported Su Chen's choice of a third-tier dungeon, remained silent. She had anticipated that Su Chen would opt for at most a simple difficulty to test the waters. In a simple mode, with her and Warmth's prowess, they might have had a chance to clear it. However, the current difficulty is hellish. The party is still at full strength, which provides some enhancement against monsters. There is little hope, even with 4 players at the third tier. The odds of success are slim. Xia Yun sighs. Although exiting the dungeon incurs a half-day debuff, it is still preferable to dying within it. Let us go, Xia Lingyun. Yet, Xia Lingyun shakes her head, stepping beside Su Chen. No, I choose to trust Su Chen. You. Xia Yun did not expect the usually composed Xia Lingyun to be so infatuated. Was this hellish difficulty something they could handle? Never mind. Once they are beaten by the monsters, she would come to her senses. With that thought, she resolves to report back to her uncle. Even if it means being seen as the villain and incurring Xia Lingyun's resentment, she must break this couple apart. Otherwise, given Su Chen's temperament, he would inevitably lead her to her doom. Meanwhile, Warmth is still trying to force Su Chen to exit the dungeon, just as she reaches for him. Su Chen evades her grasp with a sudden teleportation. Sister Xian, let us assess my strength before you speak. Su Chen declares. All right, let me see what strength you possess. Warmth responds, her face flushed with anger, hands on her hips. Once Su Chen sees her calm down, he swiftly activates 2 summoning skills. Then, Xia Yun and Warmth witness a scene beyond their wildest dreams. Summoning arrays appear on the ground as if devoid of mana, from which emerge towering and robust figures. Goblins. Skeletons. Only these 2 races. Yet they seem to possess some unique qualities distinct from their kind. Xia Yun and Warmth exchange astonished glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. They hurriedly turn back to face the approaching horde of goblins and skeleton warriors, whose numbers are nearing 100, and cast their detection spells. Their detection spells may not be sophisticated, but they reveal the creature's health points. However, merely knowing their health points leaves the 2 high-achieving students from Shui Mu Academy momentarily speechless. Suddenly, clarity dawns upon them, illuminating why Su Chen and Xia Lingyun exude such confidence. It turns out they were not merely caught up in the excitement. They were well prepared. What do you say now, Sister Xian? Su Chen calmly inquires. Warmth opens her mouth, hesitates, then asks, how can your summoned creatures be so formidable? Su Chen sighs, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned warrior. Everything I possess has been earned through my talent and hard work. The hardships I have faced are not for the ears of outsiders. Good grief. Warmth's expression darkens as she steps forward to deliver a light smack to the back of his head. You've only awakened 5 days ago. What hardships have you truly faced? Moreover, no matter how extraordinary your summons are, they are merely second-tier monsters. How can they contend with third-tier creatures? Suchen offers no further explanation. A second-tier leader, no matter how weak, is still a leader. A third-tier common monster, no matter how strong, is still just a common monster. As for a third-tier leader, if one cannot defeat it, can a group not prevail? After summoning 99 goblins and skeleton warriors, Suchen waves his hand, instructing the skeleton warriors to pave the way ahead. He positions himself behind the goblin formation. The 3 women, witnessing this, quickly follow suit. Just as they step onto the arch bridge, a flurry of arrows whizzes through the air from ahead. As knights, Warmth and Xia Yun immediately shield Suchen and Xia. Warmth even activates a group defense skill, enveloping the 4 of them in a protective aura. However, the situation is not as dire as they imagined. Several skeleton warriors actively position themselves in front of them. The skeleton warriors activate their skill, Bone Armor. Instantly, the dark armor adorning them gleams with a newfound luster. Then, a series of thuds resound as the incoming arrows are deflected by the skeleton warriors' armor. Yet, an onslaught of dense arrows continues to rain down upon them. The skeleton warriors take turns stepping forward to shield against the barrage. Though they sustain injuries, none fall. Seizing the moment while the skeleton warriors deflect the arrows, Suchen deploys Blood Eye, advancing to the midpoint of the arch bridge. There, behind several wooden barricades, he spots dozens of creatures clad in soldier armor, wielding bows and crossbows. Monster, Fallen Soldier. Rank, Common. Level, 25. Health, 2000. Mana, 800. Strength, 800. Speed, 800. Constitution, 1200. Spirit, 600. Skill, Rapid Fire. Upon reading this, Suchen scoffs in disdain. He had overestimated the strength of the monsters within this third-tier dungeon, even accounting for the difficulty and party-size bonuses. Their attributes remain rather mediocre. A level 99 summoned skeleton warrior possesses health, 7000, mana, 4000, strength, 1100, speed, 1100, constitution, 1500, spirit, 400. This does not even include the triple bonuses from the skeleton crown and rage. Just one of them would be enough to keep the fallen soldiers occupied for quite some time. With this revelation, Suchen resolves without hesitation. He commands 18 skeleton warriors to shield them from arrows while the remaining summoned creatures launch their assault. Before the skeleton warriors can charge forward, the goblin high priests strike first. They possess 4 skills. Thunderbolt is a high-damage, single-target magic skill. Earth Split is a small area control skill. Hurricane is a large area disruption skill. Firestorm is a widespread damage-dealing skill. The instant Suchen issues his command, 99 goblin high priests simultaneously raise their root staves. Terrifying elemental energy surges from them, creating visible ripples in the air. In the next moment, they unleash 90 fireballs, each 2 meters in diameter, crashing down upon the fallen soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. While many fireballs miss their targets, those that land explode, transforming into a vast sea of flames that engulfs the fallen soldiers. Though their spirit attribute is only 600. Influenced by the rage and combined damage from the 90, the 4 adventurers witness massive damage numbers rapidly appearing. 10111, 106, 112, within less than a second. The first wave of monsters standing before them is utterly annihilated. Ding! You have slain a LV-25 common monster, Fallen Soldier, and earned 25,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain. Had it not been for the constant chime of notifications ringing in their ears, the 3 women, including Xia Lingyun, could hardly fathom that vanquishing monsters could be such a simple and effortless endeavor. They had not even glimpsed where the creatures lurked. Xia Lingyun, in particular, was not merely astonished by the damage inflicted by Suchen's summoned entities. She discerned a palpable growth in his prowess. Though he had previously summoned a multitude of monsters, the combat strength of those goblins now seemed utterly feeble in comparison. In the past, even confronting a single creature necessitated several rounds of offensive maneuvers to ensure their eradication. Yet now, with the mere application of a single skill, he achieved what had once required extensive effort. In just a few days of absence, he had grown remarkably stronger. Xia Lingyun gazed at Suchen, her eyes shimmering with admiration as they pressed onward. Amidst the astonishment of the trio, Suchen stood with his arms crossed, wearing an expression of nonchalance, and spoke with an air of confidence. The blast from the fireball surged around him, lifting the hem of his robe and tousling his dark hair. He strode within the protective circle of skeletal warriors, his silhouette exuding an aura of unapproachable nobility. Chapter 31. Instantaneous defeat of a third transition bronze-level leader. The skeletal warriors did not halt their advance despite the monsters being obliterated. They charged forward, surging through the inferno. Soon, they encountered a second wave of monsters, fallen soldiers. Yet this group was double the size of the previous one. Armed not with bows, they wielded glimmering long spears. Suchen monitored the battlefield from afar through his blood-flying eye. Observing the situation, He commanded his skeletal warriors to commence a direct assault without waiting for the goblin high priests to cool down their skills. In an instant, dozens of skeletons unleashed their skills simultaneously. Leap slash, leap slash, leap slash. Towering shadows descended from the sky, their blades crashing down upon the targeted fallen soldiers. Some warriors had not even touched the ground before their comrades executed a swift shadow slash, eliminating the target in an instant. They merely landed, momentarily stunned. Yet they did not falter in their advance. With the third wave and then the fourth, Xia Yun and Xian exchanged bewildered glances. They recalled their purpose of accompanying Su Chun and Xia Lingyun to grind for monsters. Yet now, countless hordes had perished without them sighting even a shadow of the creatures. Only the sounds of notifications and the scattered loot on the ground attested to their presence in the dungeon. How could you become so formidable? Are you truly just an ordinary summoner? When Xian inquired, draping her arm around Su Chen's shoulder with a puzzled expression. With a smirk, Su Chen replied, "Did I ever claim to be an ordinary summoner? Remember, following Brother Chen guarantees a feast." When Xian, witnessing his self-satisfied demeanor, felt a surge of discontent. She was torn between fearing the struggles Su Chen faced and the prospect of him driving a luxury vehicle. To her astonishment, the Su Chun who had awakened a year after her had surpassed her in strength. Don't get too cocky, be wary of capsizing. It's exhilarating to slay ordinary wild monsters, but when faced with elites, or even leaders, who knows if you can withstand it? Su Chen sighed and shook his head. Stubborn as ever. When Xian felt her temper flare, her cheeks flushing as she contemplated rebuking him, suddenly, a glimmer of mischief crossed her eyes, and she leaned closer to Su Chun, whispering, "How about we make a bet? If you can easily dispatch a leader as you have now, I'll reward you. But if not, you must call me Sister Xian from now on, and never utter Xiao Xian again. What do you say?" Su Chun raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure about betting with me? Haven't you heard of my undefeated reputation as the gambling god of the great Xia?" When Xian playfully nudged his chest. "Quit the theatrics. Are we betting or not?" Su Chen chuckled. "An opportunity for a reward presented on a silver platter? Would I decline? Can you reveal what the reward is first?" When Xian arched an eyebrow, noticing the approaching Xia Lingyun with an unfriendly glare. "You'll have to win first," she asserted. As Xia Lingyun approached and locked eyes with Su Chun, she immediately expressed her discontent. "What were you discussing with her? Why are you laughing so heartily?" "Laughing heartily? Am I?" Su Chun mused, touching the corner of his mouth, realizing he may have been smiling a bit too widely. Xia Lingyun fell silent, observing him intently. Su Chun burst into laughter, playfully ruffling her hair. "While conquering dungeons, isn't it permissible to smile a little more and enliven the atmosphere? Let us move. It seems we are about to encounter a leader." With that, he strode confidently forward. Xia Lingyun felt compelled to catch up and inquire further, only to be halted by a hand gripping her arm. "Yunjia." Xia Lingyun, feeling aggrieved, nestled into Xia Yun's embrace, her eyes glistening. Sighing, Xia Yun remarked, "Lingyun, don't you comprehend? He is a man beyond your grasp." With her eyes slightly reddening, Xia Lingyun replied, "I just feel unwilling. I was the one who came first." "Well," Xia Yun awkwardly stated, "to my knowledge, when Xian has known him since childhood." "What?" Xia Lingyun exclaimed, her face visibly paling. Not long after, Su Chun and his companions arrived at the end of the arched bridge, where a solidly closed gate loomed before them. On the small platform connecting the gate to the bridge sat a towering humanoid figure, clad in heavy silver-gray armor, wielding a massive double-headed axe. Merely sitting there, it exuded an unsettling aura. Monster, fallen warlord. Rank, bronze leader. Level, LV 29. Health, 300,000. Mana, 15000. Strength, 2,500. Vitality, 3,000. Agility, 1,000. Mentality, 1,500. Skills, sweeping charge. War cry. After examining its attributes, when Xian wiped the cold sweat from her brow and elbowed Su Chun, saying, "Look at that. This is a third transition leader. And it's a bronze one at that. Quite the formidable foe." Unbeknownst to her, Su Chun had already gathered information on this leader, finding it comparable to the savage bear they had encountered the night before. "It's not a big deal," Su Chun scoffed. "Oh, still pretending to be tough?" When Xian retorted, mercilessly puncturing his bravado, "It's not unreasonable to shy away from a third transition bronze leader." Ignoring her sarcasm, Su Chun commanded his summoned entities to launch a full-scale assault. In an instant, a mass of dark clouds gathered above the fallen warlord, and lightning crackled ominously. The next moment, thunderous bolts rained down. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning struck the metallic armor, creating dazzling sparks, while simultaneously, the fallen warlord suffered substantial magical damage. 1,111, 1,112, 1,113. Having gained experience, Su Chun skillfully directed the goblin high priest to employ the same skills with increased finesse. Just as when Xian's taunting words fell, a notification chimed. "Ding. You have participated in the defeat of a LV 29 bronze leader, fallen warlord, and gained 290,000 experience." The third transition bronze leader had been instantaneously vanquished? When Xian's smile froze. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly turned to her, leaning in closely to scrutinize her. What are you doing? She asked, momentarily taken aback. With a mischievous grin, Su Chen replied, Xiao Xian, I just wanted to see if your face would hurt after being slapped so many times. But what are you thinking? Why is your face so flushed and warm? With that, he burst into laughter and strode ahead. You jerk. When Xian remained rooted in place for a while before hastily catching up. The two engaged in playful banter, their laughter echoing behind them. Observing the scene, Xia Yun's lips twitched. Are they truly grinding in a dungeon? It should be, yet why does the atmosphere feel so off? Wait, I sense a threat. Xia Yun suddenly became alert and turned around, only to find Xia Lingyun glaring with fierce eyes, an aura of danger emanating from her. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already approached the luminous orb dropped by the fallen war general. He reached out and touched it. Item, Battle Roar. Learning requirement, Knight or Warrior class. Spirit attribute greater than 200. Description, a third-tier skill book that, when used on a target, will reduce their agility by 50 and has a 10 chance to instill a state of fear for 5 seconds. After glancing at the information, Su Chen tossed it to Xian. What for? Xian asked, puzzled. It's for you to use. Don't you want it? Su Chen replied casually. Xian was taken aback. A third-tier skill book is worth at least 5 million gold coins, and he just gave it to her? When did Su Chen become so generous? Was this the same person who once fought her over a piece of meat? She looked at Su Chen and said, wow, you've grown up. I'll accept it. Su Chen paid her no further mind and continued to search for rewards. He found a piece of quality chest armor and a pair of quality bracers, and then he was done. Just as he stood up, a figure rushed in from behind. It was Xia Lingyun. She bit her lip and said softly, I want a skill book too. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. All right. If I can find one, I'll give it to you. Okay. Xia Lingyun nodded. Did she need the skill book? Not really. All she desired was an acknowledgement of her request. Now, she was quite pleased with Su Chen's response. Chapter 32. The Fallen Dragon Hunter blocking the door. The heavy iron door slowly creaked open under the push of the skeletal warriors. However, after enough space was created for a single person to pass through, no matter how hard the skeletal warriors pushed, the door would not budge further. Blood's flying eye was the first to dart through the opening. Beyond the door lay a long, winding staircase that ascended, leading to a resplendent platinum palace. Flanking the staircase were towering stone pillars, each soaring 100 meters into the air. Atop these pillars stood 1 or 2 monsters clad in heavy armor, wielding longbows. Hearing the commotion at the door, they each tautened their bowstrings. A skeletal warrior squeezed through the narrow gap. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air as a sharp arrow pierced the skull of the skeletal warrior, embedding itself in the iron door behind. 11,000. Su Chen was slightly taken aback at the sight. Goodness! A single arrow dealt 10,000 damage. Who were these minions? They could eliminate a skeletal warrior in one shot. This was the first time Su Chen witnessed such immense damage from ordinary monsters. Moreover, there was more than just one. The staircase climbed up, with around 100 stone pillars, each hosting 1 or 2 of these archers. It remained uncertain whether they would unleash a volley of arrows. Su Chen commanded the other skeletons to halt their advance and use true sight on the monsters. Monster, Fallen Dragon Hunter. Level, LV 27. Rank, Elite. Health, 3000. Magic, 2000. Strength, 2400. Constitution, 1000. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 1500. Skills, Fatal Strike, Charged Shot. Fatal Strike grants arrows a 200 strength bonus with a 50 chance to deal critical damage, doubling the damage. Charged Shot charges the arrow, increasing hit damage and range, with the extent depending on the charging time, up to 3 times. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. This monster was formidable. Its strength and agility were comparable to those of an ordinary bronze-tier boss. Furthermore, the iron door could only open a narrow gap. 5 fallen dragon hunters could easily shoot down any enemies squeezing through that opening. They also stood atop the stone pillars, high above, making it difficult for standard attacks to reach them. The only viable strategy was to have the goblin high priest lock onto their positions and use Thunderbolt to clear them out. However, Thunderbolt required line of sight. Given the small gap of the door, it was impossible for all the goblin high priests to lock on. Clearing them one by one would take an eternity. Su Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. The 3 women noticed his expression and quickly inquired about the problem. Su Chen relayed the situation inside the door to them. After hearing this, Xia Lingyun began to ponder solutions as well. However, Xia Yun and Xian exchanged knowing smiles. Xia Yun remarked, Su Chen, you haven't cleared many dungeons yet, so it's understandable you don't know this. Once you've completed more dungeons, you'll come to learn a profound saying. Su Chen looked at her. Curious, what saying? Xia Yun replied, within 7 steps, there must be an antidote. Its original meaning refers to finding an antidote within 7 steps after being bitten by a venomous snake. This saying equally applies to exploring dungeons. There are countless dungeons in this world, and it's easy to stumble into ones lacking information. When faced with an impassable route, why not change your perspective, look around, and perhaps discover alternative methods? Suchen frowned. He surveyed his surroundings, but it seemed there were no other paths to take. After over 10 minutes of searching, found it. When Xian exclaimed, capturing the attention of the other three. Suchen quickly walked over. He saw Wen Xian pointing beneath the arch bridge. The others, with their keen eyesight, soon discerned that she was indicating a drainage outlet. This outlet was located to the left of the arch bridge, with a diameter of at least 2.5 meters. Even someone as tall as Suchen could pass through easily. Following Wen Xian's direction, the other three gradually spotted a precarious, yet passable route leading to the drainage outlet. When Xian leaned closer to Suchen, saying with satisfaction, "How about that? My year at the academy wasn't wasted. You're truly impressive." Suchen praised sincerely. If it weren't for Xia Yun and Wen Xian's reminders, he might have stubbornly engaged with those fallen dragon hunters today. Victory was achievable, but at the cost of an immense amount of time, perhaps an entire day spent here. Coupled with the dungeon's cooldown time, he would have lost countless experience points. The four of them descended the narrow path, leaving the arch bridge and crawling into the drainage outlet. There were no strange odors, and the outlet was even devoid of water. However, the further they ventured, the darker it became. Suchen utilized Blood's flying eye to explore within, and with true sight, he required no illumination. The other three women, however, were less accustomed to the darkness, especially Xia Lingyun. Compared to Wen Xian and Xia Yun, who had undergone training within the academy, her expression was the most distressed. Yet, she still followed closely behind Suchen without faltering. The four of them proceeded quietly for some time. Suddenly, a lit oil lamp was handed to Xia Lingyun by Wen Xian. "I just found this in my inventory. If you're scared, take it," Wen Xian said expressionlessly. Xia Lingyun wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Suchen. "Take it. This drainage pipe is quite long." His Blood's flying eye had a detection range of 1,500 meters, yet he still hadn't reached the pipe's end. They had more distance to cover. Upon hearing Suchen's words, Xia Lingyun reluctantly accepted the oil lamp. With the illumination, her feelings of panic diminished considerably. The four traveled in silence. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the end of the drainage pipe. Above them, a beam of light streamed down. The walls were fitted with bent steel rods, forming a makeshift ladder leading upwards. Suchen released Blood's flying eye to soar out through the manhole cover above. Outside was a bathing area, with the manhole cover situated in the center of the pool. There were no monsters present. However, Suchen remained somewhat uneasy. The ladder ascended to a height of several hundred meters. Should the steel reinforcements falter, leading to a misstep and potential injury, it would be dire. He commanded a skeletal warrior to ascend. Only when the skeletal warrior pushed open the manhole cover and emerged did he lead the three women outside. Finally, they emerged into the open air, and Xia Yun let out a sigh of relief, stretching her body. The space within the drainage pipe had been ample. Yet prolonged exposure to such an environment inevitably weighed on one's spirits. Now, with the world before her, she felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. A fleeting glance revealed Xia Lingyun approaching Wenxin. "Here you go," Xia Lingyun said coldly, handing over the oil lamp. Wenxin paid it no mind and tossed the lamp into her backpack. Moments later, a deliberately subdued voice was heard. "Thank you." Wenxin was taken aback. When she looked up, Xia Lingyun had already rejoined Xia Yun's side. Suchen approached a window situated high above. He released the blood eye, which circled outside before he joyfully exclaimed, "We are already within the castle. If we head towards that door, we are likely to encounter the final boss." Chapter 33. The coward Wenxin speaks of escape again. The blood eye briefly circled the castle, providing Suchen with a rudimentary understanding of its layout. The castle was divided into three distinct areas: left, center, and right. The winding staircase leading through the large iron gate directly led to the central area's main entrance, where the boss was likely located. Currently, their party found themselves in the underground section of the left castle area. By moving right and then upward, they could reach the boss's location. With this in mind, Suchen led the three women out of the bathroom. Outside, a long corridor awaited. Through the blood eye, Suchen noticed an elevator at the end of the corridor, which was operated by a pole rod. It seemed, however, that no monsters inhabited the corridor. Yet, numerous partially ajar doors lined both sides, concealing lurking creatures. It was evident that any passerby would provoke a swift assault from within. This was exceedingly treacherous. The blood eye observed everything with clarity, ensuring no opportunity for ambush would be granted. He waved the blood eye and summoned 100 skeletal warriors. The previous batch had been left behind near the drainage outlet due to convenience. The skeletal warriors split into two groups, with the first advancing. As they passed the doors concealing monsters, the creatures surged forth. Before their weapons could even reach the skeletal warriors ahead, the second group activated their skills: leaping slash, heavy slash, leaping slash, phantom slash. In an instant, blades flashed and blood spilled profusely. The concealed monsters were merely ordinary fallen soldiers. Soon, the corridor was cleared, with the skeletal soldiers standing guard on either side, awaiting the passage of the four. As they walked by, the three women closely scrutinized these tall, fully armored warriors. Wenxin expressed her envy. Are all summoners this formidable? Having summoned beings is incredibly convenient. Without them, how much time would we waste clearing out those lurking monsters? We might even fall victim to a surprise attack. In that moment, Wenxin felt her own legendary knight profession was less appealing. Su Qin smiled, but offered no explanation. It wasn't he merely the strength of a summoner. Had he not possessed 2 SSS level talents, 1 SS level talent, and the one-hit kill plugin, he might still be accompanied by goblins, wandering the wilds in search of monsters to slay, pondering when he might descend into a dungeon. However, the one-hit kill plugin was also something he had downloaded into this world, and the 3 talents were earned through his own efforts. Could one claim that Su Chun's prowess was devoid of any correlation to his talents and hard work? Certainly not. The 4 entered the elevator. Due to space constraints, Su Qin only allowed 2 skeletal warriors to accompany them, positioned at the front to prevent any ambush from above. The skeletal warriors pulled the rod, and the sounds of gears and chains echoed above. Soon, they began to ascend slowly. Upon reaching the top, they exited the elevator into a small yet spacious room. A tightly shut small door lay ahead. Experienced adventurers quickly discerned that danger lurked within. Xia Yun and Wenxin, who had not yet engaged in combat, readied their weapons. Aiming at the door, prepared for battle. Xia Lingyun mimicked their actions, but Su Chun urged them to hold on. He unleashed the blood eye, which passed through the door to scout the interior. Wenxin gasped in astonishment. Wow, your skill can even penetrate doors. How unfair. Su Qin shot her a glance. The blood eye was not a physical entity. It was an ethereal being, akin to a soul. Passing through a door was hardly remarkable. He had grown accustomed to such advantages. For the 3 women, especially Xia Yun and Wenxin, who understood the significance of information detection, the ability to scout remotely was undeniably an extraordinary power. The ability to detect information while disregarding obstacles was akin to a cheat that could lead to being reported and subsequently banned. Of course, this was an exaggerated expression. If the capabilities of the blood eye were to be spread, it would likely only result in adventurers seeking to purchase his weapon. If he exploited the one-hit kill plugin to farm gold indiscriminately and disrupt the market, then perhaps the Apocalypse Master System would indeed intervene and ban his account. The blood eye penetrated the door, revealing a room beyond that was even larger, roughly the size of a football field. The space was filled with bookshelves laden with tomes, resembling a library. Between the shelves wandered a group of individuals clad in voluminous purple robes, their faces pale, eye sockets dark, and skin withered. They appeared to have indulged excessively and spent sleepless nights, one hand clutching an oil lamp and the other wielding a magical staff, aimlessly drifting among the dimly lit shelves, as if desperately searching for something. On the opposite side of the room from the elevator, an exquisitely carved golden door stood. At its entrance sat an elderly man in a silver-white robe, donning a wide-brimmed wizard's hat. The old man sported a scruffy gray-white beard and had a massive staff resting across his knees. The blood eye transmitted information about these 2 types of creatures back to Su Qin's mind. Creature, Fallen Court Mage. Rank, Elite. Level, 25. Health, 3000. Magic, 7000. Strength, 400. Constitution, 400. Agility, 400. Mentality, 2600. Skills, Arcane Shock, Arcane Torrent. Creature, Fallen Court Magister. Rank, Silver Boss. Level, 29. Health, 12000. Magic, 25,000. Strength, 1000. Constitution, 1200. Agility, 80. Mentality, 5700. Spells, Crystal Ice Dragon, Crystal Ice Coffin, Spatial Jump, Endless Blizzard. 43 elite Fallen Court Mages, and 1 Silver Boss Fallen Court Magister. Su Chun assimilated the overall situation regarding the monsters outside, and conveyed the information to the 3 women. Upon hearing this, Wenxin wore a wry smile. I told you the Hell Level 3-turn dungeon wouldn't be easy to clear. These monsters, the moment a spell lands upon me, I estimate I would lose half my health. If I, a 3rd realm knight, feel this way, what can be said of you? Perhaps we should retreat. Su Qin snorted lightly. With formidable foes before us, repeatedly swaying the morale of the troops, I see you are merely courting disaster. In ancient times, scoundrels like you would have been dragged to the front lines and executed, do you understand? When Xin was instantly infuriated. But I speak no falsehood. The enemy is overwhelmingly strong. How can we possibly engage them? Elite monsters possess attributes akin to that of leaders. Silver leaders rival even gold and dark gold. If we rashly advance, would it not be akin to offering our lives as tribute? Su Qin remained confident, asserting, how would we know without attempting? The fallen dragon-hunting archer that previously blocked the Great Iron Gate was, in fact, of the same tier as the fallen court mages here. At that time, Su Chun found it troublesome primarily due to the terrain. The narrow opening of the gate was too small for summoning formations to properly deploy. Furthermore, the archer's elevated position made it difficult. Even if he teleported inside the gate to summon, the skeletal warriors could not reach those fallen dragon-hunting archers. The goblin high priest also could not eliminate all foes in one fell swoop. Thus, he deemed it a challenging fight. However, they were now inside the castle. These mages were all on the same plane. As long as the skeletal warriors could approach, they were of little consequence. With this thought, Su Chun unhesitatingly teleported inside the gate. The monsters turned to look at him as he raised his blood-red eyes, swiftly arranging several summoning formations to conjure skeletal warriors. Chapter 34. The Fallen Court Mage's Ambush. Before the skeletal warriors had fully formed, Su Chun unleashed a wind stride, covering the 6 summoning formations on the ground. The level 23 wind stride now enhanced movement speed by 30. Thus, the moment the skeletal warriors emerged from the summoning formations, they charged forth with the swiftness of leopards, transforming into shadows that pounced upon the fallen court mages. Leap strike, leap strike, leap strike. With the speed enhancement, the skeletal warrior strikes became even more ferocious. A seamless execution of several skills led to 5 fallen court mages being instantly vanquished. Yet, unfortunately, 7 or 8 others, having drawn aggro, still remained alive. They brandished their staves. Arcane shockwave. A ring of pale purple light erupted from the tip of their staves. The skeletal warriors surrounding them were instantly repelled. 5,555, 5,595, 5,574. The skeletal warriors at the back leaped into the air, swinging their blades down as the frontline warriors were pushed back. To their surprise, the distant fallen court mages also redirected their aggro. After a brief charge of energy, they pointed forward. Arcane torrent. A brilliant white energy column surged forth, forcefully pushing several skeletal warriors back. The damage was substantial. 1,005, 1,005, 1,005. Each second, the impacted skeletal warriors endured at least 8,000 damage, leading to the demise of many. However, due to their transition into a death state, the fallen court mages lost their aggro on them and turned to attack other skeletal warriors. Yet, Su Chun had already consumed mana to activate one of the skills of the Bone Crown, Undying of the Fallen. The skeletal warriors could continue to fight for half a minute after death. These fallen warriors, like invisible phantoms, dashed swiftly toward the fallen court mages, empowered by wind stride. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The fallen court mages, already frail and defenseless, were swiftly dispatched by the black-tier leader-level skeletal warriors. Thus, while the scene in the library appeared as though the fallen court mages were overwhelming the skeletal warriors, with dazzling torrents preventing the warriors from advancing, the battle was decidedly tipping in Su Chun's favor. 1 fallen skeletal warrior could easily trade for 2 fallen court mages. The first wave of summoned warriors was far from exhausted. After 2 minutes of battle, the 3 women realized that Su Chun had already entered the room. They pushed the door open to find Su Chun having obliterated the monsters entirely. Su Chun, you are far too reckless. When Xia intended to voice her reproach, but upon seeing the myriad of loot scattered across the ground, she was momentarily speechless. How could this be possible? Did Su Chun not claim the monsters here possessed attributes comparable to leaders? Yet his skeletal warriors had dispatched them with such ease. When Xia suspected Su Chun had exaggerated the monster strength, she targeted a fallen court mage still resisting and cast a detection spell. After examining the results, she had nothing to say. The monsters were indeed formidable. It was simply that Su Chun's skeletal warriors were even more monstrous. You all arrived just in time. Help me collect the loot from the ground. There's too much. Bending down is too tiring, Su Chun said nonchalantly. The 3 women were at a loss for words. The items dropped by such elite monsters were undoubtedly valuable, yet here was Su Chun, complaining about the effort of picking them up. Nevertheless, since Su Chun had expressed this sentiment, they felt no need for hesitation. The 3 women promptly stepped forward to begin clearing the battlefield. Just as Xia Lingyun approached a monster's corpse, a shadow suddenly appeared beside it. Before she could discern the silhouette's outline, a dense chill of ice elements coalesced upon a staff. In the dim light, she seemed to glimpse an ice crystal-carved 4-clawed dragon bursting forth from the staff's radiance. She was rooted to the spot, rendered speechless from fear, just as the ice dragon was about to touch the tip of her nose. A familiar strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her back with urgency. In an instant, the world spun, and they found themselves before the elevator door. This transpired so swiftly that even the experienced Wen Xian and Xiaoyu only reacted after the ice dragon had dissipated. Xiaoyu gasped for breath, her heart racing. Just moments ago, Xia Lingyun had nearly encountered disaster. Had anything happened to her, Xiaoyu would have been at a loss as to how to report back to her uncle. The thought of facing his wrath ignited flames of fury in Xiaoyu's eyes. That damned scoundrel, seeking death. Her weapon radiated a fierce glow as a crescent-shaped sword energy swept forth. Whoosh! A large section of the bookshelf was toppled, and the sword energy struck the ambushing fallen court mage, reducing its health by 1/5. When Xian quickly followed suit, executing a charge. Her shield collided forcefully with the fallen court mage, followed by a taunt skill. As Xiaoyu caught up to deliver her attacks, the two worked in unison, cornering it against the wall, unleashing a flurry of blade strikes. Are you alright? Su Chun furrowed his brow. Once again, he had nearly put his companions in harm's way. The fallen court mage had previously remained silent at the door, showing no intent to attack, even when spells flew past it. Thus, Su-chun instinctively assumed that attacking it would provoke its ire. He had originally intended to leave it for last, to summon a horde of goblin high priests to obliterate it with thunder. He had been deceived. With monsters lurking behind the door for ambush, and a leader feigning slumber to lure and prey. The creatures and leaders within this dungeon were nothing short of cunning and treacherous. Xia Lingyun sighed in relief. It didn't harm me. Once Su-chun confirmed her safety, he released her. He then waved his blood-red eyes and set up several more summoning formations. The fallen court mage had once again activated its skill, Space Jump. Escaping the onslaught of Xia Yu and Wenxian, they intended to pursue, but Su-chun hurriedly commanded the skeletal warriors to shield them. No need. Watch my performance. This time, he summoned a large batch of goblin high priests. Command them to summon the heavenly thunder. The 30,000 health points of the bronze-level fallen warlord were eliminated in an instant. Could a mage with less than 12,000 health truly fear being obliterated? Dark clouds gathered ominously, coalescing above the fallen court's archmage. However, Su-chun had indeed miscalculated. Just as the thunder struck, the archmage activated a spatial leap, evading the skill. It materialized directly in the center of the library, suspended in midair, arms outstretched, radiating a chilling frost. The blizzard raged on. A relentless gale, sharp as blades, surged forth, laden with large snowflakes the size of palms. In an instant, the entire library was blanketed in a thick layer of white. These snowflakes were not only colossal but also dealt terrifying damage. Su-chun commanded the remaining skeletal warriors to shield the 4 of them. Yet, in just one encounter, the snowflakes froze the skeletal warriors that came into contact with them. The fallen warriors, yearning to charge forward, were thwarted by the ferocious wind blades. Meanwhile, the goblin high priestess skills fell into cooldown. Su-chun could only continue summoning skeletal warriors to block the incoming snowflakes, leaving him no time to summon a new high priest. In an instant, the battle reached a standstill. Chapter 35. The Summoner's Divine Skill. Unity of Monarch and People. Within the vast library, a thick layer of snow swiftly enveloped the surroundings. The 4 of them were trapped in the elevator, unable to advance a single step. Fortunately, the skeletal warriors, summoned continuously, stood before them, braving the storm. They remained unscathed. However, the situation was undeniably dire. The blizzard grew fiercer, rendering the fallen court archmage's figure invisible. Naturally, the storm's obstruction only affected the 3 women. Su-chun's true sight locked onto its position with crystal clarity. Even as the goblin high priestess skills recharged, it could not pinpoint the target. While Su-chun was deep in thought, the warm voice of Xia Lingyun broke the silence. Su-chun, I have a way to assist you. With that, she broke free from his heated embrace, grasping her staff. Xia Lingyun recited an incantation. Moments later, a layer of frost enveloped the armor of several skeletal warriors ahead. This frost provided a modicum of protection, albeit meager, yet. At this moment, it reduced the damage from the approaching snowflakes by 80%. Su-chun's eyes brightened. He once again urged his warriors forward. He commanded those skeletal warriors adorned with the icy armor to lead the charge, while the rest followed closely behind. Simultaneously, he instructed the goblin high priest to invoke the skill hurricane. Columns of towering tornadoes surged into the storm, filling nearly the entire library. This was to restrict the fallen court archmage's spatial leap. Before long, the skeletal warriors surged into the storm, arriving at the location of the fallen court archmage. Without hesitation, they leapt and slashed. They struck with ferocity. Dozens of figures locked onto it simultaneously, leaping with their blades drawn. The fallen court archmage struggled momentarily, wielding its staff to summon an ice dragon, which crushed several skeletal warriors. Yet, even as its health bar plummeted to 0, the skeletal warriors rose resiliently, leaping once more to strike at it. Although it hovered in the air, its altitude was not high. The spatial lockdown prevented it from executing spatial leaps. The damage output from its skills was commendable, but it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the innumerable skeletal warriors that refused to die. After several rounds of assault, the blade of a skeletal warrior struck its neck, completely draining its health bar. The blizzard ceased. Everything seemed like an illusion as the snow that enveloped the library swiftly dissipated. Su-chun stepped forward to collect the archmage's loot, a skill book for the frost dragon, a rare quality staff, and a rare quality mage's robe. Su-chun fulfilled his earlier promise, handing the 3rd-tier skill book to Xia Lingyun. She beamed with delight, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Just as Su-chun was about to examine the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, a gentle voice echoed from nearby. Oh, these little monsters also drop skill experience books. Su-chun was taken aback, then hastily approached her side to receive the experience book. Upon inspection, he discovered, item, advanced 2nd-tier experience book. Description, upon use, grants 2,000 experience points to any class's universal 2nd-tier skill. Su-chun's breath quickened. This was precisely what he needed. With ample experience books, he could elevate his skills. Upgrading his skills would yield talent evolutions, significantly enhancing his power. I truly need these experience books. May I have them? Su Chen implored earnestly. Warmth chuckled. You defeated the monsters, so you should take them. In truth, the spoils from a typical dungeon run should be shared equally, as it is difficult to gauge each individual's contribution to the team. The priest's buffs, healing, and control effects cannot be quantified by mere statistics. Equal distribution is a relatively fair approach. However, their team was different. Although Su Chen was not the highest level, he was the sole primary damage dealer and required no assistance from them. The three women, while contributing in their own way, spent most of their time idling. Moreover, they were not strangers to each other. Hence, with Su Chen wanting the items, they naturally refrained from competing for them. After nodding in acknowledgement and expressing his gratitude, Su Chen meticulously collected the loot from the 42 fallen mages. Aside from 2 that yielded equipment and skill books, the rest were all advanced second-tier experience books. This brought immense joy to Su Chen. He envisioned not only could he farm experience books through the dungeon, but after leaving, he could also set up a stall and purchase experience books at a premium. With this dungeon available for grinding experience books, he could undoubtedly max out his remaining second-tier skills before the upcoming exams. Once the battlefield was cleared, the 4 pushed open the grand doors of the library. Outside lay a courtyard devoid of monsters. A straight path to the right led directly to the central area of the castle. As they walked across the courtyard, glancing down, they beheld towering stone columns, each 100 meters high, lined with fallen dragon-hunting archers. The 3 women finally understood the predicament Su Chen faced before the great iron door. Without drawing aggro, he had no suitable means of attack. Su Chen had no intention of engaging with these archers. The 4 proceeded directly to the main entrance of the castle. The skeletal warriors pushed the doors open, revealing a vast palace before them. The interior of the palace was as expansive as 3 or 4 football fields. Apart from the hefty columns, it was sparsely decorated. The hall was largely empty, with only a solitary figure seated on the throne at the far end. Blood's Eye drifted over, scanning for information. Monster, Fallen King Clem. Rank, Dark Gold Boss. Level, LV 30. Health, 11. Mana, 2000000200000. Strength, 1. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1. Spirit, 60,000. Skills, Summon Fallen Warriors, Summon Fallen Warlords, Summon Fallen Dragon Archers, Summon Fallen Dragon Snipers. Summon Fallen Court Mages, Summon Fallen Court Archmages, Summon Fallen Spies, Summon Fallen Executioners. Unity of Monarch and People. Su Chen felt a flicker of excitement. This boss was intriguing. It was also a summoner. What caught his attention most was the last skill of this boss. Unity of Monarch and People. Until all summoned entities are slain, any form of attack will be borne by the summoned entities and cannot harm the summoner directly. Before vanquishing all summoned creatures, one cannot inflict harm upon the summoner himself. This is nothing short of a divine skill of the summoner. Su Chen's unrestrained gaze brimmed with avarice. As the 4 of them stepped into the palace, the figure slumbering quietly upon the throne lifted its head, exuding a majestic aura reminiscent of a lion awakening. Following this, it struck the armrest of the throne, and the once empty hall began to fill with an array of fully armed figures. Warriors, archers, mages, and some assassins that Su Chen and his companions had yet to encounter appeared before them. Over 100 ordinary monsters, alongside 4 formidable bosses, rendered the 3 women momentarily speechless. How are we supposed to fight this? When Xin stammered, her teeth chattering, Xia Hong marveled, truly worthy of a hell-level 3rd-turn dungeon. The difficulty is astounding. Without Su Chen, even 40 players would likely struggle to clear this. Xia Hong remained silent, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Chen. She firmly believed that he would undoubtedly lead them through this daunting challenge. Su Chen did not disappoint. He stepped forward. How shall we engage? A direct assault is in order. With that, he brandished Blood Eye, meticulously setting up summoning arrays. Simultaneously, he summoned Angelina to stand by his side. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 36, the second-turn bloodline ancestor, Angelina. In terms of troop composition, Su Chen was at a disadvantage. His summons were limited to mages and warriors, while the Fallen King could summon mages, warriors, archers, and assassins alike. Although the overall average attributes of these summoned beings might not rival that of the skeleton warriors, each possessed a particular specialty that surpassed the others. Furthermore, Su Chen had yet to encounter the fallen spies and fallen executioners. But he was aware that both the fallen mages and fallen dragon hunters were capable of slaying skeleton soldiers. At first glance, it appeared that Su Chen's side was at a disadvantage. However, the reality of the battlefield defied expectations. The formidable attributes of the skeleton warriors enabled them to absorb damage on behalf of the Goblin High Priest, simultaneously pushing the front line forward. The Goblin High Priest unleashed 2 skills, Earthquake and Hurricane, that effectively disrupted the enemy formation, interrupting their offensive and hastening the advance of their own ranks. Additionally, there was the inherent disparity between the summoners. Although the Fallen King possessed high mental strength, allowing for rapid recovery of magical power and the summoning of new soldiers, he could not match Su Chen's SSS level talent for mana return and rapid skill casting. in the absence of restraint, as Su Chun unleashed skills without hesitation. The skeleton warriors and goblin high priest effectively faced off against their opponents with a tenfold numerical advantage. The combination of numerical superiority, attribute advantages, and the ability of the skeleton warriors to charge forth even after death, where they could self-destruct to contribute to the team, resulted in a one-sided onslaught initiated by Su Chun. Even with 4 bosses on the opposing side, they could not halt the advance of the skeleton army. Upon witnessing this scenario, the 3 women felt their anxieties dissipate. They instead grew intrigued by the Angelina summoned by Su Chun, encircling her. "What an adorable little girl. Where did you get her, Xiaochen? She is so cute," Wenxin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pinched Angelina's soft cheeks. "Cute?" Xiaolingyun scoffed. "I advise you to take a look at her stats first." Wenxin was taken aback, then immediately cast a detection spell on Angelina. After reviewing the results, she quietly withdrew her finger. "This is terrifying." Angelina's level rose in tandem with Su Chun's. Though an increase of 1 or 2 levels did not significantly enhance her capabilities, the terrifying bonuses from the breakthrough task and her status as a demigod-level leader became evident. Now, Angelina not only possessed 2 additional skills, but also saw her overall attributes multiply tenfold. Her average across 4 attributes soared to 7,000, exhibiting a remarkably balanced development. For a second-turn character, she was indisputably an extraordinary presence. However, Angelina lacked long-range attack capabilities. What she could accomplish, summoning more skeleton warriors and goblin high priests, could also be done by Su Chun, which was why he had refrained from showcasing her earlier. That was no longer the case. With assassins lurking who could strike the backline, Su Chun had no fear due to his infinite teleportation. But the 3 women needed to weigh their options. Su Chun had scrutinized the attributes of the entities known as fallen spies with his true sight eye. Even Wenxin, with her knightly profession, would struggle to withstand a few strikes. Thus, while assigning Angelina as a bodyguard might seem like a waste of combat power, her presence allowed Su Chun to fight with confidence. Angelina stood there, seemingly devoid of emotion like a puppet, until her breakthrough to the second turn granted her 2 new skills, blood sensing and blood burst spiral drill. The function of blood sensing was to monitor the surroundings through the perception of blood, rendering even invisible units detectable. As several fallen spies and their leader, the fallen executioner, flanked the skeleton army and headed straight for the 3 women, Angelina raised her slender, pale arm and lightly snapped her fingers. A mist of blood emanated from her body, swirling around her and coalescing into several crimson drills. With a thrust of her arm, the rapidly spinning drills shot forth. Bang, bang, bang. The drills accurately found their targets among the invisible units, drilling into their bodies and erupting in a brilliant display of blood mist akin to blooming crimson roses. In an instant, over 10 fallen spies were obliterated, while the fallen executioner was left with but a sliver of health. Angelina frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with this outcome. She raised her hand, casting Blood Reaver to siphon the last remnants of blood from the fallen executioner. Unfortunately, as these leaders were summoned creatures, they did not drop any loot. Su Chun momentarily shifted his gaze toward the direction of the 3 women. Seeing that Angelina had effortlessly dealt with the threat, he returned his focus to directing the skeleton army and goblin high priest in their assault. Half an hour later, under the relentless onslaught of the skeleton army, the final fallen dragon hunter was slain. The skeleton warrior, brandishing a long blade engulfed in black flames, approached the throne. In the next moment, Su Chun teleported beside the throne. Under his control, the spatial ripples did not harm the fallen king. The skeleton warrior raised its long blade, reaped the souls. The black flames consumed the fallen king's body, leaving behind a shimmering orb of loot. Su Chun glanced at the soul mark upon the long blade. After traversing the fallen castle, he had accumulated over 3,000. This was without any intentional manipulation on his part. Excellent. He nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention to the orb of loot. He was eager to acquire the fallen king's skill, unity of the sovereign and the people. Soon, he examined the 4 items that had dropped. One was a large crimson cloak embroidered with intricate golden patterns. Equipment, Cloak of the Sovereign, Grade, Epic, Attribute Bonus, Spirit 500. Mana Recovery 20, Charisma 10. Skill, Sovereign S Aura. Equipment Requirement, Spirit greater than 2,000. Skill, Summon Dragon Hunter. Learning Requirement, Summoner. Spirit greater than 2,000. Description, a 3rd-turn mage skill that allows the summoner to consume 2,000 mana to summon a dragon hunter for a duration of 5 minutes. The other 2 items were a pair of rare quality gloves and a pair of rare quality trousers. Su Chun immediately donned the Cloak of the Sovereign. Whether or not it increased his charisma was of little concern. The primary allure lay in the 500-point boost to his spirit attribute and the skill, Sovereign S Aura. Sovereign S Aura. You will gain an aura that compels submission. The higher your spirit attribute, the stronger the aura becomes. An awe-inspiring aura that commands reverence. Although the specific effects were not explicitly stated, this simple sentence provided Su Chun with ample room for imagination. A skill book had also been revealed. Though it was not the desired unity of monarch and people, Nevertheless, Su Chun did not succumb to disappointment. With time on his side, he refused to believe that he could not acquire unity of monarch and people before the college entrance examination. Moreover, the skill of summoning the Dragon Hunter Archer was quite advantageous, compensating for his lack of ranged attack capabilities. His mental attributes were sufficient, and he promptly learned the skill. Shortly thereafter, a formidable archer, clad in silver heavy armor and wielding a 2-meter-long bow, emerged from the summoning array, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. Su Chun cast an eye of true sight upon it. Monster, Dragon Hunter Archer. Grade, Black Iron Leader. Level, 13. Strength, 3000. Constitution, 1500. Agility, 3000. Spirit, 2000. Skills, critical hit, charged shot. Su Chun was rendered speechless with joy. At only level 1, such attributes were astonishing. If it were to reach its maximum level, undergo 9 skill evolutions, and gain the enhancement from Berserk, he could hardly fathom its strength. Even without leveling up, the current Dragon Hunter Archer significantly bolstered his offensive power. Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the frustration he felt when the fallen Dragon Hunter had blocked his path earlier. The next time they crossed paths, he would summon a legion of Dragon Hunter Archers to confront it directly. His arrows would not be without merit. Chapter 37. Completing the Hell-Level Fallen Castle. Ding. Congratulations on completing the dungeon task. Defeat the fallen King Clem. Your performance is under evaluation, and your completion rating is SS. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the Hell-Level Dungeon. Fallen Castle with an SS rating. You have received the rewards, 20 free attribute points, 99.99 gold. Upon exiting the dungeon, Su Chun received this prompt in his mind. He was somewhat astonished. There are rewards in free attribute points for completing dungeons? He mused. Why wasn't there one for the Whispering Hills? When Xian leaned against him, smiling as she said, you might not know this, but dungeons above the second transition offer certain rewards based on performance. Attribute points, equipment, items, and even skill books could be among them. You truly are extraordinary. With only a second transition, you managed to lead the 3 of us to clear the dungeon with an SS rating. When Xian excitedly patted Su Chun on the shoulder. After all, she herself had just reached the 3rd transition, and merely traversing the fallen castle had significantly boosted her experience points. Not to mention, Su Chun had also bestowed upon her a 3rd transition skill book. Su Chun nodded, acknowledging that this aspect was indeed unfamiliar to him. However, he furrowed his brow. Why only an SS rating? After a moment of contemplation, Su Chun speculated that it might be due to the unexplored area on the right side of the castle. Otherwise, given their unharmed and efficient monster-killing efficiency, how could they not have achieved an SSS? Suddenly, Su Chun recalled something and turned to Xian with a grin. Hey, what did you say earlier? If I could easily defeat the boss, you'd give me a reward. Now that we've cleared the dungeon, shouldn't you? Before he could finish his sentence, when Xian shot him a glare, her tone tinged with caution. Hold on, what are you trying to imply? Su Chun sighed, gazing at her. Here we go again. From childhood to now, you always play the sly one. Yes, I am sly, and what of it? When Xian retorted proudly, which irked Su Chun to the point of gritting his teeth. If it weren't for the thought of marring her appearance and upsetting Wan, he would have undoubtedly delivered a couple of punches. The dungeon cooldown was a full 3 hours. Without an invitation, they could only wait it out. Su Chun had already proven his capability to lead a team through the Hell-Level 3rd transition dungeon, which greatly benefited both Xia Yun and Xian. Even Xia Yun, who was Xia Lingyun's cousin, was reluctant to disband the team. They were on break. But who would refuse to enhance their strength during their vacation as if on a leisurely journey? An awkward point was that Xia Yun and Xian had originally come to assist the younger generation in leveling up, but found themselves being led by Su Chun through dungeons instead. If word of this got out, they would likely blush with embarrassment. However, pride was of little consequence in the face of experience points and dungeon rewards. During the dungeon cooldown, Su Chun also set up a stall to purchase experience books. He offered prices twice that of the market rate, eagerly buying up second transition experience books. Experience books were rare items, as leveling up skills also enhanced combat prowess. Nevertheless, early-stage practitioners could level up relatively quickly. With diligence and determination, even the most talentless basic practitioner could reach the 3rd transition within a year, provided they chose simpler tasks. Thus, 1st and 2nd transition skills were generally regarded as transitional tools, lacking in enhancement value. The prices Su Chun offered were quite reasonable. The Fallen Castle was also a place to farm experience books. His purchasing endeavor progressed remarkably well. However, not all teams could clear the hell difficulty. Therefore, most of the experience books he acquired were of intermediate quality. There were advanced ones as well, but they were comparatively scarce. Consequently, Su Chun had to make selections among a few second transition skills. Naturally, he aimed to enhance his summoning abilities first. Summoning skills were the essence of a summoner. Fortunately, the Dragon Hunter Archer at level 39 was a 3rd transition skill. Luckily, 3rd transition experience books could be purchased at the Yunhua City Exchange. But good times do not last long. After 7 days, when Xian and Xia Yun's vacation came to an end, and they had to return to school. With Su Chun and Xia Lingyun's levels, they were not yet sufficient to enter the dungeon. However, there were solutions. For instance, they could randomly recruit 2 teammates or find 2 allies from Xia Lingyun's father's guild. But Su Chun calculated that entering a 3rd transition dungeon as a 4-person team would yield less experience than entering a 2nd transition dungeon as a duo. Nevertheless, he intended to acquire experience books at the location where the portal to the Fallen Castle was situated. Along the way, there were numerous monster gathering spots. Clearing those would significantly increase their accumulated experience. Thus, with half a month remaining, Su Chun teamed up with Xia Lingyun, and the 2 of them tirelessly traversed between the 2nd transition dungeon, giant insect plain, and the gathering spots of the Fallen Castle. To be honest, merely traveling was exhausting. Yet, Xia Lingyun made no complaints and steadfastly followed. Simultaneously, her level soared. With only a day remaining until the college entrance examination, the sun began to set, casting a crimson glow over the walls of Yunhua City. As they returned to the city, they found themselves at a crossroads, about to part ways. "Hey, tomorrow is the college entrance examination. Are you nervous?" Xia Lingyun inquired curiously, glancing at Su Chun. Su Chun grinned broadly. "Nervous? The ones taking the same exam as me should be the ones feeling anxious. My goal is to be the top student in the nation. They had better not stand in my way. Otherwise, I'll have to crush them." As she gazed at the spirited young man before her, exuding confidence in the twilight, Xia Lingyun momentarily lost her train of thought. Were it anyone else making such a seemingly casual claim about aiming for the top student in the nation, she would certainly think them delusional. However, this was Su Chun. Having teamed up with him for over 10 days, she could not claim to fully understand his strength. But based on what he had displayed, she was certain that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the title of top student in the nation would undoubtedly belong to Su Chun. No one could take it from him. Upon this reflection, Xia Lingyun suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for those vying for high rankings in the college entrance examination. "Well, do your best. As for me, I merely wish to gain admission to a prestigious institution." She inquired, "By the way, which university do you aspire to attend?" Without a hint of hesitation, Su Chun responded, "The Daxia Academy. It is the only one worthy of my talent and strength." Xia Lingyun couldn't help but silently scoff at his audacity. Yet, it did not surprise her, for Su Chun had always possessed such bravado. "Well, good luck," she replied. Su Chun raised an eyebrow and teased, "Have you already given up on pursuing me?" Xia Lingyun shrugged and said, "I am well aware of my own capabilities. I simply cannot match yours. Nevertheless, I will strive to gain admission to a prestigious academy in the capital. We can still attend the same school." Su Chun, taken aback, burst into hearty laughter. "It seems you possess a fair amount of self-awareness. Let us both strive towards our goals." Xia Lingyun nodded in agreement. "Together, we shall." The 2 intertwined their fingers into a fist and, under the glow of the setting sun, lightly bumped their fists together. Chapter 38. Su Chun's ambition is to be the national top scholar. Name, Su Chun. Occupation, leader summoner, exceptional. Level, 20, 1156. Health, 34, 433, 443. Magic, 5,000. 500. Strength, 500. Constitution, 500. Agility, 800. Mentality, 6,000. Talent, Magic Return, SSS. Talent Evolution, SSS. Unity of All, SS. Pet, Ancestor of the Blood Clan. Angelina, Demigod. Skills, Leader Summon, Exclusive, LV9. Goblin Summon, First Transition, LV99. Teleportation, First Transition, LV99. Rapid Casting, First Transition, LV99. Wind Riding, Second Transition, LV99. Self-Destruct, Second Transition, LV99. Skeleton Warrior Summon, Second Transition, LV99. Fury, Second Transition, LV99. Dragon Hunter Summoner, Third Transition, LV99. Unity of Ruler and People, Third Transition, LV99. Equipment, Blood Eye 20, Epic. Crown of Bones, Divine, Damaged 99. King S Cloak 20, Epic. Sky Wings, Rare. During this period, Su Chun had successfully navigated through various dungeons, acquiring numerous free attribute points. He did not allocate them all to his mentality. Instead, he distributed them among the other 3 attributes, rounding them to whole numbers. This was not for any other reason but to satisfy his obsessive tendencies and attain a sense of mental ease. Of course, he did not neglect his mentality attribute, which had surpassed 5,000. Even many third transition mages could not rival him in that regard. However, the true crux of his increased strength lay not merely in the attributes, but rather in the completion of all 3 of his second transition skills and 1 third transition skill, each upgraded to their maximum level. Wind Riding consumes 500 points of magic to create a massive wind field with a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer, centered on the caster. Allies within the wind field receive a 1,000 increase in movement speed, a 500 enhancement in jumping ability, a 300 boost in attack speed, gain basic gliding capabilities. And for flying units, flight speed increases by 200, lasts for 30 minutes. Self-destruct, when the summoned creature's health is depleted. It consumes 200 magic to cause the creature to self-destruct, dealing 500 mental damage to enemies within a 100 square meter radius. Inflicting a burning effect that deducts 100 mental damage per second for 10 seconds, with a 50 chance to trigger a shatter effect on enemies. Fury consumes 1,000 points of magic to enrage all summoned creatures, enhancing all attributes by 300, increasing skill power by 200, with a 50 chance to ignore mental control negative effects. Lasts for 30 minutes. Dragon Hunter Summoner consumes 2,000 points of magic to summon 9 colossal beast hunters, lasting for 20 minutes. Moreover, Su Chun had also successfully acquired the coveted unity of ruler and people skill. However, akin to rapid casting, it was already at its maximum level upon learning, precluding any further evolution. In comparison to the enhancements gained from skills, the attribute boosts held little significance for Su Chun. The most formidable aspect was the third transition, Dragon Hunter Summoner. After 9 evolutions, the beasts it summoned were beyond mere words to describe. The term monstrous barely encapsulated its overwhelming might. However, Su Chun surmised that this particular skill would likely remain and used in the upcoming examination. The difficulty of the college entrance exam was indisputably formidable. After reviewing his enhancements, Su Chun felt a surge of confidence in his pursuit of the top scholar title. His ambition extended beyond merely being the top scholar of Yunhua City. He aspired to be the national top scholar. At 8:30 in the morning, at Yunhua No. 1 High School, a throng of students who had recently departed the school surged from all directions. The examination venue was neither located within the school nor in Yunhua City. The college entrance examination comprised 3 phases, operating on an elimination basis. The initial phase involved the urban examination venue, where all city candidates would be teleported to a coliseum-like arena. Main profession practitioners would engage in one-on-one duels, while secondary profession practitioners would be paired by the Apocalypse system with teammates of similar strength for 2-on-2 contests, with random matchups for challenges. Each individual had 20 opportunities to challenge. The number of victories and the duration of each match served as criteria for scoring. The combat scenes of each candidate could be streamed live via the Apocalypse system's video platform by inputting the candidate's identification number. Good morning, everyone. This is Yunhua Television Station. I am reporter Yang Mei. Yang Mei stood at the school gate, facing the camera with a bright smile. Today marks the annual vocational college entrance examination, and the newly awakened generation of practitioners, after a month of training, is returning to the school once more. I am currently at Yunhua No. 1 High School. Look, there are so many familiar faces. The live chat room was abuzz with comments. Haha. The chubby kid who just walked by was the one who got beaten up a month ago, looking all bruised and angry. There are so many practitioners. They are the hope of humanity's future. Long live humanity. Long live Daxia. I see my darling. Baby, please be safe. Mommy is cheering for you from the hospital. Yang Mei, of course, could not see the comments. She scanned the surrounding students, hoping to catch one for an interview, but hesitated, fearing it might disrupt their focus. Just then, she noticed a portly middle-aged man standing near the gate. Yang Mei's eyes lit up as she quickly approached him. Hello. Are you a parent of a candidate? We are from Yunhua Television Station. Would you be willing to accept an interview? Jiang Donghai, hearing that she was a television reporter, hurriedly tidied his sparse hair, then put on what he thought was a friendly smile and waved at the camera. Hello, everyone. I am not a candidate's parent. I am the principal, Jiang Donghai. Oh, so you are the principal, Yang Mei exclaimed, her surprise providing Jiang Donghai with considerable satisfaction. It was not surprising that she reacted so. Generally, principals would be seated in their offices at this time, avoiding the limelight. Unlike on Blue Star and Earth, here, if students excelled, it was attributed to their own prowess with minimal connection to the school. However, if they performed poorly, the principal, as the head of the institution, would be the first to face criticism. There had even been instances of students' parents confronting principals in the streets, both parties being practitioners engaged in fierce disputes. Hastily, Yang Mei inquired, with the examination starting in half an hour, do you have any words of encouragement or expectations for this year's candidates, principal? Jiang Donghai adjusted his hair and replied with a smile. In the spirit of encouragement, I wish to convey that everyone should maintain a calm and composed mindset while striving to do their utmost, regardless of the outcome. You all represent the pride of our esteemed institution. As for my hopes this year, I fervently wish that among the students of our school, there will be one who emerges as the top scholar. Yang Mei suddenly widened her eyes, as if recalling something, and inquired, are you referring to Su Chun? Jiang Donghai replied with unwavering confidence. He had personally contacted Su Chun yesterday to inquire about his progress. The mere fact that Su Chun had achieved an impressive level 20 was enough to assuage Jiang Donghai's concerns and allowed him to boast freely. Indeed, Yang Mei's expression reflected her realization. The barrage of comments flooded in. Su Chun? That name sounds familiar. Who is he? Dude, have you forgotten? A month ago, he single-handedly defeated 300 students. What do you know? This guy has filled the leaderboard for the hell difficulty in Wind Howling Valley. While I can't even clear the normal difficulty, sob. He is the third genius in the Great Xia to complete a special breakthrough task. Even my cousin in Yun province knows about it. The live stream today has attracted so many viewers, over 1 million. Surely not all are from Yunhua City. Indeed, we are here to witness the brilliance of a genius capable of completing special tasks. 1. Yang Mei was about to ask more when suddenly a low, resonant voice interjected from beside her. You believe Su Chun can become the top scholar? Principal, you overestimate him. Both Yang Mei and Jiang Donghai were taken aback and turned to face the speaker. He was a tall, imposing middle-aged man, exuding an intimidating presence with piercing eyes that hinted at a history steeped in bloodshed. Yang Mei's voice quivered slightly as she asked, May I ask who you are? The middle-aged man calmly introduced himself. I am Xia Hong, the president of the Dragon Fury Guild. Upon hearing the title of the Dragon Fury Guild's president, Yang Mei recoiled, as if she had encountered a ghost, her instinct urging her to retreat. The Great Xia is the most populous country on Blue Star, and when it comes to the number of professionals, it surpasses all other nations. However, within Great Xia, there are 2 colossal spatial rifts connecting to alternate worlds. To prevent incursions from these realms, heavy military presence is required at the rifts. Given the vast expanse of Great Xia, it is utterly impossible to protect every city relying solely on the official forces. This predicament gave rise to the existence of private guilds. Most guilds are privately organized groups of professionals that must cooperate with the authorities during wartime to execute urgent combat missions, often making significant sacrifices. Thus, during peacetime, they receive considerable support from the government, enabling many guilds to expand and dominate their territories. The Dragon Fury Guild is one such organization, and the position of its president, Xia Hong, ranks no lower than that of the city lord of Yunhua, perhaps even surpassing it. Despite the guild's headquarters being in Yunhua City, it holds considerable influence throughout the entire Jiangnan province. Xia Hong perceived Yang Mei's unease and reassured her, there is no need to be nervous. What stands before you today is not the president of the guild. I am merely an ordinary parent of a candidate. Yang Mei was nearly in tears. Then you shouldn't have said that earlier, making her feel so pressured. Yet, as a journalist, Yang Mei possessed a keen sense for news, and her professional demeanor overcame her fear. She bravely extended the microphone towards Xia Hong and asked, if that is the case, may I interview you with a question? From your earlier remarks, it seems you hold little faith in Su Chen's ability to secure the title of top scholar in Yunhua City. It is worth noting that since the day of professional awakening, Su Chen has consistently achieved remarkable feats. His completion of a special breakthrough task has made headlines nationwide, garnering even official recognition. Do you truly believe these accomplishments do not suffice to demonstrate his strength and talent? In response to Yang Mei's inquiry, Xia Hong's expression remained stoic, devoid of any visible emotion. Was he unaware of Su Chen's capabilities? Of course not. He was neither blind nor deaf. Merely observing his daughter's progress over the past month allowed him to form a judgment. Su Chen was undoubtedly a unique and rare prodigy in the annals of human awakening. Whether he was an ordinary level summoner or merely a novice mage, Xia Hong harbored no doubts regarding his prowess. However, today, before the lens of millions of live viewers, he still felt compelled to downplay Su Chen's abilities. Why? Because his daughter, Xia Lingyun, was involved. But it was not solely about her. His primary aim was to assist Su Chen in gaining recognition. Xia Hong had long been aware of Su Chen's background, a child raised by society, devoid of parental knowledge, lacking connections or a prestigious lineage. He had been unremarkable until 2.5 years ago when he seemingly unlocked his potential, began training his physique, and achieved outstanding results, dominating the school. Then, on the day of awakening, he attained the ordinary level summoner profession and possessed an undisclosed high-level talent, soaring to unprecedented heights. It could be said that aside from being somewhat of a flirt, having connections with several females aside from his daughter, Su Chen was flawless in every other regard, a perfect son-in-law in Xia Hong's eyes. Of course, the matter of his flirtations was not entirely blameworthy. In today's era, the authorities encourage procreation. As long as one possesses sufficient strength and it is consensual, no one would reproach you for having multiple partners or maintaining a harem. Xia Hong might feel slightly displeased, but overall, he was satisfied with Su Chen. And precisely because he was content with Su Chen, he felt the need to belittle him. If Xia Hong publicly praised Su Chen's talent and strength, and then Su Chen subsequently achieved impressive results, some might commend him for having an eye for talent. But the impact would be minimal. People would quickly forget and shift their focus to more captivating matters. However, if the president of the Dragon Fury Guild publicly disparaged Su Chen, only to be countered by Su Chen's strength and achievements, combined with the revelation of his daughter's involvement with Su Chen, the audience would inevitably conjure a narrative of a contemptuous father-in-law being humiliated by a down-on-his-luck son-in-law. A tale ripe for gossip. This would garner even greater attention and significantly elevate Su Chen's reputation. Do not underestimate the power of fame. In contemporary Great Xia, prodigies are as numerous as the fish in the river. While epic and legendary professionals may be rare, every city produces several each year. The sheer volume of emerging talent diminishes the value of individual geniuses. Although Su Chen's completion of a special level breakthrough task generated considerable excitement and prompted official commendation. It yielded no tangible benefits. This is the stark reality. Without fame and attention, even the most gifted individuals risk losing countless opportunities. Thus, Xia was compelled to take action to assist him. As for whether Su Chun would harbor resentment towards him for his disparagement, Xia was indifferent. In fact, he would prefer if Su Chun did feel resentment, using it as motivation to strive for greater achievements, thereby providing his daughter with a more reliable support system. Personal strength is the greatest guarantee for survival in the current world of Blue Star. Xia addressed the camera, his expression unyielding. I truly do not hold high hopes for him. Although this student named Su Chun has accomplished numerous astonishing feats, one must remember that the past is the past, and the present is the present. Do not conflate the two. Moreover, true geniuses are born for grand stages. Before their debut, they must remain low-key. Those who are as ostentatious as he, especially with the summoner profession, are likely to attract undue attention, regardless of how remarkable his past achievements may have been. I harbor no belief that he will excel in this examination. Yang Mei pouted, yearning to counter Su Jingyi's assertions. Yet, her voice was feeble, and even if she extolled Su Chen's accomplishments to the heavens, it would lack persuasiveness. At that moment, the cameraman whispered in her ear, and the comments section already bore witness to those who echoed Su Jingyi's sentiments. President Su's views align with mine. I believe the Yunhua City television station has unduly elevated that student named Su Chun for the sake of sensationalism. A student who has yet to take the college entrance examination, once heralded as the hope of the great Xia, is truly laughable. Just a mere clown. When the results are revealed, if his scores fail to secure him a place in a regular institution, I shall undoubtedly die of laughter in the live stream. Yang Mei felt a surge of urgency. She desperately needed to sway the tide of commentary. Suddenly, she remembered that the principal of No. 1 high school was standing nearby. Principal Jiang, what is your perspective on President Su's remarks? Yang Mei exclaimed, as though she had found a lifeline, thrusting the microphone towards Jiang Donghai. However, he did not engage Su Jingyi in the debate as she had envisioned. Instead, he merely smiled gently and remarked, I recall now that President Su is the father of our student Xia Lingyun. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback, and a striking figure with a cold beauty suddenly materialized in her mind, accompanied by a fragment of dialogue. What kind of person is Su Chun? He is the one I, Xia Lingyun, aspire to pursue. This interview had circulated following the news of Su Chen's remarkable breakthrough, leaving many with an impression of Xia Lingyun. Goodness, I assumed President Su was speaking from a place of righteousness, but it seems he is merely a frustrated father, enraged by his daughter being swept away by a young lad with yellow hair, despite having stolen another's heart. Is it not permissible for the father to voice some discontent? Su Chun is nothing short of extraordinary. He must be a deity. Remarkable strength aside, his charisma is so potent that it has compelled the little princess of the Dragon Club to declare her feelings publicly. Truly, I am merely a bystander in this realm. What purpose do I serve? Yang Mei cast an inquiring glance at the cameraman, who responded with an approving gesture. She exhaled in relief and retrieved the microphone. She initially intended to question the visibly displeased Su Jingyi, probing whether his disdain for Su Chun stemmed from personal vendetta. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted from a distance. Everyone turned to behold a towering figure adorned with a crown, draped in a crimson cape, wielding a blood-red staff, striding slowly towards the school gate. His imposing presence was reminiscent of a lion shaking its mane, proud and magnificent. The onlookers were nearly overwhelmed by his aura. Hastily parting to grant him passage, Jiang Donghai's eyes brightened, and he rushed forward. At this moment, Yang Mei realized that the protagonist she had been seeking for her news story had finally arrived. Chapter 40. Are you here to compete for second place? Principal, I hope I am not late. Su Chun greeted Jiang Donghai, who was approaching him. Whether Su Chun represented the future of Great Xia or the hopes of humanity was uncertain to Jiang Donghai. But he was undoubtedly the beacon of hope for Yunhua City No. 1 High School at that moment. Faced with this prodigious talent, Jiang Donghai quickly replied, not at all. There are still 15 minutes until the examination begins. Your timing is impeccable. Then I shall proceed. Su Chun was about to enter the school when a figure darted in front of him, blocking his path. The newcomer exclaimed excitedly, Su Chun, I am Yang Mei, a reporter from Yunhua City Television. May I ask you a few questions? Su Chun paused, tilting his head slightly to regard the camera. Lowering his voice to a whisper only audible to Yang Mei, he inquired, does your program attract many viewers? Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. The viewership has surpassed 1 million, not only from Yunhua City, but beyond. Su Chun nodded, pressing his palm down reassuringly. Of course, that is no problem. He faced the camera, displaying a confident smile. At that moment, the comments section momentarily halted, only to erupt with fervor shortly thereafter. Goodness, is this guy really a man? How can he be so handsome? Oh my dream lover should be this kind of extraordinary hero. Just walked in and tripped over a barrage of flying underwear. Whatever, if everyone is going wild, I might as well join in. Su Chun was acutely aware of how his appearance would captivate the audience in the live stream. This was intentional. The equipment of a professional, aside from weapons, could be set to either visible or concealed. In simpler terms, one could appear to be clad in a tank top, baggy shorts, and flip-flops, while their equipment remained a dazzling array of divine artifacts. Typically, within the city, few would flaunt their gear. Everyone dressed in ordinary attire, while he shimmered with brilliance, drawing attention. Very few could withstand the scrutiny of being watched, yet Su-chun desired precisely that effect. Returning home in splendor felt akin to a nighttime journey in fine garments. While he likely could not return to his origins, if he were not allowed to flaunt his prowess, the very foundation of his resolve to grow stronger would diminish significantly. Thus, he deliberately opted to display his gear. Today was his day to shine. Naturally, he had no qualms about accepting an interview in front of 1 million viewers. Yang Mei was elated. She was finally able to interview the protagonist who had appeared in her news articles multiple times, with an intensity surpassing that of her encounter with Su Jingyi. Yang Mei cautiously posed several questions, all revolving around his preparations and mindset for the upcoming college entrance examination. Su-chun adeptly responded with official rhetoric. "I just studied last night for this purpose," he remarked, "and it seems the effort has paid off." Jiang Donghai interjected, "Time is of the essence." Yang Mei acknowledged this. And then she decided to create a significant news piece. She recounted Su Jingyi's earlier skepticism towards Su-chun and then inquired, "What are your thoughts on President Su's opinions?" Su-chun fell silent for a moment. Everyone watched him, speculating about his response. To be publicly belittled and scorned would incite anger in anyone, especially a recently renowned young genius. Even Su Jingyi braced himself for Su-chun's ire. The audience in the livestream anticipated Su-chun to lose his composure, to unleash a tirade of expletives. Yet, to their astonishment, Su-chun merely smiled serenely and said, "It is my fault." The crowd was taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief at his acknowledgement of guilt. Then they heard Su-chun continue, "I have been too low-key, leading Uncle Su to misjudge my capabilities. I understand Uncle Su's perspective. After all, those who have not witnessed my prowess firsthand would find it hard to believe how formidable I truly am. A gentle reminder for all, please secure your jaws, lest your astonishment result in injury." The audience, both present and those viewing from screens, were left utterly speechless. Not only was Su-chun's demeanor composed in the face of derision, but his confidence radiated from every pore as if he were a miracle destined to astonish all. This inevitably heightened everyone's expectations of Su-chun. Furthermore, what did he mean by being too low-key? Throughout the month, Su-chun had generated the most newsworthy events as a newly awakened professional. Su Jingyi regarded the charismatic young man with renewed scrutiny. He appeared even more audacious than he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, the question remained whether Su-chun possessed the strength to uphold such arrogance. Yang Mei exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. A significant news story was finally secured. Glimpsing the time, she noted with urgency that less than 5 minutes remained before the examination commenced. "I must ask," she said hastily, "do you have any words to share with the other candidates poised to take the exam?" Su-chun naturally directed his gaze toward the camera, a smile gracing his lips. "Are you all here vying for second place?" In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Moments later, the barrage of comments flooded in. "Crazy. This kid is unbelievably audacious. What is so dazzling that someone is showing off? I have waited 18 years for this opportunity. Now, I sit at home watching others realize my dreams. Sob, sob, sob." Yang Mei, having dropped her jaw in disbelief, regained her composure and stiffly remarked, "Thank you, Su-chun, for participating in this interview. I wish you success in becoming the top scholar of Yunhua City." Su-chun flashed her a smile before turning and walking into the school. After covering a short distance, his voice floated back. Not just Yunhua City. His tone was remarkably clear, resonating in everyone's ears. Imbued with a steadfast gravity akin to towering mountains, one could perceive the resolute determination and confidence emanating from his very soul. Even though everyone had witnessed his arrogance before, hearing those words again evoked a collective admiration. His ambition truly knows no bounds. Xia Jingyi voiced the sentiments of many. However, he genuinely held little faith in Su-chun's prospects. The vast expanse of the Daxiao region is dotted with cities as numerous as the stars. Within a single city, countless prodigies abound. Evaluating the difficulty level of the assessment, achieving the top scholar status in a city is already of hellish proportions, especially when facing numerous epic and legendary professionals, not to mention those endowed with SSS or even SSS grade talents. Expanding the competitive arena to the provincial level elevates the challenge to an even greater degree of difficulty. Aside from the many visible geniuses, the various factions, clans, and organizations clandestinely nurture unknown monstrosities. Moreover, some individuals, cultivated through the convergence of celestial and earthly fortunes, are nothing short of terrifying. It would hardly be surprising if a few mythical professionals suddenly emerged. When the competition extends nationwide, a boy raised solely on official support and lacking any familial background faces an insurmountable challenge. Even with immense fortune, unparalleled talent, and exceptional profession, Aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle and become the national top scholar is akin to attempting to ascend to the heavens on foot without any external assistance. It is an utterly impossible feat in an instant. The atmosphere was thick with silence. No voice dared to break it. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the stillness. Yang Mei hastily answered her phone. What? Over 10 million viewers. We need to broadcast Su Chen's battle perspective live. All right, I'm heading back now. Flustered, she hung up, grabbing the photographer as she prepared to leave. Yet, just a few steps out, she turned back to Jiang Donghai and Xia Jingyi, inquiring. The television station has decided to broadcast live the battle perspectives of Su Chen and other talented professionals from Yunhua City. Would you both be willing to be special guests on the program to discuss the examination? Upon hearing Yang Mei categorize the candidates into Su Chen and the rest, Jiang Donghai almost burst into laughter but shook his head, saying, I won't be joining. I have work to do once the examination begins. Xia Jingyi pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Yang Mei nodded excitedly, promptly ushering Xia Jingyi ahead as the three hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already arrived at the school playground, awaiting the arrival of the examination's teleportation array. Chapter 41. The support of three guests. The playground of No. 1 high school was bathed in splendid weather, with a clear sky and warm sunlight illuminating the youthful, vibrant faces gathered there. Su Chen's arrival stirred quite a commotion, as the crowd parted like the Red Sea, retreating away from him in alarm. Only Xia Lingyun bravely approached him, walking against the tide. You're here. Su Chen nodded, then glanced at the wary classmates in the distance. What a shame. Even in this reunion, not a single greeting. What have I done to earn such disrespect? Xia Lingyun stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. You beat them all up. How could they dare approach you? Oh, woe is me. I am utterly innocent. They brought this upon themselves, Su Chen shrugged. Their light-hearted banter consumed the remaining moments. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the sky. In an instant, a colossal magical array materialized, radiating an intensifying glow. This was the examination's teleportation array. If we end up as opponents, will you go easy on me? Xia Lingyun inquired unexpectedly. This was a question designed for an easy response. Most gentlemen would know how to answer. Without hesitation, Su Chen thumped his chest and declared, I will certainly assist you. Xia Lingyun's face lit up with joy, thinking that the dense fellow had finally come to his senses. However, she was soon met with Su Chen's follow-up. I will ensure you get swiftly sent into the next round. Xia Lingyun shot him an exasperated glance before she could voice another word. The light from the magical array above surged to its zenith and abruptly descended. The next moment, the entire playground was vacated. Within the Apocalypse system, all candidates' battle perspectives were simultaneously activated. In the Yunhua City television station, the studio was prepared. A beautiful host clad in a blue gown spoke. Hello, dear viewers, I am your host, Lin Bing. Today, we present this special broadcast, primarily focusing on sharing the battle perspectives of the gifted candidates from Yunhua City. We are also joined by three special guests. The admissions officer of Daxia Academy, responsible for Yunhua City, Zhu Ling. A sweet-smiling middle-aged woman waved at the camera. Next, we have the principal of Yunhua City No. 2 High School, Zhang Tianhao. The camera shifted to a slender, dark-skinned man with thick-framed glasses. Zhang Tianhao offered a brief smile and a nod without much elaboration. And finally, the president of the Wild Dragon Guild, Mr. Xia Jingyi. The camera turned again to Xia Jingyi, whose expression remained calm and nonchalant. Lin Bing, an experienced host, did not flinch at Xia Jingyi's indifference. She swiftly pivoted to the next topic. As we all know, the first round of assessments primarily involves competition among students from the same city. Only the top 100 candidates will advance to the next round, with higher-ranked students receiving preferential treatment in the second round. Therefore, securing first place in this round is crucial for the overall college entrance examination. I would like to ask our three guests if they have any candidates in mind who they believe can confidently secure the first position. Lin Bing gestured to Zhu Ling to respond first. Zhu Ling complied, pondering for a moment before she spoke. In the past month, I have gathered a wealth of information on numerous professionals for the Academy's admissions. Their professions and talents are indeed remarkable, even extraordinary. Initially, I found myself torn among several candidates for the top spot in the first round. However, once one name caught my attention, I immediately had my answer. I believe everyone knows who that is. Yes, it is none other than Su Chen from Yunhua City No. 1 High School. Lin Bing's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Su Chen has become a sensation, and this program was hastily produced largely due to his involvement. Just as she was about to follow Zhu Ling's lead and inquire about her reasons for supporting him, Zhang Tianhao interjected. Teacher Zhu Ling, I believe as an admissions officer of Daxia Academy, it would be prudent not to draw conclusions too early. He continued, I have heard of Su Chen's remarkable feats. He has indeed accomplished several miraculous tasks, such as completing a special-level breakthrough mission. However, I recall that his profession is merely an ordinary grade summoner. Even if he were to level up, he would only achieve an excellent rank. No matter how brilliant a genius may be, or how exceptional their talent, they remain bound by the constraints of their profession, which is fundamentally the essence of any practitioner. Moreover, This year our school has witnessed the emergence of a remarkable student named Wu Ying, who not only possesses the legendary assassin class, but also boasts an A-grade talent. As one might expect, an assassin holds significant advantages over a mage in combat. After 10 duels, the likelihood of encountering high win rate competitors increases. I firmly believe that they will face each other, and that encounter will undoubtedly result in Wu Ying's victory, leading me to assert that he is the most likely candidate to claim first place in the initial round. His assertions are well-founded and irrefutable, causing even the stoic Xia Hong to feel a tightening in his chest. Summoners belong to the mage subclass, and mages do not fare well in one-on-one duels. Even a legendary mage must exercise caution against the stealthy ambushes of a basic assassin. If Suchan were to confront that legendary assassin, it could prove quite challenging. Xia Hong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Zhu Ling maintained her composure, evidently familiar with Wu Ying's background, yet she seemed disinclined to alter her perspective. After hearing Zhang Tianhao's remarks, Lin Bing turned to Xia Hong and inquired, "Mr. Xia, do you have a candidate you support?" Xia Hong pondered briefly. Realizing that Zhang Tianhao had usurped the role he intended to assume, he found it unwise to continue disparaging Su Chan, as it would appear overly deliberate. Thus, after a moment's reflection, he stated, "I believe the one most likely to achieve first place will be my daughter, Xia Lingyun, a student from the first high school." Lin Bing responded with a knowing smile. "I trust everyone is familiar with Mr. Xia's daughter. She is the exquisite young lady who, just a month ago, boldly professed her affections for Su Chun before our cameras." She seemed poised to continue, but Xia Hong shot her a warning glance, prompting her to silence. At that moment, the director's voice echoed through the earpiece. Lin Bing's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "How fortuitous. The two students we were just discussing happened to be facing off in the first round of the competition. Let us now witness the thrilling duel between the frost sorceress Xia Lingyun and the shadow assassin Wu Ying." The scene shifted, immersing us in the perspective of the duel. Chapter 42. Xia Hong felt an intense fury brewing within him. In the arena devoid of spectators, Xia Lingyun opened her eyes and immediately cast her gaze toward her opponent. Her expression shifted to one of solemnity. As Zhang Tianhao had articulated in the studio, facing an assassin as a mage is akin to being treated like a child. Especially for lower-level mages, the moment an assassin closes in, death is imminent. Yet, Xia Lingyun did not succumb to panic. In recent days, she had trained alongside Su Chan, not merely performing menial tasks. She had gained experience, skill tomes, and even enhancements to her equipment. Now, she stood at level 19, fully equipped with tier 10 gear and boasting numerous maxed-out skills as an epic mage. Xia Lingyun raised her hand to cast a protective shield, Mystic Ice Crystal Shield. An energy barrier, composed of crystal and ice, floated beside her. Meanwhile, Wu Ying made his move. His figure flickered and vanished from sight. In an instant, he sped towards her, burrowing into the ground. Xia Lingyun's expression hardened. The assassin's most crucial ability lies in stealth and ambush. The fact that he boldly charged at her, disregarding her entirely, only fueled her ire. With a steely expression, she gripped her staff, and as Wu Ying drew near, she unleashed Mystic Ice Spikes. A precise ice spike erupted from the ground beneath Wu Ying, forcing him to surface. He leaped into the air, bending his body like a bow, narrowly evading the tip of the spike. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Lingyun raised her hand and summoned Crystal Ice Dragon. A 3-meter-long ice dragon surged forth from her staff, lunging at Wu Ying. Just as she believed he would surely be struck and began preparing her next skill, Wu Ying's figure suddenly vanished midair. Xia Lingyun's eyes widened. In the next moment, she heard the sound of her ice shield shattering behind her, followed by a sharp pain as a blade sliced into her back. 1,500. Although no injuries were sustained in the competition arena, the sensation of pain remained intact. Xia Lingyun felt her health plummet to half. Gritting her teeth, she staggered forward a few steps, just as a gust of wind rushed toward her. In a moment of urgency, she activated her skill, Frozen World. Layers of ice crystals rapidly covered the ground around her. Wu Ying inadvertently fell victim to her spell, his body momentarily immobilized. A prime opportunity. Xia Lingyun's eyes sparkled with determination as she swung her staff once more, casting Endless Snowstorm. This skill had been acquired from the Fallen Court's Archmage. Its damage potential was undeniably formidable. The howling winds and falling snow unleashed a barrage of damage numbers above Wu Ying's head, and his health plummeted dangerously low. Just as Xia Lingyun prepared to unleash her finishing move, a sudden darkness enveloped her vision, as though hands were obscuring her eyes. In the next instant, a searing pain coursed through her neck. You have been defeated. The preparation area was a blank white space, devoid of any other presence. Participants could rest briefly within. Xia Lingyun sank to the ground, clutching her neck, gasping for breath. In the pitch blackness, she had suffered a deadly blow, and the fear lingered in her heart. After a moment, her breathing gradually steadied as she reflected on the battle. The ability to teleport, immunity to control, and the capacity to obscure vision. This opponent was exceptionally formidable. A hint of worry flickered in Xia Lingyun's eyes, but it was not for herself. After all, she had already faced him once and would not encounter him again. Her concern stemmed from Su Chun. As a fellow mage, despite his powerful summons, he would still be susceptible to a close-range assault if his vision were obscured. What will you do, Su Chun? Xia Lingyun pondered, acutely aware of Su Chun's ambitious aspirations. She feared that if he were to lose, it would impact his mindset for the subsequent examinations. Xia Lingyun accessed the battle perspective of the Enlightenment system to check on Su Chun's situation, only to receive a notification indicating that he was currently resting. Upon reviewing the match records, she noted, name, Su Chun, wins-losses, 20. Xia Lingyun's expression froze in disbelief. Her duel with Wu Ying had been swift, lasting just over a minute. Yet in that brief span, Su Chun had completed 2 matches. Even as her boyfriend, she could not help but question, is this even human? In the Yunhua City studio, the 4 observers watched the screen, currently showcasing the moment Xia Lingyun stood motionless as Wu Ying appeared beside her, swiftly slashing at her throat. Xia Jingyi's fists clenched tightly. Though he understood that no harm could befall his daughter in the arena, witnessing her in such peril ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. Su Chun, it is time to prove you can be a pillar for Lingyun. If you can eliminate this scoundrel, I shall accept you as my sanai, regardless of offensive capabilities or situational judgment. Wu Ying undoubtedly stands as the most exceptional candidate of this examination. Zhang Tianhao's exuberant praise, however, seems rather forced. For instance, he claims that Wu Ying and Xia Lingyun have never faced each other. So how could he presume Xia Lingyun would unleash an unending blizzard? Yet, with Wu Ying's victory, any attempts by others to refute this are rendered baseless. Lin Bing chuckled softly, about to voice her agreement, when suddenly a voice crackled through her earpiece. She immediately interjected, the recent duel was indeed spectacular. But I have received word that classmate Su Chun has also entered the fray. Let us shift our attention to his combat perspective. As her words concluded, the screen transitioned. In the arena, Su Chun stood with one hand in his pocket and the other wielding a staff, summoning a magical formation. From this formation emerged 9 towering skeletal warriors clad in pitch-black armor. His opponent, however, was a knight resplendent in golden armor, radiating brilliance. Upon entering, the knight appeared momentarily startled before bursting into laughter. Haha, Su Chun, it's you. If I can defeat you today, I lose. Before he could complete his statement, the 9 skeletal warriors launched into action, executing a leap attack. 9 figures descended from the sky. Wait, you all. The golden knight's expression shifted to one of panic as he raised his broad shield. Yet the skeletal warriors formed a circle, rendering his defense futile. In no time, he was overwhelmed and met his demise in a flurry of blows. The 4 individuals in the broadcasting studio were momentarily stunned. The camera had barely focused when the battle concluded in less than half a minute. They felt utterly deprived of the spectacle. Even Zhang Tianhao, who had just boasted of Wu Ying's invincibility, found himself sitting up straight. At that moment, Zhu Ling spoke up. I am familiar with that golden-armored warrior. His name is Lu Guang. He is the sole legendary class awakened at Yunhua No. 7 Middle School in nearly a decade. He possesses the A-grade talent, as solid as gold, which allows him to reduce damage taken by 70 within 5 minutes of activation. It is said that Yunhua No. 7 has invested tremendous effort in his development, elevating his level to 21 and facilitating his 3rd class advancement. His entire set of equipment is of rare quality from the 3rd class, all enhanced to 10. Her tone was quite matter-of-fact, yet her words resonated with a thunderous impact, evoking a profound sense of astonishment among the listeners. After all, a 3rd-class knight, meticulously cultivated with substantial investment, had not even endured long enough to utter his name. One could argue that Su Chun had ambushed him. Yet, was it truly that Lu Guang lacked the desire to resist? No, it was Su Chun's overwhelming strength. Zhu Ling's remarks, while not mentioning Su Chun explicitly, conveyed his might unmistakably. The reactions of others were unclear, but Xia Jingyi's brows gradually unfurled, though his expression remained serious. Clearly, he would not find joy until Wu Ying was defeated. Chapter 43, The Imminent Final Battle. Yunhua City Television is confronting the most severe challenge in its history. Lin Bing's career as a host now faces a grave crisis. From the outset, she had stated that the primary focus of this program was to observe the combat perspectives of Su Chun and other prodigies from Yunhua City. Yet, an exceedingly troublesome issue had arisen. Su Chun's battles were simply too swift. Hardly any adversary could withstand him for more than a minute. Often, as the camera shifted, audiences would witness Su Chun's opponents surrounded by towering skeletal warriors, only to be swiftly vanquished. Everyone recognized his prowess, but the lack of entertainment value was disconcerting, prompting numerous viewers to express their grievances in the comments. Strangely, however, the popularity of the live stream was on the rise. Even more perplexing was that, in an effort to enhance the broadcast, the television station switched to the perspectives of other candidates, such as Wu Ying or Xia Lingyun. Their battles also concluded in victory, yet were captivating in their execution, showcasing dazzling skills and intricate maneuvers. Despite their own crushing victories, they managed to generate the most engaging commentaries. However, when the camera shifted away from Su Chun, viewer engagement plummeted. This left the director utterly bewildered. He speculated that the guests had failed to provide timely and insightful commentary on the battles. Therefore, he urged Lin Bing to pose more questions, and the guests complied. When the camera shifted to Wu Ying, Zhang Tianhao seamlessly expounded upon 18 advantages leading to Wu Ying's success. Meanwhile, during the segment featuring Xia Lingyun, the typically composed Xia Jingyi offered a few more insights, while Zhu Ling took the opportunity to introduce several other talented candidates she knew. This scenario persisted for over 10 minutes before the director noticed that viewer engagement had halved. Frustrated, the director exclaimed, "What in the world is going on with these viewers? Is the combat not thrilling? Are the guest commentaries lacking in depth? What do they truly wish to see?" In truth, the audience in the live stream felt equally perplexed. Am I the only one feeling this way? Other candidates' battles are so thrilling, yet I find them utterly tedious. I feel the same, especially when witnessing two candidates in a fierce struggle, only to see one fall to Su Chun in under 10 seconds. It's quite comical. Su Chun is over the top. If he is so arrogant, why doesn't he give those candidates a moment to respond before mocking them? That would prolong the battle. You might toy with ants on the ground, but do you regard bacteria? To Su Chun, they likely don't even register as bacteria. That's an exaggeration. I believe that assassin called Wu Ying is quite formidable and might become Su Chun's rival. I truly hope they encounter each other soon. Upon reading the comments, the director instantly comprehended. Everyone was drawn by Su Chun, especially given his impressive display of strength. Who would care about the other candidates delivering captivating battles? Of course, there were a few who were attracted to Wu Ying or Xia Lingyun's abilities, but the majority came for Su Chun. Thus, regardless of the rapidity of Su Chun's battles, focusing the camera on him would be the right choice. With this realization, the director swiftly commanded, "Quick! Switch back to Su Chun's combat perspective." However, the camera operator responded with a pained expression, "Director, it's not possible." The director was taken aback. "What do you mean it's not possible? How do you know my little secret?" He shot a furious glare at the operator. Before he could speak further, the operator explained, "Su Chun has yet to enter battle. He can't find an opponent." The director promptly accessed the Oracle system, inputting the code for Su Chun's combat perspective. Upon reviewing the results, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Although the director was not a combatant himself, his position allowed him to frequently interact with professionals. Each year during the examinations, he engaged in discussions with numerous prominent figures. Yet, he had never encountered anyone as terrifying as Su Chun. The examination had barely commenced for 20 minutes, and even Wu Ying, who was the second to finish, was still striving for victory in his 7th match. How had Su Chun already achieved 19 victories? Upon examining the battle durations, averaging at 196 seconds, the director gasped in disbelief, nearly losing his balance. If the first round of the high-stakes examination could be likened to a 100-meter sprint, then Su Chun was akin to standing at the finish line, awaiting the starting gun, while the other participants had only just left the starting blocks. A monster. Su Chun was an absolute monstrosity, unprecedented in history, and perhaps unlikely to be surpassed in the future. Su Chun's performance in this examination will undoubtedly etch a remarkable chapter into the annals of Yunhua City. Admittedly, he had already made his mark in the city's history during his previous completion of a special grade breakthrough task. However, the director has identified a blind spot. Generally speaking, there should not be a situation where no opponents are available. The matching rules of the Apocalypse system are predicated on the candidate's win rates. Even if Su Chun has achieved numerous victories, the opponents he faces are arranged according to their win rates as well. With Su Chun's win rate standing at a perfect 100%, it implies that his next opponent is likely to also be an undefeated contender. Currently, the remaining undefeated candidates are as follows. The director opened the win rate leaderboard, and his pupils widened in exhilaration. Rank 1. Name Su Chun. Record 190. Win rate 100. Rank 2. Name Wu Ying. Record 60. Win rate 100. Rank 3. Name Xia Lingyun. Record 51. It has come down to just Su Chun and Wu Ying. The director trembled with excitement. This scenario indicates that once Wu Ying concludes his 7th match, the 8th will undoubtedly pit him against Su Chun. The confrontation between the two promises to be swifter than anyone could have anticipated. Should Su Chun triumph over Wu Ying, he will firmly secure the title of champion for the first round in Yunhua City. Conversely, should Wu Ying surpass Su Chun, he will likely face no further impediments. The stakes are monumental. This is the climactic battle of the first round of the Yunhua City College entrance examination. The director swallowed hard and picked up his headset to inform Lin Bing. In the broadcasting studio, Lin Bing was engaged in a lackluster chat with 3 guests. Despite her eloquence, she struggled to invigorate the atmosphere, as her guests remained uncooperative, leaving her feeling isolated. Just as despair began to creep in, the director's message caused her face to flush with excitement. Dear viewers and esteemed guests, Su Chun and Wu Ying are about to face off. Upon hearing this announcement, the audience, who had been preparing to exit the live stream, halted their actions. The 3 guests in the studio turned their gazes toward her in unison. Lin Bing took a deep breath, suppressing the flush on her face, and briefly explained the situation relayed by the director. Zhang Tianhao clenched his fists tightly on his thighs, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes, but it quickly transformed into unwavering determination. Wu Ying, it's all up to you now. Surmount this challenge and bring all the glory back to our second school. Zhu Ling smiled slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. Yet it was evident she had already predicted the victor with complete confidence. Meanwhile, Xia Jingyi, typically stoic, now exhibited signs of restlessness. The most perilous official task he had previously undertaken involved his guild intercepting a 10,000-strong alien army. Yet now, his emotions seemed even more fraught with tension. In the arena, Wu Ying's form flickered as he adeptly navigated through a barrage of arrows. Just as it appeared he might be unable to evade them, he deftly pivoted, reappearing behind a nearby archer. This archer was no ordinary candidate. He anticipated Wu Ying's movement, stepping forward with a significant advance and turning to shoot. The arrow struck a shadow, and the archer's face lit up with triumph, only for his smile to falter the next moment as the shadow erupted into a cloud of black mist. Simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his back. You have failed. Wu Ying returned to the white lounge, exhaling deeply, disappointment etched across his features. Clearly, he had not found satisfaction in the recent skirmish. This is quite dull, he muttered. I hope my next opponent will prove to be more intriguing. With that thought, he closed his eyes and settled into a meditative position to restore his condition. Soon, his magic, stamina, and energy reached their peak levels. Wu Ying accessed the system once more for opponent matching. The Apocalypse system operated with its usual efficiency. And 3 seconds later, he received a notification. Ding. Match successful. Your next opponent is the summoner, Su Chun. In an instant, Wu Ying's eyes widened, and his body trembled slightly. A rare smile tugged at the corners of his otherwise expressionless face. At last, I've encountered you, Su Chun, the one capable of completing special grade tasks. You must possess formidable strength. Allow me to use you as my sharpening stone. Give it your all and bring forth my strongest state. Chapter 44. The president of the Crazy Dragon Society feels content. It's happening. The top 2 newly awakened professionals in Yunhua City are finally facing each other. Wu Ying, I don't ask for much. Just hold out for at least half a minute, alright? What nonsense are you spewing upstairs? Wu Ying is the pride of our second school and will surely prevail. An assassin against a mage. The father versus the son. A torrent of comments flooded the screen. In the broadcasting hall, a profound silence fell. No one spoke. At this moment, it felt as though all of Yunhua City had descended into stillness, with everyone's attention riveted on the battle perspective. In the arena, Su Chun gazed calmly at the solidifying figure in the distance, stifling a yawn. The wait had been prolonged to the point of drowsiness. Fortunately, after this battle, he could prepare for the second round ahead of time. Reflecting on this, Su Chun summoned his blood eye. The opponent who had managed to maintain an undefeated record alongside him was likely no ordinary adversary. He set up 3 summoning arrays as a gesture of respect. 2 squads of skeletal warriors and 1 squad of goblin high priests were summoned forth. As Wu Ying turned to face him, 1 squad of skeletal warriors charged from the summoning array, launching a leaping strike. Wu Ying stood frozen in astonishment, momentarily dumbfounded. At this juncture, the comments erupted. No way? Did he just get eliminated again? Even Wu Ying succumbed. Indeed, before Su Chun, everyone is equal. Su Chun? Su God. However, the battle did not conclude as effortlessly as Su Chun and the audience had envisioned. The skeletal warriors landed, delivering simultaneous slashes, only for Wu Ying's form to explode into a mass of black mist. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged towards Su Chun's neck. He instinctively turned his head to evade a pitch-black, curved blade measuring 2 feet in length. Wu Ying had not anticipated that he would dodge. No, he could not have foreseen such casual evasion. Merely tilting his head, rather than employing a skill, left Wu Ying momentarily stupefied. Yet it was but a fleeting moment. One of the skeletal warriors stationed beside Su Chun swung its blade. Ghostly shadow slash. The blade drew forth, and though no blood spattered, the sheer force sent Wu Ying hurtling several meters away. As the other skeletal warriors advanced, Wu Ying hastily regained his composure and employed a skill akin to teleportation to swiftly evade. With Su Chun's current mental attributes, he effortlessly tracked Wu Ying's spatial landing, prompting the adjacent goblin high priest to initiate a skill. Earthquake. 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 The moment Wu Ying's foot touched the ground, the earth beneath him trembled violently, tearing apart with horrific fissures. The intense shaking nearly caused him to lose his balance and topple over, just as he was about to be attacked. Su Chun's demeanor shifted slightly more serious. This time, he unleashed a combination technique. Upon Wu Ying's reappearance, he immediately commanded 2 goblin high priests that had yet to engage. Employing the skill Thunderstorm, dark clouds rapidly converged above Wu Ying's head. Boom. A brilliant flash of lightning descended. Just as it seemed he would be struck, Wu Ying's form erupted once more into a cloud of black mist. Su Chun furrowed his brows slightly. Was the cooldown for that skill so brief? It had barely been a second. But the next moment, the newly formed black mist drifted away, solidifying once again into Wu Ying's figure. He gasped heavily, his face a mixture of horror and exhilaration. Although he had not encountered the wrath of the heavenly thunder, enduring 2 waves of attacks had already reduced his health to a precarious low. At this moment, should he suffer even a single skill hit, he would be swiftly eliminated by Su Chun. Yet, Wu Ying smiled. Su Chun, you are truly remarkable. You are only the second person capable of pushing me to this extent. Su Chun, with an expression as impassive as stone, replied, if you wish for me to spare you, you might as well kneel and beg. Flattery holds no sway over me. In that moment, he resembled an overpowering villain from a comic, while Wu Ying embodied the spirited youth yearning for the protagonist's aura. Su Chun was aware that villains often met their demise through excessive chatter, hence he refrained from further dialogue with Wu Ying and summoned the winds. A colossal gust enveloped the entire arena. For Wu Ying, it posed no threat. However, beneath the feet of Su Chun's summoned entities, small whirlwinds began to coalesce. Bolstered by these whirlwinds, 9 skeletal warriors surged forth like lightning leopards, more akin to assassins than their tall, heavily armored forms suggested. In mere moments, they closed the distance to Wu Ying, their blades poised above his head. At that instant, Xia Lingyun, resting in a white room, held her breath, nearly too afraid to gaze at the battlefield. She knew what was about to unfold. She had experienced it before. Yet, her heart swelled with anxiety as she quickly glanced towards Su Chun. Shadow of the abyss. Wu Ying intoned. In an instant, a shadow split from beneath his feet, darting into Su Chun's shadow with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Immediately, darkness enveloped Su Chun's vision. But before he could acclimatize to his new surroundings, a faint sound of air slicing through the atmosphere reached him. In an instant, Su Chun comprehended that he had been ensnared in control. But was that all? He executed a skill, teleporting in place. Wu Ying, convinced that this strike was bound to succeed, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. As if taking another step would seal his fate. With his health teetering on the brink, he dared not gamble with his life. Thus, in the next moment, he decisively abandoned his attack and opted to retreat. The instant he made his choice, ripples emanated from beneath Su Chun's feet. These spatial ripples were as gentle as water's surface. When they appeared, the fear in Wu Ying's mind instantly found focus. He harbored no doubt that these ripples would inflict harm upon him. Thankfully, he evaded them. Moreover, Su Chun had fallen victim to his control, granting him a full 5 minutes, ample time to discover Su Chun's defensive vulnerabilities. This was Wu Ying's thought process. Yet, Su Chun had no intention of granting him such an extended reprieve. He grasped the blood eye. A winged, crimson orb emerged from the tip of his staff. At the sight of that eye, Wu Ying sensed impending doom. Indeed, the skeletal warriors that had earlier stood bewildered sprang into action, rushing forward en masse to encircle him. They raised their long knives and struck swiftly. With the speed enhancement from the wind, the blades barely left a trace in the air. Both of Wu Ying's fog-shrouded skills were on cooldown, and as he faced certain defeat, he suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Su Chun, you've fallen into my trap. In the next moment, his body melded into the shadow beneath him and emerged from Su Chun's shadow behind him. Soul binding. Wu Ying did not wield his curved blade to attack. Instead, his form swelled and morphed into a bizarre creature, entirely black, towering 3 meters tall. With spiraled horns atop its head, it opened a gaping maw and devoured Su Chun whole, then remained motionless in place. The rapid shift in the situation was utterly unforeseen. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? These two are absolutely on the edge. It's exhilarating. I love it. Who won? What happened inside? Does anyone know? The barrage of comments flowed furiously. In the broadcasting room, Zhang Tianhao, who had been straining his voice, suddenly exhaled deeply, reclining against the sofa's back, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead and chuckling lightly. No need to watch anymore. Wu Ying has won. Lin Bing turned to him, reminding Principal Zhang. The combat perspective hasn't concluded. The outcome is still undecided. Zhang Tianhao replied with a grin. You all may not know, but the skill Wu Ying just employed is called soul binding. It is actually a control-type, 3rd-tier skill, which draws the enemy and the caster into a special space of confinement. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of this hidden tactic. Xia Jingyi clenched his fists tightly, his breath growing noticeably heavier. Zhang Tianhao, noticing their expressions, laughed heartily. You all must have realized by now. Although Wu Ying cannot use skills within that confined space, he enters a special state known as Soul Hunter. In this state, his base attributes are tripled. With his current attributes, the average increase would be around 1450 points. Even when facing warriors or knights of the same level, he possesses formidable strength. Not to mention a mage who cannot utilize their profession. I truly cannot fathom how Su Chun could possibly turn the tide in this scenario. Zhu Ling nodded in agreement. Indeed, a mage has no recourse against such an opponent. Xia Jingyi remained silent, a hint of disappointment evident in his eyes. In the live broadcast chat, students from the second school began to erupt in jubilation. Ha ha ha, it's our Wu Ying who reigns supreme. Wu Ying is incredible. Wu Ying will definitely win. completing a special task, and Su Chun is just not that impressive after all. I truly wonder how the previous 19 lost. Surely they weren't bribed? Do you really believe Su Chun could best Wu Ying in close combat? What are you still holding out for? Can a mage's melee capability possibly surpass that of a tripled stat assassin of the same level? Let me remind you, a month ago, Su Chun single-handedly took down 300 professionals from the first school. While the goblins he summoned played a significant role, a substantial number of them were still defeated by his own hand. Who are you trying to scare? Amidst the discussions, the battle results were announced. The black creature abruptly dissipated, and two figures reappeared in the arena. Su Chun stood tall, his demeanor calm and composed. Elegantly, he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his palms. As if they were stained with invisible blood, Wu Ying lay sprawled on the ground, his face a mask of terror and shock. As if he had just endured unspeakable humiliation. His health bar had been entirely depleted. As the two appeared, the arena chimed with a notification. Ding! Battle concluded. Victor, Su Chun. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Hong was momentarily stunned. He then mimicked Zhang Tianhao's earlier posture, leaning back against the sofa and even crossing his legs. His expression conveyed a single sentiment: sheer comfort. Chapter 45. Can Su Chun compete for the provincial champion? Su Chun's victory unfolded with little resistance. Although Wu Ying's soul binding had confined him to a space where he could not utilize skills, he had failed to sever Su Chun's connection with his summons. Thanks to the Skill King's unity, as long as the summons existed, Su Chun remained unharmed. Moreover, he benefited from a threefold increase in attack speed from the Wind's embrace. While Wu Ying, transformed into the Soul Hunter, was indeed formidable. Su Chun unleashed 10 punches per second, each strike landing solidly. Wu Ying could not withstand the onslaught. Furthermore, the pain of his physical wounds paled in comparison to the terror that gripped him. The aura surrounding Su Chun was palpable. Initially, it did not seem particularly significant. But as time passed, the figure of Su Chun before him appeared to swell into that of a towering giant. Despite possessing remarkably high attributes, he found himself immobilized by the sheer weight of that presence. The outcome of the battle was utterly unforeseen. Within the broadcasting studio, Zhang Tianhao seemed to be instantly drained of energy, collapsing onto the sofa in a heap. Defeated. How could this be possible? Zhang Tianhao struggled to fathom how a mage, unable to wield any skills, could possibly triumph over an assassin with enhanced attributes. At that moment, Zhu Ling interjected, stating, "To my knowledge, Su Chun has spent a considerable amount of time grinding in the third-tier dungeon, the Fallen Castle. The final boss within that dungeon is also a summoner and possesses a third-tier skill known as Unity of Monarch and People. The effect of this skill is such that as long as there are summoned creatures present, the summoner's body will not incur any damage. Perhaps this is the key to Su Chun's victory." Zhang Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that even possible? He is only level 20. How could he possibly enter a third-tier dungeon? Even if he could, to obtain a boss skill, one would need to tackle it on hell difficulty. His words trailed off. The Fallen Castle, being quite popular near Yanhua City, was something he had a fair understanding of. Suddenly, he recalled that Xia Lingyun possessed several skills from the bosses within that castle as well. Initially, he had assumed they were bestowed by Xia Jingyi. Now, considering Su Chun's connection to Xia Lingyun, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He had thought the gap between Wu Ying and Su Chun was merely a matter of 1 point. But now he realized that Su Chun could clear a hell difficulty third-tier dungeon with only second-tier strength. The disparity between them was likely akin to that of 99 and 1000, or perhaps even greater. Zhang Tianhao stared blankly, his previous excitement completely extinguished. Although Wu Ying had been defeated, he would likely still qualify for the second round of the college entrance examination in second place. However, unless one were a perennial second place, who really cared about who held the second position, the prospect of relying on Wu Ying to bring glory to the school seemed utterly hopeless. Observing his despondency, Lin Bing inquired, "Why is Principal Zhang so troubled?" "This is merely the first round of examinations, a preliminary screening without grades. The true determinant of the college entrance score will be the second round, correct? If Wu Ying puts in the effort in subsequent tests, there remains a possibility for him to catch up." Zhang Tianhao remained silent. Zhu Ling chuckled lightly, unfazed by Lin Bing's confusion. After all, it was only natural for an ordinary person like her to be unaware of the intricacies of professional matters. She explained, "Miss Lin, you may not be aware, but the second round of the college entrance examination involves a firm defense." "Firm defense? What does that mean?" Lin Bing quickly asked. Zhu Ling clarified, "The Tianqi system will teleport the 100 candidates selected from the first round into a simulated dungeon. This dungeon will recreate historical battles from the Great Xia era, where professional armies defended against waves of monsters or foreign troops. Candidates must, like their ancestors, protect the city and its populace from monster invasions. By slaying monsters and completing tasks assigned by officers, they can earn points, which will translate into their college entrance examination scores." Lin Bing nodded in understanding but then questioned, "So it appears that everyone will be starting from the same line again. Why, then, is Principal Zhang so concerned?" Zhu Ling continued with a smile. The first round of assessment not only filters out the 100 candidates eligible to continue, but also classifies them into 3 tiers. The first place is considered the first tier. Places 2 through 10 fall into the second tier, and those from 11th to 100 are in the third tier. First-tier candidates enjoy the best privileges, being assigned to the most challenging locations for defense against monsters or foreign invaders. Lin Bing gasped, but isn't that incredibly dangerous? Teacher Zhu, are you certain this is a privilege? Zhu Ling's expression turned serious as she responded, indeed, it is perilous, but danger coexists with opportunity. A multitude of monsters signifies not only risk, but also points. The ability to secure high scores will depend on individual strength. However, there is no need for excessive concern for the candidates, as this is merely a simulation and no real-life dangers will arise. Zhu Ling's demeanor softened as she added, we all know that in one-on-one situations, assassins are mages' nemesis. Yet on the battlefield, the efficiency of mages in slaying monsters is unmatched by assassins. To be candid, Wu Ying's hidden skill, sealing soul and locking fate, indeed took me by surprise. Nevertheless, I have always believed that Su Chun will emerge as the top scorer from Yunhua City in this year's college entrance examinations. Even if he does not secure first place in the first round, his ranking will undoubtedly be within the top 10. Given his capabilities, unless he does absolutely nothing, it will be quite difficult for him to achieve a low score. Her reasoning was sound and persuasive. Lin Bing nodded, according to Teacher Zhu's analysis. This matter seems to be set in stone. She cast a glance at Zhang Tianhao, who was now devoid of light in his eyes, his complexion ashen. At that moment, Xia Hong, who had been quietly listening, recalled Su Chen's confident statement at the school gate. Not just Yunhua City, he suddenly asked, Teacher Zhu, based on the information you have gathered, do you believe Su Chen has the potential to advance further? Advance further? Zhu Ling was taken aback. Soon, she grasped the implications. The second round of assessment involves a competition among candidates from the entire province. If Su Chun were to advance further, it would mean he was aiming for the title of provincial champion. Her expression momentarily faltered as she fell into deep contemplation. Before she could respond, the comments began to flood in. Advance further? Could it be that with Su Chen's strength, it's truly not impossible? Haha, you people from Yunhua City are quite amusing. Looking through a well and being arrogant enough to aspire for the provincial champion. I admit Su Chun is strong, even in the provincial capital. He would rank among the top 10 contenders. But to compete for the provincial champion, isn't that a bit much? Why is it impossible? What makes us from Yunhua City inferior to others? Su Chun is a powerhouse. Go Su Chun. My sister keeps crying out in pain at night. Come see what my brother is doing. Wow, the live chat is really heating up. Even the producers are here. After a long moment of contemplation, Zhu Ling finally lifted her head to meet the expectant gazes of Lin Bing and Xia Hong. She sighed and replied softly, it's unlikely. She added, in fact, it is almost impossible. In the studio, Zhu Ling sighed and shook her head. It is improbable. Su Chun may possess the strength to compete for a spot among the top 3 in the province, but attaining the title of champion is exceedingly challenging, virtually impossible. Lin Bing's eyes brightened. As the host, she had a keen sense for information and quickly inquired, Teacher Zhu, since you say Su Chun has the strength to rank among the top 3 in the province, it implies that there are not many individuals you consider stronger than him. Could you share with us who you think might rank above him? Zhu Ling pondered for a moment before nodding. This is not a secret. I can certainly discuss it. There is an individual from Qiyang City named Song Xian, who has awakened the legendary warrior class profession of Qinglian Sword Saint. She paused momentarily. Lin Bing blinked and glanced at the 2 guests beside her. Seeing no objections, she curiously asked, but Teacher Zhu, Su Chun has previously overcome legendary professions. Zhu Ling smiled and replied, indeed, whether it be Lu Guang from number 7 high school or Wu Ying from number 2 high school, they are both legendary professions. However, if memory serves, their talents were merely rated as a level. In contrast, Song Xian possesses an SS level talent, which allows him to gain enhancements through defeating wild monsters. The more he kills, the stronger he becomes. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that he hails from a prestigious family, backed by a powerful clan. To cultivate Song Xian, his family even invited the white-clad sword god, Li Fenglu, to mentor him for 3 days. Zhu Ling's words came to a halt here. When she declared that Song Xian possessed an SS level talent, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Although the distinction between A and S levels appears to be a mere tier apart, the chasm between the two is as vast as the sky and the earth. An A-level talent can augment a professional's strength 10-fold or even 100-fold. In contrast, an S-level talent liberates a professional from the confines of vocational rank, enabling them to defy destiny. Beyond S-level, each ascending tier exponentially enhances the talent's efficacy. It can be said that below S-level, vocation holds greater significance than talent. Above S-level, talent surpasses vocation in importance. It is precisely for this reason that everyone found it unsurprising that Su Chun managed to triumph with a superior vocational rank. As all speculated, he might possess SS-level talent. As for SSS level, very few exist throughout the vast expanse of the Great Xia, including those venerable predecessors who have already attained divinity. Now, with Song Xian possessing the same caliber of talent and a legendary quality vocation. Even Xia Hong, who initially wished to argue on Su Chen's behalf, found himself at a loss for words. The other party's talent was no less impressive than Su Chen's, and his vocation was magnitude stronger, with familial background rendering comparisons unnecessary. How could one possibly compete? Lin Bing took several deep breaths to suppress her feelings of despondency and inquired, "It seems Song Xian is indeed significantly stronger than Su Chen. What about the other individual?" Zhu Ling shook her head. "I am uncertain about that person's information. It is personally handled by the admissions office of Longqing University. However, it is rumored that either her talent or vocation exceeds that of Song Xian." Upon hearing this, the venue fell into a profound silence. Even the barrage of comments ceased. Moments later, comments began to flood in rapidly. Wait, if one aspect of her talent surpasses Song Xian, could she be a mythical or SSS level talent? Goodness. What kind of celestial battle is this year's college entrance examination? Last year's provincial champion only had a legendary vocation and S-level talent. Yet this year's contenders include those with mythical or SSS level talents. In light of this, it appears Su Chen truly has little chance. But becoming the provincial champion from Yunhua City is still quite commendable. Haha, let those from Yunhua City act smug. Now they're bewildered. And there's still a chance to vie for the provincial champion. It's downright laughable. Lin Bing's smile faltered. After much contemplation, she found herself at a loss for words. As a resident of Yunhua City, she naturally hoped that their champion would achieve even greater heights, thereby bringing glory to their city. However, Zhu Ling's mention of these two formidable figures had indeed struck fear into their hearts. Yet, that was not all. Zhu Ling sighed and continued. These are merely the talents I am aware of. In the provincial capital, Dingjiang City, and other cities, there are still many prodigies whose information has yet to circulate, waiting to make a stunning impact during the entrance examination. Lin Bing felt tears welling up in her heart, silently urging, "Please, sister, stop. We concede." Initially, they had merely been discussing Su Chen's chances of becoming the provincial champion, but Zhu Ling's remarks had truly sobered everyone. While the studio continued broadcasting thrilling battle footage, neither the guests nor Lin Bing had any inclination to pay attention. The atmosphere had grown somewhat heavy. Fortunately, 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and the first round of examinations concluded. Aside from the top 100 students, the remaining candidates were teleported back to their respective schoolyards. Those still awaiting in the White Room received a notification. "Ding. You have qualified to enter the Instance Iron Fortress. Would you like to proceed?" Listening to the prompt, Su Chen let out a long yawn. He had waited so long that he had even taken a nap. He hoped the content of the next round would not be as tedious. Enter. The moment he issued the command, a radiant light enveloped his entire being. Upon reopening his eyes, Su Chen found himself standing in a vast square, leaning against a massive blue crystal. The sky was approaching dusk, and the remaining crimson clouds cast a glow upon the soldiers steadfastly guarding the city walls, illuminating their bloodied armor and adding a touch of grimness to the tense atmosphere within the city. Su Chen was not alone. More individuals were continuously being teleported in beside him, though he paid them little mind. The first order of business upon entering the instance was to open the instance information panel. Instance name, Iron Fortress. Instance difficulty, none. Level restrictions, none. Number restrictions, none. Instance description. In the 75th year of the Apocalypse era, a terrifying beastly roar emanated from deep within the White Long Mountain range, followed by an outbreak of monstrous tides, with countless monsters assaulting the surrounding cities, forcing a mass evacuation of the populace. To intercept the monstrous tide and buy time for the fleeing citizens, you, as soldiers, have arrived at the frontline Iron Fortress. Please complete your mission and endure for 5 hours within the Iron Fortress. Su Chen inhaled deeply, his expression growing increasingly grave. The Battle of Iron Fortress is a conflict inscribed in history textbooks. Although his theoretical grades were rather poor, he had managed to achieve full marks in history. Previously, as he read about the bloody events caused by monsters and foreign races documented in history books, he had felt an unbearable frustration within. He also harbored fears that one day, such calamities might befall him. At that moment, he vowed that if he ever became powerful, he would ensure that this history textbook became a list of revenge. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Although it was merely a simulated instance, it could serve as a rehearsal for the future, a chance to hone his skills. With that thought, Su Chen grasped the blood eye, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Coupled with the skeletal crown atop his head and his towering physique, he appeared rather intimidating. A youth approaching him suddenly faltered in his steps, his expression betraying a hint of panic as he asked, "Why, you are Su Chen?" Su Chen's gaze remained steely, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent as he turned to look down at him, indifferently responding, "What is it?" The youth took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing something, and gritted his teeth to raise his head firmly. "Did you not say that we are here to compete for second place?" Su Chen was taken aback, glancing around at the others. Most were fixated on him, their gazes sharp, while a small number seemed to be resting, conserving their energy. Yet even they appeared to be listening in. Within Jiangnan province, there were 37 large cities, and with him included, There were precisely 37 individuals present. It seemed they were all the champions from their respective cities. Many appeared to have seen snippets of his interview. Suchin stretched his lips into a wide grin. What? Do you have an objection? The others regarded him coldly, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. They were all prodigies, meticulously nurtured by their respective cities, factions, and organizations, and could not simply endure ridicule without retaliation. The youth standing before Suchun seemed as if he wanted to say something sharp. Yet under the oppressive aura that surrounded Suchun, he found it difficult to even speak. Aye. Observing this, Suchun chuckled lightly, placing a hand on the youth's shoulder. As the top contender from a certain city, the youth immediately stiffened. Stand at attention. Suchun surveyed the crowd, revealing a grin that showcased his 8 gleaming white teeth, sneering. If my interview has upset you, I sincerely apologize. If you wish to target me, then come at me. I care not. Chapter 47. Offense is the best defense. The Great Xia boasts vast expanses of land and a populous society. This inevitably leads to an abundance of self-proclaimed talented professionals each year. They face the camera, pledging grand ambitions to lead humanity towards a brighter future, or to restore the glory of the Great Xia, asserting that it is their unassailable duty. Such exaggerated yet non-offensive proclamations serve to flaunt their characters while simultaneously fearing united opposition from others. Yet Suchun is different. He unapologetically embraces his arrogance. The emotions reflected in his gaze mirrored the sentiments conveyed in his words. I am indifferent, as if they, the champions of distant cities, were nothing more than stray dogs and cats by the roadside. It is indeed infuriating. Some have already gritted their teeth, their eyes deep with contemplation, secretly devising their plans. Before long, the resounding thud of military boots echoed from afar, drawing nearer. The newcomer was a general clad in military attire, striding swiftly and with a serious demeanor, announcing, "The monstrous army is merely 5 kilometers from the fortress. They shall arrive shortly. You must take action." As he finished speaking, Suchun received a mission prompt. Ding. Please proceed to the marked location, establish defenses, and resist the monsters. A beam of light appeared beneath his feet, guiding the candidates towards the city wall. Without hesitation, the group sprang into action. Soon, Suchun found himself atop the city wall. The fortress was perched at the entrance of a valley, its towering walls connecting the flanking cliffs. Beyond the valley lay an expansive plain. He activated his blood eye, sending forth a crimson gaze into the sky to survey the surroundings. Similar entrances dotted the vicinity, with dozens nearby. All candidates had been directed to the city wall, and notably, the wall where Suchun stood faced the widest valley entrance. When the monstrous army surged forth, they would undoubtedly confront the greatest number of foes. This was the privilege granted to the top contender of each city in the first round. Retracting his gaze, Suchun scrutinized the situation atop the wall. In addition to the candidates, numerous simulated professionals occupied the battlements. Their primary function was to serve as a deterrent. They possessed high defenses, but dealt minimal damage. However, their presence, coupled with the candidates' numbers, rendered the space atop the wall quite cramped. This was disadvantageous for summoners, who typically needed to amass a horde of summoned entities prior to combat. Generally, regardless of their level, summoners required a certain quantity of summoned creatures to unleash effective combat power. Clearly, the wall did not afford sufficient space for summoners to accumulate their forces. Many had already realized this predicament. They cast mocking glances at Suchun, and some had even commenced their own schemes. Utilizing their temporary command authority, they positioned the simulated professionals at the edges of the wall, while they swiftly occupied the remaining advantageous fighting positions. In no time, the edges of the wall were filled with professionals. Even if Suchun could summon numerous entities, there would be no room for an offensive. Unless he leveraged his command authority to displace those professionals, he was but 1 against over 30. They were unlikely to acquiesce to his wishes. Of course, the space beyond the walls was vast, allowing summoned entities to leap from the battlements to engage in battle. Yet, no one believed Suchun would resort to such a tactic. The fortress walls soared 100 meters high. A direct leap would undoubtedly result in death. Moreover, the monstrous army surged like a tide, vast in number. Without the protection of the walls, his summoned entities would likely be devoured in an instant. The onlookers analyzed Suchun's predicament, observing him ensconced in disadvantage yet remaining stationary, prompting roars of laughter. It seems you've grasped the situation. With only yourself. How dare you offend us? You shall not earn a single point in this examination, unless you promptly apologize and beg for mercy. We might consider giving you a favorable position. Continue your bravado. Now you have no place for your summons. I wonder how you plan to fight and slay monsters. Ha ha ha. As the crowd continued their frenzied banter, Suchun couldn't help but sigh. You sighed. Could it be that you truly find yourself at a loss? A voice chimed in from the side. Suchun turned to see a purple-haired girl, tall and poised, clad in violet light armor, though lacking visible weaponry. What particularly caught Suchun's attention were her strikingly ample features, reminiscent of the Wind Sisters. He regarded her for a moment longer before retorting. What do you mean by at a loss? The purple-haired girl chuckled lightly. You are a summoner who requires your entities to launch joint attacks. They have occupied all the advantageous positions. Your summons cannot spread out, leaving you with no effective output space. Is that not why you sighed? Su-Chen smiled and countered. Then why do you not seize a combat position? Warriors also require advantageous output positions. Alongside him and the purple-haired girl stood a boy who had remained quiet in the corner. Unlike others, the trio did not rush to claim positions. In response to Su-Chen's query, the purple-haired girl maintained a confident smile. She gazed towards the plain beyond the valley and murmured, "My battlefield is not here." Su-Chen shrugged. "Nor do I wish to remain in this cramped valley. I firmly believe that offense is the best defense." The purple-haired girl looked at him, astonished, and shook her head. "It's different. I am a warrior. I can charge out and ensure my safe retreat. Are you, a spellcaster, truly willing to take such a risk? Although death in a simulated dungeon allows for revival, there is a resurrection time. Each death could cost you significant points. Think wisely." Faced with her skepticism, Su-Chen refrained from further explaining. Finding her captivating, he was inclined to engage in conversation, but otherwise, he would have preferred silence. The purple-haired girl, sensing his disinterest, ceased her inquiries. However, she soon posed another question. "By the way, you still haven't explained why you sighed earlier." Su-Chen chuckled lightly. "I was merely lamenting the immense pressure of the examination. It has driven these individuals to madness, and I feel pity for them." The purple-haired girl paused, unable to suppress a laugh. Their conversation had not been conducted in hushed tones, and the others overheard Su-Chen's remark, causing the faces of the so-called geniuses to flush crimson, evidently embarrassed. Had the timing been more opportune, someone might have approached to challenge Su-Chen to a duel. "Keep being stubborn. There will come a time for you to weep," one declared. "If you manage to earn a single point today, I, Yang, will read my name backwards. Come on, buddy, it seems like your name sounds the same no matter how you say it." The purple-haired girl laughed heartily, wiping tears from her eyes. "You are quite amusing. Let us make a deal. If your score ranks in the top 3 of the province, I will reveal my name to you. How does that sound?" She wore an expression that suggested he was in for a treat if he worked hard. Su-Chen suddenly turned, scrutinizing her face intently. This serious gaze startled the purple-haired girl, prompting her to touch her cheek. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Su-Chen shook his head and sighed. "Nothing. I was merely pondering why you would wish to hide such a pleasant visage. It is truly a pity." The purple-haired girl appeared perplexed. "What do you mean? How could I possibly wish to hide my face?" From the corner, the quiet boy interjected. "What he means is that you lack modesty." The purple-haired girl stiffened, glaring at Su-Chen. "You truly have a knack for inciting irritation." Su-Chen turned his gaze back to the valley beyond, replying calmly, "Thank you. It is one of my few redeeming qualities." The purple-haired girl clenched her fists. "I wasn't complimenting you, you jerk." Before she could continue, she suddenly noticed the stones beneath her feet trembling faintly, with fine dust particles dancing across the ground. The boy in the corner straightened, and together with the purple-haired girl and Su-Chen, they turned their attention towards the valley outside. Half a minute had passed when the others seemed to sense something and gazed toward the valley. At that moment, on the horizon of their sight, a dark line was rapidly approaching them. The monstrous army was on its way. Chapter 48. Su-Chen in the battlefield, reviewing his troops. In the studio of Yanhua City. Upon witnessing the first-ranked individuals from other cities joining forces, it became evident that their collaboration was not to thwart the monstrous army, but rather to restrict Su-Chen. Zhu Ling was incensed. Shameless, despicable, and immature. She slammed her palm against the armrest of her chair, the sound chilling and piercing, akin to shards of ice. Lin Bing, startled by her sudden outburst, cautiously inquired, "What has happened?" As an ordinary person, she could not comprehend the events unfolding on the city wall. She merely perceived that these individuals truly deserved their titles as the first of their respective cities. Facing the impending monstrous army, they exhibited no fear, but rather an alarming eagerness. With a grim expression, Zhu Ling succinctly explained what she had observed. Upon hearing that everyone had united against Su-Chen, Lin Bing turned pale with fright. She then directed her gaze toward the battle perspective on the screen. It indeed appeared to be, as Zhu Ling had said. "Teacher Zhu, is such behavior permissible?" The expression on Xia Hong's face was equally grave. He had sensed something amiss long before, but he had assumed it was merely his overconcern. Yet, it turned out to be as disheartening as he suspected. Zhu Ling remained silent. Sabotaging a teammate and engaging in internal strife was undoubtedly unacceptable. However, they had no means to present evidence. All they could say was that those who understood did so, and those who did not could not be explained to. Lin Bing, concerned, asked, "Teacher Zhu, do you believe Su-Chen has a way to counter this?" Zhu Ling sighed and shook her head. "It is indeed difficult. The space atop the city wall is limited, and once the tide of monsters surges forth, it will become even more constricted. By then, even if Su-Chen can summon a plethora of creatures, there will be no room for them to stand, let alone resist." Their juvenile actions not only endangered Su-Chen, but also deprived themselves of any potential benefit. Had she been the proctor, none of them would have continued the examination, let alone the subsequent admission process. Zhu Ling believed that the assessment of moral character should outweigh the evaluation of combat talent in selecting professionals. Yet, This notion did not align with the prevailing mindset of the contemporary world. In this era, strength dictated reason. As humanity found itself at a disadvantage in the competition against monsters and foreign races, necessitating a plethora of powerful individuals to take to the battlefield, it was inconceivable to let a genius slip away due to minor moral flaws. Lin Bing expressed her unease. Teacher Zhu, is there truly no solution? Zhu Ling smiled wryly. For now, we can only observe how Su Chen responds. If he cannot devise a solution, what more can I say? Lin Bing nodded in agreement. The rationale was sound. Yet the monstrous army was approaching. Zhang Tianhao suddenly interjected. He knew this was improper, but upon seeing Su Chen targeted, he suddenly felt that Wu Ying might indeed succeed. The crowd swiftly turned their gaze toward the screen. At the steel fortress, atop the city wall, a dark line suddenly appeared on the horizon, swiftly advancing toward them. The line then split into two, one ascending, the other continuing forward. Moments later, the true form of the dark line became visible to all. In the sky, a multitude of birds gathered, forming a colossal cloud that obscured the sun, while on the ground, various beasts charged forward, their heavy hooves thundering like war drums. The examinees atop the city wall displayed expressions of terror and unease. While they may have been familiar with the corresponding images, or even undergone specialized training to overcome such fears, nothing could compare to being thrust into the midst of it all. The monstrous army converged like a vast ocean. The formidable steel fortress appeared as a mere small wooden vessel amidst the surging waves of the deep sea, at risk of being shattered by a single great wave. Some individuals crumbled, weeping uncontrollably, while others collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. It's here. In contrast to the others, Su Chen's face was alight with excitement. After all, he was unafraid of any tactics that relied on sheer numbers. Who could rival him, endowed with the ability to rapidly cast spells and restore mana? It was important to note that he had yet to unleash his full potential. And today, this opportunity was serendipitously presented. As the crowd looked on in astonishment, Su Chen teleported several times, leaving the fortress to arrive at the valley's mouth. Behind him, a pair of colossal wings unfurled, allowing him to hover like a deity. His hands emanated beams of light, and in an instant, numerous summoning circles spread across the valley entrance, blooming like flowers. Countless skeletal warriors and goblin high priests emerged from the summoning circles, swiftly filling the entire valley mouth. But that was not all. Before the previous wave of summoned creatures had fully emerged, Su Chen laid down another summoning circle. This caused a massive pile-up of summoned creatures, forming hills of bones and goblins. As the height of the pile grew excessively, the summoned entities surged forth like real waves. Moments later, the monstrous army collided directly with the tide of skeletal warriors. The monsters within the army were restricted by the dungeon and were only at the second transition level. In comparison, the skeletal warriors were akin to mere fodder. The skeletal warriors, akin to cutting through vegetables, not only halted the advance of the monstrous army, but also swiftly turned the tide of battle to counterattack. Like an invincible war chariot, they charged toward the monstrous army. The situation had already tipped in their favor, but Su Chen further stoked the flames of battle. With the skills Ride the Wind and Fury activated, the damage of his summoned creatures surged exponentially. The already disadvantageous position of the monstrous army was exacerbated. Once Su Chen's summoned creatures spread across the plains, they entirely obstructed any offensive from the monstrous army. Then, once the initial chaos subsided and the battlefield became clearer, Su Chen commanded the skeletal army to form into ranks. Advancing in a parade-like formation, the skeletal warriors transformed into a torrent of darkness, reminiscent of large harvesters reaping the lives of the monsters. Although this tactic would render some skeletal warriors as mere targets, dying in obscurity, the fallen skeletal warriors became even more formidable. They would break from the ranks and, bolstered by the Ride the Wind enhancement, leap fiercely into the enemy lines. After a frenzied 30 seconds of hacking, they would detonate in a wave of explosions. With a thunderous roar, yet another wave of monsters was obliterated amidst the billowing smoke. Not only on the ground, but the avian monsters in the sky were also prevented from approaching the fortress. Countless goblin high priests simultaneously unleashed the skill Heavenly Thunder. Sheets of thunderclouds converged to form a massive protective layer. Before the heavenly thunder could strike, the airborne monsters charged directly into the thunderclouds, scattering them and sealing their fate. In the examination room of Jiangnan Province's capital city, Dingjiang City, a proctor entered, holding a glass of water. He surveyed the surroundings. The room was eerily silent, suffocatingly still. Though everyone was present, each face was frozen in a state of shock, as if they had seen a ghost. He inquired, "What has happened? Why do you all look like this?" As he took a sip of water, the next moment, he caught sight of the footage on the surveillance screen. Stunned for a moment, he uncontrollably spewed the water out. After a long pause, he finally exclaimed in bewilderment, "What the heck? A deity." Chapter 49. The warlord Mu Chuanxiu exclaimed, "What the heck?" in the Yanhua City studio, just as Su Chen took action. Despite previously harboring a tempest of anger, Zhu Ling now found it impossible to suppress the exhilaration bubbling within her. She rose swiftly from her seat and advanced towards the screen. Her gaze riveted upon the seamless array of summoning circles blossoming across the battlefield. When her attention shifted back to Su Chun, her voice trembled with an unmistakable fervor. I was mistaken, gravely mistaken. His talent is not merely SS level. It is of the SSS caliber. The moment these words escaped her lips, the formidable silhouette within the combat perspective left the three individuals in the studio, along with the audience watching the unfolding drama, utterly speechless. As Su Chen's summoned entities formed a disciplined phalanx, advancing with lethal precision, the barrage of comments erupted once more. Goodness, no wonder Su is so powerful. An SSS-level talent is exceedingly rare across the entire realm of Daxia. How can we be certain? I refuse to believe that anyone could possess such an SSS-level talent. Indeed, the previous commenter has sharper insight than even the admissions officers of the Daxia Academy. Su is incredible. Su, you are my deity. Yet, Zhu Ling was oblivious to another error in her judgment. Su Chen possessed not merely one SSS-level talent. At the steel fortress, atop the ramparts, the aspiring candidates gazed in confusion at the retreating horde of monsters. Although Su Chun had successfully repelled the onslaught, alleviating the despair of many who were on the verge of psychological collapse, the absence of monsters now left them questioning how the examination could proceed. Especially on the wall where the top contender stood, the expressions of those who had covertly targeted Su Chun turned ashen. Previously, when Su Chun had made no move as a summoner, they had assumed he faced insurmountable odds and had given up on the examination. Little did they realize that he had not surrendered, but rather deemed it unnecessary. Within a mere second, he could establish approximately 10 summoning circles, each housing 9 summoned creatures. With such efficiency, Su Chun had no need to summon in the conventional manner like an ordinary summoner. Reflecting on their earlier self-satisfied musings, they suddenly comprehended that Su Chun had never uttered a single boastful claim. He had simply stated the truth. He genuinely did not care about their animosity and truly believed that they were deranged for targeting him. Could it be that he won't allow a single monster to enter, leaving us all with a score of 0? Impossible. The examiners would certainly intervene. Yet, he had not violated any examination rules. His prowess was simply too formidable. When someone voiced the final thought, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Indeed, Su Chun had not breached any regulations. He was merely too powerful, powerful enough to single-handedly withstand all the monsters spawned by the simulation. Even if the examiners wished to intervene, in what manner could they? Could they possibly prohibit Su Chun from continuing the examination on the grounds of excessive strength? The very thought seemed ludicrous. As this realization dawned upon the 30-odd candidates, despair settled upon them like a shroud. Meanwhile, the confident purple-haired girl who had stood beside Su Chun earlier now gazed on in stunned disbelief. Possessing a legendary class and an S-level talent, she had already reached the pinnacle among the candidates. Those around her had confidently asserted that the provincial champion title was undoubtedly hers. Now, however, the prize had slipped through her fingers, and yet she felt neither anger nor jealousy. Jealousy was reserved for those who were merely a shade stronger than oneself. But when faced with someone vastly superior, such emotions dulled into numbness. The purple-haired girl acknowledged that even if she were to advance 10 more levels, she could not hope to replicate Su Chen's ability to effortlessly repel the monstrous horde. It would take her reaching levels 30 or 40, at which point, perhaps her class might allow her to achieve what Su Chun was currently accomplishing. But what enhancements would Su Chen's power undergo by then? She could not fathom it. This was the second time since her awakening that she felt the staggering chasm between individuals, and this time, she found herself at the bottom. As for the young man, he grasped the hilt of his sheathed sword, bit his lip, and retreated to a corner once more. In the examination control chamber of Dingjiang City, several proctors escorted an elderly man clad in a traditional azure robe into the room. Mu Chuanxiu, one of the renowned warlords of Daxia, was a figure whose name was inextricably linked to a particular place, the Abyss. The Abyss was the first super-large otherworldly composite realm connected to Blue Star that humanity had encountered. It was an entire world on par with Blue Star, yet unlike the singular flat plane of Blue Star, the Abyss featured layers of space resembling a pyramid, seemingly infinite. The first layer was the narrowest, with the weakest monsters. As one descended, the spaces widened, and the monsters grew increasingly formidable. Due to the periodic monster surges erupting from the Abyss, a multitude of creatures from its depths would surge upwards, even invading Blue Star. Consequently, nations with abyssal entrances were compelled to invest substantial manpower and resources in defense. For many years, the Daxia government had exerted every effort, both financially and physically, to withstand these incursions, while continuously promoting the benefits of venturing into the Abyss. Numerous adventurers took pride in their ability to delve into deeper levels of the Abyss, with Mu Chuanxiu leading an expedition that had ventured to the 97th layer. Even though more than 50 years had elapsed since then, the 97th layer remained humanity's limit of exploration within the Abyss. In that battle, Mu Chuanxiu single-handedly vanquished 2 demon gods, solidifying his status as a warlord of Daxia. Unfortunately, due to that confrontation, He fell victim to a curse from the demon gods, leading to a gradual decline in his abilities. Within a decade, he had retreated from the front lines and faded into obscurity, continuing to shine in other realms. Today, he was the most influential voice within the vocational education department of Jiangnan province. Faced with the challenges posed by Su Chan, the examiners found themselves at a loss for solutions and decided to summon him. In his youth, Mu Chuanxiu had a fierce and domineering visage, yet in his old age, he had grown amiable. You all are far too impatient. Why can't you simply discuss matters thoroughly before making decisions? Must you summon this old man? I am no more enlightened than you. Mu Chuanxiu chuckled as he settled into his seat, turning to observe the monitoring perspective. Upon discerning its contents, his expression froze, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Even after years of cultivating composure, he could not contain his astonishment at Su Chen's outrageous actions. Holy cow! This young man, having not seen the combat perspective, he had appeared as a sage, pointing with authority. But after witnessing the spectacle, he exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes bulging like those of an awestruck child. The examiners looked on in bemusement at the rapid transformation of the old warlord, suppressing their laughter. Moments later, one of them finally spoke. Mu Lao, this candidate is named Su Chun, hailing from Yunhua City, and was raised under official care. His actions have severely disrupted the normal examination process for the other candidates. What sort of punishment do you deem appropriate? Upon hearing this, Mu Chuanxiu's displeasure was immediate. He shot a glare at the speaker. Punishment? You wish to penalize such a uniquely gifted, outstanding young man. Your reasoning is more decrepit than this old man's fading eyesight. The individual refrained from countering, quickly lowering their head. Yes, of course. How do you suggest we proceed? Mu Chuanxiu stroked his graying beard thoughtfully and declared, I have it. Connect me to him. I shall devise a solution. Chapter 50. This era is named after Su Chun. Steel Fortress. Valley Entrance. Su Chun ceased his incantations and stole a glance at his score. Slaying a single monster only awarded him a mere point. Yet his current score stood at an astounding 824, 869, escalating at a rate of 1,000 points per second. He had shattered the record for college entrance examination scores, with 4.5 hours still remaining. Should he continue to amass points, it was conceivable that his total could exceed 100 million. However, such an accomplishment bore little significance, given his present score. Even if others were granted 4.5 hours, or even 10 times that, they would remain unable to catch up. Thus, Su Chin resolved to withdraw from the fray. After all, Xia Lingyun was also participating in the examination. He could not possibly jeopardize his girlfriend's chances. Of course, he had to ensure that the gorge before the city wall was sealed off, preventing any monsters from breaching the defenses. This was his duty to protect, and not merely a petty attempt to deny others points. Just as he prepared to recall his forces, a communication request from the Apocalypse system unexpectedly arrived. Su Chan was taken aback, quickly realizing that his actions would likely provoke a response from the examiners. He wondered whether this communication would bring good news or ill tidings. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to accept the call. Upon connection, a hearty laughter resonated in his ears. Ha ha ha, young one, you've done remarkably well. Su Chun had anticipated a reprimand on the other end. He had mentally prepared a defense, yet he was caught off guard by the unexpected praise. Before he could gather his thoughts, the voice continued, I am Mu Chuanxiu. You have not erred in your actions. There is no need for anxiety. Hearing the name Mu Chuanxiu, Su Chan was momentarily stunned before a wave of respect washed over him. Here was a living hero from the annals of history. He quickly responded, Greetings, General Mu. Ha ha. Thankfully you still recognize my name. Otherwise, I would have felt quite embarrassed. Mu Chuanxiu replied with relief, genuinely fearing that Su Chin might respond with ignorance. Su Chin smiled and replied, Your illustrious deeds are known far and wide. How could I possibly be unaware? Pleased with this acknowledgement, Mu Chuanxiu felt assured that Su Chun was not an obstinate individual. He surmised that even if he refrained from intervening, Su Chun would not overstep his bounds. However, since they were already communicating, he would not let the opportunity slip by. This would serve as a favor towards cultivating the new warlord of the Great Xia, thus contributing to the future. You are still in the examination. We shall converse further at a later time. I reached out to you for a specific purpose, which you must have surmised. Su Chun, it is time to cease your scoring. The parents of those who scored 0 are outside in droves. If you do not relent, the Ministry of Education's phone lines will be overwhelmed. The elderly gentleman's humor was not lost on Su Chun. He had already intended to withdraw, and now that General Mu had spoken, he certainly would comply. Just as he was about to respond, Mu Chuanxiu added, Rest assured, you will not be at a disadvantage. To compensate for your efforts during the examination, I have prepared a gift for you in the 3rd round of testing. Su Chun's eyes brightened, and he rubbed his nose. Loss. What loss could he possibly claim? He was about to receive an unexpected boon. Even with his thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Moreover, given Mu Chuanxiu's esteemed reputation, he found himself genuinely curious about the gift. May I inquire what you have prepared? Mu Chuanxiu chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, do not worry, it will undoubtedly suit you. It is a skill. In the hands of others, it might not hold much utility. But for you, it will be nothing short of miraculous. The specifics shall remain a secret until you enter the examination hall. Participation in the third round was imperative for Su-chun. While he could choose not to attend, his exceptional score allowed him to apply to nearly all prestigious institutions, save for a few top-tier academies. However, to gain admission to the elite schools like Great Xia and Shuimu, participation in the third round was a requisite. Thus, he was not overly concerned about the nature of the reward. After ending the communication, Su-chun promptly ordered his summoned troops to swiftly consolidate their defenses. A multitude of summons retreated into the gorge, effectively sealing off the entrance, with the suppressive force of his summoned army now diminished. The sky's avian creatures and the terrestrial beasts surged forth once more, flooding into the various gorges. The candidates commenced their examinations in earnest. Perhaps due to Su-chun's earlier outstanding performance, the terror of the monsters had dissipated among the crowd, and they exhibited an even more remarkable state of affairs than before. However, joy belonged to the other candidates. The gorge where Su-chun stood remained impenetrable. The ground-dwelling beasts could not breach the defenses, and the airborne creatures, seeing no ground support, redirected their attacks elsewhere. This left the top candidates waiting in utter astonishment. Some beseeched Su-chun, exclaiming, "Su-chun, you are already first in the province. Must you be so petty? We have merely made the same mistakes everyone does. Do you truly harbor such grudges?" With pleading eyes, they looked upon him, convinced that he would relent in light of their capitulation. To their surprise, Su-chun shrugged and replied, "I have many virtues, but I am indeed petty. If you disagree, feel free to confront me." Seeing his unwavering stance, the previously pitiful crowd transformed their expressions, their faces contorting with rage as they yearned to devour Su-chun whole. Yet, the towering skeletal warriors flanking him, witnesses to how these warriors vanquished foes, deterred them from acting upon their impulses. However, a few noticed the silent purple-haired girl and the withdrawn youth. These two possessed an aura that set them apart from the rest. "He won't let you take the exam. Do you intend to stand idly by?" they shouted. The purple-haired girl ignored them, focusing instead on Su-chun. "You are truly impressive. Remember my name, Muing. I will catch up to you." With that declaration, a surge of lightning enveloped her, and she leaped from the city walls, propelled by the electric energy as she darted out of the gorge. Through the lens of true sight, Su-chun observed her draw a long blade from the tempest, unleashing a series of strikes imbued with entwining lightning. Her score ascended at an astonishing rate. At that moment, the sword-wielding youth also approached the city walls, casting a glance back at Su-chun. "Songxian, he wished to emulate Mu-ing, using Su-chun as a beacon to enhance himself in pursuit of greatness." Yet, recalling Su-chun's earlier feats, he sighed and fell silent. While Mu-ing could still see Su-chun's silhouette, Songxian found no trace of him in his vision. He turned and hurled his sword, soaring through the air as he exited the gorge. He plunged into the throng of monsters, moving with grace, his sword illuminating the darkness as he vanquished foes effortlessly. With Su-chun's suppression lifted, not only the monsters but also the talented individuals unleashed their abilities and gifts unabashedly. Observers of the battles quickly identified numerous exceptional talents emerging. They recognized that in recent years, the ranks of epic and legendary professionals had burgeoned, and now even mythic professionals had begun to surface. The number of individuals possessing SSS and SSS level talents was on the rise. This current cohort of examination candidates surpassed all previous years, marking the dawn of a new awakening era, an era belonging to the prodigies. In this era, countless prodigies will emerge like fish crossing a river, sprouting up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Yet, as they revel in the excitement of the impending grand epic, they are abruptly reminded of Su-chun's previously terrifying presence, evoking a sense of sorrow for these talented individuals. They are both fortunate and profoundly unfortunate. While geniuses dominate the world, Su-chun reigns supreme over the geniuses. Given Su-chun's previous formidable performances, if one were to select an individual to epitomize this era, he would face no competition. He is the sole choice. This era is destined to bear his name. Chapter 51, The God-Granted Land of the Third Transition Skill Book. Time flies, and the second round of examinations is gradually drawing to a close. Su-chun stifled a yawn, stretched his arms, and rose from his reclined position. While others faced monstrous assaults, competitive teammates, and the intricacies of skill cooldowns and tactical arrangements, his greatest challenge was merely resisting drowsiness. There was no escaping the tedium. It was simply too dull. He felt akin to those extraordinary scholars of his past life who completed their exams within the first 30 minutes, ensuring every answer was correct, yet were left to languish in silence, unable to submit their papers early. Aside from glancing occasionally at Xia Lingyun's situation, he had nothing to occupy his time. Beep. The introduction to the second round of examinations is concluding. Please wait a moment. Your final score is 251, 679, ranked first in Yunhua City, and first in Jiangnan Province. As anticipated, Su-chun remained unfazed by his performance. He then heard the notification continue. Do you wish to be teleported to enter the third round of assessments? Unlike the previous two rounds, the third round would no longer be a simulation or competition. The participants would be teleported into the abyss, where they must complete their assessment tasks. The abyss, fraught with peril and treasure, is a realm many seasoned professionals dare not tread lightly. For those who had only awakened for less than a month, their entrance into such a place was bound to result in casualties. However, while a greenhouse may nurture flowers, it cannot cultivate towering trees. How could a genius, untested by danger, ever become a formidable force? Without hesitation, Suchin calmly replied, yes. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped him, and he vanished from his original location. Beep. You have entered the abyss, current location, outpost number 1 of the Great Xia. As Suchin opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself standing atop an ancient and venerable city wall. Looking outward, he beheld a sky shrouded in gloom, a scorched earth, and sparse vegetation growing in disarray. This desolate world exuded an aura of devastation. Individuals continued to be teleported in beside him, prompting Suchin to move to a somewhat more open area. Just as he was about to contact Xia Lingyun, a tall figure approached him, and a steady, powerful voice inquired, "Hello, may I ask if you are Suchin?" Suchin nodded, "I am." The visitor wasted no time and directly presented a black box to Suchin, saying, "This is an item entrusted to me by Elder Mu. Please accept it." Suchin's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted the box with gratitude. Once the person departed, he hastily opened it to reveal a skill book. Lifting it, he scrutinized it with his true sight. Item, God-granted land. Learning requirements, mage specialization, priest specialization, mental power greater than 5,000. Description, a third transition skill. Upon learning, one can expend 2,000 mana and sacrifice 1,000 friendly units to create a God-granted land. Friendly units within this realm will receive 1 life point recovery per second, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, lasting for 30 minutes. Additionally, increasing the number of sacrifices can expand the range and extend the duration. After reviewing the skill information, a gleam shone in Suchin's eyes. Elder Mu had indeed not deceived him. This skill could only reach its extraordinary potential in his hands. After all, the conditions to trigger the skill, aside from the expenditure of 2,000 mana, required the sacrifice of 1,000 friendly units. For other professions, the only friendly units available, aside from pets, would be teammates. Sacrificing either for a mere 30-minute skill seemed absurd. Only a summoner could marginally utilize it. However, in the early stages, most summoners could not summon endlessly. Each summoned creature had to be used with utmost caution, fearing its demise. Unless one reached the 5th transition and acquired skills to summon in great numbers, the God-granted land would be a rather useless skill for them. Only Suchin could summon numerous creatures without regard for their lives. In fact, the death of summoned creatures would be of greater utility to him. Given his current mental attributes, the explosive power of a self-destructing creature might surpass that of a creature attacking autonomously. Suchin delightfully learned the skill. At this moment, Xia Lingyun arrived at his side, smiling brightly as she asked, "You seem quite happy. Are you thinking of some lovely lady?" Suchin retorted, "Do you truly believe me to be such a lecherous person?" Xia Lingyun fixed her gaze on him, her face adorned with a meaningful smile, making Suchin feel a twinge of insecurity. He cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. "How did you fare? Are you confident about entering the Great Xia Academy? The third round of assessments is crucial, but the ranking from the second round also holds significant weight." Xia Lingyun's expression shifted as she confidently declared, "Of course. I managed to secure the 7th position in the province through my own efforts." Before the examination began, Xia Lingyun had repeatedly instructed Suchin not to assist her, wishing to prove her own capabilities. Suchin had no objections. Her ambition was certainly preferable to merely being ornamental. However, during the examination, he had inadvertently increased the difficulty for the top candidates from various cities, forcing them to venture far from the resurrection crystal to slay monsters. This, in turn, provided assistance to Xia Lingyun. Even without his admission, she was well aware of this fact. Thus, she tightened her embrace around Suchin's arm and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing them, the remnants of drowsiness in Suchin's mind dissipated instantly, and he chuckled lightly. Xia Lingyun said nothing further. It was merely a gesture to deepen their bond as a couple. Soon, a robust figure approached the candidates, standing aloft as he addressed them. "Greetings, candidates. I am Yang Gang, the commander of Outpost Number 1. I will now announce the tasks for the third round of assessments. Before I proceed, I must emphasize, the abyss is fraught with danger. Regardless of the potential rewards, your safety must remain paramount." As soon as he finished speaking, Suchin and the other candidates received a notification. "Beep. You have accepted the assessment task to clear the Ogre Lair. Task requirements. Successfully challenge any difficulty of the Ogre Lair dungeon within 10 days. Yang Gang continued. The Ogre Lair is a standard dungeon located on the first layer of the abyss. However, unlike dungeons on Blue Star, these lack level restrictions. This means that the monsters within the Ogre Lair may very well exceed your current levels. I recognize that all of you are exceptional professionals selected from various provinces, but countless geniuses have perished in the abyss. Remember, do not be arrogant. Do not be arrogant. Do not be arrogant. It is advisable to find suitable teammates for cooperation and refrain from rushing into challenges. Instead, practice on the ogres outside the dungeon to adapt to their combat styles before entering. Do not entertain thoughts of tackling overly difficult dungeons. Simplicity is best. If you select a difficulty higher than ordinary limits, I can only consider you reckless fools. With that said, I hope you will exercise discretion. Oh, and by the way, any gains from this expedition will belong to you all, and by slaying the creatures within the abyss, one may acquire corresponding points. These points not only serve as the score for your assessment during this journey, but can also be exchanged for materials and equipment. Whether at the outpost or at the academy you are about to enroll in, they function as universal currency. It is evident that Yang Gang genuinely cares for the lives of these candidates, frequently emphasizing the importance of safety. After conveying what needed to be said, Yang Gang did not depart immediately. Instead, he remained to offer detailed answers to the candidates' inquiries. Su Chun, listening in, gained a general understanding of the dungeon. The creatures within the dungeon were predominantly at the 3rd and 4th reincarnation levels, with a possibility of encountering a golden tier boss. He resolved to head directly to the Ogre Nest dungeon. There was little to adapt to. He would simply let his summoned creatures forge ahead. If that proved insufficient, he had the hidden trump card known as the Beast Hunter. With such a creature at his disposal, even if the ogres were at the 3rd or 4th reincarnation stage, he felt confident in overcoming the challenges, and even if there was a 5th reincarnation golden boss within, his chances of success remained high. Furthermore, he had the gift from the Bone King. In summary, with numerous trump cards in hand, he felt emboldened. Let us proceed. Just as Su Chun was speaking to Xia Lingyun, a familiar name echoed from a distance. Luo Xiaoyu, who allowed you to participate in the 3rd round of assessments. Chapter 52, Luo Xiaoyu, a friend who was a priest. In the corner of the city wall, 2 young women faced off against each other. Despite her height disadvantage, the shorter girl maintained an air of composure, while the taller girl, in contrast, appeared somewhat fierce in her presence. Luo Xiaoyu, who permitted you to partake in the 3rd round of assessments? Return at once. Luo Tiansheng exclaimed, her eyes blazing with intensity. Luo Xiaoyu looked up at her and replied nonchalantly, "Why should I listen to you?" Luo Tiansheng gritted her teeth, breathing heavily, and after a moment of composure, she sneered. "Because our parents dote on me the most. If you do not wish to anger them, you must heed my words." Luo Xiaoyu shot her a cold glance and suddenly smiled. "Are you afraid?" Luo Tiansheng froze, her expression betraying a hint of panic. "What nonsense are you spouting? What is there to fear?" Luo Xiaoyu asserted confidently. "No, you are indeed afraid. You've always been this way. You fear that I may surpass you, that I may outshine you, that our parents' attention may shift to me. They may have showered all their affection upon you, yet you still tremble with fear. How pitiable you are, Luo Tiansheng. This time, I shall not listen to you again, dear stepsister." It seemed that Luo Xiaoyu's final remark struck a nerve with Luo Tiansheng. She raised her hand to slap Luo Xiaoyu across the face. Caught off guard by the public display of aggression, Luo Xiaoyu did not resist. Instead, watching as the hand approached. Just as she felt the rush of air from the impending strike, she closed her eyes in trepidation. Yet, the anticipated pain never arrived. When Luo Xiaoyu opened her eyes, she saw that a man had firmly grasped Luo Tiansheng's hand. Following the man's arm upwards, her gaze met a handsome face, and her heart suddenly raced. "It's you." Su Chen nodded slightly. "Long time no see." Luo Xiaoyu blinked, realizing that indeed, it had been quite a while since they last met. At that moment, Luo Tiansheng regained her composure and shrieked, "Luo Xiaoyu, you wretched girl. How dare you flirt with a wild man out here? Release me at once. Do you even know who I am to treat me this way? Damn it. I will make you pay." Before she could finish her tirade, Luo Xiaoyu leaped up and delivered a resounding slap to her face. The force of the blow knocked Luo Tiansheng off balance, causing her to fall to the ground. Luo Xiaoyu said coldly, "You may say whatever you wish. I have grown accustomed to it and am indifferent. However, you should not unleash your frustrations upon others." Luo Tiansheng stared at her in disbelief, as though seeing Luo Xiaoyu for the first time. Since her return half a month ago, she had changed, no longer the obedient sister who complied with every demand. Why? Why do you resist? It was so much better before, using your suffering to make everyone happy. A venomous glint flickered in Luo Tiansheng's eyes. The commotion had drawn the attention of many onlookers, who were now watching the spectacle unfold. Su Chun remained unperturbed, but Luo Xiaoyu grasped his hand and hurriedly departed. Soon, the 3 of them exited the outpost. "Hey, little girl, could you release my boyfriend's hand?" Xia Lingyun interjected suddenly. It was then that Luo Xiaoyu noticed another person beside her. She looked at Su Chun in confusion. "This is Xia Lingyun, my classmate," Su Chun introduced. "Luo Xiaoyu, a friend who is a priest." Xia Lingyun extended her hand amicably. "Hello." Luo Xiaoyu shifted her gaze between the two before complying and shaking Xia Lingyun's hand. Observing the pleasant atmosphere between them, Su Chun nodded in satisfaction. "Luo Xiaoyu, we plan to challenge the hell-level ogre nest. Would you care to join us?" Inviting Luo Xiaoyu was not solely due to their friendship. Her abilities could prove crucial within the abyss. Moments after stepping out of the outpost, Su Chen received a notification. Ding. You have been enveloped by the aura of the abyss. All attributes reduced by 5, and you are susceptible to bleeding status. Please exercise caution. The challenges faced by professionals when confronting the abyss stem not only from the formidable creatures within, but also from the treacherous environment. This was merely the first layer, yet it imposed a detrimental effect of -5 to all attributes. The deeper one ventured, the more severe the negative impacts would become. As Su Chen personally traversed the abyss, his respect for Mu Chunqiu deepened even further. It was difficult to fathom the harsh conditions that awaited at the 97th layer. And yet, even in such dire circumstances, he had managed to endure the terrifying penalties while slaying 2 demon gods. Truly formidable indeed. Xia Lingyun was slightly taken aback. She understood the challenge of tackling a dungeon, but what was this hell-level challenge? Hadn't Yang Gang previously mentioned that those attempting difficulties above their capacity were merely courting death? However, she did not doubt Su Chen's capability to lead the team to success. She merely wondered if they were just friends. Would Luo Xiaoyu accept the invitation? All right. Luo Xiaoyu responded without hesitation. Xia Lingyun bit her lip, realizing the implications. Su Chen urged her, considering the negative effects of the environment here. Do you have a way to counteract it? Luo Xiaoyu nodded, swiftly positioning herself between the two and grasping their arms. Blessing of the cleansing spell. 3 golden barriers enveloped them, encasing them within. Su Chen glanced at the status bar and, indeed, found no issues. He smiled and affectionately ruffled Luo Xiaoyu's hair. Well done. Luo Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smile, but quickly froze. She shook her head and shot Su Chen a glare. Don't mess with my hair. Witnessing this exchange, Xia Lingyun was reminded of Su Chen's preferences, and her mood brightened. She stepped closer to Su Chen and wrapped her arm around his. Time is of the essence. It is said that the abyss becomes even more terrifying after nightfall. We should hasten our departure. Agreed. Su Chen nodded. And the 3 of them swiftly set off towards the location of the Ogre Nest dungeon. Meanwhile, other candidates were still in the process of forming their teams, each vying for dominance, as they were all top talents selected from various cities across the nation. Naturally, they were reluctant to fall behind, which greatly prolonged the efficiency of team formation. On the city wall, Luo Tianxian glared at the retreating figures of the trio, her teeth clenched in frustration as she muttered. Luo Xiaoyu, as long as I am here, you will never rise again. If you wish to rebel, then perish here. The abyss was teeming with creatures. Just as Su Chen and his companions left the outpost, they encountered a pack of dogs blocking the path, surrounding 4 practitioners in the middle of the road. The pack of malevolent hounds, each measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, were drenched in blood-red hues, bearing their fangs and exuding an aura of ferocity. Seizing the moment before they could react, Su Chen summoned a skeletal warrior, followed by casting a true sight eye toward them. Monster, Blood Demon Hound. Grade, Common Level, 25, Health, 1, 560, 030, 000, Magic, 1, 500, Strength, 3, 000, Constitution, 3, 000, Agility, 3, 500, Mentality, 1, 000, Skills, Bloodthirsty Bite, Rapid Pounce. Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Indeed, the creatures from the abyss were formidable. Just a common monster of level 25 boasted an astonishing health pool of 3 million and attributes that were alarmingly high. Fortunately, his summoned creatures were not to be underestimated either. Upon spotting Su Chen and his companions, one of the burly knights among the 4 adventurers shouted, "Run! Head back to the outpost and find help." Unfazed, Su Chen commanded the skeletal warriors to charge forward. Chapter 53. The Academy Mentor actively assists with cheating. The 9 skeletal warriors rushed into the fray against the blood demon hounds. However, Su Chen, wishing to test the defensive capabilities of these abyssal monsters, refrained from using enhancement skills. This decision resulted in the skeletal warriors' attributes falling woefully short compared to the blood demon hounds. Despite the sharpness of their blades, they could only inflict minuscule damage, merely a handful of points, upon the massive crimson beasts, with the blood demon hounds outnumbering the skeletal warriors. It took less than 10 seconds for all 9 skeletal warriors to be vanquished, their health drained to 0 and collapsing into the abyss. The 4 besieged individuals were left in a state of bewilderment. Su Chen did not retreat immediately. Instead, he stood his ground to face the enemy. They had presumed he possessed some remarkable power, but was this truly all he could muster? The knight in the group spoke again. "Kid, hurry back to the outpost. If you get surrounded by these monsters, you won't be able to escape." The female archer among them urged Xia Lingyun and Luo Xiaoyu. "You two should leave quickly. These creatures are beyond your capabilities. Indeed, there is no need to risk your lives here. Flee." Yet, Xia Lingyun and Luo Xiaoyu remained unmoved, their gazes fixed curiously upon the 4 adventurers. Although the quartet appeared to be in dire straits against the blood demon hounds, only the knight was actively fending off the onslaught. Additionally, given that the first layer of the abyss served as an examination venue, it should have been cleared of any extraneous personnel. The identities of these 4 individuals seemed far from ordinary. Su Chen, however, did not dwell on conjectures. With another glance through his true side eye, he saw through their disguises. They were all mentors from various academies, 2 from the Great Xia Academy, 1 from the Waterwood Academy, and 1 from the Moden Academy. They could also be considered examiners, tasked primarily with exterminating monsters that exceeded the students' levels within the instance. Once their mission was accomplished, they could not depart, leading to their current predicament of betting on whether the first-time encounter with abyssal monsters would frighten the students into retreat. The others wagered in favor of that outcome, while only the mage mentor from the Waterwood Academy abstained from betting. This mentor, possessing exquisite beauty and an elegant demeanor, exuded an exceptional aura, reminiscent of a refined lady from ancient aristocracy, well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What drew the most attention was her figure, which even her mage robe could not conceal, a beauty so striking that even when Xin would yield to her charm. Suchen couldn't help but take a second look at her information, only to discover that she was actually Xia Lingyun's cousin, Xia Yun, and also an Xin's mentor. Shifting his gaze, he was left speechless. These academy mentors were indeed quite idle. Ignoring their warnings, Suchen focused on the pack of blood demon hounds. Due to the proactive assault of the skeletal warriors, several of the blood demon hounds turned their attention toward the trio, swiftly redirecting their charge. Unperturbed, Suchen arranged another summoning formation for the skeletal warriors. Witnessing this, the 4 academy mentors frowned slightly, puzzled as to Suchen's intentions. Hadn't it been established that the skeletal warriors were no match for the blood demon hounds? Summoning them again seemed a futile expenditure of magic power. As anticipated, the skeletal warriors emerged from the summoning formation and charged headlong into the oncoming blood demon hounds. Woof, woof. The blood demon hounds howled furiously, with just a few bites. They decimated the skeletal warriors' health. Observing this, the mage mentor's expression shifted, and she hurriedly began to chant a spell, preparing to unleash a skill to rescue Suchen and his companions. The female archer mentor grasped her arm, saying, "Wait, they seem to have a trick up their sleeve." As an archer, her keen eyesight easily detected that even as the fierce hounds bore down upon them, Suchen maintained an air of calm and composure, suggesting he had a contingency plan. Sure enough, in the next moment, Suchen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! He uttered a single word, explode. Suddenly, the corpses of the 9 fallen skeletal warriors erupted in brilliant light. Subsequently, a thunderous boom resonated, unleashing a powerful gust of wind, dense with swirling black smoke and flames that engulfed the approaching blood demon hounds. 19,999. 199, 199, 199, 19,999. 30,000. The vivid crimson numbers of burning damage floated from within the smoke. Suchen soon received a notification. Ding! You have slain 7 LV-25 common blood demon hounds, earning 120,000 experience, 7 blood demon hound fangs, 7 blood demon hound skins, and 21 great Xia points. Aside from him, the 2 observing women also accrued a substantial amount of experience. As the smoke cleared, the 4 mentors gazed upward, their eyes widening in shock. The blood demon hounds that had charged toward the trio lay vanquished, not a single one remaining. Not pausing for breath, Suchen summoned another wave of skeletal warriors to charge at the remaining blood demon hounds. The same scene unfolded once more, but this time, the explosion occurred in close proximity to the 4 mentors. The rush of wind and the smoky aftermath of the explosion jolted the quartet into realization that what lay before them was not a mere dream, but a reality unfolding. Was it truly remarkable to slay blood demon hounds? Not at all. Any one of them could effortlessly eradicate hundreds of such creatures. Yet, what level were they? And what level was Suchen? A student participating in an examination, visiting the abyss for the first time, exhibiting such combat prowess was utterly incomprehensible. The Knight Mentor, seemingly lost in thought, unexpectedly raised his shield and stepped into the explosion zone. 2 seconds later, he emerged from the black smoke, frantically patting down the flames licking at his body. What kind of fire is this? Why won't it extinguish? The damage displayed above his head was not significant, barely visible. However, the flames stubbornly clung to his groin, refusing to be smothered. The low damage was humiliating, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. After enduring for 2 seconds, Xia Lingyun, her 2 companions, and the 3 mentors beside her could no longer contain their mirth and burst into laughter. Suchen smirked slightly, advising, "No need to panic. The fire will go out in 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, the Knight Mentor ceased his futile efforts, waiting with a vexed expression for the flames to subside. Once the flames finally extinguished, he breathed a sigh of relief. Along with the flames, the remaining blood demon hounds also vanished. The Knight Mentor brushed off the ashes from his attire and, with a serious demeanor, clasped his hands towards Suchen, saying, "We are an expedition team just returned from the second layer of the abyss. Our condition is dire, and we did not expect to encounter this pack of vile hounds here. Thank you for saving our lives. This debt of gratitude will be remembered forever." Their journey was not solely for the purpose of exterminating monsters. Another objective was to identify promising candidates among the examinees and recruit them as disciples in advance. Within the academy, students were classified into 3 tiers: ordinary students, registered students, and mentor students. Ordinary students could only forge their own paths, and on rare occasions, might attend a few classes taught by mentors. In contrast, mentor students had the privilege of being in close proximity to their mentors year-round, allowing them to pose questions at any moment, essentially becoming favored disciples. Naturally, if a mentor could cultivate exceptional disciples, they would reap substantial rewards as well. Thus, it was not only the mentors who selected students, students also sought out mentors. As mentors of the academy, they were willing to undertake protective tasks in exchange for these benefits. The young man before them possessed extraordinary strength, undoubtedly a standout among this cohort of examinees. The 4 mentors shared an unspoken desire to continue observing him. Consequently, the knight mentor chose to conceal their identities, unaware that Su Chun had already seen through them entirely. He calmly accepted the knight mentor's gratitude and replied with a smile, questioning, "Is a simple thank you all that is necessary for saving a life? Surely, there must be some tangible reward? No need to be overly polite. A set of divine artifacts would suffice. Oh, if not, then legendary equipment will do. I'm not picky." The 4 mentors gaped in astonishment. To request divine artifacts or legendary gear right off the bat, they were evidently taken aback. Seemingly anxious that Su Chun might make further outlandish demands, the knight mentor hastily interjected, "We have long traversed the depths of the abyss and are quite familiar with the terrain here. Might I inquire where you intend to go? If it is within the first layer of the abyss, we could guide you as a gesture of gratitude. Would that be agreeable?" Su Chun shrugged nonchalantly. "Very well. Then I shall entrust you 4 with the task." Yang Gang had only provided a rough direction to a dungeon's location. In principle, locating the portal to the dungeon was also part of the 3rd round of assessments, which would typically require considerable time. However, since these 4 academy mentors had voluntarily offered to assist him in circumventing the challenge, Su Chun saw no reason to refuse. Thus, with the addition of the 4 mentors, the 7 of them regrouped and continued onward. Chapter 54, Entering the Hellish Ogre's Lair. On their journey, the 4 mentors introduced themselves. The knight and the archer hailed from the Great Xia Academy, named Yi Longyin and Yi Fengwu, respectively, and were siblings. The mage from the Shuemu Academy was named Mu Nishang, while the assassin from the Demon Dance Academy, who had remained silent thus far, was called Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe exhibited little interest in the other 3, not due to any flaw in their talents or abilities, but rather because he only accepted disciples specializing in the assassin class. The Yi siblings, on the other hand, displayed great enthusiasm, bombarding Su Chun and Luo Xiaoyu with questions. Meanwhile, Mu Nishang conversed amiably with Xia Lingyun, their rapport flourishing. With the addition of these 4, the atmosphere within the group became quite pleasant. The monotonous journey was alleviated by their laughter and camaraderie. Along the way, they inevitably encountered numerous monsters. Su Chun could have easily obliterated them with a self-destructive maneuver, but he refrained, mindful of the mentor's presence. Demonstrating commendable performance could lead to preferential treatment upon entering the academy, and he naturally wished for the 2 girls to receive recognition. He ensured they had ample opportunity to shine, and they did not disappoint him or the 4 mentors. Due to the disparity in attributes, Xia Lingyun's damage output was indeed limited, yet her control was exemplary, even if she occasionally made minor mistakes stemming from inexperience. In other aspects, she displayed no shortcomings. Mu Nishang seemed particularly invested in her progress, so much so that she occasionally forgot about their concealed identities and offered guidance. Xia Lingyun absorbed her insights rapidly, visibly enhancing her strength. Luo Xiaoyu's performance astonished both Su Chun and the other 3 mentors alike. As a priest, her primary abilities lay in healing and buffing, but being a priest involved more than merely casting skills on teammates. After all, not everyone possessed SSS level mana return. The others had limited mana. Thus, mastering how to effectively allocate skills to teammates within those constraints was a profound discipline for a priest. Yet, Luo Xiaoyu, who had never attended an academy, demonstrated remarkable control that prompted Yi Fengwu to relentlessly inquire about her entire family background. As for Su Chun, he felt no need to overtly display any abilities. The initial skills required of a summoner primarily revolved around controlling summoned entities and facilitating their skill releases. Su Chun's control over his summons was not particularly intricate. He simply designated a target and allowed the summons to attack autonomously. Consequently, the 4 mentors harbored slight doubts regarding his capabilities until they faced a larger number of adversaries. At that moment, Su Chun exhibited a seamless and flourishing summoning technique, leaving the mentors utterly astounded. They finally understood that it was not a lack of effort on his part to master the nuanced control of his summons. Rather, it was that such meticulousness was unnecessary and beyond his current capacity. The group progressed at a commendable pace. Approximately 5 hours later, a portal nestled within a concealed cavern finally came into view. While other examinees were still preoccupied with forming teams and jockeying for leadership positions, Su Chun and his companions had already located the assessment dungeon and garnered the favor of esteemed academy mentors. One could only describe their progress with a single phrase: vastly ahead. Here we are, The entrance to the Ogre's Lair dungeon, Yi Longyin remarked, pausing for a moment before continuing. You have already located the dungeon portal, placing you significantly ahead of the other examinees. This time frame is ample for you to farm the dungeon multiple times and accumulate points. The national top scorer from Great Xia this year may very well emerge from among you three. However, he advised against challenging the dungeon immediately. First, seek out some wild ogres to acclimate to their abilities before entering the dungeon. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. He rambled on, but Suchen paid no heed to his words. Why complicate matters? Suchen replied indifferently, leading the two girls directly into the dungeon portal. Yifengwu stifled a laugh as she approached her bewildered brother, patting his shoulder. Brother, can you not perceive it? That lad is both proud and confident. He would not heed others' advice, without having faced failure. Yi Longyin sighed. I understand perfectly well. It is simply that with such hubris, should he encounter failure, it may be challenging for him to recover. However, fortunately, the foundation of these three is quite solid, given their abilities. While clearing the dungeon on simple difficulty may be arduous, it is not entirely without possibility. At that moment, Zhang Zhe, who had remained silent, activated the dungeon panel. The panel displayed information about the teams currently challenging the dungeon. His expression shifted abruptly as he exclaimed, they are not attempting the simple difficulty. Yi Longyin was taken aback. Panicking, to challenge a deep abyss dungeon on normal difficulty for their first attempt. How could he dare? I had warned him multiple times along the way. This dungeon is not like those on Blue Star. How could he still? Zhang Zhe stepped aside, signaling the other three to take a look. Yi Longyin's gaze fell upon the challenge panel, where it displayed. Challenging team. Su Chen Squad. Members. Su Chun, Xia Lingyun, Luo Xiaoyu. Challenge difficulty. Hell. Upon seeing the word hell at the end, the expressions of the three immediately froze, a blend of surprise, confusion, and incredulity swirling in their eyes. Yi Longyin abruptly rubbed his eyes several times, bringing his face closer to the panel. He scrutinized it meticulously for 3 or 4 more rounds. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. I initially thought he was merely a bit arrogant, perhaps still redeemable. I never anticipated he would be a reckless lunatic. Attempting the hell-level abyss dungeon on his first try? Truly reckless. Mu Nishang exclaimed anxiously, what should we do? Is there any way to remedy this? Yifengwu replied with a bitter smile, what can be done? Unless they withdraw from the dungeon themselves, we outside have no means to intervene. However, you need not worry excessively. Though that lad is brash and reckless, he seems to possess some hidden card. At this moment, Yi Longyin had already crouched down, scratching his head. What hidden card could possibly contend against a hell-level abyss dungeon? I fear even a common ogre could wipe them out. The best outcome would be that they fail to overcome the first wave of minions, realize their inadequacies, and hastily exit the dungeon. If, by unfortunate chance, they manage to get past that and encounter the boss without being able to exit, that would spell disaster. The 4 mentors from prestigious academies wore expressions of deep concern, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Yet, the 3 who had already entered the dungeon appeared remarkably relaxed. Suchen was at ease because he knew he still had hidden strengths. The 2 women felt comfortable because they had faith in Suchen. As the trio opened their eyes, they found themselves before a vast cave entrance. The ground was littered with disordered footprints nearly 2 meters long. On either side of the cave entrance, heaps of beast bones and human skeletons were piled up. The bones were gnawed cleanly, devoid of any trace of flesh. Some bore marks of violent breaks. A foul odor wafted from within the cave, creating a highly uncomfortable sensation. This time, Suchen need not speak. Luo Xiaoyu, in a flurry of urgency, cast a skill. Instantly, golden light radiated from the 3 of them, dispelling the stench in the air. This is such a disgusting dungeon. Luo Xiaoyu complained with distaste. Thank goodness for you, Suchen said, patting her head, relieved. While he could endure it, he preferred not to bear the foul smell. Stop touching my head, Luo Xiaoyu retorted, annoyed. With a smile, Suchen gazed confidently at the cave entrance. Let us venture forth and witness the true strength of the ogres within this hell-level dungeon. Chapter 55, A Brutal Slaughter Unfolds. The interior of the cave was far larger than Suchen and his companions had imagined. Towering stone pillars loomed around them, making it feel as though they were in a forest of stone. The environment was exceedingly dim, devoid of any light source. This did not affect Suchen. While Luo Xiaoyu was prepared, she retrieved 2 oil lamps from her backpack, and the 3 advanced swiftly. Before long, a thunderous snoring echoed from ahead. As they moved forward, they soon came upon a small tribal encampment. The camp was simply enclosed by a wooden fence, with a bonfire reaching several meters high blazing in the center. A dozen colossal figures lay sprawled beside the fire, in deep slumber. Seeing the group of giants, the shortest of whom stood 3 meters tall, and the tallest exceeding 5 meters, both women felt a shiver of fear run through them. Suchen's expression remained calm. Activating his true sight, he peered ahead. Monster, ogre, rank, normal, abyss hell level, level, 26, health, 120, 000 120, 000, mana, 100, 000 100, 000, strength, 8,000. Vitality, 12,000. Agility, 8,000. Mental, 2,000. Skills, Frenzied Strike, Devour Flesh, Thick Hide Armor. At this moment, the two women also utilized their detection skills, revealing the ogre's attributes. Their faces paled in fear. Just a Tier 3 monster possessed a staggering 120,000 health and an impressive 12,000 vitality. With strength and agility both at 8,000, they were indeed formidable and swift. Could they truly contend with such foes? Xia Lingyun swallowed hard, glancing at Suchun. Suchun, your skeleton warrior's attributes should not surpass theirs, right? Suchun nodded. The base attributes of skeleton warriors just exceed 1,000. Even with the enhancements from the skeletal crown and the rage buff, they barely reach 4,000 or 5,000. They fall short compared to these ogres. Moreover, these are merely normal monsters. There are still elite and boss-level foes. As expected of a hell-level dungeon in the abyss, the challenge is indeed great. To safely clear their current dungeon, they would likely need a full team of 25, with an average level exceeding 40. However, with great peril often comes substantial rewards. Contemplating this, Suchun decided to test the combat damage of his skeleton warriors. Without hesitation, he activated the summoning array for the skeleton warriors 11 times, invoking the command, "Ride the wind and go forth." In light of the current monster strength, the goblin high priest was of no use. Soon, a battalion of 99 skeleton warriors was formed, exuding an aura of menace. The blue soul flames within their skulls flickered ominously, glowing red on their bodies. Under Suchun's command, the nearly 100 skeleton warriors stealthily approached the camp. 5 minutes later, the skeleton warriors had surrounded a dozen ogres. Surprisingly, the ogres remained undisturbed in their slumber, seemingly unfazed by the encroaching danger. "Attack!" Suchun commanded. Simultaneously, the skeleton warriors raised their great swords, shining with cold light, and struck down together. Swish, 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 swish. The noise was significant, yet the damage inflicted was a mere 3-digit figure. 124, 153, 144, against the ogre's health of 100,000. The damage was insufficient. Even with the speed of 5 strikes per second, the skeleton warriors only managed to deal a paltry amount of damage. Awakened from their slumber, the ogres roared in fury, rising to wield the massive leg bones beside them. With a single swing, many skeleton warriors were crushed. For those fallen skeleton warriors, Suchun utilized the skill Undying of the Fallen to allow them to continue fighting for 30 more seconds, but no significant impact was observed. Ultimately, as the time approached its end, he resorted to self-detonation. The damage was considerable, capable of inflicting over 3,000 health loss on the ogres, combined with subsequent burn damage, totaling around 5,000. Yet, at this efficiency, eliminating a dozen ogres would undoubtedly require considerable time. This was not good. The two women felt a surge of anxiety, especially Xia Lingyun. She had witnessed the skeleton warriors slice through monsters like divine beings in the second round of exams. Yet now, faced with the ogres, they appeared utterly powerless. She could not fathom what hidden cards Suchun might have to defeat the ogres. "Suchun, perhaps we should withdraw for a moment and reassess?" Xia Lingyun suggested as gently as possible. Luo Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Since entering the abyss, Yang Gang and Yi Longyin had repeatedly emphasized the terrors of the creatures within. Yet, hearing was one thing, and seeing was another. Now, faced with the reality, they had little faith in Suchun. After all, these ogres were indeed powerful enough to induce despair. Suchun was not surprised by Xia Lingyun's suggestion. He had concealed his trump cards far too deeply. With a light chuckle, he replied, "I am not a foolish person who exerts full effort to catch a rabbit. I had not intended to use this move. However, now that we have reached this juncture, we must resort to it." With that, he seized the blood eye and swiftly established 2 summoning arrays. Summoned the dragon-hunting archers. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light flickered within the awakening array. Towering humanoid beings, standing 3 meters tall, clad in golden armor and wielding massive bows, emerged from the awakening array. At first glance, they appeared to be merely upgraded versions of the fallen dragon-hunting archers encountered by Suchun and his companions within the decayed castle, with only slightly increased stature and different gear. Yet, when Xia Lingyun employed a detection spell to examine the attributes of these archers, she was left astounded. Monster, dragon-hunting archer, beast hunter. Grade, black iron. Level, 20. Health, 5,000,000. Magic, 3,000,000. Strength, 20,000. Vitality, 8,000. Agility, 5,000. Mentality, 8,000. Skills, lethal strike, charged shot, eagle vision, beast hunting crossbow platform. 20,000. Xia Lingyun gasped. Luo Xiaoyu, bewildered, turned to her and inquired, "What do you mean, 20,000? Xia Lingyun pointed at one of the dragon-hunting archers, her mouth agape. After taking several deep breaths to compose herself, she finally spoke with a tone of sheer astonishment. These creatures possess 20,000 points of strength. Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed, hurriedly scanning the attributes of the dragon-hunting archers as well. Soon, both women bore identical expressions of shock. They had previously thought that a second-tier skeleton warrior, with just over 1,000 attributes, was already exceedingly abnormal. Su Chun, however, made them realize that a little over 1,000 was the limit for the skeleton warrior race, but not for the beings he summoned. Gazing at the 18 beast hunters, Su Chun felt a surge of power. Majestic, fierce, dominant. An overwhelming sense of security enveloped him. With a mere flick of his finger, he bestowed enhancements upon these beast hunters. Under the effects of rage boost, their attributes tripled once more. Just in terms of raw numbers, the beast hunters utterly dwarfed the ogres. With no reservations, Su Chun signaled them to commence their assault. In an instant, the command was issued. The beast hunters aligned themselves, conjuring arrows that spanned 2 meters in length and were as thick as an adult's arm. Draw full string. The ogres, drawn by the aura of the beast hunters, charged forward, swinging their massive bone clubs towards Su Chun and his companions. The next moment, a thunderous twang resounded like an explosion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground as it swiftly claimed the lives of the ogres. Ding! You have slain a LV-35 ordinary monster. Ogre, and gained 350,000 experience. Ogre Saliva X5, Large Bone Club, Equipment. Ding! You have slain. A brutal massacre unfolded before them. Chapter 56. Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed in sheer delight. Whoosh! The 2-meter-long giant arrows shot forth from the darkness. The advancing ogres had no time to evade. The arrows struck them from above, sending their massive bodies flying backward, impaling them against a thick stone pillar. A colossal damage number materialized above the ogre's head, 124,000. Instant kill. Each arrow was a guaranteed execution. After the first volley, the small tribe was entirely eradicated. The two women beside Su Chun had maintained a dazed expression since the moment the beast hunters were summoned. Su Chun chuckled, still doubting me? Would you like to step outside and conduct some research? Xia Lingyun snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted. It's not like I would question you if I had known about your formidable strength earlier. If I were aware you possess such power, how could I doubt you? It's all your fault. Su Chun shrugged. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Weren't there no suitable opponents before? Luo Xiaoyu interjected. All right, let's move quickly. The sooner we clear the dungeon, the more times we can come back. The experience from these monsters is substantial, laying the groundwork for our third-tier levels. However, Su Chun shook his head. No need to rush. Just wait a moment. He then turned his gaze to the 18 beast hunters and issued further commands. Upon receiving the orders, the beast hunters raised their left hands, suddenly condensing radiant orbs of light in their palms. Moments later, majestic eagles made of golden light flapped their wings and soared in all directions. The terrain of this dungeon was overwhelmingly vast. Although it was merely a cavern, it felt akin to entering an underground world. The monsters could be lurking anywhere, making them exceedingly troublesome to locate. Thus, Su Chun commanded the beast hunters to employ their skill, Eagle Vision. This ability allowed them to scout a radius of 10,000 meters with the vision of the magical eagle. Soon, a wealth of environmental information surged back into the minds of the beast hunters. Through their consciousness, it was transmitted to Su Chun. After organizing the data, he was astonished to discover that the 10,000-meter range of the eagle's vision did not encompass the full breadth of the cavern. There were vast unknown areas yet to be explored. Even without fully mapping out the cavern, the eagle vision had already revealed 18 small ogre tribes, none of which contained elite monsters or leaders. This indicated that they were hidden deeper within the cavern. It was quite absurd for this dungeon. Unable to contain his thoughts, Su Chun remarked, this abyss-held difficulty dungeon appears daunting, yet it is truly not as simple as it seems. Just one ogre tribe is enough to exhaust the full strength of an average level 40 team. And yet, there are 18 such tribes? Furthermore, this is only the known area we've explored. Su Chun was skeptical whether anyone had ever cleared a dungeon of such difficulty. Even if someone had, they likely did so at levels 80 or 90. After some contemplation, Su Chun once again summoned the dragon-hunting archers, establishing 9 summoning arrays. As they encircled the area, a total of 99 beast hunters stood ready, causing both women to feel a twinge of uncertainty as they instinctively gravitated closer to Su Chun. What is happening? Is a formidable enemy approaching? Xia Lingyun asked hastily. Su Chun shook his head. No? Then why summon so many monsters? You'll frighten someone to death. Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed. Exasperated, Su Chun briefly relayed the information he had detected to them, explaining, the distribution of these 18 tribes is far too scattered. If we were to hunt them one by one, the time spent on the journey alone would be incalculable, resulting in inefficiency. The two women blinked, looking perplexed. Luo Xiaoyu asked, so what is the point of summoning monsters here? Is it possible for your summoned creatures to eliminate all the ogres in each tribe from such a distance? Su Chun reached out to pat her head, but she dodged. He laughed heartily. Very clever. Allow me to show you what efficiency truly means. With that, he turned around and directed the beast hunters. The ordinary dragon hunting archer's skill. Charged shot. allowed them to draw their bows, enhancing the power and range of their arrows. However, their charging was limited to 2 or 3 times. Yet, Su Chen's dragon-hunting archers had undergone 9 transformations through the SSS talent skill, resulting in not only a 100-fold increase in attributes, but also a monumental evolution in their skills. Su Chen had noted that there was no mention of a limit in the introduction of charged shot. The longer the charge, the greater the shooting range. Of course, this did not imply that there were no limits at all. However, that limit was undoubtedly challenging to reach. After inputting the locations of the ogres within the 18 tribes into the minds of the beast hunters and assigning them their hunting targets, Su Chen stepped back, ready to witness the unfolding chaos. The colossal beast hunters raised their longbows, first bestowing upon themselves a lethal enhancement. Then, they charged for a powerful shot. Charge for a powerful shot. Charge for a powerful shot. The strings of their golden bows were drawn back slowly, the process excruciatingly gradual. Yet, this drawn-out endeavor caused the veins in the hunter's arms to bulge ominously, as if they might burst at any moment. 10 minutes later, bang! With the first sound of the string snapping echoing through the air, a cacophony followed. The second, third, fourth, and fifth shots reverberating thunderously. Countless arrows flew forth, targeting the scattered ogre tribes for a distance assault. Within one particular ogre tribe, the ogres lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Suddenly, they awoke with a jolt, as if sensing the impending doom, a murderous intent. Yet, as they surveyed their surroundings, all was quiet, with no sign of an enemy. They glanced about, dismissing it as an illusion. Some ogres returned to their slumber, gazing upward with foggy minds. Yet, as they blinked, they seemed to witness something descending from the heavens. How could that be? There was no sky within the cave. Just as the ogres pondered this, their eyes widened in realization. No, something was indeed falling. But it was too late. Thick arrows rained down from above. Swish, swish, swish. In merely 10 seconds, 97 ogres from various tribes had their heads pierced and exploded. Blood flowed like a river. The remaining 2, quick to evade, were struck through the chest and met their demise. The remaining ogres were engulfed by terror. Their companions had been slaughtered before their eyes, yet they could not discern the location of their assailant. They all rose, readying themselves for defense, but gazed into the emptiness around them. Their clear, innocent eyes resembled those of college students. A perfect hit rate brought a satisfied smile to Su Chen's face. However, one wave of attack was insufficient to eradicate all the ogres. Su Chen commanded them to continue. Yet, such strikes came at a cost. First and foremost, they could only reap experience and points for Great Xia. As for loot, one would need to traverse the map to collect it, and it wasn't particularly valuable. Thus, it seemed unnecessary. Su Chen turned to the 2 women, noticing their expressions had turned dazed once more. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Xia Lingyun and Luo Xiaoyu gaped, their mouths agape, filled with 1,000 words yet unsure what to say. They understood Su Chen was immensely powerful, even bordering on the extraordinary. His prowess was far beyond that of a mere second-tier professional who had awakened just a month prior. But this was simply outrageous. Striking monsters from a distance with arrows? Truly, he was a talent. Such an unprecedented occurrence was unlikely to be replicated by anyone else in the future. You are truly exceptional, Luo Xiaoyu finally exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Su Chen shrugged and smiled. Just say how delightful it is. Luo Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. How could one not revel in the experience and points gained while standing still? It was simply exhilarating. Chapter 57. Unveiling the Intermediate Skill Advancement Scroll. After another round of simultaneous fire from the colossal beast hunters, 18 ogre tribes were completely erased from the map. The team continued forward, with the hunters forging ahead, utilizing the Eagle's vision to continually scout the map. Meanwhile, Su Chen and the 2 women leisurely followed behind. Unfortunately, despite the cave's vastness, there was little to behold in terms of scenery. The ground was littered with remnants of food and excrement left by the ogres, an utterly nauseating sight. Without needing to be prompted by the 2 women, even Su Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed by the stench. He bestowed the skill of wind riding upon the colossal beast hunters, accelerating their pace further. Half an hour later, having traversed 7 or 8 kilometers, the Eagle's vision relayed new information once more. 5 additional ogre tribes had appeared in the vicinity. Among them was a particularly unique ogre, towering at a height of 3 meters, 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary ogre. Unlike others who were merely wrapped in coarse animal hides, it donned a full set of silver-gray metal armor that encased its entire form, even its face hidden behind a menacing metal mask. Its demeanor was unlike the other ogres, who lay carelessly on the ground. Instead, it sat cross-legged upon a fur blanket, a 2-meter-long hand axe resting beside it. It was either a leader or an elite. Su Chen deduced, realizing that the quest to conquer the ogre lair required the death of the ogre chieftain. Thus far, he had only encountered ordinary ogres. But this one was different. Even if it wasn't he the king, slaying it might yield valuable information about the king's whereabouts. Su Chen issued orders for the colossal beast hunters to clear out the remaining ogres before approaching the location of the unique ogre. Before long, they closed the distance to the unique ogre, entering the detection range of the Blood Eye skill. Suchin activated his ability. The one-eyed creature with small wings flitted towards the unique ogre. The deaths of the other ogres triggered the unique ogre's wrath. Grasping its axe, it glared furiously, scanning for enemies, yet found none. This only incited its fury further. Through the Blood Eye, Suchin cast a true sight spell onto it. Monster, Ogre Chieftain's Guardian. Rank, Elite. Level, 36. Health, 300, 000 300, 000. Magic, 1, 501, 500. Strength, 20, 000. Constitution, 35, 000. Agility, 12, 000. Mentality, 4, 000. Skills, Frenzied Strike. Devour Flesh, Thick Skin Armor. Description, a guardian warrior dispatched by the chieftain of the Great Ogre tribe to monitor the smaller tribes. It conceals a map leading back to the great tribe within its being. Indeed, Suchin's eyes sparkled with hope as he finally glimpsed the possibility of success. Without hesitation, he commanded nearly 100 colossal beast hunters to lock onto the Ogre Chieftain's Guardian. The overwhelming malice directed at it only heightened its agitation. It sensed the murderous intent of its unseen foes, yet was oblivious to their location, which left it exceedingly uneasy. In its fury, it did not neglect to activate its thick skin armor skill. The robust armor expanded outward, as if the corpulent form within were swelling once more. However, upon using the skill, the increase in health and constitution did little to assuage its anxiety. In fact, as time passed, its unease only grew. Finally, a flurry of piercing sounds filled the air, the arrows that had claimed the lives of its kin once again descending. It roared at the arrows, raising its massive axe to cleave through 3 of them, yet was ultimately pierced by the remaining 96, transforming its body into a pincushion. Ding! You have slain an LV-36 elite monster, Ogre Chieftain's Guardian. You have gained 720,000 experience, 360 points for Great Xia. Hearing the system notification, Suchin led the team towards the tribe. Before long, they stood before the corpse of the Guardian, its body riddled with arrows. The 2 women's expressions turned grim. Unable to look at the sight. How tragic! Xia Lingyun couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't that she was overly sentimental. It was simply that on this elite monster, one could only salvage a meager amount of flesh amidst the abundance of arrows. If not for the outlines of the armor providing some semblance of structure, they might have only seen a pile of mangled meat. Suchin, however, was indifferent to its fate. Approaching the glowing orb of loot, he extended his hand. Soon, a map made of animal hide appeared in his grasp. Item, Ogre Lair Map. Introduction, a complete map marking all tribes within the Ogre Lair. Such was the revelation. Suchin's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed upon the map. It was adorned with an abundance of skull icons, densely packed, upon a cursory count. There were indeed over 100. Notably, in the northwest direction, there was a larger skull, crowned, indicating the location of the Ogre Chieftain's tribe. After comparing the entrance's location with the tribes they had encountered, Suchin confirmed their current position and the direction they needed to proceed. He folded the map and prepared to set off once more. However, before departing, he cast a glance at the luminous orb of fallen items on the ground. The orb remained intact, suggesting that there were still treasures to be had, albeit likely of little worth. Yet, adhering to the philosophy of making the most of his visit, he reached out once more. Ogre Guard Breastplate, quality, superior. Rubbish. Ogre Guard Boots, quality, superior. Rubbish. Beginner Skill Advancement Scroll. What is this? Suchin abruptly halted his actions, staring at the beast hide scroll in his hand. Item, Beginner Skill Advancement Scroll. Description, applicable for first and second tier skills. With a chance to enhance the skill's grade, the success rate for first tier skill advancement is 5, and for second tier skills, it is 0. 1. Upon reading the item's description, Suchin's breathing quickened. Elevating the grade of first and second tier skills may hold little value for others, perhaps merely transforming their potency from 1 to 2, peaking at 4 or 5. Yet, Suchin was different. When a skill is elevated by 1 grade, experience resets, reverting to level 1. However, the skill's effects do not diminish. Rather, they are enhanced due to the grade elevation. He could then level the skill to its maximum and trigger the talent for skill evolution 9 times. Such a treasure exists in this world. Suchin's expression glimmered with excitement as he murmured to himself. As for the low advancement probability, what significance does that hold? The probability of enhancing a beginner's equipment scroll for epic gear is any higher? Did it not allow him to forcefully elevate the Blood Eye to level 10? The loot obtainable from dungeons suggests that the trading post at the outpost should possess a wealth of reserves. With his 1-second kill plugin, could he possibly fear the cost? Calming himself, Suchin opened his attribute panel to examine his 3 first-tier skills. He selected the Summon Goblin skill and employed the advancement scroll. As the scroll erupted in luminescence, growing ever more intense, it suddenly collapsed 3 seconds later, dissipating as it was consumed by flames. Unsurprisingly, it was a failure. However, Suchin remained unfazed. Rising to his feet, he addressed the 2 women, who were gleefully scavenging the remains of other corpses. Let us depart. There is no need to collect this. Refuse. The two women were taken aback. Refuse? They glanced at the equipment in their hands. Though of ordinary quality, the attributes conferred by the abyssal creature's drops were substantial. If brought back to Blue Star or sold at the outpost, they could fetch a considerable sum. While neither of them lacked for coin, they both relished the thrill of collecting loot. Nevertheless, since Su Chun had spoken, they ceased their gathering, and the three, under the protection of the beast hunters, set their sights on the ogre's grand tribe. Chapter 58. The four-tiered leader, the Ogre Chieftain, with the map in hand. Their objectives were clear, and the team's pace quickened. Although they encountered and vanquished two more tribes accompanied by chieftain guards along the way, yielding 2 beginner skill advancement scrolls and a collection of detritus, they were delayed only slightly. After 2 hours of rapid progress, Su Chun and his companions finally arrived at the vicinity of the ogre's grand tribe. The party halted 2 kilometers away. Su Chun continued to utilize the blood eye to soar into the heart of the tribe. This tribe was indeed distinct. The surrounding wooden palisades were replaced by towering stone walls reaching 7 to 8 meters in height. Within the tribe, stone houses and large tents dotted the landscape. The ogres numbered over 100, clad in finely crafted leather garments. Aside from a few patrolling ogres, the remainder lay peacefully asleep in their beds. At the very center of the tribe, within a colossal tent, Su Chun beheld the dungeon's leader. It was a towering ogre giant, standing a staggering 20 meters tall, adorned in a complete set of red copper armor and crowned. It reclined upon a throne crafted from massive beast bones, its head lowered in tranquil slumber. 2 10-meter-long spears leaned against either side of the throne. Monster, Ogre Chieftain. Grade, Bronze Leader. Level, LV 40. Health, 1, 350, 0001, 350, 000. Mana, 250, 000, 250, 000. Strength, 100, 000. Constitution, 150, 000. Agility, 80, 000. Spirit, 80, 000. Skills, Devour Flesh, Mighty Strike, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Corrupted Flesh. For tiers, 1,350,000 health, and 150,000 constitution. Su Chen's expression shifted subtly. This creature would not be easy to slay. Even with the fury-enhanced might of the beast hunters, their strength only reached 60,000. Utilizing skills like Lethal Strike and Charge Shot would barely breach its defenses, assuming it refrained from using defensive abilities. Yet, all hope was not lost. An idea struck Su Chun. The beast hunters possessed, in addition to the eagle eye, a skill that the dragon hunters did not. Beast Hunting Crossbow Platform. Beast Hunting Crossbow Platform constructs a massive crossbow tower for slaying colossal beasts. Movement is halted during construction. With a 200 increase in strength and attack speed, and arrows possessing a 10 armor penetration effect. With this thought in mind, he commanded one of the beast hunters to utilize the skill. Upon receiving the order, that beast hunter's longbow erupted, manifesting a cascade of golden light. The light swiftly coalesced, forming a massive crossbow perched upon a 2-meter-high platform. The crossbow itself extended 3 meters, with arrows exceeding its length by an additional meter. Su Chun directed the beast hunter to fire at the open ground. Effortlessly, it maneuvered the crossbow, adjusted its aim towards Su Chen's indicated direction, and pulled the trigger. The moment the first arrow was released, the second arrow was already being formed, launching forth in rapid succession, averaging 4 to 5 arrows per second, each capable of unleashing damage equivalent to 200 strength attributes. Furthermore, it was augmented by the 200 strength boost from Lethal Strike, along with the Fury effect. After careful consideration, Su Chun felt confident in their chances of victory. He employed the blood eye to survey the surroundings. Soon, he discovered a vantage point with ease. However, this location was relatively close to the tribe, allowing for a clear view of the happenings within. Simultaneously, once combat commenced, the ogres within the tribe would undoubtedly detect their presence. Su Chun was unperturbed by this, as they occupied the high ground, with the crossbow's rate of fire and damage. Ordinary ogres would not be able to ascend. Even the chieftain's guards would likely struggle. Moreover, if all else failed, he could summon additional skeleton warriors. Even if they couldn't breach defenses, they could serve as a hindrance. After devising his plan, Su Chun summoned nearly 400 beast hunters. He stationed 300 of them at the vantage point to construct the crossbow platform, while the remainder took cover behind the high ground, entering a charged shot state. Time passed incrementally. The beast hunters, charging their bows, had drawn their strings taut, their veins visibly bulging, as if they might burst at any moment. Su Chun closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. When he felt it was time, his eyes abruptly flew open. Fire! In an instant, a volley of over 100 massive arrows surged forth. The rain of arrows was not densely packed, yet it was deadly. Long before they were targeted, numerous ogres had awoken from their slumber. They emerged from their homes and tents, restlessly roaring and bellowing in the streets. Even the dozen or so chieftain guards were flustered, encircling the central tent in a state of chaos. Yet, the ogre chieftain remained in slumber, undisturbed, until, With a resounding thud, the first colossal arrow, aimed directly at it, shot down from the apex of the grand tent. Suddenly, it lifted its head, its deep slumber abruptly interrupted. With a swift motion, it raised its arm and grasped the enormous arrow that was hurtling toward its eye. A slight exertion of strength shattered the arrow into fragments. The chieftain slowly rose to its feet, a terrifying gust of wind causing the entire tent to tremble. It did not roar, its gaze remained calm, exuding an aura of tranquility that was characteristic of a true warrior. Seizing two short spears from beside its throne, the ogre chieftain stepped outside. By this time, several ogres had already been struck, their heads exploding from the impact. From a tribe of over 100, only a scant few of the chieftain's guards remained alive. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of anger finally crossed the chieftain's face. Letting out a ferocious roar, it echoed throughout the cavern, causing the very ground to quake. Emerging from its lair, Su Chun beheld the immense figure of the chieftain within the tribe and broke into a grin. With a flourish, he unleashed a wind-powered spell. Augmenting his fury, after tripling the attack speed of the crossbow platforms, he commanded, "Fire." The sound of clashing gears erupted. Over 300 crossbow platforms sprang to life, adjusting their aim toward the towering ogre chieftain, which stood at an imposing 20 meters. A rain of arrows, exponentially denser than before, rained down upon the chieftain. In the face of this barrage, the ogre chieftain advanced rather than retreating, positioning itself before a few remaining guards, raising its arms to shield its face. It endured the onslaught of arrows with its formidable body. The crimson bronze armor it wore shimmered faintly, enhancing its already formidable defenses. Thud, thud. The arrows struck its body but failed to pierce its armor. However, the chieftain's health bar visibly diminished at an alarming rate. It was surprising to see the chieftain, so loyal and principled, standing before its guards. Su Chun, hands on his hips, observed this spectacle with a grin, remarking, "At this rate, it won't last 2 minutes before succumbing." No sooner had he spoken than the ogre chieftain, whose health had dropped by 1/6, suddenly pivoted. It seized one of its guards and bit off its head, chewing through flesh and armor with brutal efficiency. In mere moments, it devoured the guard as if it were a piece of fruit, and, with each bite, its health was restored to full. The relentless barrage of arrows could not outpace the speed of its recovery. What in the world? This gruesome scene left Su Chun and his companions aghast. It was their first time witnessing a leader consume its own subordinates for sustenance. Truly a beast of a creature. Suddenly, Xia Lingyun exclaimed in panic, "It has spotted us." Su Chun focused intently, and, indeed, the ogre chieftain was fixated on their location, seemingly making a judgment. In the next instant, it opened its mouth and spewed forth a mass of mangled flesh, hurling it high into the air. The grotesque projectile arced through the sky, landing below Su Chun and his companion's vantage point. Upon impact, the mass exploded, releasing a cloud of blood mist. However, the mist quickly dissipated. Mist. Su Chun felt a surge of relief, but it was short-lived. Ding. You are being eroded by the aura of corruption, causing a loss of 1 health per second, reducing all attributes by 5, and decreasing speed by 20. Please evacuate immediately. Chapter 59. Luo Xiaoyu desires to unleash herself. The aura of corruption spread through the group, affecting not only the 3 practitioners, but also a significant number of beast hunters who were swiftly losing health. Su Chun recalled the skill, Divine Sanctuary, bestowed upon him by the old warrior Mu when he first entered the abyss. To this day, he had yet to utilize it, yet he deemed it a divine skill. Historically, whether in personal conflicts or national wars, 3 elements have always been paramount: timing, terrain, and harmony among people. Skills like Divine Sanctuary, which provide extensive buffs, directly affect the terrain. Imagine if a challenger in the abyss could withstand a 50 reduction in all attributes while fighting the abyssal monsters, and upon dispelling their negative effects, gain additional positive enhancements. The power they could unleash would be truly terrifying. As Su Chun raised his staff, Blood Eye, intending to summon goblins for sacrifice, suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air from the direction of the tribe. He looked up to see a 10-meter-long giant spear soaring through the air, accompanied by a terrifying storm. With a thunderous crash, it plunged into the ranks of the beast hunters. Boom! The storm expanded, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that swept across the entire camp. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the vision of Su Chun and his companions. Cough, cough. Su, are you all right? Su Chun had been standing right in the midst of the camp, and the spear's landing point was perilously close to him. Xia Lingyun called out in concern, stepping forward as if to rush into the dust cloud. At that moment, a figure materialized beside her and pulled her back. Su Chen's expression darkened. With the unity of the sovereign and the people, he was unharmed. However, a quarter of the beast hunters he summoned had been decimated by that spear. Moreover, it seemed that the spear, drawn by some force, was returning. Su Chun watched as it flew steadily back into the hands of the ogre chieftain, deepening the furrow of his brow. While summoning the beast hunters required little effort, the limited space at this high point made it challenging to set up the hunting crossbow platforms. With the ogre chieftain possessing the means to attack them and the ability to feast upon its kind for recovery, Prolonging the confrontation was not a viable strategy. Suchen rapidly contemplated a solution. The only apparent course of action was to personally engage, drawing the chieftain's ire and allowing the beast hunters to attack without pressure. Yet, an urgent issue remained. The aura of corruption was unresolved. Suchen felt a headache coming on. Though his summoning speed was swift, gathering 1,000 sacrifices would take time. If the Ogre Chieftain hurled another spear in the meantime, even the beast hunters would struggle to withstand it, and any other summoned beings would face even greater difficulty. It would be a futile endeavor. His health continued to decline at a rate of 1 per second. Challenges mounted, though the journey thus far had been smooth and effortless. Confronting the leader revealed the harsh reality. This hellish abyssal dungeon was far from easy. Just as the Ogre Chieftain lifted its colossal spear again, poised to launch another attack, Suchen heard Luo Xiaoyu's soft incantation. Blessing of purity, light of protection, blessing of purity, shining forth. He turned to see Luo Xiaoyu's petite form radiating with holy light. A pair of wings sprouted from her back as she gently floated into the air. The luminous aura enveloped Suchen, Xiaolingyun, and the beast hunters in the camp. Her skill instantaneously suppressed the aura of corruption, halting the decline of their health. At that moment, Xiaolingyun seemed to recall something. Stepping forward to join her in levitating above, endless storm and snow. A tempest of wind and snow cascaded down, forming a wall of snow that obscured the Ogre Chieftain's line of sight. Simultaneously, the two women retrieved numerous mana recovery potions, consuming them to maintain their skill status. Witnessing this scene, Suchen was momentarily speechless, never having anticipated their capabilities. He chuckled, realizing he had underestimated the two of them. With the aura of corruption now addressed, the tide of battle began to shift. Xiaolingyun once again veiled the sight of the Ogre Chieftain with a curtain of snow. Suchen had already heard the leader's furious roar. He lifted his blood-red eyes and activated his teleportation, arriving within the ogre tribe. His sudden appearance drew the chieftain's wrath. The chieftain halted his rush towards the high ground and turned, thrusting his spear heavily towards Suchen's chest. Suchen did not flinch or evade, absorbing the blow and staggering backward for several meters. Yet, upon inspection, he remained unscathed. His health bar showed no signs of depletion. He calmly remarked, "Is that all?" The snow curtain was two-way. The chieftain could not see, and neither could the beast hunters. In the state of the crossbow platform, they were unable to employ the eagle's view for positioning. However, at that moment, Suchen became the eyes of the beast hunters, transmitting the chieftain's coordinates into their minds. Moments later, within the snowy veil, countless massive crossbow bolts erupted, forming a dense rain of arrows directed at the chieftain. The Ogre Chieftain's restoration effect faded, its health visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. Ignoring Suchen, who had teleported before him, it charged towards its nearest guards. The guards, masked and expressionless, trembled in fear, their armor shaking like leaves in the wind. Suchen smirked, "I will not let you have your way." With that, he raised his blood-red eyes and, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, set up a dozen summoning arrays. From these emerged around 100 goblin high priests, who collectively activated the skill Earth Split beneath the Ogre Chieftain's feet. The damage was insufficient to breach its defenses, but the tremors created by the skill rendered the chieftain unable to maintain its footing, let alone advance. It plunged its dual spears into the ground for stability. However, this action left it stationary, making it a prime target for the beast hunters. The rain of arrows struck it without fail, not a single shot wasted. Suchen observed the rapid decline of the chieftain's health bar above its head, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he believed the conquest of the ogre's lair was nearing completion, an unexpected change occurred. The Ogre Chieftain's expression darkened with fury as it abruptly gazed in the direction of the incoming arrows. While the snow curtain obscured its view of the high ground, the area above the snow was relatively thin. Two figures, one radiating golden light and the other emanating icy blue, became strikingly clear. With its health reduced to 15, the chieftain unleashed a deathly roar of anger. It suddenly drew a spear, its muscles bulging as it hurled it with all its might towards the icy blue figure. In swift succession, it drew another spear and cast it at the golden figure. The two spears flew through the air, propelled by tremendous force, the wind swirling around them like white wisps. They spun rapidly, resembling two rockets. Above, Xiaolingyun and Luo Xiaoyu witnessed this scene with alarm, their bodies trembling slightly. The sight of the two spears hurtling towards them instilled a sense of impending doom. If struck, survival was impossible. However, Xiaolingyun maintained her composure, for she trusted that Suchen would come to her rescue. Indeed, just as the spears were 2 meters away, with the gust from the spearheads whipping her hair, a strong arm enveloped her in a familiar embrace. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she beheld the figure beside Xiaolingyun. A wave of desolation surged within her, and tears welled in her eyes. Was she destined to always be the one left behind? So be it. In despair, Luo Xiaoyu shut her eyes. The wind from the spearheads stung her cheeks painfully, and she felt as if the spear would pierce her at any moment. In the next instant, the storm abruptly ceased, and all discomfort vanished. She was held tightly, a surge of warmth enveloping her. At that moment, It felt as though a wall had risen high before her, shielding her from the storm. A loud crash echoed from behind the wall. Feeling the impact, Luo Xiaoyu instinctively opened her eyes to meet Su Chen's calm and composed visage. He glanced down at her and chuckled. What? Did you get scared enough to cry? You don't believe in me? Luo Xiaoyu's mouth fell open, her expression a tumult of joy, sorrow, shock, and horror, all intertwined. The usually composed and pessimistic girl suddenly felt no urge to restrain herself, bursting into tears. Chapter 60. Can you truly clear hell difficulty? Ding. You have slain a LV40 brass leader Ogre Chieftain, earning 2,000,000 experience, 4,000 great Xia points. The Ogre Chieftain fell silently. Su Chun collected the chieftain's drops, a trio of exquisite pieces of equipment, including a skill book for a 4th-tier knight, bronze skin, iron bones. While the skill book held some value, the rest were mere trifles. However, upon completing this dungeon raid, Su Chun, the primary damage dealer, had amassed over 5,000 great Xia points, while Luo Xiaoyu and Xia Lingyun each gained 2 to 3,000 points. This was not merely a high score. Great Xia points could be exchanged for supplies at the outpost and within the academic institutions they entered. Before setting off, Su Chun had heard from Yang Gang that the best score achieved by past candidates was 845 points, with both odd and even numbers. His score had undoubtedly secured him the title of national champion. Su Chun declared, "Let us proceed. It seems there are no valuable items left in this dungeon." The two women nodded in agreement. Su Chun teleported them into the heart of the ogre's vast tribe. The exit portal was located within the chieftain's grand tent. As the three stepped inside, a brilliant light flickered. Just as they exited the dungeon, they all heard the alert from the apocalypse system. Ding. Congratulations on completing the Hell difficulty Ogre Lair raid, earning the title, Ogre Slayer. Ogre Slayer. Displaying this title increases health by 5,000 points, recovers 0.15 health per second, and enhances damage dealt to ogres by 20. Before the dungeon's light gate, Su Chun and his companions had remained within for several hours. As time passed, they noticed that the light gate remained surrounded only by Yi Longyin and her 3 companions. Upon seeing the light gate flicker, they hurried over. Observing Su Chun and the others emerging unscathed from the portal, Yi Longyin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, you're all right. That was truly nerve-wracking. Yi Fengwu clapped her hands in delight. Mu Nishang approached Xia Lingyun, pulling her aside to examine her closely before exhaling in relief. She quietly inquired about Xia Lingyun's experiences within the dungeon. After entering, Su Chun had informed Xia Lingyun and Luo Xiaoyu of the identities of the 4 individuals. Moreover, throughout their journey to the light gate, Xia Lingyun had received considerable guidance from Mu Nishang. Xia Lingyun, with a respectful demeanor, succinctly summarized, there was some danger, but overall, it was rather easy. As these words left her lips, not only Mu Nishang was taken aback, the other 3 also looked at her with bewilderment. Rather easy? Was she speaking the language of Great Xia? Each word was familiar, yet combined, it felt utterly incomprehensible. Was she referring to the Hell difficulty Ogre Lair dungeon? Surely. She was not contrasting it with the low-level dungeons of Blue Star. Mu Nishang regarded Xia Lingyun with an odd expression, opening her mouth to suggest that it was unnecessary to glorify Su Chen's recklessness. Even if he was her boyfriend, he must be held accountable for his foolish decisions. Failing to learn from defeat and not reflecting on one's mistakes was truly detrimental. Yi Longyin's expression darkened as she glared at Su Chun. You reckless fool. How could you choose Hell difficulty without any experience? You were fortunate this time, merely encountering minor monsters before exiting the dungeon. Do you understand the implications? Once engaged in the boss battle, there is no possibility of exiting the instance. Only 2 outcomes await, success or demise. Su Chun, wearing a puzzled expression, remarked. Is it true that once I enter the boss battle, I cannot exit the instance? I truly had no idea. Indeed, he was oblivious to this fact. Since becoming a professional, every adversary that stood before him met with a fatal end. Even in the direst of circumstances, Su Chun never considered retreating. This was not recklessness or arrogance, but rather a profound confidence in his own abilities. In fact, even when the 2 women had yet to make their move and the situation seemed most perilous, Su Chun still had trump cards at his disposal. The vampire progenitor, Angelina, from his pet panel, had been poised for action all along. Although she was merely at level 20 with average attributes barely reaching 7,000. She had once stood at the pinnacle of power, even in the depths of the abyss. For Angelina, being in the abyss felt akin to returning home. The powers she could wield were far more complex than what her attributes suggested. If she were to falter, he still possessed the gift of the Bone King. The prowess of a divine strike needs no elaboration, and he could summon it 3 times. With an abundance of trump cards, he had more than enough to spare. Yi Longyin adopted a serious tone, hoping to impart wisdom to Su Chun, urging him to learn from this setback and temper his overweening pride for the future. Within the ogre's lair, even the minions bore health points in the tens of thousands and attributes in the thousands. As for the final boss, the Ogre Chieftain, it boasted a staggering health pool of 1 million and attributes exceeding 100,000. Is this something you can contend with? You simply lack the necessary attributes. He admonished. Do not resent my words. It is a stroke of fortune that you can exit the instance at all. Otherwise, when you finally encounter the boss, you will truly comprehend despair. Su-chun listened silently, allowing Yi Longyin to finish his discourse. Once he had concluded, Su-chun replied, I understand, but brother Yi, I have acquired a treasure within the instance. Could you assist me in appraising its significance? With that, he donned the newly acquired title of Ogre Slayer. Yi Longyin glanced at the title floating above Su-chun's head, dismissively stating, what treasure? It is merely a title. You could easily obtain it by clearing a hellish difficulty abyss instance. The crux of the matter is that you must learn your lesson. As he concluded, the gravity of his words weighed heavily, each syllable articulated with care. Yet, suddenly, Yi Longyin's mouth gaped open in astonishment as he beheld the title above Su-chun's head. For practitioners of their level, such a title was hardly a treasure. The attribute enhancements were minimal, serving only as proof of their capability to conquer a hellish difficulty abyss instance. Since there were no level restrictions on abyss instances, one could easily find a previously explored lower-level instance to farm for a similar title. However, the title now graced Su-chun's head, and not just his. The two women also displayed their titles, both at level 20 and yet to undergo their third-class advancement. The four top-tier mentors from prestigious academies, including Yi Longyin, found themselves utterly speechless. After a prolonged silence, Yi Longyin's voice trembled as he exclaimed, You didn't just challenge the hell difficulty. You actually cleared it. Chapter 61. My profession is summoner. In instances where monster levels are equivalent, clearing a standard instance on Blue Star is rated as a difficulty of 1, while conquering an instance within the abyss is rated at a difficulty of 10, even when both are of the simplest variety. As for the hell difficulty, the challenge doubles. No team of fewer than 12, all equipped with rare quality gear and boasting an average level 2 tiers above the monsters, would dare to enter a hell level instance. Surviving such an endeavor would be a matter of sheer luck. Yet, it was precisely under these circumstances that Su-chun and his companions achieved victory. The title Ogre Slayer does not deceive. It is a testament earned only by clearing a hell difficulty abyss instance. Furthermore, they bore no grievous wounds, appearing as if they had merely strolled through their own backyard garden. Yi Longyin and his colleagues stood in a state of bewilderment. They had originally believed they had encountered 3 individuals with great potential, intending to observe them further, only to discover that they were, in fact, 3 prodigies. Not just the 4 of them, but countless others across the Great Xia who were monitoring the examination were now in an uproar. While the third round of assessments lacked a combat perspective, every candidate's score in the Great Xia would be displayed on a leaderboard. Apart from those currently taking the examination, everyone could view the scores through the Oracle system. Su-chun and his companions initially led by a wide margin, while other candidates were still languishing with 0 points. They shattered the previous record for the highest score. Now, they widened the gap with a staggering score in the thousands, leaving the 4th and 5th candidates far behind. The current state of the examination was as follows. Su-chun stood alone at the top, followed by a tier below were Xia Lingyun and Luo Xiaoyu. And then a vast chasm of scores before the others appeared. At first, some had expressed dissatisfaction, claiming that Su-chun and his companions must have cheated to achieve such high scores. Yet, that argument had since faded into silence. A few hundred points might suggest foul play, but a difference of several thousand points was beyond imagination. How could one possibly cheat to attain such a feat? Seeing Yi Longyin dumbfoundedly gazing at the title above his head, Su-chun smiled and decided not to tease him further. Brother Yi, is there something amiss with my title? Yi Longyin opened his mouth to respond. What issue could there possibly be? You have already displayed the title. What more can I say? Internally, he chided himself for having lectured on the perils of the ogre's lair, only to find that they had cleared the hell difficulty. What more was there to discuss? Reflecting on his earlier comments, Yi Longyin wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. You truly are extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yi Fengwu appeared remarkably composed. She grasped Luo Xiaoyu's hand and said, Little sister, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. I am. Just as she was about to reveal her identity, a series of piercing alarms echoed from outside the cave. The expressions of Yi Longyin and the others shifted dramatically as they gazed outward in disbelief. Su-chun sensed something was amiss and quickly inquired, What is happening? Your faces. With a grim expression, Yi Longyin raked his fingers through his hair, saying, That is the alarm from the outpost. It only sounds when a demon tide is about to erupt. Yet, according to projections, we are still far from the next wave. Moreover, the first layer of the abyss has been sealed off as an examination venue. No one can enter or exit. How could a demon tide breach the first layer of the abyss? Upon hearing this, Su-chun pondered, typically, a fortress as secure as this can only be compromised from within. Could it be that someone is hiding among the examination candidates, intent on causing chaos? Yi Fengwu shook her head. That is impossible. Every candidate has been screened by the Oracle system. No one can conceal their identity. However, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that a candidate has colluded with malevolent individuals to orchestrate this from the inside. But who would be so reckless as to jeopardize their future by committing such a grave mistake? Su Chen fell into silence, unable to comprehend the situation. All candidates eligible for the third round of assessments were undoubtedly the elite of their respective cities. Even if they performed poorly, they still had opportunities to pursue advanced studies in prestigious academies, ensuring a bright future ahead. There was no reason for them to conspire with others to incite chaos. Su Chen's thoughts, however, were somewhat naive. Those selected for the third round were indeed formidable. However, strength in battle is not the sole consideration. Luo Xiaoyu felt a chill run through her as a dreadful realization dawned upon her. Her complexion turned pale, and she pressed her lips together in silence. She recalled the madness lurking in Luo Qingchang's eyes as she departed. Spoiled by her parents, Luo Qingchang undoubtedly possessed countless devices to create chaos. If she could infiltrate even the third round of assessments, what else might she be capable of? Luo Xiaoyu's fingers whitened as she clenched them tightly. Luo Qingchang. How dare you? Yi Longyin took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Now is not the time for such discussions. The outpost houses the only teleportation array that can lead us away from the abyss. If the outpost is breached and the teleportation array is destroyed, we may find ourselves in grave peril. However, while we wait for the array to be repaired, the other candidates might not be so fortunate. We need to return promptly. No one opposed his statement. Su Chen nodded in agreement, as he had initially planned to return to the outpost for supplies. Without further ado, the 7 of them made their way back, having the experience from their initial journey as a foundation, and with Su Chen employing the wind riding technique. The trio managed to keep pace with Yi Longyin and the others. Along the way, they encountered a plethora of magical creatures, their numbers multiplying 4 to 5 times compared to their earlier experience. Fortunately, they were all of a lower level. Before Su Chen could take action, Yi Longyin and his companions swept through the creatures effortlessly. Clearly, the situation had escalated significantly. 3 hours later, the group of 7 returned to the outpost without incident. At this time, a crimson barrier had risen before the outpost. This special barrier served to block magical creatures while allowing humans to pass through. The 7 entered the city without obstruction. Upon reaching the city walls, they found Yang Gang leading the station professionals in preparing for battle and setting up defensive works. Numerous magical arrays had been activated atop the walls, alongside crates of unknown magical artifacts being transported there. Meanwhile, the candidates who had just formed their teams stood in confusion, unsure of what to do. Luo Xiaoyu anxiously scanned the crowd, her face paling further with each passing moment, for she could not find Luo Qingchang among them. Xia Lingyu noticed her distress and glanced at Su Chen, who stood beside Yang Gang and Yi Longyin. She took Luo Xiaoyu's hand reassuringly, whispering, "Do not worry. Everything will be all right." Luo Xiaoyu looked at her in bewilderment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and nodded slightly. Su Chen listened attentively as Yi Longyin and Yang Gang discussed the arrangements for city defense. As the most powerful professionals at the outpost, he felt he had no place to interject, but he was determined to glean the situation and its dangers. Yang Gang remarked, "For a full 3 hours, the area around the outpost has remained eerily calm, which is not a good omen. However, the number of monsters detected in other areas is rapidly increasing, which is quite abnormal. Clearly, someone is up to no good, and they come well prepared." Yi Longyin nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the gathered creatures are all of relatively low level, albeit numerous. With the forces at our disposal, we should be able to handle them. Mid-sentence, he noticed Yang Gang's troubled expression and quickly asked, "What is it?" Yang Gang sighed, striking a fist against the wall, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Before we detected the abnormal monster numbers, a group of candidates had already departed the outpost. I dispatched several people to search for them, but now, only about 500 third-tier and a little over 100 fourth-tier candidates remain, along with you and me." Yi Longyin exclaimed in shock, "What? Is that all that remains?" With a serious expression, Yang Gang nodded. As the two fell into silence, Su Chen finally spoke up. "Actually, if you are concerned about manpower, there is no need to be. We candidates are capable of fighting as well, and my class is that of a summoner." Chapter 62. Can Su Chen's power still increase? Yang Gang frowned at Su Chen, declaring, "Nonsense. The guards at our outpost are not all dead yet. What do you students have to do with this? Your talents far exceed ours. We cannot afford to lose even one of you. Do not linger near the walls. Find a safe place to hide." His expression softened slightly as he sighed. "I understand your intentions, but your battlefield lies in the future, not now. Besides, your level is too low, even as a summoner. What impact can you have?" Yi Longyin held a different perspective. He was aware that Su Chen had recently conquered the hell difficulty of the ogre's nest. Perhaps he truly possessed the ability to influence the tide of battle? Su Chen spoke earnestly. "Captain Yang, your words are somewhat misguided. In a collapsing nest, how can one expect to find intact eggs? If we are to lose everything now, what future can we speak of? Moreover, you have yet to witness my abilities. Why rush to dismiss my potential? Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he summoned the Blood Eye and activated the skill to summon dragon hunters. As 9 towering figures clad in golden armor emerged from the ground, both Yang Gang and Yi Longyin held their breath in awe. The sheer power of these summoned beings was palpable. However, Yang Gang stubbornly thought, All that glitters is not gold. Even if they appear formidable, what is their true strength? How powerful can a summoner of barely level 20 summon? He and Yi Longyin cast an appraisal spell on the giant beast hunters. Upon seeing their information panels, the two 5th-tier experts were left dumbfounded. With 50,000 health and 20,000 strength, even a level 30 peak 3rd-tier warrior could not boast such stats. Such a feat was only achievable by exceptionally gifted talents. Su Chun had effortlessly summoned 9 of them. Yi Longyin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Su Chun, you truly have astonished us." Yang Gang's brow remained furrowed. Unwilling to concede, he employed another giant beast hunter for appraisal. Finding the attributes of each summoned creature identical, his expression shifted to one of excitement. Yet, disappointment soon followed as he remarked, "While your summons are indeed powerful, I suspect the cost of summoning them is not trivial. How many times can you summon them? It is but a drop in the bucket." Su Chun raised an eyebrow, smiling. "How many times can I summon?" "Infinitely." Both Yang Gang and Yi Longyin were taken aback. They then watched as Su Chun lifted his staff, casting summoning arrays in a flourish. Yang Gang stared in astonishment as one giant beast hunter after another emerged from the summoning arrays. Soon, the vast area atop the city walls was entirely occupied by these summoned beings. Some had already descended from the walls under Su Chen's command to bolster defenses at the city's front. "Is this sufficient? If not, I can summon more," Su Chen proclaimed, having summoned nearly 3,000 giant beast hunters. This left even Yang Gang, who had initially been reluctant to let the candidates engage in battle, speechless. His face flushed with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "That's enough. I apologize for my earlier short-sightedness. With this force, not only will the outpost remain safe, but the soldiers under my command may also emerge unscathed." Su Chun felt an immense gratitude toward Yang Gang for the outpost's protection. He would not only accept an apology, but would gladly kneel if it meant ensuring their safety. Yang Gang began to bow, but Su Chun hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Captain Yang, what are you doing? Please do not humble me so. Quickly arrange the defenses. We cannot have my summoned creatures merely idling here." Yang Gang nodded eagerly, promptly agreeing. Following this, Su Chun revealed the 2 combat methods of the giant beast hunters to Yang Gang. Under Yang Gang's guidance, they arranged the summoned creatures both within and outside the city. Yang Gang, a seasoned commander who had defended the outpost for many years, exhibited extensive practical experience. Following his directives, Su Chun absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding troop formations, insights that ordinary professionals seldom encounter on the battlefield. It was not Su Chen's formation during the second round that resembled a military parade. In contrast, that formation appeared akin to a child's play. With the same number and quality of summoned creatures, as long as they could be organized into a battle array and utilize the terrain, their combat effectiveness would increase at least 3-fold. Realizing this, Su Chen's attitude towards learning became increasingly respectful. Yang Gang was equally delighted to impart his knowledge. As they taught and learned from each other, they transformed the entire outpost into a fortified bastion bristling with spikes over the course of more than an hour. During this time, no sign of monsters appeared within a 5-kilometer radius of the outpost. This was an ominous portent. Much like how the sea recedes far from the shore before a tsunami strikes, the calm before the storm is merely a precursor to chaos. Yet, standing atop the highest point of the outpost, Yang Gang gazed around at the vast army of beast hunters, already numbering over 10,000, spread throughout the city. He grinned widely, brimming with confidence, for he had never fought such a bountiful battle. Regardless of who the enemy was or what their intentions might be, Yang Gang felt assured that he could withstand all assaults, even to the point of rendering them futile. "Su Chun," Yui turned around, intending to express his gratitude to Su Chun once more, only to find that Su Chun had mysteriously vanished. Yi Longyin, who had been trailing behind them, remarked with a peculiar expression. He said he was going to exchange for some items to enhance his strength. If you give him a command, he can immediately respond. Upon hearing this, Yang Gang wore a similarly odd expression. What? His strength can still be enhanced? The two exchanged glances, both bewildered. Indeed, how bizarre. At this moment, Su Chun had already arrived at the place within the outpost where one could exchange items using Great Xia points. It was located in an inconspicuous little house within the city. Unlike the trading posts on Blue Star, there were no staff to assist in retrieving items here. Instead, a machine resembling an ATM awaited. By inserting his identity card and entering the desired item, one could search for and conduct transactions. After inserting his identity card, Su Chun input 39 basic skill advancement scroll. Ding. Would you like to use 998,000 points to purchase the basic skill advancement scroll? 1,000 Great Xia points for one scroll. Quite expensive, Su Chun mused. However, upon reflection, the price was reasonable. After all, such items were typically dropped by elite monsters within the abyss and hellish difficulty dungeons. Under normal circumstances, Su Chun would not be able to afford them. But he possessed a 1-second kill plugin. Resolutely, he confirmed the transaction. The machine screen displayed that the transaction was complete. Glancing at his item inventory, he found no issues. He swiftly entered intermediate skill advancement scroll, only to be met with a message stating that there was no stock available. This was merely the exchange point for the first outpost of the first layer of the abyss, so it was understandable. He pondered briefly, and then input second transition skill experience book and third transition skill experience book. There were indeed many of these items, numbering in the tens of thousands. Suchin promptly cleared all inventory at the cost of 6 points. After completing the transaction, Suchin prepared to withdraw his card and find a suitable place to enhance his strength. However, he paused mid-action, deciding instead to input summoning skills. Although he had 3 existing summoning skills that sufficed, this was the abyss, and one could never tell what treasures might be available. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. The displayed items were merely 4. Third transition skill, summon Bloodhound. Suchin shook his head dismissively. Rubbish. If I could upgrade the skeleton warrior to third transition, it would undoubtedly surpass that Bloodhound. Fourth transition skill, summon Ogre. Suchan stroked his chin thoughtfully. This one is rather good. High defense, substantial health. Capable of serving as a frontline tank. However, acquiring this skill requires 20,000 mental strength, which I sorely lack. He then glanced at the other 2 skills. Second transition skill, summon Clawbat. Even more inferior than the Bloodhound. Second transition skill, Blood Sacrifice Worm. This skill piqued his interest. Suchin examined the skill details. Item, Blood Sacrifice Worm. Learning requirement, Summoner, mental strength greater than 500 points. Description, second transition skill. Can consume 500 points of magic power to cause a summoned creature to sprout blood sacrifice worms. The worms, through the life force of the summoned creature, will increase its attributes by 100 and grant an additional 150 attack speed while entering a frenzied state, and upon the summoned creature's demise, 10 controllable worms will emerge. This was yet another skill to amplify summoned creatures. Although its effect was somewhat peculiar, requiring the consumption of the summoned creature's life, it would be unacceptable to most summoners. However, for Suchin, not only did it enhance the summoned creature, but it also facilitated his self-detonation strategy. Without hesitation, Suchin purchased it. Subsequently, he exited the exchange point, seeking a secluded location to commence his enhancement.